Chapter 001: The Marvelous Apparatus That Appeared Out of Thin Air. On a summer afternoon, the clock had barely struck 4, yet the sky was already shrouded in an ominous gloom. A massive, dark crimson sun hung low on the horizon, its rays still scorching, though no longer blinding or as radiant as they once were. Before him lay an endless expanse of grassland. Where the once verdant pasture had succumbed to poor growth, the yellow-green blades were a rare sight, with many having already wilted and fallen. Yasheng, go and catch a sheep, we have guests at home. Prepare the whole lamb for roasting, came the command from within the tent, spoken by the father to his son. While roasting, douse it with the spicy sauce bought from the mainland, and be generous with the dried chili skins, as the guests relish spicy flavors. After acknowledging his father's instructions, Yasheng lifted the tent flap and, with a curved blade hanging at his waist, made his way to the sheepfold. He fixed his gaze on the flock, which seemed to sense impending danger, and began to scatter. "How dare you continue to graze in my presence?" he sneered. "Today you feast on grass. Tomorrow you might feast on flesh, perhaps it will be you. It suddenly occurs to me that 2 days ago I slaughtered your sibling living in the same pen, destined for the same pot. What a bond we shared." Yasheng was adept at catching sheep. Ignoring their struggles, he seized one and dragged it toward the blood bucket, preparing to bleed it out. Ordinarily, the sheep would be tied securely, but Yasheng, possessing great strength and having mastered the procedure since childhood, deemed it unnecessary. He drew his curved blade and proceeded. Suddenly, the black sheep twisted its head and bit him. A sharp pain shot through his palm, and upon looking down, he was astonished to see a chunk of flesh had been bitten away. His initial reaction was not one of fear, but sheer incredulity. Had they been raising a false sheep all these years? Today you graze. Tomorrow you feast on humans. Is this a joke? Or are you serious? The black sheep broke free from his grasp and lunged at him again, this time sinking its teeth into his shoulder as he bent down to restrain it. Yasheng noticed that the creature had developed fearsome canine teeth, and panic surged within him. The black sheep bolted away, initially at a typical sheep's pace, but soon it accelerated to an alarming speed. When Yasheng's father and a friend burst from the tent, they caught a glimpse of the creature disappearing like a galloping steed over the nearby hills. Did a sheep truly bite you? That is impossible, utterly inconceivable. After hearing Yasheng recount the incident, his father found it even more difficult to accept the bizarre reality. If sheep could eat humans, why were they not the ones penned up? "Yasheng, how are you? Do you feel anything else?" The father's friend, a middle-aged man with a balding head and a protruding belly, maintained a calm demeanor, inquiring about Yasheng's condition while examining the wound. "I'm fine, and it doesn't hurt much. It feels as though the wound is numb. Could it be poisoned?" Yasheng gritted his teeth, noting the strange absence of pain despite the severity of the injury. He would have preferred to endure excruciating agony, akin to the time he had a chunk of flesh bitten off by a dog in his youth. The father retrieved his phone, preparing to contact the nearest health clinic in the pastoral region, while the middle-aged man conjured 2 colorful plastic clips, those whimsical, cartoonish clips often used by young girls to hold books. He affixed the clips above the blood vessels at both of Yasheng's wounds, and almost immediately, Yasheng's normal sense of pain returned, as abnormal black blood flowed from the wounds, transforming into a more familiar hue. Not only did the bleeding cease, but the wounds began to visibly heal, leaving both father and son in stunned silence. The cartoon survival clips, they are a type of apparatus, special tools we rely on when dealing with various unusual incidents, the middle-aged man explained. Leave them on for about 2 hours, then allow for a few days of rest and nourishment. Given your child's constitution, he will heal swiftly, although scars will remain. He halted Yasheng's father from making further calls and conjured a roll of bandages, expertly wrapping the wounds. These are one-time use, antiseptic bandages. They will automatically stop the bleeding and disinfect the wounds. Once secured, you needn't do anything until they fall off on their own. These tools are remarkable. Yasheng's father sighed in relief, though he was already well aware of his friend's capabilities, so he refrained from further commentary and shifted the topic back to the biting sheep. The middle-aged man sighed. In the past 2.5 years, there have been numerous unusual occurrences, not just in your remote province, but also in the densely populated Central Plains and coastal areas. Ever since the sun morphed into that ghastly form, normalcy has been a thing of the past. Whether the grass, reduced crop yields, climate anomalies, and abnormal migratory patterns of migratory birds are merely the surface-level disasters. One might attribute them to meteorological calamities. However, I've also heard of cattle and sheep going mad, attacking people, and fleeing into the wilderness. They have essentially transformed into beasts. Just yesterday, there was news of an elderly person being assaulted and killed by a pet. The middle-aged man elaborated, yet only he understood the true extent of the chaos engulfing the world beyond these incidents. The sole silver lining was that these anomalies had not yet erupted into a widespread crisis, nor had any singular event emerged with significant impact or notoriety. Next time you slaughter a sheep, exercise caution's done at first, then tie it up and proceed slowly. I suspect that sheep reacted to the sight of the knife and blood bucket, triggering some bizarre response that unleashed its abnormality. In Donghai City, at the Financial University, a heated argument erupted between a teacher and students in a certain classroom. The blackboard bore the title Survival in Wilderness and Urban Environments in bold letters, accompanied by a few crooked lines of notes outlining what one should do when faced with corresponding dangers and accidents. Regardless of whether you encounter any danger in the city or wilderness, the first step is to call the police. Before their arrival, aside from self-preservation, do nothing else. Do you have any objections? During peaceful times, that may have been feasible. But now, it's either a collapse in a community's underground or a toxic rat emerging from a tunnel. There are psychopathic killers on the prowl and people mysteriously disappearing. Police tape is strung everywhere in the urban area. Officers are stationed at every corner, and recruitment notices for auxiliary police are plastered all over the streets. Teacher Wong, do you believe they have sufficient manpower in this situation? Is calling for help even effective? That is alarmist rhetoric. No matter how busy the police are, can they truly ignore every single call? When it comes to rescuing people or managing dangers, do you, an ordinary student, know more than the professionals? Even a single piece of advice from them would be more beneficial than your futile efforts. What difference does it make to wait? It appears that Teacher Wong is completely oblivious to the notion of strained police resources. Kindly open your eyes and see clearly. Huang Sheng picked up his phone and dialed several numbers, one to the district's police center, another to the nearest station, and the last to the temporary police office posted at the school. However, the first two lines were busy, and the only one that connected was answered by a student council member. The individual informed him that the police office personnel had been dispatched on an emergency call early that morning due to insufficient manpower, and students were advised to think of solutions on their own or check alternative emergency hotlines. Donghai City has a vast population, and the already limited police resources become even scarcer during special circumstances. The school offers this survival course to teach us how to handle emergencies and self-rescue, not to instruct us on how to call the police. Some individuals occupy their positions without merit, having spent years in an office, yet they come to teach others about survival. When confronted, they become defensive, merely seeking to preserve their laughable authority. Teacher Wong, it's not that I look down on you, but do you know how to use a dry powder fire extinguisher versus a carbon dioxide extinguisher? Do you understand how to start a fire in the wilderness without ignition tools? Do you possess the practical skills to craft tools? Can you tie several essential knots? In the gaze of awestruck classmates, Huang Sheng continued to critique the balding, pot-bellied middle-aged instructor. Competent individuals save and educate others, while the inept hinder and harm. In the teaching profession, the presence of the incompetent may sometimes be tolerated, but in critical situations where lives are at stake, it is utterly unacceptable. You've never encountered a student as audacious as you, mark my words. At this moment, Wang Chang's blood pressure soared, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Huang Sheng before storming off in search of the counselor. Wang Chang may have realized the student was correct, but he could not bear the humiliation of being undermined in front of so many. His intention in seeking the counselor was not to seek persuasion for the student, but rather to obtain a means of saving face. Before long, Bai Meng Xue, a recent graduate retained by the school, was summoned by Wang Chang, who was seething with indignation. However, upon opening the door, he discovered the student had vanished. Where is he? Wang Chang erupted in fury, demanding to know the meaning of it all. Was he to understand that the student had insulted him and then fled? Huang Sheng's desk mate, Ma He, coughed lightly. "Well, Teacher Wang." Huang said he was so enraged that he developed high blood pressure and went to the hospital for a checkup. Wang Chong, taken aback, muttered, "WTF?" Chapter 002. My great gun is not without its merits. Having just crossed over, Huang Xing was, of course, unscathed. He simply had no desire to waste time sitting in class. The dark crimson sun hung high in the sky, casting the entire world into turmoil. Perhaps the hearts of ordinary people still clung to various illusions of safety, but Huang Xing sensed that this world was on the brink of collapse. Is it still appropriate to attend classes under such circumstances? Attending lessons serves no purpose other than accelerating my reincarnation. As an educational institution, if you cannot impart essential survival skills, then out of love for us, let us depart and figure things out on our own. Let us not crowd together within the confines of the school should disaster strike. It would be a fatal trap. He discovered a little over 4,000 yuan in his pocket, and on his phone neither an insignificant amount nor particularly plentiful, but just enough to get by. In this lifetime, he was unfortunately an orphan, devoid of kin, which meant this money constituted his entirety. To acquire more, he would have to devise his own means. He would assess the situation as it unfolded. If it proved insufficient, he could resort to online loans. Money borrowed through his own efforts would feel more secure. At this moment, he was heading towards a forge located near the school. In the dire circumstances of an apocalyptic world, possessing a reliable weapon was of utmost importance. While makeshift weapons such as baseball bats and fire axes could suffice, they were merely tools. Relying on them as weapons would only serve to meet immediate needs. Given the time still at his disposal, Huang Sheng preferred to prepare adequately. This workshop resembled an ancient blacksmith's forge, albeit with many machines that were automated or semi-automated due to advancements in technology. It primarily earned its livelihood by crafting blades and other items for sale. "What kind of weapon do you desire, young man?" "I happen to have no orders at the moment, so I can make one for you right away," the master blacksmith inquired amiably. In recent years, as various anomalies plagued the earth, many had flocked to purchase self-defense tools or weapons, transforming the once modest shop into a bustling enterprise. Each day, young individuals like Huang Sheng came to forge their weapons. Initially, the authorities prohibited the sale of sharpened weapons, but gradually they ceased to enforce this restriction. "Do not worry, master. I shall first check if there is something I fancy on the wall," Huang Sheng replied, glancing at the densely packed array of crafted items adorning the walls and counters. The master, pleased to showcase his available stock, began to introduce them to him one by one. "How about this spear?" Huang Sheng suggested, pointing to a steel spear measuring approximately 1.5 meters in total length, barely reaching waist height. Though somewhat short, it excelled in flexibility, and being made of steel rather than wood meant that a larger size would be unwieldy. The spear's shaft featured a hammer-like structure at the bottom, while the top boasted an integrated sword-style spearhead. The weapon had an appealing appearance. The sword-style spearhead resembled a short sword, capable of stabbing, slashing, and chopping. Its broad cutting edge increased the margin for error during attacks, allowing for effective strikes even if the aim was slightly off. The seamless steel gleamed beautifully, and the spear's hollow structure contributed to its manageable weight of approximately 7 to 8 kilograms, making it well-suited for handling. In terms of materials, the steel's yield strength was impressive, and the modern manganese steel quenching process endowed it with remarkable sharpness and tensile strength, while the internal hollow structure further enhanced its resilience. This weapon could also serve as a club. The hammer-like end could be used for destruction or breaking windows. Given the spear's formidable heft, its destructive potential surpassed that of many specialized tools. Huang Sheng, a healthy adult male standing over 180, found the spear perfectly manageable in his hands, requiring little effort. As a weapon readily obtainable in these times, it was indeed ideal. The master blacksmith even applied a non-slip treatment for him, sharing insights on maintenance and care. Before long, Huang Xing exited the workshop with his brand-new weapon encased in a holster, having spent a substantial 3,000 yuan of his dwindling funds. With the remaining money, he purchased a sturdy outdoor backpack, some high-energy, portable food and water, and a few miscellaneous items such as flashlights and bandages, leaving only 200 yuan for emergencies. At this point, he began to feel a sense of preliminary relief. Whether the world was truly ending or not was a matter too grand for a mere commoner to decipher. However, he believed he had done his utmost. Even if danger loomed, he should possess a certain level of preparedness. Upon returning to his dormitory, he resolved to gather his belongings and vacate the premises. It is well known that in places like schools, encountering any danger would lead to a catastrophic escalation. If one were to inquire why such locations held such allure, the answer was simple. There were too many people. Though he was uncertain about the nature of the impending apocalypse, if it were to involve zombies, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Should he encounter the parkour or sprinting club members transforming before his eyes, they would likely become elite-level zombies, and he would be unable to escape, which would be utterly devastating. Today I really got back at Wang Chong. What a relief! Exclaimed a few roommates as they returned from class, noticing Huang Sheng and giving him a thumbs up in unison. Huang Sheng looked at them, pointing at the sun with good intentions. Brothers, if you have any money, it would be wise to move out and stay away from crowded areas. I sense something significant is about to occur. Although Huang Sheng had arrived in this parallel world, the trajectory of his life and this body remained largely unchanged, had merely rejuvenated a few years. He was still attending the same university, and his relationships with teachers and classmates were intact. Aside from the inexplicable survival course and an unfamiliar balding figure, his rapport with his roommates was quite amicable. The anomalies surrounding the red sun had persisted for quite some time, and logically speaking, there was no immediate cause for alarm. Yet, the arrival of this interloper Himzel suggested a potential disruption. According to the theory of transmigrators, he could very well be a harbinger of calamity, and it was entirely possible that something would transpire that very night. Why move out? There are so many beautiful female students here waiting for my heroic rescue, Mach refused. Exactly. What's so fascinating about the sun? If the sky were to fall, taller individuals would brace themselves beneath it. Those scientists are more anxious than we are, so why worry? Naturally, his roommates dismissed his warnings, reluctant to deal with the inconvenience and expenses, not to mention the hassle of commuting further for classes. Old Huang was acting rather timidly just a moment ago. He had been arguing with the teacher. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Huang Sheng lightly slapped his cheeks, chastising himself for speaking out of turn. Let them be, their fate is their own concern. He continued packing his bedding and other essentials, preparing to take everything useful with him, including blankets and sheets. He was now out of money, and with the exorbitant housing prices in Donghai City, renting was out of the question. Even youth hostels were beyond his means. He could only seek a sparsely populated location to hunker down for the time being, ensuring he had enough supplies. Once he survived the initial perilous days of this newfound existence, he would secure some funds to afford a proper bed. It was precisely at this moment that, as dusk approached, the already dim sunlight suddenly darkened even further. In the blink of an eye, it vanished entirely. The light shifted from barely illuminating the surroundings to complete darkness in no more than 10 seconds. When he looked out the window again, it was utterly pitch black, his hand unable to discern even a few inches in front of his face. As the campus nighttime public lighting had yet to be activated, the entire world was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 003. The Financial Cataclysm. What on earth is happening? Why has it suddenly grown dark? Could this be a new meteorological disaster? Where has that blazing sun gone? Are we about to embark on some collective journey through time? Goodness, I have yet to peruse the militia handbook I so painstakingly acquired. As the lights in various dormitories flickered to life one after another, chaos erupted within the dormitory building. Students speculated wildly, their astonishment palpable at this unexpected turn of events. Yet the student body, brimming with curiosity, gathered in the corridors. Some panicked, others elated, while a few engaged in fantastical conjectures, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a festive celebration. However, Huang Sheng's countenance darkened, but he had been on edge for quite some time, and now, disaster had struck, despite his swift return to school to gather his belongings in preparation for a hasty exit. He was caught off guard in this brief window of time. How infuriating! At that moment, a voice resonated in every ear. An F-level unexpected crisis has erupted in the current area. Please prepare for response. Merely a fleeting statement, and then silence descended once more. Yet in Huang Sheng's mind, an additional message emerged. Fortunate one, You have acquired the identity of a card creator. Please delve into the secrets of this identity. Should you successfully navigate this crisis, you will permanently retain this identity, an F-level unexpected crisis. Upon hearing this, Huang Sheng's spirits lifted slightly, and he felt a hint of relief. What on earth was this voice that resembled a system? Never mind that for now. It suggested that the impending cataclysm might not be a mere natural occurrence spiraling out of control. What a stroke of luck! It would be dreadful if we were to face apocalyptic scenarios such as underwater volcanic eruptions, melting glaciers, rifts in the earth, or continental collisions. In the face of an end-of-the-world scenario akin to 2012, how could humanity prevail? All that would remain would be the art of fleeing. And could one truly defy fate? The second piece of information left him momentarily stunned. Clearly, this card creator identity was linked to some rules governing the unexpected event. Now that he possessed this identity, he needed to swiftly decipher its intricacies without knowing the true nature of the so-called F-level crisis. What crisis? Am I hallucinating? Who is speaking in my head? What is going on? Is this some elaborate prank from a reality show? It is so dark. I am terrified. I command you all to turn on the lights immediately. Oh no, it seems our school is cut off from the outside world. The sounds from outside are inaudible, and I've heard that those inside cannot leave either, as if there is an invisible barrier. Do not be so foolishly excited. I have this unsettling feeling that something dreadful is about to happen. Perhaps zombies will soon appear downstairs, so we should prioritize our survival. After a brief moment of exhilaration within the dormitory, unsettling news began to circulate, and panic ensued. Many sensed the gravity of the situation and began to act spontaneously. Some sought weapons, mops from the utility room, fire extinguishers from the corridor, axes from behind protective glass. And even kitchen knives or steel rods dismantled from bed frames could serve as makeshift arms. Some dormitories slammed their doors shut and locked them. Fearing danger from the hallway, a few bolder souls dashed downstairs to investigate the situation. In the utility room, a crowd gathered, filling empty water bottles or queuing for hot water to stockpile supplies that the survival instructors had mentioned in their presentations. Water is vital. During the commotion, a scuffle broke out, causing quite a ruckus. What should we do now? A few of Huang Sheng's previously jovial roommates now appeared utterly lost, and he rushed outside in search of weapons, while the remaining two roommates. Zhao Chun was dismantling his bed, and Wang Yifan stood there, completely bewildered. Huang Sheng could no longer concern himself with them, he flung open the door, grasped his long gun, and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Making a hasty exit, and no matter what calamity was about to unfold, he needed to find a place to hide, lest he be bitten by a zombie. He sprinted to the top floor of the dormitory, only to find the small door leading to the rooftop secured by a thin chain. Removing his gun holster, he aimed at the chain and struck down with force. The blade of his gun was exceptionally sharp, and with such momentum, the chain snapped and the door creaked open. Just as Huang Sheng prepared to slip inside, he suddenly halted and turned to glance at the stairwell below. There, in his blind spot, he had heard a faint rustling. Someone was lurking there. "Who is there?" he called, descending the stairs cautiously. Before he could reach the corner, a tall, slender youth with glasses and a backpack emerged, his expression tense. The zipper of his backpack was undone, revealing drinks and snacks hastily stuffed inside, indicating a frantic escape from the dormitory. The youth had skillfully evaded the crowd, aligning with Huang Sheng's own intentions. But he had no desire for company. "I don't care what year or department you belong to. You'd best head back the way you came," he warned, aiming his long gun at the youth. "Brother, I have a bicycle lock that could secure the door to prevent anyone else from coming up. The rooftop is spacious enough for the two of us," the youth proposed, producing a looped lock from his bag. "It is impossible for you to come up now. Why don't you hand me the key, and I'll secure the door? You help me keep those wishing to ascend at bay, and I will let you up when the time is right." Huang Sheng smirked that he was unsure what secrets this card creator identity held, but allowing the youth to ascend could lead to complications. With no choice but to concede, the youth, introducing himself as Zhang Rue, tossed the key over, watching as Huang Sheng secured and locked the door. Huang Sheng crouched near the rooftop's edge, observing below, while simultaneously checking his phone for updates. The cellular network remained functional, revealing that everything outside was normal, except for the darkness enveloping the university. The entire financial university was shrouded in an impenetrable veil, resembling a prison formed overnight, with no one able to enter or exit. Authorities and police were devising rescue plans, reaching out to the students and faculty through various channels. Emergency power had been activated, and sporadic streetlights flickered to life outside, though their illumination was dim compared to usual. Cautiously, students began to emerge from their dormitories, and soon, a commotion erupted from the adjacent building, filled with shouts and sounds of struggle. Had someone stumbled upon something valuable, perhaps a treasure, using his phone's zoom function? Huangsheng observed a throng of people writhing together, a boy in the center brandishing what looked like a pen, only for it to be snatched away moments later. Never mind the spectacle. I must focus on my task. Huangsheng settled down, opening his backpack to retrieve a piece of paper, stiff cardboard that had come with a shoebox that he had no idea why he had kept it. But it might prove useful now. What secrets could this card creator identity possibly hold? Surely, it was merely about crafting cards. What more could there be? Other than that, he couldn't fathom any other possibilities. As this wasn't a genuine profession in the real world. Playing cards, collectible cards, Pokemon cards, vocabulary cards, character portrait cards. These were all types of cards, merely expressing certain contents through text and illustrations on suitable pieces of stiff paper. Though the crafting of cards here may differ entirely from that in other contexts, he could not think of anything else. Perhaps he would just have to resort to rudimentary methods. Let us give it a try. Chapter 004. The lantern-bearer under the beam of the flashlight, he contemplated cutting a card to the size of a bank card, inscribing the word summon, and sketching an image of a wolf dog. His intention was to create a summoning card, one that would call forth a canine companion. Unfortunately, upon completing the drawing and inscription, nothing transpired. Well, let us try again. That he inscribed the words fighting on the card and illustrated a figure engaged in combat. His artistic skills were commendable, and the depiction was quite realistic. Yet still, there was no response. This isn't working. Perhaps I need to incorporate additional elements. Suddenly, Huangsheng recalled that in card-related novels, protagonists typically involve some form of medium when creating cards. This medium connects the physical object to the content the card aims to express, or channels the power of nature to imbue the card with energy. Or it might involve enchanting pets or beasts to enter the card, or imprinting a presence or rule to allow them to temporarily reside within the card until the right moment for release arrives. Merely writing with a pen would not suffice. Am I some sort of magical artist whose words manifest reality? What should I do? Perhaps I shall practice a set of martial arts, and see if I can imprint it onto a card. Striving to create a combat card, that I will attempt a few classic moves from military boxing. With a determined stance, he swiftly executed his techniques, having previously sought guidance from military experts, learning a style of military boxing that diverges significantly from what is typically seen in reality. This style is far more violent and efficient. Under his full exertion, he unleashed 3 renowned techniques, such as the groin strike and the elbow strike that moment, the seemingly unremarkable card, which bore the words combat in a humorous manner, underwent a remarkable transformation. It radiated a soft white light, and as it basked in this glow, the card's material swiftly morphed from coarse, inferior cardboard into a smooth, aesthetically pleasing card material. The handwritten text and drawings on it gradually became more refined, with the words combat enlarged and bolded, and the figure executing martial arts becoming increasingly imposing. Finally, a simple white border appeared around the card, evoking memories of the various colored borders in card games. White, green, blue, purple. He held the card in his hand, feeling a slight heaviness to it. It was no longer the texture of cardboard. Simultaneously, Huangsheng sensed that a portion of his energy had been extracted, indicating that the card's creation required additional vitality. Fortunately, this loss was not excessive, and he believed he could endure a few more attempts. He raised the card before him, and with a thought, the card rapidly fragmented, each piece dissolving into nothingness, and a shadowy figure materialized in front of him. Upon its appearance, it immediately launched a swift assault, employing the very techniques he had just practiced, but with greater force and speed. Moreover, interspersed between the moves of military boxing were brief interludes of other martial arts techniques, each strike a powerful attack. As there were no targets in the vicinity, the shadow continued its relentless assault, seemingly fixated on finding a target, before finally exhausting its energy and gradually dissipating into the air. Huangsheng's heart soared with joy. Was this the power of the card crafted by a card maker? He was enamored. It became evident that the process of creating cards was surprisingly effortless, Yet the effectiveness of this combat card was extraordinarily impressive, that if techniques could be imprinted on cards, what of other types of cards? Such as the summoning cards he had initially envisioned. However, Huangsheng decided not to dwell on it for the time being. Since the combat card was so effective, he would create a few more. Just as he finished creating 3 new cards, a piercing female scream erupted from below. The sound was filled with an unprecedented sense of fear and despair, delivering a tremendous shock to the tranquil atmosphere of the campus. Huangsheng directed his phone's camera towards the source of the commotion, zooming in to reveal a scene that unfolded before him. Not far behind a building, a rigid figure appeared abruptly. This figure was garbed in an attire that seemed out of place for this era, holding a pale lantern in its left hand, while its right hand was tightly gripping a girl's neck. The girl was effortlessly lifted off the ground, her feet flailing desperately, and her skin gradually turning a ghastly hue under the lantern's eerie light. The lantern then fell to the ground, casting only a faint glow on the surface, leaving the rest shrouded in darkness. All he could perceive was the girl's body, swaying increasingly, occasionally convulsing violently. Simultaneously, the ground around the lantern became speckled with numerous droplets of blood. Huangsheng frowned and lowered his gaze, refraining from watching further. After pondering for a moment, he inscribed the words block onto a new card and sketched an image of a person wielding a gun in a defensive stance. Rising to his feet, he grasped the steel spear in his hands, envisioning an assailant launching a fierce attack against him as he practiced his defensive maneuvers with the spear. Where there is offense, there must be defense. The sight of the girl facing a lethal assault served as a reminder. While attacking is exhilarating, defense is essential for survival. He poured all his knowledge of cold weaponry from his past life into this endeavor. Anxious that the card's effectiveness might falter or worse, result in failure, he practiced for over a minute, the spear in his hands morphing through various techniques, considering multiple ways he might be attacked and countering each with his spear. Finally, he caught a glimpse of the card glowing. Although the light remained white, its hue was more vibrant, and its brightness seemed to shine even more brilliantly that he wiped the sweat from his brow. A relieved smile breaking across his face that that moment, there was a frantic knocking at the small door, and Zhang Rui's terrified voice rang out. "Brother, can I come in?" "Hurry and open the door." Huangsheng examined the card before stowing it away. He could distinctly feel a depletion of his energy, and realizing that continuing to create cards might be taxing, he decided to abandon the effort. He approached and handed the key to Zhang Rui, who, visibly anxious, fumbled multiple times before finally unlocking the bicycle lock and bursting through the door, slamming it shut behind him and collapsing to the floor. "What happened?" Huangsheng inquired, feigning ignorance. Zhang Rui, his backpack shifted from front to back, gripped a half-broken mop handle, and exclaimed in alarm. "It seems there are some creatures with lanterns at the school. Their bodies are rigid. They resemble zombies, yet they cannot jump. They only walk, and not particularly fast. Anyone pursued by them stands little chance of retaliation. Once caught, they are doomed." Zhang Rui pulled out his phone, revealing a somewhat blurry image taken from a distance. Huangsheng glanced at the graphic, quickly piecing together the situation with what he had just witnessed, that is pork not far tastier than humans. He gestured for Zhang Rui to keep his distance, then resumed his observation through the phone. Within a short span, the number of lantern-bearing figures roaming the school had indeed multiplied significantly. As he circled the rooftop, he noted at least 20 of them. Their pace was neither particularly slow nor fast, akin to an ordinary person's brisk walk, that in the face of such monsters, typically, an average person could escape in fear. However, a minority might become paralyzed by sheer terror. Such individuals, much like the girl who had screamed earlier, would find themselves easily captured, ultimately succumbing to despair. Everyone had fled back to their dormitories, yet now these creatures were approaching the dormitory entrance. Seemingly aware of the living beings within the building, panic ensued, with entire floors of the girls' dormitory echoing with cries, and the boys' dormitory was not faring much better. Listening to Zhang Rui's voice tremble with fear, Huangsheng remained silent. Based on the current circumstances, while these creatures were indeed frightening, they did not appear to pose a significant threat that as long as an average person did not succumb to fear. They would likely evade capture. Moreover, these lantern-bearing creatures did not seem to possess any viral capabilities, such as biting someone and turning them into a zombie, which was the most encouraging news, given his current situation. He had no reason to be afraid. In every respect, he was prepared to face whatever might come, should they encounter each other. As long as he did not act recklessly, he could hardly imagine what danger he might face. His only concern was if these creatures possessed some other unforeseen abilities. Especially if they had any unscrupulous powers, he would certainly need to keep his distance to avoid peril. Chapter 005. Soul Energy, Restart Liquid Brother. What should we do? Zhang Rui asked, to which Huang Sheng internally mused. What do you mean, we? It is I who must act. He did not know Zhang Rui well, and thus far, the latter had not demonstrated any value that would warrant his attention. Let us wait for news, Huang Sheng replied, needing to further assess the lantern-bearing figures before risking an outing. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The door to the dormitory building was violently thrust open, and several individuals burst forth, shouting and wielding shovels, fire axes, or makeshift shields crafted from door panels. They were fully aware of the dangers outside, yet they bravely charged forward, a quality that Huang Sheng deeply admired. In any crowd, there are always those bold enough to take risks. The timid tend to hide and compromise in the face of danger, while the audacious often charge headlong into the fray. Though such individuals may frequently encounter failure, they are also more likely to succeed. Or send him an image. Brother, although I don't know where you are right now, this image may be of use to you. It was found outside by someone in the adjacent building, sparking a fierce scramble among dozens of people, resulting in injuries. The image depicted the object he had previously observed through his phone, a pen-like item, with a crowd fighting over it. Upon closer inspection, however, it became evident that it was a slender glass tube about the thickness of a pen, containing a grayish-white, silvery liquid. Written above the glass tube in Mars' edited image were the words Soul Energy Restart Liquid. With the effect, upon use, deaths in this incident will not be counted. This inscription materialized automatically on the glass tube once seen up close, indicating it was a functional item that had manifested in reality. Huang Sheng let out a faint sigh, realizing why that glass vial had been so frantically seized by a throng of people that it was no wonder that those individuals dared to rush out of the building. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, in essence. This soul restart liquid equated to an extra life. Once consumed, even in the face of death, one could potentially revive after the incident concluded and normalcy returned. In other words, without this elixir, like that screaming girl, death would indeed be final. He felt compelled to acquire this item. Huang Sheng lowered his gaze, fixating on the four individuals who had surged forward, now perilously close to a lantern-bearing figure. Yet, they ultimately lacked the courage to strike first, merely bolstered by their weapons and tools as they dashed past the lantern-bearer, racing onward with all their might. The lantern-bearer reacted swiftly, but alas, could not keep pace with them. After a certain distance had been established, its attention shifted back towards the dormitory entrance that it appeared that the situation was not as dangerous as initially thought. The adversary had yet to reveal any extraordinary abilities. Let us go. Huang Sheng's heart stirred, and he promptly flung open the door and charged into the building. Initially, he had taken refuge atop the roof to assess the situation while also exploring the role of a card maker. Now that he had nearly achieved his objective, remaining there felt excessively cautious. Zhang Rui, bewildered, remarked, "What is the meaning of you rushing down just as I arrived?" Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to follow closely behind. As the lantern-bearer was successfully evaded by several individuals, it nonetheless continued to approach the building, soon poised to enter. The entire structure grew increasingly tumultuous. Let us charge out and confront it. This creature cannot be invincible. With so many of us, armed with shovels and makeshift weapons, we can surely make it submit. Exactly. What is there to fear? I stand by my words. Those who cower in the building are utterly worthless and will inevitably suffer the consequences. Brothers, remain calm. Let us observe where it moves upon entering. We can circle around from another direction, can't we? Haha, we can escape without facing it directly. Am I not clever? Foolishness. There are still two lantern-bearers approaching from behind. Soon, they too will enter, and there will be no escaping. Huang Sheng dashed toward his dormitory. Despite the fervor of the crowd, only a few seemed intent on leaving the dormitory building. The few present. Likely a timid bunch would need to be urged out. With the outside still relatively safe, perhaps they could gain some advantage. After all, others were also venturing out, and with so many of them, they wouldn't bear the entirety of the risk alone. In the apocalyptic backdrop, It was a time when heroes emerged, each showcasing their unique talents. Seeking merely to remain safe and hidden might preserve one's life in the short term, but in the long run, it was a profoundly foolish strategy. Huang, you're back. What do you think we should do now? Upon opening the door, the three individuals were elated to see Huang Sheng. Wang Yifan exclaimed, "Grab your weapons and let us get out of here. Fortune favors the bold. Staying here will yield nothing but temporary safety. Taking some risks is worthwhile." Huang Sheng replied, "Everyone has prepared their weapons, and the food and water in the dormitory are packed. Let us simply head out now." That he wasted no time, pulling Mar along to hasten his pace, and swiftly descended the stairs, soon arriving at the ground floor, that I in the vicinity of the entrance, a throng of students, emboldened yet apprehensive, congregated near the lobby, preparing to leave the building in search of adventure. However, terror gripped them, halting their advance. There lay a corpse on the lobby floor, and a chilling sound of chewing echoed in everyone's ears. Amidst the noxious stench of entrails, beneath the glaring fluorescent lights, a lantern had fallen, and a lantern-bearer, squatted by the body, ravenously shoving a handful of blood and flesh into its mouth. This scene shattered the collective psyche of the onlookers, many of whom had never even killed a chicken, now transfixed in horror as their earlier bravado crumbled with each sickening crunch. Two more lantern-bearers were approaching from outside, that I in such dire circumstances. Even those who managed to maintain their composure found it immensely challenging to make a genuine escape. "I'm not going out. Mommy. I want to go back to Mommy," a towering boy, nearly 2 meters tall, cried out in despair, drenched in panic as he struggled to ascend the stairs, unable to stand. Responses varied among the students. Some fled in terror, others appeared soulless, while many collapsed to the ground, retching in distress. The mingling of rancid odors was overwhelming. "What do we do? Who will charge first? I can't take it anymore. I want to slay this beast. This is a human life at stake." Someone choked out. As dozens gathered at both ends of the corridor, yet only one exit remained. Those at the forefront yearned to rush forward and fight, but their courage wavered, lacking the resolve to fully commit. Unlike the initial four who had fled, they now understood that breaching this threshold would necessitate combat. Huang Sheng forcefully pushed through the crowd, seizing a dropped hammer from the ground, and swung it fiercely at the lantern-bearer, who was engrossed in its gruesome feast. With a resounding thud, the lantern-bearer stumbled, its blood-soaked robe causing it to plummet to the ground. At that moment, Huang Sheng finally beheld the true nature of the lantern-bearer. Its skin was pallid and sickly yellow, marred by unsettling green spots and black blemishes. The flesh on its cheeks had withered away, revealing a ghastly dental arch, while its bulging eyes exuded an unsettling malevolence. Its arms were emaciated, covered in sporadic patches of black hair. The lantern at its side was toppled, seemingly ruptured, releasing a tide of foul odor unlike any other. Chapter 006. Black currency. That strike had decisively shattered the fragile balance of courage and retreat among the onlookers. The previously vocal boy bellowed, "I'll chop you up." He brandished a shovel and charged forth, delivering a thunderous blow to the creature's head. An overwhelming surge of individuals swarmed in, some frantically assaulting the lantern-bearer, while others rushed toward the entrance, colliding with the two other lantern-bearers who had just entered. As the lantern-bearer was pummeled into submission, it ferociously grasped hold of two individuals, clutching their legs with an iron grip. Huang Sheng observed as their limbs trembled violently, the exposed skin on their legs rapidly turning a ghastly gray. "Ah, my leg!" They screamed in agony, their strength waning as they desperately clutched their limbs, oblivious to the source of their torment. "Let go, damn it! Let go!" shouted the bespectacled boy, who, despite his genteel appearance, wielded the shovel with ferocity, cleaving at the lantern-bearer's arm. Huang Sheng acted swiftly, his blade-like spear tip slicing cleanly through the lantern-bearer's opposite arm, prying away the fingers that still clung to the boy's leg. The moment was fleeting, yet he could discern a deep imprint on the boy's calf, a clear sign of the lantern-bearer's malign influence. In mere seconds, the majority of the boy's lower leg, knee joint, and part of his thigh had been overtaken by the creeping gray hue. Fortunately, the encroachment ceased as the lantern-bearer released its hold. However, the affected areas of skin appeared lifeless, as if already deceased. Huang Sheng's heart raced, It was imperative to avoid contact with the lantern bearer. Prolonged contact could lead to widespread necrosis of bodily tissues and cells. He scanned his surroundings, noting that Mar had arrived, albeit with only Zhang Rui accompanying him. With a nod of understanding, the two cautiously edged along the wall and surged through the exit. The lantern bearer, besieged by the frenzied onslaught, appeared to have succumbed. Huangsheng noticed a floating orb of light materializing beside the fallen creature, a grayish sphere cradling a small, black paper resembling a bill. Indeed, it dropped items. Huangsheng mused. However, he refrained from seizing it. The campus was becoming increasingly swarmed with lantern-bearers, and he had no need for this one dead outside. The two lantern-bearers had been overwhelmed by the crowd, although they still struggled. Those inside could now escape safely. Upon exiting, Huangsheng moved toward a secluded area. This was a financial university, not overly large, yet it possessed many secluded and desolate corners that the flashlight beam swept across the landscape. He soon spotted something nestled in a wall corner. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a gray wooden box, roughly the size of a small speaker, adorned with a delicate lock. Huangsheng's heart quickened, and he approached it eagerly. Yet, just as he neared the box, a faint whiff of a peculiar odor wafted through the air, causing him to recoil instinctively. It was the distinctive scent emanating from the lantern-bearer. Though faint, its presence was undeniable. Curse it! There's an ambush. The reason he was able to discern this object at first glance was that it had managed to obscure the stench of fresh blood upon his entry into the hall. Leaving a profound impression, he treaded cautiously along the corner. Footsteps echoed behind him, and with a flash of light, two lanterns were ignited in succession. Could it be that someone with a lantern had extinguished their light in advance to lie in wait here? Moreover, they were poised to ambush right in front of the treasure. Although he had deliberately traversed the more obscure corners, prepared for a sudden onslaught, the audacity of two creatures lying in ambush was utterly shameless. Something felt amiss. If the lantern-bearers possessed such cunning to lay in wait, they would not have exhibited such foolishness moments ago, carelessly feasting without regard for their surroundings. Had they quietly grown stronger with the passage of time? Huangsheng's mind raced, seemingly pondering over many thoughts. Yet in reality, it was merely the blink of an eye in that moment. He instinctively drew a combat card for use that a shadowy figure manifested, mirroring his own physique, and charged fiercely at one of the monsters. With a military-style punch, he struck the creature squarely in the face, the sheer force knocking it to the ground. Not one to remain idle, he faced the monster that had appeared behind him. Holding the flashlight in his mouth and gripping his gun with both hands, launching a fierce thrust forward, the lantern-bearer, unarmed and defenseless, attempted to catch the weapon with its bare hands, but Huangsheng swiftly maneuvered, thrusting the gun into its chest with a decisive jab. The barrel penetrated effortlessly into its flesh. He pulled the gun back momentarily, but as soon as he felt the absence of resistance, he drove the spear back in with renewed vigor. 3 consecutive thrusts. The lantern had long since fallen to the ground, and after a brief struggle, the lantern-bearer ceased to move, a gray light orb manifesting beside it. Just as he finished his task, the commotion ahead came to a close. The shadow had been relentlessly pounding away at its adversary, its grunts and groans echoing continuously, having delivered an unknown number of blows to the monster it faced. At this moment, the shadow stood proudly, fist raised, awaiting the moment it would vanish, while the defeated creature lay sprawled on the ground. Huangsheng approached, intending to deliver a finishing shot, only to discover that the unfortunate soul had already collapsed. Another gray orb appearing beside it, a slight smile crept onto his face. This card was indeed formidable. In his maiden battle, he had taken on 2 foes, and with the card's assistance, had thoroughly dispatched one, allowing him to focus all his efforts on the other, thus rendering this victory particularly swift and decisive. Each gray orb contained a piece of black paper resembling currency he had encountered earlier. Reaching out to touch the orb, the paper materialized in his hand, and he picked up a small wooden box, retreating to a secure location before he began his inspection. The black paper bore the number 1. Soft yet remarkably resilient, its material a mystery to him. For now, he would treat it as a form of currency, tucking it away. With a swift motion, he shattered the lock on the small box. It sprang open to reveal a cushioned compartment containing 4 unidentified capsules. After collecting the capsules and confirming there was nothing else inside, he discarded the box. Stamina capsules. Effect: small recovery of consumed stamina. Only one may be taken within a certain time frame, and the more consumed during an event, the more diminished the effect. That IT was a restorative substance, quite beneficial. Huang Sheng felt a slight sense of relief as he carefully stowed the 4 capsules away. Becoming increasingly cautious upon realizing that some lantern bearers were exhibiting a degree of intelligence, that he opted to traverse only open spaces, meticulously observing his surroundings before making any turns or entering new areas. Thus far, he had eliminated 7 lantern bearers, 5 of which had dropped items, all invariably a single piece of black currency. Within the campus, as electricity continued to flow, the illuminated streetlights and lighting fixtures had increased compared to the initial state. Yet, for reasons unknown, the streetlights cast a dim light, illuminating a vastly reduced area, and a thin mist had appeared, obscuring visibility without warning. The combined effects of the dim lighting and fog did little to improve the visibility across the campus. Under the interplay of darkness and mist, sight was severely hindered. Had Huang Sheng not been familiar with the school, he might have refrained from wandering alone. Not only was their dormitory building affected, but students from other buildings also bravely ventured out. Furthermore, there were numerous gathering spots on campus, such as the teaching buildings, library, cafeteria, playground, and staff dormitories, contributing to a significant number of teachers and students roaming the grounds, leading to many clashes with the lantern bearers. However, from the reports that filtered back, while news of vanquishing lantern bearers was frequent, there had been at least a dozen casualties among those who fell victim to ambushes. Even before engaging in direct confrontation, this undoubtedly cast a shadow of gloom over everyone's hearts. More troubling was the apparent misfortune. Few had stumbled upon any useful items, and the Soul Restart liquid had yet to make a second appearance. The overwhelming majority found nothing of value, while sporadically, individuals went missing and casualties continued to rise. Huang Sheng had already encountered 3 scenes of devastation along his path. That it was evident that the situation within the school was far from favorable. Just then, a notification on his phone caught his attention. Given that the network had not been interrupted, maintaining communication with classmates and various campus groups was essential, so he had remained vigilant for any messages. Glancing down, he was surprised to find that his counselor, Bai Mengxue, was attempting to reach him. Huang Sheng, could you come to my office in the main teaching building? I saw you from upstairs, Bai Laoshi. You're still at school? Wasn't it already after hours when the incident occurred? Huang Sheng replied cautiously, keeping an eye on his surroundings, that he looked towards the main teaching building. It was indeed not far from where he stood. And since their college office was on the upper floors, it was entirely reasonable for her to have spotted him amidst the densely lit area. The main teaching building housed numerous classrooms, used for lectures during the day and self-study at night, resulting in a significant number of students lingering within, many windows still aglow. Bai Mengshue's voice came through in response, melodic yet tinged with frustration. I wish I could leave too. Do you think being a counselor is easy? This afternoon, I had to argue with teacher Wang Chong over your matter for quite a while. He just wouldn't forgive you, wasting a considerable amount of time. By the time I returned to my office, I still had forms and other paperwork to fill out, so I couldn't find the time to head home. Feeling embarrassed, Huang Sheng realized it was indeed due to his own actions. This half-balding fellow was truly infuriating. He hoped he wouldn't run into him on a dark road. Chapter 007. The Understanding Girl by Mengxue, with a name reminiscent of a character from a novel, would not easily be overshadowed by an ordinary family. She was indeed a woman of privilege. When the new students enrolled in their year, Bai Mengxue had just graduated with her bachelor's degree and was now a first-year graduate student at the same institution. Huang Sheng was nearing his senior year, and she had just begun her role as a counselor. Having adapted to the job during her 3rd year of graduate studies, she had already been guiding them for a year. Huang Sheng speculated that after 2 years as a counselor, Bai Mengxue would transition into the local education system, securing a position close to home with fewer responsibilities, a standard career path for women of privilege. This had fostered a favorable relationship between Bai Mengxue and her students. For instance, during finals, when struggling students required parents from distant cities or provinces to rush to the school, she would resolve such matters whenever possible. Or at least consider the students' and parents' needs in instances of student altercations or chronic absenteeism. While other counselors might handle the situation severely, Bai Laoshi either feigned ignorance or, when truly serious, would take the students to a fine restaurant, enjoying a meal while discussing the matter in a gentle manner, often leading to a satisfactory resolution. Moreover, Huang Sheng, being without parents, was naturally a focal point of her care. In his past memories, he felt immense gratitude and support towards Bai Laoshi. That a counselor like her was certainly worth Huang Sheng's protection. A side note, Huang Sheng was 21 this year, while Bai Laoshi appeared to be 3 years his senior. However, due to her early schooling and skipping grades, she was only 22. Please stay in your office, Bai Laoshi. I'll come find you shortly. Rest assured, there's no danger around the main teaching building right now. Don't frighten yourself unnecessarily, Huang Sheng reassured her with a smile. Why would I have to go to the main teaching building myself? Of course, I'm scared. It's perfectly normal for a young girl in her 20s to be frightened out of her wits. Bai Mingxiu sent a voice message, sounding quite pitiful. Is that true? Then hurry up. If something happens, your beautiful counselor will be lost, unable to blossom before wilting away. He concealed his phone and approached the playground from the side. The athletic field at night, illuminated by bright outdoor lights before they were turned off, had much of the mist dispersed, providing a relatively clear view. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air. And under the illumination, he could discern several lifeless bodies alongside the deceased lantern-bearers. Clearly, a battle had erupted here not long ago, resulting in casualties on both sides. Typically, this area would be bustling with students at this hour. As it was just after school, there would be hundreds of individuals strolling, jogging, exercising, and socializing, but now almost all had fled. Only about a dozen individuals remained, shivering and seeking refuge beneath the podium. The intense outdoor lights offered a sense of security, primarily to the female crowd. Do not question why they did not flee. It has been said that some individuals, when confronted with danger, become paralyzed with fear. It was not unusual for a crowd of several hundred to yield only a handful of those who remained. One could only lament the lack of awareness among the students of the university. Why was no one assisting the frightened souls? At that moment, he noticed 2 lantern-bearers emerging from a small door on one side of the playground. They strode in, their bodies rigid as they scanned the area, then fixed their gaze directly on the crowd. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the onlookers, clearly indicating that their composure was unraveling. Among them, 3 or 4 mustered the strength to rise. Their inner fortitude ignited, and they managed to regain some strength, hastily fleeing. However, the remaining frightened individuals were utterly incapacitated, unable to even stand with the support of the walls. If the situation continued to escalate, the playground might as well be renamed Fallen Phoenix Slope, with 10 souls perishing in a single encounter. As the saying goes, gossip is the essence of humanity. Huang Sheng stood outside, gazing intently within. It is commonly believed that humans can unleash extraordinary strength when faced with life-and-death situations. What a fallacy. Help, classmates. He heard that we are all classmates. How can you stand by and do nothing? With so many girls here, is it appropriate for one boy to merely watch? Where is your sense of chivalry? A few of the paralyzed individuals, though incapacitated, still had their wits about them and quickly shouted towards Huang Sheng, who was leaning against the barbed wire fence. Caught off guard by their moral pleas, Huang Sheng suddenly realized why no one was intervening. They had some awareness of the situation. However, amidst the chaos, one girl stood out with her soothing voice. The most beautiful girl in a short skirt spoke straightforwardly. I'm Song Ting, a sophomore in foreign languages, and I know you, regardless of whether you have a girlfriend. If you help me escape, I will be your girlfriend. Not only will it cost you nothing, but I'll also buy you a PS5 and a 4090 and play games with you. Help me. Please. Huang Sheng's eyes lit up. The notion of a girlfriend was secondary. How dare she covet his physique? Wasn't he that merely shameless? Yet he truly needed that 4090, but it had to be cash. He was down to his last 200 yuan and had nearly faced homelessness today. This girl seemed like a glimmer of hope. Still, he called out, "You need to put that in writing." It wasn't that he didn't trust her. It was just that he feared being taken for a fool. In times of crisis, who could tell if she was trying to deceive him? There were far too many deceivers in this world. The girl in the short skirt became anxious. I swear. The BMW 3 Series parked under dormitory 4 is mine. I have money. I, Song Ting, am an honest person. Huang Sheng recalled a BMW he had seen in passing, and it indeed belonged to her. What a coincidence. All right, I'll trust you this time. That I'm coming. He entered the playground through another small door, ready to confront the lantern bearers. The lantern bearers drew closer to the crowd. Huang Sheng quickly approached, the distance between them diminishing at varying speeds that he wondered whether these two might yield something unexpected. Just as he prepared to accelerate, the two lantern bearers, previously fixated on their targets, suddenly turned their gazes towards him. Simultaneously, their lanterns lifted high, illuminating his face. This was an unprecedented occurrence, unlike any he had encountered before with the lantern bearers he had attacked. Could it be that these creatures had grown stronger? Anomalies often herald danger. Yet without giving him a moment to react, the elevated lanterns released a noxious green gas that assaulted his senses. Huang Sheng, intending to retreat, felt his body weaken, helplessly watching as they closed in on him. Could this peculiar odor also incapacitate him? Why hadn't they employed this tactic sooner? It reeked of dishonor. The lantern bearers, once ambling, accelerated towards the two women with a speed akin to a normal human run. Leaving Huang Sheng no time to react, he hastily summoned another combat card. Fortunately, he had managed to find refuge on the rooftop earlier, granting him ample time to prepare his cards. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. A shadowy figure surged forward, intercepting the two lantern bearers, combining military-style combat with his own skills to halt the creatures in their tracks. Huang Sheng inhaled deeply and quickly retreated, witnessing the shadowy figure ensnare one of the lantern bearers while he circled around to the other. This creature, noticing his approach, advanced towards him with alarming speed, showing a remarkable sense of cooperation. Fully focused, Huang Sheng adapted to the strange gas that diminished his strength and lunged forward with his spear. In combat, even a small advantage could prove pivotal. Although his spear was only 1.5 meters long, its agility and length were now exceptionally advantageous. After a feint, he decisively thrust it into the beast's heart. With a twist of his wrist, he did not allow the creature a moment's respite, stepping forward and delivering another ruthless thrust. The lantern bearer fell lifelessly, a light orb appearing beside it, an indication of its demise. The second lantern bearer succumbed to the relentless assault as well. The immediate threat neutralized as anticipated. They dropped a reward beyond mere currency, a ring that emanated an eternal chill. This ring, though crudely fashioned and unembellished, bore an intriguing effect. The awakening ring, which would continuously stimulate the wearer, ensuring alertness in various perilous situations such as mind control, hypnosis, or other sinister tactics. Such underhanded methods could easily ensnare the unwary. Countless heroes in novels and films had fallen prey to similar traps. Thus, the awakening ring, while not immediately useful, could very well prove life-saving in dire circumstances that he slipped it onto his left middle finger. Chapter 008. They are growing stronger. Huang Sheng approached the group of individuals who had just moments ago been terrified beyond measure and were now slumped, almost lifeless. Among them, the beautiful girl in the short skirt, Song Ting, appeared relatively stable, though she leaned against the wall, struggling to regain her strength. Dressed in sheer black stockings and a black pleated skirt with a thin white blouse, she seemed to have survived the ordeal. After catching her breath, she slowly approached Huang Sheng, albeit cautiously. "Do you really know me?" Huang Sheng inquired, having caught her earlier declaration. Upon scrutinizing her closely, he regrettably concluded that he did not recognize her from his social circle. Was she attempting to deceive him? "You said you were an honest person?" Tears from her earlier panic still streaked her face as she explained. "Last year, during the English course, you failed and attended our class for the supplementary exam prep." "You don't remember?" Huang Sheng's smile froze. "Failed? Who on earth failed? That is pure slander. All right, if your memory is so sharp, then let us settle the score for that PS5 and 4090 to just give me the cash equivalent. And I want to hold it against you. Let us say a modest configuration totals 15,000 yuan. No delays, he gestured with his fingers, indicating his demand. Seeing him demand payment, Song Ting bit her lip. Torn between words, just as Huang Sheng suspected she might renege, she tilted her head back, eyes closed, and shyly suggested, "Darling, could you take me out of here first? My phone is in the dormitory." Huang Sheng was taken aback. Was she serious? Was this how second-year students flirt? Did she not realize the implications of calling him darling? Was he falling behind in the trends? But wait, hadn't she previously mentioned that it didn't matter whether he had a girlfriend or not? If that were the case, let us keep it casual for now. You can still call me senior. Huang Sheng shivered slightly, sensing that there was no immediate need for such stimulation. regardless of whether the call was genuine or feigned. The overly sweet tone made him feel somewhat awkward. Other matters could wait. For now, he would escort her to the nearest female dormitory. Supporting her, Huangsheng guided her to a nearby dormitory by the playground and knocked on the door, pushing her inside once it opened. This female dormitory, like others, was crowded on the first floor with anxious individuals. Many wanted to leave but dared not, while others felt reluctant to return to their rooms. "Bro, it's bad." At that moment, Mai sent over a video. From the background, it was unclear which corner of the campus it was filmed in, but his voice trembled with urgency. Those lantern creatures seemed to have become significantly stronger. They're not easy to deal with. Huangsheng, naturally, was much more aware of the situation than he let on. Elaborate. Initially, I, along with a group, set out to confront a solitary lantern bearer, and it went quite smoothly. Although some occasionally stumbled and got caught by their legs or arms, there was no life-threatening danger. However, we encountered another one just a while ago. That sly one not only ambushed us, but also illuminated us with its lantern. When we were caught in its light, our legs and arms turned to jelly. I managed to escape with a few others, but some collapsed right before the lantern bearer, likely already 6 feet under. Moreover, everyone we now faced seemed ferocious, moving much faster than before, that we dared not approach anymore. What should we do now? Huangsheng pondered. During your time out, have you gained anything? I received 2 black tickets and a mysterious black bead, though it doesn't specify what it is. Since you've made some gains, it's best to cash out while you can. You should hurry back. Also, advise the others that the danger on campus has significantly escalated. In this situation, you won't be able to handle it. One moment of carelessness and you might find yourself in dire straits. That sounds rather appealing. Well then, I will retreat right away, Mahi responded, and Huangsheng cut off the video, arriving at a conclusion. The lantern bearers on campus seemed to function as a cohesive unit. If one was found to have gained strength, it indicated that the others had likely strengthened as well. Perhaps the timing was not entirely synchronized, but it was merely a matter of sequence. Additionally, there was a disconcerting speculation. The lantern bearers, initially foolish and oblivious, had begun to develop ambush tactics, gradually becoming more vigilant in combat. Their running speed had significantly increased, and the lantern gas they could release at any moment could paralyze individuals, further amplifying their threat level as time passed. They were continuously growing stronger. This was an exceedingly dire revelation. This was merely the present, with less than 2 hours elapsed since the outbreak of the incident. What would happen in another 2 hours? If this continued, even I would have to avoid these creatures. No, while I still have the strength, I must seize the opportunity to accomplish a few more tasks. Huangsheng gritted his teeth. He had already expended half of his cards and needed to be exceedingly cautious. He plunged directly into the mist. At this moment, he could not afford to think too much. Upon encountering a solitary lantern bearer, he promptly dispatched it with a shot, quickly eliminating it and collecting the rewards before departing. Even if confronted by 2 at once, he devised ways to take them down one by one. Previously, he had nearly met his demise on the playground due to insufficient experience, but now, having adapted to the combat intensity, especially after learning the counterattack technique, battles had become relatively manageable. His cumulative kill count gradually increased, along with a growing stash of black cash. Throughout this period, he vividly felt his predictions materializing. The awareness and combat prowess of the lantern bearers were still steadily enhancing. In earlier encounters, although the opponents could react quickly, they always seemed a beat slower than him, resulting in a high success rate for his strikes and kills. Now, however, the opponents could sense his presence from a greater distance and pursued him with greater ferocity. In close combat, they had become notably sharper, especially when he struck the last lantern bearer. His quick thrust was unexpectedly dodged, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. This one do. If I don't retreat soon, I might end up in trouble. Huangsheng resolutely chose to flee. With his backpack on, panting heavily while wielding his long gun, he ascended the main teaching building, climbing nearly 100 steps to reach the entrance. Noticing a fallen flagpole from a financial academy, he took the tattered cloth to clean the grime from his weapon. Bai Mengxue had urged him repeatedly. Now he needed to head straight to her office. The main building was elevated, providing a clear view of the surroundings. Moreover, having fought just beneath it moments ago, the gathering crowd at the entrance observed his battle with keen interest. Upon entering, numerous voices hailed him with admiration. Male students were envious. while female students were flustered in the face of danger, casting fervent glances at him, many with an impolite hint of flirtation that a few female classmates even made bold insinuations, desperately hoping to stay close to him for safety. What kind of insinuations? Huangsheng shook his head in disbelief. What a decline in societal standards. Was this something to say in a public space? Why not add each other on WeChat for a private discussion? Consequently, his plan to take the elevator was thwarted. He had no intention of leading a throng to find Bai Mingxue, so he was compelled to take the stairs to shake off the crowd. Breathlessly, he ascended the stairwell. By the time he reached the office level of the Economics Institute, he felt utterly spent. What sin have I committed? Forced to climb dozens of flights of stairs. Who understands the plight of my family? After knocking on the office door, he was met with Bai Mingxue's relieved gaze as she exhaled with joy. He dropped his backpack and collapsed onto the sofa. Huangsheng felt as though he was about to burst into flames, thirsty. Palpating with anxiety, fatigued and drained, an onslaught of negative sensations crashed over him. Bai Mingxue's personal office was small, situated behind a larger office, invisible from the hallway, but benefiting from ample natural light from the southern window of the teaching building. Here, privacy and light conditions were excellent, a privilege not afforded to ordinary teachers, a clear advantage of having connections. Bai Mingxue appeared equally shaken, still grappling with lingering anxiety. While fetching hot water, she spilled half of it, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes were misty, clearly having cried during the moments of solitude. Huangsheng took the hot water and consumed a stamina capsule, instantly feeling a warm sensation radiate from his stomach, alleviating much of his physical distress. Thankfully, this medication proved reliable. He guzzled several cups of water and munched on chocolate bars for energy, collapsing on the sofa, utterly unwilling to move. The Soul Reboot liquid. He had just successfully procured a bottle. In his view, possessing too many of these was futile. They did not prevent death. Consuming this during an incident meant one could only resurrect post-event. That it was evident that one bottle sufficed for a single incident. No matter how many one had, there was no point unless one was the type to gulp it down at the slightest hint of danger, regardless of the potential for death. In such cases, its use could indeed expedite survival. Of course, acquiring more would be even better. Just because he didn't need it didn't mean others didn't have following this incident. It was clear that for the students and faculty of the Financial Academy, this item could fetch a staggering price. He plugged in his phone to charge. The situation on campus would undoubtedly continue to deteriorate, and he needed to recover his strength as swiftly as possible. Just then, he felt a fragrant breeze sweep by as Bai Mingxue settled beside him on the sofa. The teacher wrapped her cold arms around her shoulders, seemingly modestly covering herself, yet inadvertently accentuating her stature. Huangsheng cast a suspicious glance at his tutor. Why was she being so intimate? His heart raced. Then Bai Mingxue hesitantly spoke. Huangsheng, earlier there was an announcement about an F-class sudden crisis, wasn't there? Subsequently, it mentioned I had obtained some sort of police identity. Do you know what that is about? It seems others don't have it. Chapter 009. A disorganized mob is not to be relied upon. On the surface, Huangsheng remained unfazed, but internally, he was taken aback. Her? A police officer? In truth, Huangsheng had speculated from the outset that he was not the only one to have attained a certain professional identity. The cardmaker role was merely temporary. He needed to successfully navigate the current predicament to secure a permanent position. This bore a distinctly test-like quality, entirely unlike the prestige and dramatic entrance one would expect from a unique cheat. It resembled more a group of individuals undergoing evaluation, awaiting confirmation of their status. As anticipated, a second professional emerged, with a designation that differed from his own. Remarkably, it was that of a police officer. What could this police identity signify? It compelled me to delve into the secrets of my own identity, yet I found myself utterly at a loss, unable to uncover anything of substance. Teacher Bai expressed her bewilderment in the wake of the crisis. She was so disoriented that considerations of professional identities were the least of her worries, that it seemed utterly nonsensical. Survival took precedence above all. Her perspective on such matters was straightforward. Seek clarity from professionals. The students before her, along with the junior, appeared quite knowledgeable. Goodness, they were adept at concealing their capabilities. Typically unassuming, in this dire moment they unleashed their full potential. Asking them for guidance felt like a wise choice. As surely they would possess greater understanding than herself. Yes, a privileged heiress. Teacher Bai's sole purpose in life had been to savor every moment, instilling in her a character that was both cautious and conservative. There was no danger worth risking her well-being. One could only imagine the predicament of such an individual trapped within the main teaching building. It was inevitable she would remain inside, even refraining from venturing into her office. Why? Even on the first floor, where several teachers mingled with students, her absence was conspicuous. She remained ensconced in her limited space, trembling at the influx of chat messages, rendering her incapable of any meaningful contemplation. For Huang Sheng, Bai Mengshue's professional identity was a fortuitous revelation. The unique nature of his card-maker role suggested that his identity was indeed exceptional. The police, without a doubt, embodied a noble profession, and Bai would undoubtedly become a significant asset within his network. The woman before him exuded an alluring charm, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush that hinted at prior emotional turmoil, and her large, glistening eyes gazed at him with an air of vulnerability. This certainly seemed more indicative of an ideal partner than a mere police officer. Surely, identities were not assigned haphazardly. Huang Sheng stroked his chin, reflecting that his own card-maker role lacked any convoluted intricacies. He simply crafted cards by hand, ultimately unlocking the ability to create. Thus, the elusive secret of identity likely lay in its superficial meaning. Be it a card-maker crafting cards, a doctor saving lives, or a janitor maintaining cleanliness .as for the police, did it entail apprehending wrongdoers? Naturally, the lantern-wielding figures were the criminals in question. But surely, those creatures were now quite formidable. Teacher Bai, why not don a police uniform? Perhaps accessorizing with a radio and handcuffs would enhance the authenticity of your role, Huang Sheng earnestly suggested. Beyond the act of apprehending criminals, the police identity appeared to hinge significantly on the uniform, which might also be the key to activating her professional abilities. Bai Mengxue paused, then retorted, should I also wear stockings and high heels, and perhaps apply some makeup, topped off with a short skirt? Huang Sheng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by her response. Was this truly the direction she intended to take? Upon observing his silence, Bai Mengxue assumed his acquiescence, her annoyance palpable as she clenched the soft flesh at his waist. You little rascal, do you not realize how inappropriate your thoughts are at a time like this? Are you still entertaining such lewd notions? In their class, the older students were roughly of the same age as Bai Mengxue, with the younger ones merely a couple of years her junior. In essence, she was of their peer group, and they often shared jokes without much reservation. They frequently invited her to join in their playful banter, cultivating a camaraderie that was quite close. Thus, it was indeed amusing to observe her chastising him as if he were a soldier returning from battle, engaging in flirtation. Huang Sheng found it rather humorous. Who among them could grasp the absurdity of the situation? My intention was merely to suggest you embody the role of a police officer, to see if it might trigger any latent abilities or provide hints. Bai Mengxue, still pinching the waist of the younger student, found herself at a loss. Suddenly, the realization struck her like lightning. She had been navigating the wrong path entirely. Glancing at the flustered beauty beside him, Huang Sheng suppressed his inner turmoil and moved to the window. Peering outside, he noticed that the fog had thickened considerably since his arrival. Even from the elevated vantage point of the main teaching building, it was becoming increasingly difficult to discern the happenings within the campus, as visibility was severely compromised. Meanwhile, a barrage of grim updates flooded the group chats, detailing the dire circumstances unfolding. The very individuals who had previously banded together to defeat the lantern-wielding figures were now experiencing catastrophic setbacks. Those fortunate enough managed to escape with their lives, while others suffered casualties, with videos emerging capturing the annihilation of entire small teams. Bai Mengshue's network within the school was undoubtedly more extensive than his own, and her access to information was swift. She opened a video for Huang Sheng to view that IT depicted a group of individuals frantically fleeing, the footage shaky and unclear, yet it captured a harrowing scene behind them. Two lantern-wielding figures were in pursuit, their speed matching that of the fleeing group. Looking further back, the ground was littered with the fallen, each writhing in agony, clutching their wounds, yet the lantern-wielding figures showed no mercy, merely striking down those in their path, prioritizing the living targets before them. Huang Sheng vividly recalled the scene he had witnessed upon descending from the top floor. The hallways had been clogged with individuals, yet the lantern-wielding figures had shown no regard. Instead, feasting upon the fallen, in stark contrast to the current chaos. He realized he needed to strategize for what lay ahead. The campus had become perilously dangerous. Unless he utilized his cards, he could no longer afford to venture outside recklessly. The main teaching building had now become his battlefield. Fortunately, it housed numerous students, along with a few trapped faculty members like Bai Mengxue. With so many present, it was imperative to secure all entrances. As long as they were separated by walls, the threat posed by the lantern-wielding figures remained limited. Without needing to voice it, the students within the teaching building were already taking action. When he had arrived, they had congregated on the first floor, staunchly barricading the two main doors. Yet, this was still insufficient. Modern buildings typically possess intricate structures, and aside from the main doors, there were numerous smaller entrances, fire escapes. And as the school's primary edifice, it had multiple access points to adjoining structures. Moreover, the underground parking garage was impossible to seal off. The sheer number of potential entry points made defense a daunting challenge. Rubbing his forehead, Huang Sheng had initially contemplated descending to coordinate the group's efforts, but now it seemed unnecessary. Those remaining in the teaching building were inherently conservative, lacking boldness. Merely guarding the two main doors would suffice. The myriad smaller doors and passages were an unknown quantity. Who could say how many existed, and how many might be overlooked? With fewer individuals present, their courage would only diminish. It was likely that the lantern-wielding figures would only reveal themselves once they were just a wall away, while those inside would be paralyzed with fear. Not to mention the sporadic influx of individuals seeking refuge from outside. Many would struggle to act when faced with death, yet if doors were frequently opened, the likelihood of the lantern-wielding figures following suit would increase dramatically. The group relied on their numbers and the barriers provided by walls to muster courage. Yet, should anything go awry, panic would undoubtedly ensue, rendering them unreliable. Chapter 10. The Secret of the Police Identity. I must assist teacher by unlocking her police identity. Helping her is tantamount to helping myself, that if she successfully acquires the abilities tied to her role, it will prove to be a tremendous boon for me. The main teaching building, though currently tranquil, may not remain so indefinitely. Are there truly no police uniforms to be found? Huang Sheng inquired. Bai Mengxue replied with resignation. We are at a school, not a police station. Where would we procure a uniform? Even security uniforms would suffice, Huang Sheng proposed. Initially, he had instinctively felt that her attire was of utmost importance, but the more he pondered it, the more he recognized the significance of the police profession. The uniform carried tremendous meaning. It was imperative that they at least attempt to procure one. Bai Mengxue expressed her realization and began to contemplate where within the building such an outfit might be located. Before long, she indeed found a suitable garment. Hurry and change. It seems the lantern-wielding figures are attempting to break down the main door. Huang Sheng urgently called out, surprised to find that the lantern-bearers were quite polite. Entering through the main door instead of groping for other passages, such as the two side doors that were also visible at a glance. However, the attire available at school was universally understood. And this was still the outfit that Bai Mengxue had retrieved from a teacher's cabinet. The quality of the clothing was somewhat subpar and ill-fitting, but she recognized the urgency of the situation and, disregarding any concerns about discretion, hastened to change. Shortly thereafter, the two did not take the elevator, but hurriedly made their way to the fire escape. They traversed the fire escape down to the underground parking lot, with Huang Sheng leading the way, his long gun in hand. The thought of facing the terrifying monster outside made Bai Mengxue, who was only accustomed to butchering fish and chickens, feel dizzy with anxiety. The underground parking lot had only an entrance and exit, devoid of any grand doors, as the light from the street lamps outside streamed in. The two had already left the confines of the main teaching building. In the very next moment, a commotion emerged from the mist. Hearing the sound of hurried footsteps rapidly approaching, Huang Sheng quickly pulled Bai Mengxue back into the underground parking lot. Had the reaction time of these monsters increased so dramatically? Just as this thought crossed Huang Sheng's mind, a lantern-bearer broke through the fog and rushed into that moment. Bai Mengxue, filled with excitement, whispered, Huang Sheng, there's a prompt. I see a prompt. Should we proceed to capture the criminal in front of us? Bai Mengxue read aloud the floating text information hovering above the lantern-bearer's head in her interface. Yes, Huang Sheng affirmed, assisting her in making the choice. Bai Mengxue hurriedly added, the criminal's movement speed is reduced by 20 for a duration of 30 seconds. If the capture ultimately fails, I will incur a penalty of 2 hours of weakness. Change your clothes and let's see. Huang Sheng urged, his gaze fixed on the opposing figure, reminding her that the enhancements of her profession were remarkably potent. He had been cautious earlier, intentionally advising Bai Mengxue to bring an extra set of clothing, in case they triggered something while wearing the uniform, that he wanted to observe whether changing into other clothes or covering them would yield any different effects. Bai Mengxue, not daring to look at the lantern-bearer, quickly changed her top, donning a white sweater jacket, and immediately, the information before her transformed again. The criminal's movement speed is reduced by 5 for a duration of 5 seconds. If the capture fails, it will be as if there were no penalty. Keep trying. Huang Sheng encouraged, simultaneously stepping away from Bai Mengxue, diverting the lantern-bearer's intense focus and burgeoning desire to attack. Bai Mengxue slipped into the uniform, layering the sweater over it. Movement speed reduced by 10 for 10 seconds, with a penalty of 40 minutes of weakness. Huang Sheng grasped the situation. It seemed her profession indeed relied heavily on her attire. Without the uniform top, her ability to suppress the criminal was merely 5, that this likely stemmed from the police cap, the plastic handcuffs at her waist, the baton, and the short uniform skirt that barely qualified as police attire. If she were to remove these, her identity as a police officer would likely be rendered completely ineffective. The more complete her uniform, the greater the suppression it exerted on the criminals. Although it was evident that this was a sham uniform, it remained unclear why it still triggered her professional passive ability. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. It indicated that the uniform was versatile, a fortunate circumstance to at this juncture. Bai Mengxue removed her outer jacket, fully revealing her police uniform, maximizing the property suppression against the lantern-bearer. At that moment, both Huang Sheng and the lantern-bearer seemed to share an unspoken connection, charging towards one another in unison. As they approached within mere meters, Huang Sheng was assaulted by a pungent odor, accompanied by a faint grayish-green gas. His body swiftly sensed an anomaly. His strength began to wane, a decline much more pronounced than during his last encounter with a lantern-bearer before ascending the stairs. Before he could fully close the distance, Huang Sheng swiftly drew a card from his possession. This was his final combat card, and he dared not recklessly engage a creature that had been further enhanced. Instead, he planned to analyze its strength from the safety of the shadows. As his thoughts crystallized, the card disintegrated into fragments, scattering like dandelion seeds in the air. The shadowy figure immediately entered combat mode, initiating with a move known as the twisting wrist. This was the first strike in a series of military boxing moves contained within the 3 cards he had previously acquired. The shadowy figure swiftly seized the lantern-bearer's vacant hand and, after gaining control, executed a swift maneuver. In the moment of transition, the shadowy figure delivered a forceful knee strike, causing the lantern-bearer to lose its lantern. The attack was a combination of 3 military boxing techniques that Huang Sheng had recorded while crafting his cards. Following the completion of the shadowy figure series of strikes, the lantern-bearer, just as before, was incapacitated, utterly helpless. However, unlike before, it remained alive, its vitality evidently stronger. Huang Sheng rushed forward, delivering 2 piercing shots, swiftly dispatching the foe. As the shadowy figure began to dissipate, 2 luminous orbs materialized beside the lantern-bearer's body. One orb contained a pair of black fingerless gloves, while the other housed a small object resembling a remote control car key. What a stroke of luck! 2 pieces of equipment at once, just like hitting the jackpot. Chapter 011. Text communicator. The fingerless gloves lacked any descriptive text, but upon wearing them, Huang Sheng could distinctly feel the enhanced protection they provided to his hands. Using the long gun, he found his grip much more comfortable, and his strength seemed to have increased. Undoubtedly, this was an item of great utility for him. The text communicator with the effect, after authenticating at most one target, it allows for text communication with that target within the area. This seemed akin to a communication device, reminiscent of the beepers from 20 years ago. Given that authentication was required in advance and only one target could be called at a time, it meant that he needed to lock onto a single companion. Huang Sheng, who planned to operate independently going forward, found little interest in this device. He had no idea whom to lock onto, and currently, none of the people he knew seemed capable of aiding him. Moreover, in the event of an emergency, without a trustworthy companion, it felt utterly superfluous. He would rather trade it for some currency, which was far more scarce at the moment. The 2 decided to test it out, with Bai Mengxue temporarily locking on a Huang Sheng with the communicator. After ascending to the previous level, they exchanged messages through steel-reinforced concrete. The text messages sent by Mengxue were automatically relayed into Huang Sheng's mind, materializing as text before his eyes. The same occurred in reverse. The process was seamless, confirming that the device functioned properly. Here, take this. Huang Sheng handed the text communicator to Bai Mengxue, reasoning that as a police officer, a communication device was most suited for her. Given Bai Mengxue's character, she would undoubtedly not accept anything without compensation. He was bound to come out ahead in this exchange. "Thank you, Junior," Bai Mengxue replied sweetly, happily examining the text communicator, marveling at its operation without needing power. Despite its archaic appearance, especially when compared to modern technology, it was essential not to underestimate its value. Did I end this crisis at school? The absence of power or internet connectivity had been fortuitous. Even having watched a few disaster or horror films, one knew that power and internet were the first to fail, rendering them incredibly fragile. Should they encounter a similar danger in the future, and if communications were cut off, this device could serve as a powerful means of contact. Furthermore, from the perspective of preventing surveillance through phone taps or chats, its worth was immeasurable. "Once we're out, just tell me what you want. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can buy you anything." Bai Mengxue confidently patted her chest, aware that the junior before her had no family and thus likely possessed no savings. Money, on the other hand, was precisely what she had in abundance. At this moment, they remained in the underground parking lot. Bai Mengxue hid to the side, her gaze fixed on the lantern-bearer in combat with Huang Sheng. The prompt indicating that it had temporarily weakened the opponent's reaction time by 20. That indeed, the first time had reduced movement speed, and now it was reaction time, suggesting that her profession randomly affected the target's attributes. Undoubtedly, this was an immensely powerful support ability, yet it also bore significant limitations. First, she lacked the ability to engage directly, necessitating reliable and potent teammates. Second, if the battle ended in failure, or even if the opponent escaped, she would immediately incur a penalty for a failed capture. Huang Sheng felt his wrist jolt as the lantern-bearer forcefully swatted his gun aside, prompting him to take 2 steps back. His expression grave. Even with a weakened reaction time, this lantern-bearer remained a formidable adversary that he realized that from this point onward, he could no longer contend with the lantern-bearer in a one-on-one situation, and he had lost the capacity to leave the building. Meanwhile, within the school, anyone brave enough to linger was likely to meet a grim fate, making it increasingly difficult to rely on luck. This was also the reason he did not return immediately after testing his card's combat capabilities and helping Bai Mengxue ascertain her identity. He needed to seize the opportunity for the two of them to cooperate and eliminate a few more foes before he became unable to take the field. With a feint of his gun, he aimed to distract and flank. As the lantern-bearer was successfully ensnared, collapsing with a hand clasped around his neck, Huang Sheng seized a previously unseen black banknote with a denomination of 5. After cautiously battling through 2 encounters, he felt his strength waning rapidly, rendering him unable to continue fighting. The pair exited the underground parking lot, returning to the academic building, eventually finding their way back to the office. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from downstairs, followed by a cacophony of screams and cries that hit the main entrance of the teaching building. One of the doors was finally breached by a group of relentless lantern-bearers after sustained assault. In the office, Huang Sheng lifted a sealed bucket of water and located a toolbox containing wires and pliers from the comprehensive office, accompanied by Bai Mengxue, who also carried a large backpack filled with fruits and food. They left the office. In the corridor, the air was filled with frenzied screams, curses, wails, and pleas for mercy emanating from the lower levels. Although they were still several stories above, the sounds twisted and turned through the stairwell, reaching them with alarming clarity. Bai Mengxue's heart was heavy with sorrow and sympathy for the students within the building, coupled with immense dread and relief. Had it not been for Huang Sheng's constant companionship, she could only imagine how her fearful self would have fared. Clutching Huang Sheng's long gun with both hands, they now aimed to seek refuge on the rooftop of the main teaching building. Huang Sheng, with his backpack slung over one shoulder, held the bucket of water in one hand while the other was busy spraying Bai Mengxue's perfume. As they moved, he was uncertain whether the lantern-bearers could detect them through sound, sight, or scent, but it was better to err on the side of caution. Even if it seemed futile, by masking their human scent with the perfume, they aimed to minimize any potential risks. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found the layout of the main teaching building rather intricate. Ordinarily, students would struggle to locate the path from the highest floor to the roof. After navigating the fire escape for quite some time, they finally arrived here after passing through several utility rooms. Along the way, Huangsheng diligently locked every door behind them, reinforcing them with sticks, pliers, and thick wires. Exiting through a small iron door on the rooftop, he meticulously wrapped chains around it, securely isolating the small entrance from the floors below. With Bai Mengxue beside him, they ventured to the opposite end of the rooftop, seeking a spot that shielded them from prying eyes, yet allowed them to observe the chaos below. They finally paused, discovering the rooftop littered with dust and debris blown in from unknown origins. Huangsheng had brought a thin blanket from the office, which they laid on the ground before leaning against the protective wall. The wind howled above, and as night fell, the temperature dropped further. Bai Mengxue, draped in a thick coat, curled up her legs, burying her head in Huangsheng's embrace, her arms wrapped around him as she drifted off to sleep. Huangsheng rested one hand gently on her leg, his arm forming a protective arc, while his other hand perused messages on his phone. The campus had transformed into a slaughterhouse. Those who had not returned to the building were seldom able to escape. Occasionally, lifeless bodies could be seen sprawled on the ground, the air thick with the stench of decay and blood. Each building had been barricaded fiercely by faculty and students alike, with countless tables, chairs, and iron beds blocking doors, driven by sheer terror as they frantically fortified their defenses at the behest of the outside world. Chapter 012. Mutation. In contrast, some less fortified buildings had already succumbed to the lantern bearers, who had entered one after another. They asked for the occupants within. Whether they were playing hide-and-seek or racing against them, their fate was left to chance. However, one could be certain that survivors would be few. Huangsheng was the most qualified to comment on the lantern bearers' evolving strength. For ordinary individuals, facing them now was akin to walking a path of certain death. Beneath their feet, the main teaching building was filled with numerous rooms and a complex structure, with the remaining students desperately navigating through several auxiliary buildings and nearly 20 floors. Unlike other buildings, the ample space and multitude of doors and obstacles here offered a glimmer of hope for those willing to run. Huangsheng sighed inwardly, lamenting that he had not saved anyone. During his ascent, he had seen no one to rescue, or else he might have brought someone along. That it was absurd to expect him to venture downstairs specifically to retrieve someone. Such an act would likely lead to the entire building converging on him. And if news spread that someone had been watching them perish from above, his piece atop the roof would be shattered, digging a grave for himself. "Brother, where are you now?" Mahi inquired at that moment. Huangsheng casually replied that he was in a safe place, and asked about the dormitory situation. The iron-framed beds and various luggage have barricaded the entrance down there so thoroughly that even if those monsters dismantle the door, they can't get in, Mahi exclaimed, his tone brimming with excitement. "Right now, we have nearly 1,000 boys in our building, and many have previously fought against the monsters that were not afraid of them. Even if they charge in, we will fight back." Huangsheng smiled slightly. This was precisely why he hoped Mahi and the others would venture out. There were gains to be had, and even without them, it would build their courage. Mahi and his group were in good spirits. As long as there were no major mishaps, the nearly 1,000 occupants of the dormitory should manage just fine. Monsters may be formidable, but in the face of so many prepared and courageous individuals, they would be at a disadvantage. The dormitory was unlike the main teaching building, which was a single entry point and served as a place of residence. Here, the odds were favorable due to the sheer number of people, tools, and familiarity with one another, resulting in a significant morale boost. Meanwhile, outside, the police, military, and certain specialized departments had effectively surrounded the entire campus like an iron fortress. It seemed that every relevant department in the city had mobilized, exerting every effort to assist the students trapped inside. The current state of Mahi and his companions was significantly influenced by the encouragement, mobilization, and technical guidance from the outside. Recent reports indicated that the shadow enveloping the school was gradually beginning to lift, but it was uncertain how long it would take for the darkness to dissipate completely. Time passed slowly, with night deepening and the air growing colder. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow, causing even Huangsheng to shiver slightly. In the middle of the night, Bai Mengxue awoke, clutching Huangsheng's hands tightly around her waist, then burrowing entirely into his embrace as she began to play with her phone. The intimacy of their proximity allowed them to better withstand the chill of the night. They conversed softly. Gradually, Huangsheng's hands began to wander. Bai Mingxue, seemingly oblivious, only cast a reproachful glance at him when his fingers neared sensitive areas. Huangsheng chuckled awkwardly, tightening his embrace around her, embarrassed to push further, and settled into a quiet wait for dawn. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that only a few hours remained until morning arrived, and with it, the hope that the crisis would pass. However, fate had other plans. A fierce, discordant, and piercing roar erupted from an unknown corner of the campus, shattering their drowsiness. Springing to their feet, they hurriedly made their way towards the source of the sound. Cautiously peering down from the rooftop, thick fog swirled ominously, shifting with the night breeze. Just as their line of sight momentarily cleared, Huangsheng caught a glimpse through the camera of an extraordinarily unusual lantern-bearer below. Its tattered robes lay strewn about, and its body had grown taller, with a dull, yellowish skin marred by dark green spots. With bulging eyes that radiated malevolence, it panted heavily, scanning its surroundings. Before long, it seemed to have found its target, its legs propelling it into a sudden leap, vanishing from sight. Huangsheng quickly searched, discovering its form darting through the fog like a specter, through the intermittent visibility created by the swirling mist. He concluded that this mutated lantern-bearer possessed both terrifying jumping and climbing abilities. Capable of moving with astonishing speed on the ground and effortlessly scaling walls, it could traverse the buildings as if they were flat terrain. Huangsheng's mouth fell open in disbelief, shivering at the thought of such overwhelming strength. Bai Mengxue's face turned pale, while evading the creatures on the ground was still manageable. What about this one? With its terrifying and comprehensive assault capabilities, once it set its sights on them, the consequences would be nothing short of catastrophic. What do we do? Bai Mingxue asked, looking at him anxiously. Hush, Huangsheng raised a finger. Returning to the rooftop entrance to assess the situation below, everything appeared normal, that he then instructed Bai Mingxue to produce more perfume and spray it liberally near the rooftop, masking their scent, especially around their resting area. They enveloped it in the pungent fragrance, so overpowering that even Huangsheng, with his sensitive nose, found it unbearable, while Bai Mingxue, accustomed to the scent, couldn't help but sneeze repeatedly that we should do nothing, turn off our phones, make no sounds, and remain utterly still, that we can only wait quietly. Their sole hope now rested on the monster not discovering their presence. If it focused on them, it would truly be the end. Huddled together, they could only hear each other's racing heartbeats, their minds filled with anxiety as they endured the passage of time. The mutated lantern-bearer wreaked havoc, its movements relentless. The only silver lining was that its destructive tendencies seemed to eclipse its desire to kill. As it rampaged through everything in sight, that IT appeared particularly interested in the less fortified buildings, where upon breaching the entrances, the screams within would echo for an extended period, leaving the survivors to suffer unspeakable torment. Around 4 in the morning, the second mutated beast made its appearance at by 5 o'clock. A student dormitory was overrun by dozens of lantern-wielding monsters. The creatures surged into the building, filling the air with their heart-wrenching cries and anguished screams. Not long after, a second dormitory fell victim. Bai Mingxue had shed countless tears, overwhelmed not only by fear, but also by the sorrow and anguish over the countless lives lost within the campus. Huangsheng's shirt was completely drenched, yet he remained as still as a meditating monk, uttering not a word, his heartbeat gradually calming, that he understood that encounters like this were likely to recur many times in the future. If he could not even maintain his composure while hiding, what would he do in more perilous situations? As dawn broke, Huangsheng and Bai Mengxue witnessed the darkness that had shrouded the campus for so long slowly dissipating. The first light of morning spilled from the horizon, and the fog began to thin. Although the sunlight remained a dark crimson, it also represented a glimmer of hope that as the darkness receded more rapidly. They began to hear various sounds surrounding them, as if the campus was returning to a semblance of civilization. The wail of police sirens, the whir of helicopter blades, the blaring of loudspeakers, the rumble of armored vehicles rolling by. They saw the flashing red and blue lights of police vehicles outside the campus, camouflaged military trucks preparing to enter, and military helicopters rushing towards the campus. Chapter 013. We are saved with a creaking sound. The campus gates and several walls were bulldozed flat by a line of heavy machinery that a few figures moved with incredible speed, darting past in a blur. Following closely behind were a number of exceptionally skilled individuals, culminating in a large contingent of armed soldiers rushing into the campus from all directions. Huang Sheng gazed intently below. Once the fog cleared, he finally beheld the full extent of the ordinary lantern-wielding monsters' capabilities during this period. He saw the monsters moving at astonishing speeds, their lanterns spinning around their bodies in midair. Their strength had undoubtedly increased since his last encounter. Yet at this moment, they were being mercilessly slaughtered. Figures moved with an unbelievable swiftness, slicing through the lantern-wielding creatures with ease, leaving their dismembered bodies scattered across the ground before they could even react. The military's armored vehicles unleashed a barrage of firepower, transforming the monsters into mere targets as they fell lifeless to the ground, utterly incapable of retaliation. Meanwhile, two mutated lantern-wielding creatures found themselves besieged by those swift figures, leading to an intensely fierce battle. Huang Sheng discerned the various attacks, tools, and abilities being wielded, realizing the richness and dazzling complexity of the combat, only to understand that the current world's advanced martial prowess had reached such heights. "We are saved." A helicopter flew directly towards the two of them. Bai Mingxue waved frantically at the sky, then, unable to contain her excitement, tightly embraced him, forcefully pressing her hand against the back of Huang Sheng's head to make him bow down. Her kisses fell upon his face like raindrops. Huang Sheng would not waste this serendipitous opportunity. Instinctively seeking her lips, he captured her in a fervent kiss amidst her hurried breaths. It was not until the helicopter had fully landed that he gently pushed the dazed Bai Mingxue away, reminding her that others were approaching. Bai Mingxue's legs felt weak, her cheeks flushed. Once she regained her composure, she stumbled alongside him towards the approaching soldiers. "Hello, comrades. We are members of the Tian Dun Rapid Response Brigade. Tsunami Team. Are you both all right?" The leading middle-aged lieutenant, clad in full gear, inquired of the two. "We are fine," Huang Sheng replied, shaking his head at that moment. He had many questions swirling in his mind, yet he knew it was not the time to voice them. "Young man, have you fought against the lantern-wielding monsters?" The lieutenant scrutinized Huang Sheng's weapon, asking again. Huang Sheng noticed a flicker of unusual emotion in the officer's eyes. Before Huang Sheng could respond, an exuberant Bai Mingxue could not help but boast. Not only has he fought those monsters, but he has also killed many, at least a dozen. A dozen? The soldiers exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The helicopter transported the two outside the campus, where the street had been temporarily converted into a landing zone. After assuring they needed no assistance, the pair, especially Bai Mingxue, hurriedly departed the vicinity of the school, leading Huang Sheng to a small apartment she had purchased nearby. Bai Mingxue felt compelled to leave quickly. Her uniform was a source of profound embarrassment, even though she wore clothes over it, and if it were only Huang Sheng around, it would be manageable, but with so many people on the street, she dared not linger. Upon returning, Bai Mingxue made numerous phone calls to report her safety. Although she had spent a night filled with fear, she managed to rest reasonably well. After taking a hot shower and changing clothes, she left the apartment once more to return to the school, burdened by the responsibilities that awaited her as a counselor. Huang Sheng received the key to the apartment, as Bai Mingxue suggested he stay there from now on. Huang Sheng felt uneasy about the arrangement. What would others think of a female teacher and a male student cohabiting? Over time, it could lead to dire consequences. After showering, clad in a bathrobe, and seated at the table, he surveyed the fruits of his labor from the night that a total of 59 black banknotes lay before him, with 20 earned from the 4 battles in the parking lot alone, that he had consumed 1 stamina capsule in the office, leaving him with 3. That he also obtained a pair of black gloves, a clarity ring, and 3 bottles of soul energy regeneration liquid, that he intended to keep 2 bottles for himself, giving the 3rd to Bai Mingxue. Without her attribute debuff, his final battle would have been far less manageable. He might have even suffered injury or defeat, and she deserved this reward. That he awaited the conclusion of this F-level sudden crisis event. The class group was currently tallying attendance. There were 49 individuals in total, with 2 confirmed dead and several injured, which relieved Huang Sheng on Bai Mingxue's behalf, given the horrific circumstances of the night. Particularly with 2 dormitories overrun by dozens of lantern-wielding monsters, the casualty rate could have been devastating. While the exact numbers remained unknown, their class had been fortunate, certainly faring much better than the average. The prior night, before he rushed to Bai Mingxue's office, she had been too panicked to check the group messages, unable to assume her responsibilities like other counselors safely at home. Their meeting had marked a turning point in the situation. Thus, the casualty figures had already been clarified the previous night, and this morning merely involved compiling the final statistics for submission to the relevant authorities that, of course, the losses remained grievous, with many survivors mourning the deceased. "Where are you? I'm coming to find you. I can't stay in this dorm any longer. I have a fear of the school." Mai sent a message. Huang Sheng forwarded the address of the apartment, asking him to pick up breakfast on the way. Tofu now, tofu pudding with plenty of pickled vegetables and chili, plus 2 baskets of buns that he continued to monitor the situation at the school, where military and police forces were gradually clearing the remaining lantern-wielding monsters. Some classmates were live-streaming the developments in the group chat. Now, certain facts were becoming clear. Indeed, the dark red sun had appeared on Earth 2 years prior, ushering in calamities such as reduced agricultural yields, animal suicides, and abnormal migrations. Yet no one had suggested that crises akin to this one had only just begun today. Both the military and police forces showcased their adept combat responses upon entering the campus, as well as the formidable fighting capabilities displayed by those engaging the mutated lantern-wielding monsters, all indicating that they had long possessed considerable experience, certainly seasoned veterans. However, today's incident must have been particularly grave, making it impossible to conceal from the outside world. This was a university, after all. Even if it was a social sciences institution, the number of individuals involved, the area covered, and the ripple effects were unfathomable. Throughout the event, not only were electricity and internet services uninterrupted, but to Huang Sheng's knowledge, the authorities had not imposed excessive control or censorship on the information, that he acknowledged the possibility that his unfortunate status as a traveler was to blame for the school's misfortune. Yet it was also undeniable that the government aimed to gradually familiarize the public with crises and disasters. After today, news would spread swiftly, and he could only wonder what impact it would bring, whether it would be a blessing or a curse. It was evident that the authorities were far more informed than he had imagined, and must have made various preparations accordingly. Of course, none of these matters concerned Huang Sheng at this moment. He was far more preoccupied with how to grow stronger. The F-level sudden crisis event concluded. You have successfully survived and permanently acquired the identity card of a system card master. Chapter 014. Reward Settlement. The final assessment of your performance in this event is now underway. Overall contribution rate. 4.14 overall evaluation. But you have received the following rewards. Black Banknotes 50, Evolution Points I1, Washing Marrow Liquid 1, Weapon Strengthening Hammer 1, Ticket for Train Number 1032-1, Space Storage Box Permission, pending activation. You have also acquired the following rewards. Entry-level Gun Technique Mastery. Entry-level Physique Enhancement. You have gained a new trait. Observe changes. Click to view. That a voice resonated in his mind as a vast stream of text data surged into his field of vision, marking the long-awaited conclusion of the crisis. What the heck? So many rewards. I can hardly take it all in. Huang Sheng promptly widened his eyes, scrutinizing the information before him, relieved that it would not vanish in the short term. In total, there were nearly 10 various types of rewards. Approximately 10 seconds later, a plethora of items abruptly materialized upon the coffee table in front of him. A stack of black banknotes with a denomination of 5. This item is formally known as black currency, and his guess regarding its name was likely accurate. He decided to stow it away for now, as he had accumulated a total of 109 in black currency. He had not anticipated that after laboring so hard to slay monsters, the rewards would ultimately exceed his expectations. Next, he beheld a glass vial resembling a pin-shaped container, which presumably contained a cleansing essence. This substance was likely capable of eliminating impurities from the human body and enhancing one's potential, and Huang Sheng's gaze ignited with fervor. There was also a diminutive metal hammer, no larger than a palm, which served as a weapon reinforcement hammer. Undoubtedly, Huang Sheng intended to employ this on the long spear he had grown increasingly fond of throughout the battle. Additionally, there was a paper train ticket that appeared rather incongruous. He could not fathom how this ticket connected to the crisis at hand. He was utterly perplexed by its significance. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be an ordinary ticket, albeit with an unusual twist. The name of the ticket holder was not inscribed as his own, but rather a combination of letters and numbers. With carriage number 15. Moreover, this train, identified as number 1032, had neither a starting nor a terminating station, only indicating a boarding time and location. 5 days hence, at 8 o'clock in the evening, at an abandoned subway station in Donghai City. The notion of a train appearing in a subway station was almost comical. Was it a typographical error? He pondered whether he should embark on this seemingly sinister journey or refrain from doing so. With a mixture of confusion, he tucked the ticket away and turned his attention to the final item, a lovely pink glass vial, reminiscent of a perfume bottle. It bore but a single sticker inscribed with the letter I, not the numeral 1, nor the lowercase letter L, but the Roman numeral I. Was this, perchance, the evolution point I? He had initially presumed it to be a point enhancer, only to discover it was also a form of oral liquid. Simultaneously, a wave of warmth surged into his mind and chest. He felt a slight itch in his mind, followed by a sudden surge in his comprehension and mastery of spear techniques. Knowledge on how to wield, how to engage in combat, and the correct application of force coalesced within him, transforming into skills he could command. This was the essence of beginner-level spear mastery. The warmth flooding his chest gradually spread, and he distinctly sensed his physique becoming increasingly robust. His muscles began to swell, solidifying, while his previously languid posture tightened, as if his entire being had been wound up like a spring. This youthful body, though tall and healthy, had seen little exercise, finally took a substantial step forward, enhancing its capabilities. Ultimately, two rewards remained. One was the permission for a spatial storage box, and the other was a so-called trait. Observe the change. However, he could not afford to examine them at present, especially the heart-pounding spatial storage box permission. With the conclusion of his reward settlement, it seemed that others had also received their own rewards. Messages in the group chat flooded in incessantly, while Mahe and Bai Mengxue continued to engage in private conversations. Mahe appeared relatively composed, though his private messages incessantly chimed. In his excitement, he alternated between making phone calls and sending videos, demonstrating his exhilaration. Thanks to the text communicator, Bai Mengxue's messages were directly displayed in his field of vision, making them impossible to ignore. She shared all the rewards she had obtained, including a permanent identity as a police officer, a trait called Cautious, a similar beginner-level physical enhancement, alongside 10 black banknotes and a communication enhancement device the size of a fingernail. Overall, her haul was modest compared to Huang Sheng's, yet it was commendable given that she had spent half her time hiding in the office and the other half following him for survival and rewards. The communication enhancer, as its name suggests, significantly boosts signal strength when installed on devices such as phones, complementing the text communicator and aligning well with her role. The trait Cautious proclaims that danger is always lurking nearby, rather than far away. Possessing this trait reduces the likelihood of encountering peril, rendering it quite practical. Huang Sheng then turned his gaze to his own observe the change. This trait states, the passionate endure the flames of enthusiasm, while the observer discerns the source of the fire. With this trait, his observational acuity would be heightened, which was advantageous in identifying opportunities, weaknesses, and evading risks upon detecting warnings, thus similarly lowering the probability of danger. In Huang Sheng's perspective, this seemed to surpass the utility of the Cautious trait. Finally, Bai Mengxue's comprehensive evaluation was a D-, and her overall contribution rate was not even 1, barely reaching 0.5. Mahe fared even worse. His evaluation was merely an E-, with rewards consisting solely of 2 black banknotes and a single energy capsule, though he fortuitously acquired a defense reinforcement hammer. As its name implies, this tool is used to strengthen defensive gear. Much like the weapon hammer, one swing could enhance the equipment. Huang Sheng coveted this item. He scanned the group chat, observing many individuals sharing their evaluations, contribution rates, and rewards, though it was evident that many were concealing their information, which was entirely normal. The general consensus of evaluations was predominantly F-grade. Without leaving the dormitory, the evaluations across various buildings were uniformly F-, with contribution rates hovering near 0, signifying a lack of any noteworthy achievements. And thus no rewards were earned. Only a select few managed to obtain 1 black banknote, likely a probabilistic reward. Those who remained within the building but demonstrated some contribution, such as possessing medical skills or exhibiting command and observational capabilities, as well as those who left the building but performed poorly, typically receiving an F evaluation and a single black banknote, with a rare few triggering minor rewards. Those who participated in combat and demonstrated some degree of contribution, primarily those engaged in skirmishes with the lantern bearers, generally received evaluations of F along with 1 to 2 black banknotes, as well as random capsules such as stamina capsules, energy capsules, vitality capsules, and hemostatic capsules to E. Evaluations were scarce, and Mahe was indeed fortunate. He had managed to reap rewards just before the lantern bearers grew stronger, retreated in time, and also played a significant role within the building, resulting in such an evaluation. Chapter 15. You deserve to die. What about that Zhang Rui and the bespectacled classmate who initially swung a shovel at the lantern bearer? Huang Xing inquired. Zhang Rui is just a scoundrel. Mahe's expression shifted dramatically, cursing vehemently. Who knows if this guy was born with a perverse nature, always hiding behind us, the first to flee. The crux of the matter was that he stubbornly refused to share his evaluation and rewards. And having previously mentioned an E rating, it was likely fabricated. The bespectacled brother, named Wang He, was quite formidable. He had initially led them in their slaughter of the lantern bearers, but they later became separated. When they regrouped, he had sustained injuries, his left arm caught by a lantern bearer. Although his condition remained stable, he was unable to exert strength, and now his status was uncertain. His evaluation was significantly higher than theirs, Eddie. But he had only disclosed that rating without further details. Huang Xing realized he had been overly concerned. He initially thought his B-level evaluation was perhaps a bit too high, but now he recognized the truth. Upon reflection, while his performance had indeed surpassed that of others, he had ultimately been forced to retreat. That it was only after dawn that military police and elite personnel from special departments surged in, exterminating the lantern bearers in droves. Overall, despite his commendable performance, his contribution rate was undeniably low. The sheer number of lantern bearers was overwhelming, and their increasing strength rendered him unable to contend alone. With this realization, understanding dawned upon him. And you? What is your situation? You mustn't conceal anything from your brother. Mahe inquired curiously. Setting aside his other attributes, Mahe had demonstrated foresight by warning them of the impending crisis, urging them to rent accommodations outside the school, all while carrying a backpack and a firearm. Such foresight and professionalism were leagues beyond their own. Although they had not witnessed him in action, he had ventured outside and did not return until the chaos had subsided, remaining lively throughout. Thus, his evaluation could not be low. Huang Xing chuckled. As for me, let me put it this way. I wish to offer you 10 black banknotes for that defense reinforcement hammer. Would you sell it? Additionally, I shall provide you with an energy capsule. That he had observed that within the group chat, only 2 messages regarding enhancement hammers had appeared, and both pertained to defensive gear. One belonged to Mahe, while the other was from an individual who had already begun to form alliances, making it impossible for him to sell. Mahe, upon hearing this, immediately grasped the implications that to be able to casually purchase items for 10 black banknotes, suggested that the buyer's evaluation likely began with AD, prompting him to exclaim in awe, "If you want it, take it. This thing seems of little use to me, that if I could prepare some equipment like you, it would be more beneficial than anything." With great enthusiasm, Mahe exclaimed, "For instance, we could also forge a weapon and prepare some outdoor footwear, climbing gloves, ropes, grappling hooks, and the like. That wouldn't that be far superior to merely enhancing a defensive item?" Upon hearing Mahe's agreement, Huang Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him and concurred. "You are absolutely right. Given the abundance of modern tools and the level of craftsmanship we possess, even equipping ourselves with some commonplace tools and protective gear can significantly augment the capabilities of an average person." Despite his backpack being rather meager due to financial constraints, it did contain clean water, food, bandages, and a flashlight, which not only provided him with essential resources, but also instilled a profound sense of confidence within him, an invaluable asset. As he awaited Mahe's return with their meal, Huang Xing glanced at the final reward. That a small box appeared as a virtual image on the left side of his view interface, flickering insistently, prompting him to unlock it. With a mere thought, the box ceased its flickering, and as the lid slowly opened, the image gradually faded away. Simultaneously, Huang Xing felt a slight pain on the inner side of his left wrist and quickly looked down to discover a tiny black rectangular mark, no larger than the tip of his pinky finger. The moment his consciousness brushed against it, a semi-transparent space unfolded before his eyes. This space took on the form of a small box, with a capacity comparable to that of a small travel suitcase, remarkably compact. Yet this was spatial equipment. Overwhelmed with joy, Huang Xing picked up a cup from the coffee table and attempted to place it inside. In Bai Mengshue's apartment, where mirrors of various sizes adorned the walls, he observed his reflection in one of them, seemingly empty before him, yet the cup vanished inexplicably. The cup was safely stored within the spatial storage box. And as Huang Sheng reached his right hand into his left wrist, it felt as though he were passing through a thin membrane that he then effortlessly grasped the cup and successfully retrieved it, placing it back on the coffee table. Consequently, Huang Sheng stuffed his phone, wallet, keys, black bills, capsules, and other assorted items into the box. Other than the weapon that could not fit and the weapon enhancement hammer he intended to use shortly. All his miscellaneous personal belongings found their way into the spatial box. What a delightful experience! Throughout his life, he had encountered countless films and novels that depicted the aspirations of an ordinary person yearning for spatial storage equipment. Can you truly grasp the intensity of such a desire? The surprise was so sudden that Huang Sheng reveled in the thrill of entering and exiting the storage space before finally picking up the small hammer and gently striking the long spear. Ding! A melodious and crisp sound resonated, and the small hammer transformed into a cascade of light, merging into the weapon. Almost immediately, the 1.5-meter-long spear crafted from manganese steel began to undergo rapid changes. Its length increased slightly, and the sword-like tip elongated, becoming sharper. The structure and material of the spear underwent subtle adjustments, rendering it more manageable in hand. The grip now featured an unknown material that enveloped the shaft with friction rings, alleviating the burden on his hands during combat. The weight at the rear of the spear was slightly augmented, and the hammer structure was enhanced with ornate carvings, resulting in an overall appearance that, while not drastically altered, had been significantly refined inside and out. Regrettably, the apartment was too cramped for him to fully test the spear's thrusting capabilities, so he resolved to wait for another opportunity. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Mai stepping in with an expression of astonishment. "Goodness, is this your rented apartment? Though it may not be spacious, the decor is extravagantly luxurious. Surely, all these furnishings must have cost a pretty penny." After placing down their breakfast, Mai pulled out a small hammer from his pocket and excitedly began to explore the surroundings. "This is Teacher Bai's apartment," Huang Sheng replied, tucking away the small hammer. "Teacher Bai?" Mahi asked, momentarily taken aback. "Which Teacher Bai?" "The counselor." Upon Huang Sheng's confirmation, Mai scrutinized his relaxed appearance in a bathrobe, and a spark of jealousy ignited in his eyes. "Damn it! You truly are despicable." Mai seized Huang Sheng by the collar, his brow furrowed in distress. "What have you done to our Teacher Bai? Why are you dressed like that? Did you two spend the night together?" Mai felt as though his heart had shattered. Bai Mengxue was of similar age, considerate and gentle, beautiful and affluent, mature and graceful, and an adept gamer, though there were a few attractive classmates in their class. The small beauties invariably paled in comparison to the stunning ones. Which boy in the class wouldn't dream of Teacher Bai? Yet this beast, this scoundrel— "Calm down, it's not what you think," Huang Sheng hurriedly reassured him, fearing he might spread false rumors. However, he couldn't help but recall the intoxicating sensation of kissing Bai Mengshue's lips when the plane had landed, an experience that lingered sweetly in his memory. Chapter 016. Carbon fiber curved shield. After much explanation and reiterating that nothing had transpired between them, Mahi, though still skeptical, finally managed to regain his composure. Soon, he became excited again, realizing he was in the home of his idol, an opportunity he had never dared to dream of. As he gazed at the various items and furniture used by Teacher Bai, his expression gradually morphed into one of infatuation. Huang Sheng couldn't help but facepalm, wondering how such a person had not encountered the wrath of the lantern bearers the previous night. After handing over the promised black bills and capsules in exchange, Mahi eagerly began to examine Huang Sheng's modified weapon, brimming with enthusiasm and eager to forge his own. Once Mahi was sent on his way, Huang Sheng changed into some clothes from his backpack and ventured out. He had made up his mind that since he required defensive gear, he would directly forge a shield. Unlike a spear, a shield could be crafted small enough to fit within the spatial storage box. With modern craftsmanship and a strike from the armor enhancement hammer, it would undoubtedly become a highly effective piece of equipment. He made his way to the forge. The master craftsman recognized him instantly and noted the difference in the weapon he was holding, which left him astounded, considering the recent surge in financial incidents. And knowing he would likely need the craftsman's assistance in the future, Huang Sheng briefly recounted the events of the previous night, cautioning him to be mentally prepared for potential new crises. The master craftsman, however, was unfazed. At my age, what do I have to fear? Those of us in this trade are not easily intimidated. Besides, who hasn't harbored dreams of adventuring with a sword in hand during their youth? In the past, cold weapons were strictly regulated. Yet in these chaotic times, it's not entirely disastrous that if I encounter those lantern bearers, I'd be inclined to take a few down myself. Huang Sheng had no doubts about the man's courage. Those who spent years dealing with blades and weapons were unlikely to be timid that I wished to purchase a shield, one that is smaller and lightweight, so it won't hinder my movements. He articulated his intentions, expressing a desire to see the available products. However, instead of leading him to examine the items, the master craftsman went into a room and returned with an exquisitely packaged box. Upon opening it, Huang Sheng found a square metallic object, slightly smaller than an iPad, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters thick and weighing around 3 pounds. The craftsman pressed a button on the metal object, and in an instant, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a circular, curved shield resembling an umbrella. When closed, it was quite compact, yet when unfurled, it was only slightly smaller than an umbrella. Truly, objects capable of changing size were remarkable. The shield's lower portion even featured a flexible support structure. Under the craftsman's guidance, Huang Sheng thrust his spear against it with considerable force. The craftsman remained steadfast, adopting a solid stance. Not only did the spear fail to leave a scratch on the shield's surface, but Huang Sheng also felt a powerful rebound, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. What material is this? It seems to weigh less than 2 kilograms. Initially bewildered, Huang Sheng soon erupted with joy. The modern technological craftsmanship was far beyond his imagination. He had expected shields to still be the cumbersome iron blocks of yore, yet they had evolved to such an impressive level. This shield is crafted from composite carbon fiber material. You know Captain America's shield, right? In the lore of America, that's the material used. The craftsman chuckled that I can't make this myself. It was produced in a specialized workshop. Originally, it was an order from a significant client. But after 25 years, the payment was made, and the client never came to collect. This shield not only boasts formidable physical defensive capabilities, but also has rebound properties, is resistant to static electricity, electromagnetic radiation, and is waterproof and fireproof. Moreover, it can even withstand bullets. The craftsman's face radiated with joy as he elaborated. In terms of performance, this shield can mitigate damage from light weaponry. While it may not fully stop a bullet, it can significantly reduce the impact, as many modern ballistic materials utilize this very fabric. Huang Sheng quickly inquired, how much for this shield? The material costs are reasonable. The main expense lies in the complexity of production. The craftsman pondered momentarily. The previous client was charged $99,000. For you, I can let it go for $9,900, that you seem to possess some skill. So putting this in your hands wouldn't be a waste. Huang Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling that it was manageable, a price akin to a broken bone. The issue was that he could not even afford that price at present, so he decided to seek help from others. He reached out to Bai Mengxue via a text message, and within a few minutes, he was astonished to receive a notification of a transfer amounting to 200,000 yuan. This wealthy lady was truly remarkable, bringing him to tears of gratitude. With the payment settled, Huang Sheng compressed the curved shield, reverting it to its original form resembling a metallic lump, and departed with satisfaction. As he struck the protective gear with the enhancement hammer, the curved shield underwent a series of rapid transformations. First, its weight was further reduced to a mere 2 kilograms, making it manageable even for someone lacking strength to hold aloft for a considerable duration. This enhancement would significantly increase his endurance in wielding the shield, allowing him to defend himself even while fleeing, providing a sense of security. Secondly, the material became even more robust and resilient. While it could barely withstand light weapon attacks initially, it could now easily do so. Finally, the automated unfolding mechanism and the elastic structure of the curved shield were optimized, allowing for a smoother deployment. Unfortunately, the elasticity was difficult to test, but he would seek someone to try it out later. Subsequently, he rented a one-bedroom penthouse suite slightly away from the downtown area, yet not far from Bai Mengshue's apartment. While Bai's apartment was splendid in every regard, he craved his own private space. After all, he was about to use the marrow-cleansing liquid, and it would be awkward to do so in someone else's home. What if it turned out to be as depicted in novels? With his room filled with black impurities and foul odors, The pink walls, the soft, expensive carpet, the pristine, fragrant sofa, and the various plush toys in Bai's apartment would surely suffer dire consequences. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. In the bathroom, he stripped bare and consumed the cleansing liquid. The effects were immediate. His insides began to churn violently, causing him intense abdominal pain, and he soon found himself squatting over the toilet. Moreover, a multitude of dirt began to emerge from his skin's pores. Initially pure black, it gradually transformed to a hue resembling his skin tone. His body was in full throttle, expelling impurities through various channels. This process extended over a considerable duration, with 5 bouts of elimination occurring in quick succession. The refuse that surged forth was relentless, nearly blocking the drainage system on multiple occasions. Huang Sheng could hardly believe the sheer volume of waste within the human body. Fortunately, he had rented this place, ensuring he would not be disturbed. He had ample time to endure this ordeal. By evening, Bai Mengxue seemed to have finished her tasks at school and inquired about his whereabouts. At that moment, Huang Sheng was nearly exhausted. After the final cleansing, he was relieved to find that the effects of the potion had seemingly worn off, that he noted that he had lost 4 to 5 kilograms since the beginning. And his physique had transformed into a more upright and valiant stature, with increasingly toned muscles and bones. Even his mind seemed sharper, a notable change indeed. Yet his stomach rumbled thunderously, the hunger pangs rendering him dizzy. Wishing he could simply perish from starvation in the restroom, I'm at the school gate. My car was smashed flat by those monsters last night. Please come pick me up. Hearing Bai's invitation, Huang Sheng immediately agreed. He donned his clothes, hastily devoured 2 bars of chocolate to stave off hunger, and grabbed some additional snacks to nibble on during the journey before rushing out to meet her for a meal. Chapter 017. Senior, will you always protect me? At this moment, the entire school had been sealed off. Inside, the processes of blood cleanup, corpse identification, and various other tasks were underway, with no clear indication of how long they would last. Even the streetlights near the entrance had been turned off to prevent external interference. In the darkness, when they first met, neither of them noticed the changes in the other until the taxi came to a stop at a restaurant. As they settled into a private booth, Bai Mengxue gasped in disbelief, her mouth agape. What happened to you? Bai Mengxue felt overwhelmed, her eyes struggling to comprehend the transformation before her. Was this striking figure truly her acquaintance? The same junior she once knew? Although Huang Sheng had previously been tall and handsome, he had never stood out among the crowd. Now, he was utterly different, while his facial features had not changed dramatically. There was an indescribable aura of charm and charisma about him that had significantly improved. Furthermore, his muscles, physique, and contours had subtly altered. Even while clothed, Bai Mengxue felt her cheeks flush as strange thoughts invaded her mind. This is the effect of the marrow-cleansing liquid. You will be able to experience it too, Huang Sheng remarked candidly, not intending to rely on his looks. And it was hardly a secret. Anyone with eyes could discern he had consumed something. Bai Mengxue had also undergone some changes after her initial physical enhancement. Her beauty had reached new heights, her curves more graceful, and under the soft lighting, she appeared breathtakingly stunning. Perhaps it was due to her newfound permanent status as a police officer. But there was now a hint of heroism in her previously delicate demeanor. It is said that when girls possess masculine traits and boys embody feminine traits, they become extraordinary. The slight shift in Bai Mengxue's aura only amplified her allure in Huang Sheng's eyes. With an exasperated smile, she said, I had planned to show you the changes I underwent today to surprise you. But alas, it seems I have embarrassed myself. They ordered a substantial array of dishes. Huang Sheng, invigorated by his enhanced physique and the activation of his latent potential post-cleansing, ate voraciously, having shed a significant portion of his body weight that he needed to replenish his energy quickly. Bai Mengxue's relationship with him was more than just that of a teacher and student. They shared knowledge of each other's unique identities and had fought side by side, making them comrades. The identity of a card maker could not be concealed, as cards were consumable items, unless he planned to never use them in public. However, it was of little consequence. Being a card maker was a remarkable strength, and demonstrating such prowess would naturally draw more attention to his identity in the future than in the current context. Their bond was undeniably more significant. Have you disclosed your identity to anyone? Huang Sheng inquired. No, I haven't revealed our information to anyone. Bai Mengxue replied, a hint of regret in her tone. Had I known better, I wouldn't have mentioned this morning that you killed a dozen lantern people. I wonder if they will come looking for you." Huang Sheng chuckled inwardly, realizing he had dispatched far more than just a dozen. That don't worry. Those individuals wouldn't believe it in the slightest. That be why the way. I spent the day at school and witnessed many things, he added. Bai Mengshue's expression turned serious as she glanced outside the booth, then locked the door before returning to her seat, just as she was about to speak. Huang Sheng's interface illuminated with a text message, indicating caution that I heard that those two mutated lantern people had two fist-sized crystals extracted from them, which seemed to be particularly valuable items. They were swiftly airlifted by several planes. Moreover, he had caught a glimpse of those who had fought the mutated lantern people, both men and women of various ages, each exuding an intimidating aura. They appeared formidable, capable of manifesting objects from thin air. As he witnessed one man effortlessly stowing away a large suitcase into the air, "Isn't that reminiscent of the spatial rings found in female farming novels?" he remarked. Huang Sheng replied, "It likely represents a reward similar to ours, albeit of a much higher caliber." Clearly, such abilities were not exclusive to him, suggesting that there might be ways to expand spatial storage in the future. "Is that so? I would love to acquire something like that." Bai Mengshu amused. "The Heavenly Shield Brigade," she continued, "the dean mentioned they are a special task force dedicated to handling such incidents. Today, their personnel were purchasing that black currency extensively throughout the school, at 10,000 yuan per piece, with no limit on quantity. Many students made a fortune today. Classmates treated me to meals all day long. Haha. Some students who performed admirably, particularly those rated E and E, received substantial rewards from the military and government, even being invited to undergo training with the forces." Huang Sheng nodded. While the purpose of the black currency remained unclear, its high value was evident, and the government's rewards for exceptional performances were understandable. They surely needed valuable and promising individuals to emerge from the civilian populace. This incident was not the first, nor would it be the last. The demand for personnel would only grow. Finally, she put away her communicator. "Will you be coming to my place today?" Bai Mengshu's cheeks flushed, seemingly worried he might misunderstand, and quickly added, "It's mainly because I feel a bit apprehensive. I would feel more at ease with you around. Plus, I want to test the effectiveness of the real police uniform." Huang Sheng gazed at her meaningfully, silently conveying his understanding. Bai Mengshue, feeling flustered under his gaze, retorted, "Forget it. I merely mentioned it casually. I will be going back to my parents' place today, so you needn't come." Upon returning home, Bai Mengshue once again contacted him through the intercom, inquiring whether he required a systematic approach to martial arts training. She offered to leverage her connections to seek out genuine martial arts masters. At this critical juncture, a sense of trepidation enveloped everyone. In the wake of the financial university incident, countless individuals yearned to learn martial arts. Huang Sheng, having grasped the fundamental essence of firearm techniques, found it challenging to extract any substantial knowledge from an ordinary martial arts school. However, he was acutely aware that access to those masters was beyond his reach, as they were undoubtedly monopolized by the affluent. Nevertheless, he graciously declined her generous offer, for through practical experience, he had come to understand that such techniques and tricks were ultimately inconsequential, with his mastery of the basic principles of firearm techniques. His technical prowess was already sufficient. What remained paramount were physical attributes: stamina, strength, reaction, speed, and courage. These were the true keys to success. If one possessed these elements, every shot would strike with lethal precision. "Senior, will you always protect me?" asked Song Tingsha, her voice hoarse, feeling the boy behind her rise to leave, utterly exhausted. The suite was strewn with boxing gloves, protective gear, and motion capture devices. It had been entirely transformed into a training facility rather than featuring a spacious bed. Huang Sheng, discarding the protective gear he had been wearing, began tidying up the scattered items, having worked up a sweat from their sparring session. "As long as you have the 4090, your senior will always protect you." Huang Sheng replied softly. "The vows exchanged between spouses may be mere fleeting emotions, but my loyalty to the graphics card is as enduring as the sun and moon." This was the Haichen Business Hotel owned by Song Ting, specifically her personally held branch in Donghai. This room, a top-floor private suite, had been repurposed into a training space, inviting Huang Sheng to instruct her in physical training and combat simulations. Each session lasted an hour. Compensated with a 4090 graphics card from the top 3 manufacturers, alongside a sumptuous dinner worth over 10,000 yuan. Chapter 018. The Candle of Exorcism, Song Ting harbored no faith in those so-called martial arts experts or fitness trainers. She solely recognized that this senior, who had passed his exams, was a formidable individual. She had witnessed him single-handedly vanquish two monsters in a duel. It was said that during that phase, the Lantern Men had undergone significant enhancements, and many had perished challenging them, often in groups against a single FOE. A first-hand witness to the Financial University incident, she, having once been paralyzed by fear and waiting for death, yearned more than anyone to become stronger and possess the ability to protect herself. Fortuitously, as the girlfriend of this remarkable individual, she could not let this opportunity slip by. Huangsheng found it hard to resist such generous compensation, leading to the unfolding of this scene. After all, relying on by Lauscher's patronage could not sustain them indefinitely. Wealth must ultimately be accrued through one's own efforts. Balancing both soft and hard approaches, Huangsheng, though not a professional, understood better than anyone the areas in which Song Ting needed improvement. During the day, she trained independently, and at night, he would come to ensure she was utterly spent within the hour, an experience both enriching and intense. Song Ting smiled sweetly. Then I can rest assured. My graphics card is more than sufficient. Thank you, senior husband. All right, I'll give you a massage for a while, but I must leave soon. I have matters to attend to tomorrow evening and won't be able to come. This way, you can also take a break, balancing work and rest. You are truly wonderful. Dear, that I don't require a massage, she teased. Later that night, Huangsheng, having enjoyed a complimentary late-night meal worth thousands at the hotel, made his way home, reflecting on the 10 cards he had crafted over the past few days. Among them, 5 were new combat cards that substituted military boxing with long weapon techniques. Ultimately, military boxing remained unarmed, lacking the lethality of weaponry. There were 2 blocking cards, along with one that had been completed earlier, but when unused, totaling 3. Additionally, he had devised 3 high-intensity light cards, a new innovation. The creation was straightforward, simply utilizing an outdoor light source exceeding 10,000 lumens directed at a specified target. This device's luminosity was astonishing. While it did not illuminate the night as dramatically as promotional videos suggested, it could easily blind anyone if aimed directly at their eyes. Moreover, the duration of the light card was impressive, lasting a full minute. Huangsheng speculated that the card's energy was derived from the outdoor flashlight used in the imprinting process, allowing it to last so long. Thus, the bright light card served not only to blind targets, achieving strong control, but could also be employed effectively for nighttime illumination when necessary. Regrettably, the creation of these cards consumed energy, and Huangsheng had been fervently training to enhance himself, reluctant to expend too much energy. Hence, he limited himself to crafting 2 or 3 cards daily, estimating that it would suffice. Lost in thought, he noticed a car had come to a silent halt in an unoccupied alley ahead. With a soft thud, someone closed the door and stepped out, the crisp sound of polished shoes echoing. Huangsheng felt a stir of unease, instinctively glancing back and tightening his grip on the long weapon. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no malice toward you. I merely wish to observe the first civilian masterborn from the Financial University incident," said the newcomer, a middle-aged man, his voice gentle as he stood several meters away. "What advice do you have, sir?" Huangsheng inquired, aware that, despite the fog and darkness, his exploits on campus were hardly a secret. Particularly, many had witnessed him dispatch nearly 10 Lantern Men in succession at the entrance to the main teaching building. If someone were to investigate, discovering him would not be difficult. Thus, the stranger's approach warranted caution. The man continued, "If all goes as planned, you will embark on a special train tomorrow evening, correct?" Huangsheng did not deny it. The man's knowledge indicated he was well-informed that in any F-level crisis event, achieving a certain evaluation standard would grant tickets that in some instances, merely attaining an F rating could secure a ticket, yet the Financial University incident had set a higher standard, elevating it to E, likely due to the overall lower difficulty of this particular event. With the Financial University event rated E and 6 individuals qualifying, that meant 6 tickets were available. 2 of your fellow passengers include Zhang Rui, whose specific carriage number is unknown, and Wang He, who will be in carriage 14.0, by Ming Xue, due to her police identity, does not need to board the initial train. Hence, she has not received a ticket. This is not information she shared with us. We have a considerable understanding of this identity and can identify it. Huangsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this the Zhang Rui who had accompanied him to the top floor and was later referred to as Old Silver Coin by Ma He out of anger? He had mentioned an E rating to Ma He, which raised suspicions about his honesty. Zhang Rui? Yes, the one from your dormitory building. You did not dispute Bai Laosher's identity, indicating I was correct. She is indeed a police officer? Here, take this. The man handed Huang Xing an object, adding, study the note inside carefully. It will aid your survival on the initial train that a dark object was tossed towards Huang Xing, who instinctively caught it, only to see the man turn and board the vehicle, which soon departed. Once home, Huang Xing examined the small gift box the stranger had given him. Opening it revealed a foam-filled compartment housing a red candle encased in a transparent plastic bag. The candle was roughly the thickness of his wrist and about 10 centimeters tall. It should burn for a considerable time. Inscribed upon it was text detailing its properties. Candle of Exorcism. Effect. When ignited, it will briefly dispel misfortune within the illumination range. The deeper the misfortune, the faster the candle burns. It will extinguish automatically after burning for 1 minute and cannot be reignited for 30 seconds. This was a special item with inherent attributes. He then noticed a note attached to the candle, adorned with 3 succinct lines of elegant handwriting, suggesting it was penned by someone else that wanted to not exchange any items with anyone. 2. Bribe, or at least gain the cooperation of a crew member. 3. One of the passenger guidelines contains an error. Huang Xing carefully reviewed the 3 pieces of information, frowning as he committed them to memory. After a long moment, he exhaled and stored the candle and note in his space. The following morning, he opened a glass bottle resembling a perfume container, containing Evolution Point I liquid he had chosen to take it today. As he had previously undergone physical enhancements and cleansing, requiring time to adapt and digest, he intended to wait until his physical condition reached its peak before consuming it. Today was the last day, and the morning was when he felt most invigorated. With a gulp, he drank the liquid. It seems there is no reaction. Huang Xing pondered, momentarily confused. Yet, less than a minute later, he began to feel a cool sensation in his mind. This comfort emanating from a mental realm prompted him to take a deep breath, sinking into the sofa, reluctant to move for quite some time. His memory had sharpened, and his brain became more agile. Even his eyes and ears felt heightened sensitivity. Huang Xing gradually discerned the implications of this transformation. After conducting a few tests to confirm his suspicions, he could hardly contain his joy, while the increase in physical abilities and potential was thrilling. The enhancements in intellect and memory were even more exhilarating, for the latter was far more challenging to achieve than the former. It is easy for one to grow strong, yet becoming wise is a far more arduous endeavor. Chapter 019. The arrival of the wailing train as night descended. A desolate, abandoned subway station in the EC lay far removed from the city center, nearly 10 kilometers away from the nearest suburban community. It was a place that should have been eerily quiet. However, at this very moment, several police helicopters whirred overhead, their powerful searchlights sweeping the ground below. Towering watchtowers had been erected at some point, manned by sharpshooters who occasionally trained their laser sights on the ground as a warning for any unwelcome visitors. Armored vehicles patrolled the area, and the ominous presence of their dart gun barrels caused a tightening of apprehension in the hearts of all who arrived. Strangely enough, despite the imposing display of force, they did not interrogate those who entered, allowing free passage without restriction. Huang Xing, donning a hat and clad in a dark long coat and trousers made from durable outdoor materials, was well prepared for the elements. His attire was designed to retain warmth, wick away moisture, and resist wear, water, fire, stabbing, and cutting. That he carried a travel backpack containing a modest supply of water, food, and medical supplies, ensuring he maintained a degree of mobility. The remaining space in his storage box was stuffed with additional food and water, just in case, while his hand held a long firearm, the TOB Frank. The enhanced length of the rifle was a source of discomfort for him. It had grown from 1.5 meters to 1.65 meters. Originally chosen for its compactness and light weight, this increase in length had unfortunately undermined its perfect handling in the confined space of a train. A long weapon was inherently at a disadvantage, and its extended form only exacerbated that issue. That he glanced around at the others, initially expecting only himself, Zhang Rui, and Wang He to arrive, but he was astonished to find that there were at least 40 to 50 people present. It appeared that there were numerous avenues for obtaining tickets. This suggested that crises had been occurring daily in the nearby cities, producing an abundance of tickets that he could also surmise the military's purpose for being there. Firstly, they aimed to remind and intimidate the crowd, signaling to all ticket-holding passengers that the state maintained complete control over the current situation and that they should not entertain any foolish notions due to a minor windfall. Secondly, they were likely on guard against potential conflicts arising from the desperate attempts of individuals to seize the cash of others. Moreover, it was certain that some individuals without tickets, yet aware of the ticket situation, had come with ulterior motives. The dark barrels of guns served to instill a sense of caution among such opportunists. The train was not a lawless territory. The authorities were intent on maintaining order during boarding, a stance he wholeheartedly supported. With only 2 minutes left to wait, Huang Sheng surveyed his surroundings, concluding that all expected individuals had arrived, bringing the total number close to 70, that many had hurriedly retreated, evidently frightened by the overwhelming display of force. While it remained uncertain whether the remaining individuals possessed tickets, as many were audacious enough to risk it at a distant whistle echoed. Train PU 1032 had arrived. The crowd stirred restlessly. Simultaneously, the lights from behind illuminated them further, heightening the potential for chaos. Huang Sheng searched for Wang He and Zhang Rui in his peripheral vision that he spotted Wang He, clad in a gray tracksuit, wielding a massive entrenching tool and adorned with protective gear of unknown origin that a loudspeaker blared a warning, urging everyone to maintain order and ensure their safety. The lights brightened as a train slowly approached. One by one, the carriages passed until the 10th carriage came into view. Simultaneously, the doors of the 10th carriage swung open, and everyone checked their carriage numbers, hastily boarding, and conductors emerged. Nor was there any ticket inspection. As Huang Sheng prepared to step into the 15th carriage, a person in front of him suddenly turned, seized his long firearm, and delivered a powerful kick. This individual intended to snatch away his seemingly valuable weapon and unceremoniously kick him off the train. With the boarding imminent, those harboring various intentions could no longer hold back. If they did not act in that fleeting moment, the circumstances within the carriage remained a mystery, and their chances of taking action once inside could be fleeting. However, before Huang Sheng could react, the assailant convulsed violently and collapsed into the carriage. His neck, shoulder, and chest had all been struck by distant gunfire, 3 needles piercing his skin, their tips exposed and trembling violently. Clearly, he had been targeted. The assailants did not employ conventional ammunition, but rather a type of specialized projectile, and Huang Sheng couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over him. No wonder marksmen were so revered. A single misfire could have easily resulted in his demise. Peering down at the floor, he observed the unfortunate assailant writhing in agony, evidently enduring excruciating pain, and it would take some time for him to succumb. Huang Sheng stepped over the fallen body and entered the 15th carriage. The carriage was roughly standard-sized, but there were far fewer seats than in a hard-seat carriage, totaling only 40, all arranged around 4-person tables, creating an expansive atmosphere. Feeling somewhat reassured, Huang Sheng realized this arrangement would mitigate the disadvantage his weapon posed. The carriage was already nearly filled with passengers, leaving only 3 vacant seats scattered across. Among the 5 standing passengers, 1 lay down, meaning only 2 individuals were without seats. Under the bright lights, he scrutinized the other occupants, who were equally appraising him. There were individuals of various ethnicities: Asians, Caucasians, Africans, and even those with feline ears, and some without eyebrows. The former were likely ordinary humans, but the sight of the latter 2 categories caused a jolt of confusion within him. What was happening? Were they extraterrestrials? Where exactly was this train headed? How had these aliens managed to board? Never mind that for now. It was time to secure a seat. He noticed that many seated individuals were casting mocking glances in their direction, seemingly eager to see how they would choose their seats. Which 2 of you lack tickets? You better get off before the train departs. Among the remaining 4, a slender man of approximately 1.7 meters in height spoke up in a chilling tone. If you don't get off, I swear I'll make you regret every finger on your hand. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and a butterfly knife danced gracefully in the air, leaving nearly a phantom trace in its wake. The expressions of many within the carriage shifted uneasily. Did I end that instant? A small man suddenly bolted toward the farthest empty seat, plopping down. Yet in the next moment, he was forcibly kicked out, crashing against the carriage wall with a thud, his teeth flying from the impact. The tableless occupant, a muscular African man, retrieved his foot and grinned. tauntingly stating in English, "Don't sit next to me if you lack a ticket. I wouldn't want your blood splattering all over me when you die." Chapter 020, Victory and Downfall. Through steel and valor, there's only one person left. "Which of you three doesn't have a ticket?" The slender man sheathed his knife and coldly stared at the remaining trio. Huang Sheng, unhurried, pushed past the person in front of him and made his way toward the nearest empty seat, hastily flashing his ticket for the others to see. The slender man disregarded the authenticity of his ticket and turned his gaze toward the last two individuals. Huang Sheng's table consisted of 2 women and 1 man, all youthful. The 2 women sported long, flowing black hair cascading down to their waists, unadorned and simply draped behind their ears, their hair thick and lustrous. Their fair complexions and beautiful features were striking. Yet their meticulously shaped eyebrows, angled sharply at the ends, added an unintended air of severity and ferocity to their appearances. Thus, despite their beauty, Huang Sheng remained cautious of them. The seat next to him was occupied by an ordinary Caucasian man who did not acknowledge Huang Sheng's presence. His gaze fixated unblinkingly on some point in the air, motionless throughout. Huang Sheng settled into his seat, placing his backpack between himself and the man, the spacious arrangement of the carriage proving advantageous. "Hello," he greeted, recognizing the enigma surrounding this train, that as they were seated together, he hoped for amicable communication. The woman by the window, adorned with a delicate necklace around her neck, paid him no mind, her focus intent on scrutinizing him. The woman to his right, with a gentler expression, responded, "Welcome." The voice of the other party was rather ordinary, yet it possessed an uncanny quality, as if the sound emanated from above, accompanied by a reverberation that lent it an eerie effect. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 individuals began to quarrel, each producing their tickets to assert their legitimacy as passengers. This provoked impatience in the lean man, who also held a ticket, leading him to seize a seat and allow the 2 to resolve their dispute on their own. Fortunately, a group near the boarding area was willing to squeeze together, permitting one of the long-haired youths to sit down, thus calming the tumult. The train jolted and gradually began to move as it departed from the subway station. The lights outside were swiftly cast into the distance, leaving behind an endless expanse of darkness. However, Huang Sheng furrowed his brow, immediately sensing something amiss. Donghai, a metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million, even its outskirts were typically aglow with various lights, street lamps, work lights, guiding lights, and so forth. The desolation near the subway station was merely relative. Yet now, not a single glimmer could be seen outside. In which direction was the vehicle heading? The woman on the right spoke again. "We are traversing an empty track. Having already departed from Donghai Station Dada, so that is the case." "Thank you for the clarification." Huang Sheng nodded, contemplating the peculiar notion of an empty track. Here he was, a traveler who had just arrived amidst an apocalyptic crisis, surrounded by a host of inexplicable beings, all while becoming an extraordinary card master. Ridiculous occurrences were already plentiful. He could hardly afford to dwell on this one, thus, we are indeed on an empty track. One might as well question if we are traversing a black hole. At that moment, the train's announcement resounded. "This train is currently operating normally. Meals are provided at 9 a.m., 1 p.m., and 6 p.m. daily. You may also dine in the dining car. Please show respect to the train staff during the journey. Furthermore, this train will not turn off its lights at night. Additionally, all passengers are advised of 3 essential rules. First, do not open the windows or climb onto the roof during transit, as it will undoubtedly lead to death. Second, the train's infrastructure is aging. In the event of an emergency stop, all passengers must remain on board. Third, should anyone exhibit suspicious behavior, if more than half of the passengers report them, the crew will escort them away." Huang Sheng took note of the 3 guidelines, soon realizing that discerning which piece of information was false was utterly impossible. It was akin to 3 newly arrived chefs presenting their signature dishes, with one of them lying about their specialty. One simply could not tell. Well then, let us take it one step at a time. At this juncture, the woman to his right, still seated opposite him, inquired, "Shall we divine?" for a black note one time. Meanwhile, Huang Sheng sensed that the atmosphere within the carriage was gradually becoming more lively. People at various tables were either engaging in conversation, playing games to pass the time, or embroiled in disputes. At last, the place bore a semblance of human warmth, and thus their commotion went unnoticed. Divination. Huang Sheng felt somewhat dazed. He was unfamiliar with this practice and would be utterly lost if someone attempted to deceive him. If the omen is dire, we shall protect you tonight. The previously silent woman adorned with a red birthmark suddenly spoke, her voice sharing the same peculiar quality as her companion, yet melodious, akin to wind chimes. Huangsheng possessed a fair amount of black notes. If it was merely a single game, why not indulge? It would provide an opportunity to ascertain the nature of these two women that he handed a black note to the individual directly opposite him. As she accepted the money, she leaned slightly forward, and he noticed a red birthmark beneath her neck. The woman with the red mark produced a paper cylinder and emptied it onto the table. Revealing 2 to 3 dozen paper balls, select one, she instructed. Huangsheng randomly picked one, and upon her prompting, unfolded it, discovering the character for iron, a very common and ordinary word. Huangsheng raised an eyebrow. He had anticipated encountering obscure characters that would facilitate deception, yet iron was a word he was curious to explore further. The loss of gold is iron. Success is achieved through weapons. The Iron Wall and Iron Fortress. Demise comes from weapons. The loss of soul and spirit. The woman with the red birthmark pondered for a moment before solemnly interpreting the character. The two women whispered among themselves, seemingly deliberating something, and then regarded him with expressionless faces, as if assessing him, their arching brows rendering them particularly grave. Fortunately, the woman with the red mark soon spoke again. This character bears both fortune and misfortune. The outcome remains uncertain. Huangsheng responded with an "oh," realizing that perhaps this would not lead to conflict after all, which was a relief as he reflexively reflected on her earlier interpretation. He suddenly discerned a semblance of truth within her words. Success is achieved through weapons. Iron Wall and Iron Fortress. Was it suggesting that he had gained success due to the sharpness of his weaponry? Moreover, with his formidable metal defenses, he had secured a B-grade evaluation, reaping numerous rewards. This interpretation seemed plausible. As for the Iron Wall and Iron Fortress, he held high hopes for the curved shield he had recently acquired, truly relying on it as a bastion of protection. The issue was that this item was stored in his spatial storage box, making it impossible for anyone else to know of it. They ought not to have uttered the term Iron Wall and Iron Fortress, leading him to ponder if they truly possessed foresight. The ominous phrase loss of soul and spirit reminded him of the cursed candle the mysterious middle-aged man had gifted him. Loss of soul could signify the loss of life or perhaps the loss of sanity. Subjected to some malevolent curse, it was no wonder that charlatans in this world were met with trepidation. He had drawn a common character, yet they could spin it into something ambiguous that if they were truly intent on deceiving, how many individuals might fall prey to their machinations? Chapter 021. If you wish to die, I shall fulfill your desire. Huangsheng finally clenched his fist, slowly retracting his hand, remaining silent. The woman with the red birthmark queried, Shall we divine again? 5 black notes. Huangsheng glared at her with a displeased expression. Did she consider him an aim? After a moment's contemplation, he pulled out a deck of cards. Shall we play cards? Let us engage in some leisurely diversion. As time passed, it soon approached 10 o'clock in the evening, and he realized he had been on the train for 2 hours. At this point, all 3 individuals had little paper strips affixed to their faces. The man beside him had somehow fallen asleep against the train wall. The woman with the red birthmark proposed concluding the game, and Huangsheng, feeling a bit sore from playing, readily agreed that he reached up to peel off the paper strips from his face, only to find the 2 women remaining unperturbed, allowing their strips to stay affixed. As 10 o'clock drew near, they all gazed intently at the overhead lights. With a sudden clap, at the stroke of 10, all lights extinguished. Huangsheng's nerves tightened. He gripped the long gun beside him, while his left hand readied to draw the curved shield. In that instant, chaos erupted within the train carriage. What the hell? The announcement had explicitly stated that the lights would not be turned off at night. He was certain he had not misheard. The announcement had indeed promised uninterrupted illumination. Huangsheng cursed inwardly. If they had not made such a statement, he would have been mentally prepared for the impending darkness, that he could have played a little longer and taken a moment to rest instead. Was it possible that one of the passenger guidelines was erroneous? But that was merely a standard announcement. Who turned off the lights? I command you to turn them back on. Damn it, did they not say the lights would remain on? Deceivers, nobody move, otherwise my blade does not discriminate. In the enveloping darkness, many felt their blood pressure spike. Instinctively shouting threats to deter potential attackers, they resorted to various languages, predominantly English, with plenty using Chinese as well. Creating a cacophony of noise within the carriage. One by one, lighting devices were ignited. Phones, flashlights, various rechargeable lamps, and even a number of candles. Do you have any light? Huang Sheng inquired of the two women. However, neither responded, merely withdrawing their gazes from the ceiling lights to fixate on him and the man seated beside him, their expressions unwavering. Huang Sheng decided to disregard their silence and reached for his bag. He sensed that some individuals in the train were far more knowledgeable than he had anticipated. It felt perilous in the oppressive darkness. Yet just then, the white man, who had remained silent and motionless since boarding, suddenly turned to face him, a glimmer of steel flashing in hand. Huang Sheng instinctively recoiled his left arm, only to feel a sharp pain on the back of his hand the next moment. He had always been wary of this individual, yet he had evidently been scheming all along, feigning ignorance for so long. However, even with the lights out distracting him, his reflexes remained sharp. He had only sustained a superficial wound. He sprang to his feet, and the white man rose simultaneously, lunging at him with his knife, intent on a deadly confrontation. Huang Sheng swiftly retreated, removing his gun holster in a flash, and thrust the weapon forward. The man charged fiercely, but the gun's tip plunged into his chest, as if he had willingly offered himself. A torrent of blood erupted, splattering across the table, chairs, and floor. That if you wish to die, I shall fulfill your desire, Huang Sheng declared fiercely. With a swift motion, he withdrew the gun, the blade slick with blood, and then thrust it forward twice more. The man emitted a hoarse scream, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Huang Sheng forcefully kicked the lifeless body into the aisle, subsequently seizing a handbag concealed nearby. As he engaged in combat, the air was filled with a cacophony of fighting and curses. Lights were toppled, and the uproar crescendoed, plunging the carriage into utter chaos. This enigmatic train, as Huang Sheng had previously feared, had revealed its menacing fangs. With a click, the emergency light flickered on, powered by a robust battery, illuminating the surrounding area and bathing several individuals in its glow. Blood was strewn everywhere, and as Huang Sheng wiped and cleaned, he pondered that it was time to change seats. Had he known to strike lightly earlier, perhaps the outcome would have differed. Alas, the long gun was inherently a weapon of violence, and such considerations were often an afterthought in the heat of the moment. The expressions of the two women seemed to relax, for they had likely been on guard against their assault, unaware that the two men had begun to fight amongst themselves. The woman with the birthmark declared, "Purify the bloodstains and collect a black note as payment." Huang Sheng's hand faltered. Had these women truly fallen into the lure of money? Were they not seated at the same table? Cleaning up should not require a fee from him, while keeping an eye on the surroundings. He swiftly opened the white man's handbag. Inside lay a mobile phone, a power bank, a roll of bandages, a small bottle of alcohol, and a stack of black notes totaling exactly 20. That the haul was quite satisfactory. Huang Sheng smirked coldly, thinking that his efforts were not in vain. Clean up properly before you act, he instructed the two women, feeling somewhat pleased to have earned some money, eager to see how they would proceed and what this purification skill entailed. The woman with the birthmark nodded, producing a stick of incense that appeared to have been burned multiple times. After carefully igniting it with a match, she clasped her hands together, closing her eyes. Soon, the bloodstains on the seats, tables, and the floor beneath their feet began to dissipate gradually, fading away. Although the blood was not entirely eradicated, only faint traces remained, hardly affecting the normal use of the seats. Moreover, the blood that had splattered on their own bodies also began to vanish. Huang Sheng gazed at the incense in her hands with astonishment and tossed a black note her way, acknowledging the efficacy of her ability in tidying up the aftermath quite commendably. The chaos and the darkness came swiftly and departed just as quickly. After several lives were lost, many shouted for restraint and calmness, and the surrounding noise gradually diminished. Meanwhile, the train doors swung open, and uniformed attendants entered. They dragged away the bodies, roughly cleaned up the debris and blood, and then nonchalantly proceeded to the next carriage. Huang Sheng tended to his wounds, cleaning and bandaging them, while surveying the situation inside the train. He noticed the lean man wielding a butterfly knife, covered in blood, wearing an unpleasant smirk on his face. Across from him, 3 individuals were drenched in cold sweat, clutching their fingers, each having lost at least 2, while a body lay on the ground, bleeding profusely, at a table occupied by individuals with cat ears. A small black cat lay curled up, its vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, ready to alert at the slightest approach. Surrounding a group of eyebrowless individuals was also a pool of blood, yet they were engaged in laughter and conversation. Seemingly unaffected, with the lights still off, Dade asked for the long-haired youth who had initially offered his seat. He now lay lifeless, his belongings being eagerly rifled through by his companions. Damn it, Huang Sheng silently cursed. It seemed everyone was eyeing the black notes and equipment of others. Although he felt a slight discomfort from having taken lives, the tense atmosphere gradually dulled that feeling. The train lights flickered on, illuminating the carriage that had turned to utter disarray in mere minutes. Huang Sheng switched off the emergency light, realizing that the train had indeed not turned off the lights, merely paused for a few minutes. How could this be considered a blackout? It was akin to pursuing a doctorate. A minor read hardly counted as reading. That it resembled gaming. A small cheat hardly constituted cheating. Could mouse macros and microaccelerations be deemed as such? He had refrained from using wall hacks, offering some semblance of respect, so it appeared the train was deliberately orchestrating this. When the lights were on, everyone reveled in camaraderie. Yet with the darkness, the predatory nature emerged. Even when the lights flickered back on, the fragile trust among the people had vanished, replaced by heightened vigilance. Chapter 22, Collision with a monster taking advantage of the illuminated moment. He leaned against the window, closing his eyes to feign sleep. That it was only 10 o'clock. Dawn was still far off, and if he did not rest a little, he feared he would find no peace in the middle of the night. After an indeterminate period, he was gently nudged awake, opening his eyes to see the woman with the necklace across from him. That he glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. That he took out a bar of chocolate, nibbling on it, while noticing the two women gazing hungrily at his food, instinctively sweeping his eyes over their attire. Previously, he had been preoccupied with their faces and figures. Now he realized their clothing was woefully shabby and worn. The fabric was merely coarse cloth, and they were cinched at the waist with rough twine, and no wonder they had resorted to using candles to ignite the incense. Perhaps they lacked lighters? It was hard to believe these women lived on Earth. Could they be from some other realm? Until now, he deemed them somewhat reliable, and perhaps he would need their assistance tonight, so he tossed a chocolate bar toward them. The woman with the birthmark expressed her gratitude, sharing it with her companion. They chewed slowly, gradually closing their eyes in enjoyment. Huang Sheng glanced at his watch. It was midnight. Would there be another disturbance? Indeed, the lights flickered off once more, and he began to comprehend that the train's claim of not turning off the lights was a mere facade, perhaps hinting that the 3-passenger guidelines should not be taken at face value. After the lights went dark this time, a full 10 minutes passed without any conflict. Even the tone of conversations lowered, as if everyone feared drawing attention or misunderstanding. AT 1220. Both women turned their gazes towards the window, but a gust of wind whistled in, seeping through the edges of the window, chilling the interior while bringing with it a series of strange sounds. Huang Sheng switched off the light, only to discover that the outside of the window had begun to glow faintly. Not far away lay a stretch of gray mist, which in the night appeared bright. Yet this mist seemed to touch neither the sky above nor the ground below, as if the train were traversing through the air. Within the mist, dozens of small shadows were darting about. Upon sighting the train, they suddenly lunged towards it. As the distance closed, Huang Sheng discerned that these creatures resembled maggots, possessing semi-transparent structures akin to fish fins on either side, along with an exaggeratedly long and slender tail. What on earth were these things? Were they planning to attack the train? Someone could not contain their fear and shouted to the observers. These entities showed no signs of halting. They were already quite close and continued to approach. I have a very bad feeling about this. Prepare for battle. Everyone. Oh God, they look utterly revolting. Cough, cough, cough. Where's that foul stench coming from? The crowd grew restless again, but this time their focus was entirely on the outside. The sight of these ethereal entities stirred deep unease within them. Fortunately, for the moment, no direct threats emerged. These creatures seemed to glide along the train's exterior, occasionally pressing against the windows, startling the passengers. Yet they exhibited no aggressive behavior. These maggots were grotesquely ugly, their features indistinguishable and exuding a putrid aura. The strange odor permeating the carriage likely emanated from them. They were roughly the width of a human waist, moving fluidly, yet lacking any semblance of grace, evoking nothing but revulsion and terror. Huang Sheng felt a surge of panic. He He was unafraid of lions or tigers, but creatures like caterpillars, maggots, and centipedes were truly unbearable, especially in the form of these exaggerated monstrosities. With the experience of the lantern-carrying individual fresh in his mind, he now viewed such creatures with a sense of extreme peril. Before long, the area that had glimmered gray was left behind, plunging the outside back into darkness. Just then, a thunderous crash resonated from an unknown part of the train. This impact not only shook the entire carriage but also seemed to evoke the sound of metal grinding along the tracks. Those with timid dispositions instinctively screamed, fearing the train might derail. Damn it, what is colliding with us? Could it be those creatures at the adjacent table? Several white and black men anxiously wielded their flashlights, frantically shining them outside, hoping not to encounter anything. Suddenly, a black man let out a harrowing scream as his flashlight illuminated a grotesque maggot pressing its face against the window. The shock sent him reeling, and he flew out of his seat, crashing heavily onto the ground. It must be said that athleticism has its merits. Damn it. Are these creatures truly assaulting the train? What on earth should we do if that hideous thing gets inside? The crowd erupted in a flurry of anxious discussion, a mixture of gravity and trepidation flooding the atmosphere. Bang! Another powerful collision reverberated, shaking the carriage while the sound of metal grinding against metal intensified. Huang Sheng's scalp tingled. The prospect of the monstrous maggot breaching the train was secondary. If it truly overturned, what would they do? The train was not traversing along a proper railway track. Beside it lay the vast abyss of the sky, a staggering 10,000 meters high that if the train were to overturn, there would be no escape. Anxiety gripped the hearts of the passengers as time ticked by. The relentless impacts continued, and amidst the illumination, people despaired as they caught sight of ominous figures outside the windows. These entities seemed to have latched onto the train, unwilling to relent until they breached the interior. The frequency of the collisions escalated, and Huang Sheng sensed that the train was decelerating, seemingly to prevent a derailment. That he glanced at the two women, who surely possessed more knowledge than he did. This train was not only perilous, but it also undoubtedly served a critical purpose. Otherwise, it would not continuously produce tickets and receive such solemn attention from the authorities. Regardless of the secrets it held, he knew he must first endure and survive. The red-marked woman produced a fragment of incense from her possession and handed him the paper from her earlier divination, inscribed with the words, "Iron thrives as weapons clash. Iron walls and barriers. Demise follows the clash, souls lost and mourned." This revelation sparked a memory. He still had a shield at his disposal, which might afford him some protection against the grotesque beings. Feigning a search in his backpack, he discreetly summoned the curved shield. Upon retrieving the metallic object, he abruptly unfurled the carbon fiber shield, which was roughly the size of a small umbrella, shielding most of his body from view and providing a sense of security. With it held lightly before him, Huang Sheng awaited the moment the creature would shatter the window. The two women brightened, their expressions betraying a sense of exhilaration. The red-marked woman gestured for him to follow her to one of the corners of the carriage, while the necklace-wearing woman gathered their belongings, signaling for the trio to take refuge there and prepare for confrontation. Huang Sheng concurred. The corner offered the advantage of a wall for defense, significantly enhancing their safety. Thus, the three abandoned their seats and hurried towards the designated corner, located at the left side connecting carriage 15 and 14, with the entryway just ahead leading to carriage 14, witnessing Huang Sheng and the others' movements. Others awakened from their stupor, scrambling for the remaining corner positions. Ultimately, several eyebrowless individuals and a few cat-eared ones secured a corner at the opposite end of the carriage, connecting to carriage 16. These two groups proved formidable, with at least a dozen individuals repelled or injured during the scuffle. Yet everyone exhibited restraint, avoiding further bloodshed. In the corner adjacent to Huang Sheng, a group of robust men, both white and black, had claimed the space. 6 of them huddled together, armed with knives, compound bows, and even firearms. The trio was no longer alone. An additional lean man skilled with a butterfly knife joined them, along with a 30-something Chinese woman who had not boarded with them, also bearing a firearm. Each corner housed 5 or 6 individuals, totaling just over 20, occupying the most advantageous defensive positions, excluding those who perished during the first blackout. Only 14 or 15 people remained without a corner. nearly half of whom bore injuries from that initial darkness. Each corner presented its own challenges, and without Huang Sheng needing to intervene, the two women revealed their astonishing capabilities. They neither spoke nor acted, yet whenever someone attempted to breach their corner, a mere glance exchange between them would render the intruder afflicted with intense abdominal pain or complete exhaustion. This uncanny ability instilled fear in those who dared approach. After several more impacts, a sudden shattering of glass echoed through the air. Somewhere, a window had been broken. Following that, the collision ceased, but distant sounds of frantic fighting and shouting erupted from another carriage, their echoes unwavering even from afar. Concurrently, a chilling wind swept through the carriage, carrying with it a nauseating stench that provoked retches among the passengers. As Huang Sheng observed, the faces of those trapped in the middle began to emerge with a pallid hue under the flickering lights. An unsettling sight. Was this the manifestation of being ensnared by misfortune? Huang Sheng pondered, touching his own face and checking with a mirror, finding no abnormalities. The individuals in the central area, exposed to the foul winds, might be suffering due to that very air, that he contemplated that their concealment in the corners likely shielded them from the worst of it. The positioning saw the two women at the rear, while Huang Sheng stood at the forefront alongside the woman wielding a Glock. Unsettled by the lean man, Huang Sheng positioned himself beside the curved shield, effectively taking the lead. Suddenly, another gust of wind surged through, causing the interconnecting doors between carriages to swing open. With it came a long, grotesque form drifting through the air. Under the lights, it resembled a fish gliding through water, moving with an ethereal grace. Yet its hideous and repulsive visage left an indelible mark on the observers. The moment it appeared, a breath of rancid air overwhelmed Huang Sheng and the others, causing nausea that nearly brought them to their knees. Several individuals recoiled in horror. The woman's lithe form pressed against the carriage wall, while the lean man was forced against Huang Sheng's shield, all striving to minimize their visibility to the creature. In stark contrast, the group of robust men reacted with aggression, believing the grotesque entity was targeting them. With cries and shouts, they launched an assault. Bolts and bullets flew towards the creature, but each projectile met its flesh with a sickening squelch, akin to mud being trampled, splattering gray liquid everywhere. The creature, initially drifting towards the opposite door, was provoked into a furious retaliation. It twisted violently, enveloping the attacking men within its mass, its elongated tail coiled around them like a constrictor, silencing their screams and causing weapons to scatter, that I end their desperate struggles. Their eyes widened in terror, pleading for assistance from Huang Sheng and his companions. After ensnaring several victims, the creature did not linger. Dragging them towards carriage 16, that once had departed, the others rushed to claim the fallen weapons and belongings. Let us avoid infighting. We'll split the black currency among the five of us. Any disputes or conflicts would lead to our demise. Huang Sheng cautioned, fearing that disagreements over resources could spell disaster. What about the other items? Queried the lean man. That will procure what we want with black currency, and that will be evenly distributed. Huang Sheng swiftly replied, and consensus was reached as they gathered the spoils. Under the light, Huang Sheng noticed that the gray liquid, while foul-smelling, possessed corrosive properties, albeit not excessively strong. Prompt cleaning would mitigate adverse effects. It appeared that most had retained their black currency, but two items remained behind. After the creature vanished into the opposite carriage, the sounds of impending doom loomed, prompting them to extinguish the lights and huddle together. Having already tallied their acquisitions, 31 units of black currency, a rusted blood-producing bracelet, and a red tablecloth. The blood-producing bracelet granted the wearer enhanced blood regeneration, replenishing lost vitality at the cost of double life energy. The attracting tablecloth made its user the most conspicuous target, typically drawing the ire of less intelligent foes. In summary, one item facilitated healing, while the other provoked adversaries. Huang Sheng immediately fixated on the blood-producing bracelet. Despite its unappealing appearance, its utility was unparalleled. The attracting tablecloth, though potentially hazardous, could also serve a purpose in critical moments. Overall, both items held equal value. The red-marked woman and the necklace-wearing woman remained silent. Huang Sheng sensed their indifference towards gear, seemingly preferring the allure of black currency. This was advantageous, as it minimized unnecessary competition. Before long, the second grotesque entity emerged from the doorway, leisurely drifting through the air. Again, heading towards carriage 16. Did I want the bracelet? Huang Sheng exclaimed. Noticing that neither woman spoke, and the woman with the Glock remained silent, the lean young man inquired, Then I shall take the tablecloth. How do we divide the black currency? Let us establish a price. How much do you think the two items are worth? Huang Sheng asked, confident in his ability to afford the items with his 3-digit black currency, yet hoping to minimize his expenditure. The red-marked woman promptly responded, 30 for each item. Huang Sheng shook his head, negotiating, no, that's too expensive. There are many people in the vehicle, and their total assets barely amount to a few dozen black banknotes. Bai Mingxue only received a reward of 10 black banknotes for her D-grade evaluation. 30 is indeed excessive, equivalent to the earnings of a significant portion of the lantern-bearers who fought desperately. Let's settle on 50 for the two items, that in a bid to expedite the division of spoils and address subsequent matters. Huang Sheng proposed a figure that still felt somewhat high, noticing the lack of reaction from others. He realized his offer had been accepted. Chapter 024. The initial train, chapters 22 and 23 are combined, so after 22, it directly transitions to chapter 24. He donned the bracelet on his wrist and murmured, 31 black banknotes. You three will each take 6, which means my brother and I will each contribute 19 black banknotes. In total, we have 39 black banknotes left, so each of you can take 13. Is that acceptable? The woman lowered her head to calculate, while the two other women remained unresponsive, whether due to confusion or indifference was unclear. Huang Sheng and the lean man took out their money, and after the 5 of them finished dividing the spoils, they turned their attention to the remaining weapons. Holding a revolver with 6 chambers and over 20 bullets, he felt the weight of it in his hands. The lean man received an MP5 submachine gun with less than a full magazine of bullets, and no additional ammunition could be found. The woman, Yu Shaoyi, took a dagger, while the 2 other women grabbed a recurve crossbow and a knife. Following a swift and relatively equitable distribution of benefits, the group felt a temporary sense of stability within their makeshift team, which had begun to establish a preliminary trust, having learned from the folly of a few fools. The rest of the individuals in the vehicle refrained from making any rash moves, especially the dozen or so in the middle, who found ample space to evade more comfortably than those in the corners. 5 or 6 among them rushed to occupy the now vacant corners, and after a hurried cleanup, they became Huang Sheng's new neighbors. Strange maggots meandered through the carriage, neither lingering nor attacking, leaving everyone puzzled about their intentions. However, the train that had come to a complete standstill suddenly erupted with the sounds of fighting from several carriages, and the commotion was considerable. Among the cat-eared individuals across from them, a girl suddenly asked in a clear voice, Do you remember how many monsters have passed by? Huang Sheng recalled, 5 have passed. The lean man, Liao Xiaolu, replied, 5 have passed and we are in carriage 15, and there are a total of 22 carriages on this train. The girl exclaimed, Did you notice? The carriages from which the sounds are coming are all quite far from us, yet they are present both ahead and behind. Huang Sheng's heart stirred. Are you implying that these monsters began their attacks from the front and rear sections? The first one that passed is now wreaking havoc in carriage 22. Clever. It is highly likely that this is the case. As the girl's words fell, a discussion erupted within the carriage. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder the earlier monsters merely passed by. They were targeting the subsequent carriages, and those meant to attack this one had yet to arrive. The girl warned, I advise you not to harbor any false hopes. Many may not grasp the true nature of this train. Why did we board after obtaining tickets? Where is the train headed? With the time we have left, allow me to enlighten you, lest some of you perish in ignorance. This train is also known as the initial train. The term initial signifies that once we board, we are no longer ordinary people. You will either die on this train or survive to disembark. Some of you must possess soul reboot liquid, right? However, this liquid can only be used during a specific event, and if consumed prematurely, one will die, and only upon the event's conclusion can resurrection occur. Yet, this initial train is not an event. It unfolds within the realms of normal space and dimension. Once you die, it is truly death. Consuming soul reboot liquid will be futile. What? Yu Shaoyi, who had been largely inconspicuous, exclaimed, her voice rising dramatically. Many in the carriage were equally incredulous, some shouting, impossible, while others displayed visible panic and terror. Clearly, many had boarded with the belief that they could be resurrected using the soul reboot liquid. Huang Sheng was not surprised. There had been no system prompt from end to end, and it was evident that this train was not part of any crisis event. Beside him, Yu Xiaoyi trembled slightly, and he keenly sensed an astonishing softness brushing against his arm. Though they were pressed together, she had previously made an effort to shield her body with her arms. Now, however, the cat-eared girl continued, those who reach the final station alive can officially become evolvers. You have all likely experienced at least one crisis event, correct? Is there a voice in your mind speaking to you? That voice is the evolver system. Our entire universe seems to be a game controlled by a mysterious entity. When crisis events affect ordinary people, they only receive a notification at the start, while a few fortunate individuals may gain temporary special identities. When the event concludes, all survivors will receive settlement rewards, and those with temporary identities can obtain them permanently. Among the surviving elite, there is hope to receive a ticket, which signifies the Evolver game's recognition of your strength. With that, we can board the initial train, which serves as a dedicated express to the world of Evolvers while also presenting a test. As I mentioned earlier, those who survive will officially become Evolvers, gaining personal attributes, panels, skills, traits, wealth, and more, all of which will be plainly displayed alongside the crucial space storage box, commonly known as a spatial ring, among other things. Another strange maggot wandered in, and as it passed completely, the girl continued, her tone filled with fervor. As long as we can disembark alive, we will gain a new life. We can summon and store items from the space, as if we were gods. We will possess increasingly formidable powers to protect our loved ones and friends, and we can confront those who threaten our homes and planets. If we grow strong enough, even our world, shrouded in doom, may find redemption and stability once more. Most of the individuals in the carriage were hearing this information for the first time, and their emotions were stirred, especially the prospect of obtaining a space storage box, something that only existed in novels and films, was indeed attainable in reality. How fantastical! As long as they could disembark, they could embrace a new life. The temptation and power of this statement were overwhelming. Huang Sheng sensed that everyone around him was caught in a tremendous fervor. Yu Xiaoyi, Liao Xiaolu, and the others, without exception. It seems my performance has been commendable, and the Evolver system has granted me the space storage box in advance, perhaps to prevent me from meeting with disaster on the initial train? Huang Sheng mused inwardly, as the girl continued. That was the sixth one. The seventh is approaching. The seventh monster will unleash chaos in the 16th carriage. You're talking nonsense since all the carriage connection doors were wide open. Allowing for cross-communication, Huang Sheng and his companions could hear her words, especially clearly from carriage 16. Someone couldn't help but retort, it sounds plausible, but how do I know you're not setting a trap? Do you think these disgusting creatures possess intelligence to seek out corresponding carriages? Before the individual finished speaking, a sudden scream erupted from carriage 17, separated by the entirety of carriage 16. Following that, the sounds of battle, cries of despair, and roars of anger erupted, echoing the earlier cacophony from the other carriages. Carriages 15 and 16 erupted into chaos. Everyone was in a panic. What the hell do we do now? We're about to be next in carriage 16. Do we just sit here and wait for our doom? Can we kill that thing with guns? I wonder if my old 3.8 rifle from over 80 years ago has enough power? Everyone, take note. That creature can bind and strangle you like a snake. We already had a few fools who tried it and paid the price, someone shouted in the middle of carriage 15. At this point, the cat-eared girl remarked, it will be difficult for just one carriage to deal with that beast. I suggest we unite the people of carriages 15 and 16 to eliminate both monsters. If they finish off one carriage, they certainly won't spare the adjacent one. Chapter 025. The first battle erupts. Huang Sheng and the others exchanged glances, considering cooperation. The notion of the two carriages joining forces to slay a single maggot seemed plausible. There was little time to hesitate. Uncertain if everyone would agree, Liao Xiaolu spoke in a low voice. What that person said makes sense. We witnessed that monsters battle up close. The bullets from several of us had no effect whatsoever. If we don't find a way to collaborate, we may end up being picked off one by one. Yu Xiaoyi, in a fluster, added, I also think we should cooperate, but you all should decide how to proceed. Huang Sheng turned his gaze towards the two women, who nodded in agreement, displaying a much more resolute demeanor this time. The consensus among their small team of 5 was reached with remarkable swiftness. We five agreed to cooperate, but we will only proceed to provide support once the monsters breach the 16th carriage, Huang Sheng declared. The cat-eared girl expressed her understanding and gratitude while inquiring about the opinions of the others. Compared to the 15th carriage, the inhabitants of the 16th were undoubtedly more eager to have their assistance in combat, leaving no room for refusal. However, as panic spread, many individuals from the 16th carriage began to frantically rush toward them. Attempting to evade the impending battle at this juncture, Liao Xiaolu remarked, "I will head to the front, to the 14th carriage, in hopes of rallying more support. Strength lies in numbers." Huang Sheng nodded in response. Liao Xiaolu, with his fierce appearance, had revealed a menacing demeanor upon boarding, and during the first blackout he had stained his hands with blood, giving the impression of a ruthless character. Yet, through personal experience, Huang Sheng discovered that he was not as dreadful as he seemed. His volunteering to contact the front carriage was certainly an act that contradicted his intimidating persona. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that he was simply seeking an excuse to avoid combat. On the other side, the cat-eared girl exclaimed in anger, "Do not come over here. It may provoke the monsters into attacking prematurely." Chaos erupted at the junction between the 15th and 16th carriages, with individuals attempting to block others from crossing while those on the other side sought to flee for their lives, leading to a sudden outbreak of conflict. Plans often falter in the face of rapid change. Huang Sheng's expression darkened. He had no desire to involve himself in the turmoil, yet he was determined to prevent their irrational actions from jeopardizing his own safety. Not only did he wish to survive on the train, but he also aspired for a higher evaluation. As a participant in the grand financial incident, his rewards were significantly more substantial than those of others. Thus, the cooperative approach proposed by the cat-eared girl was perfectly aligned with his current interests. Abruptly, he rose and hastened towards the opposing carriage door, that if he did not act now, he might soon find himself at the mercy of these individuals. "Clear the way. Do not obstruct my path," he shouted, and the cat-eared individuals desperately attempting to block the incoming tide of people turned to him. Under the beam of his flashlight, he brandished a revolver in front of him, gripping the gun with both hands. Without any words of persuasion or declaration, he opened fire. Despite having devised a solid strategy, these individuals, paralyzed by fear, sought to rush to the 15th carriage, but he could not be blamed for his ruthless actions. In this moment, taking one life might save two others. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 bullets from his fully loaded revolver were discharged in rapid succession, but he was not a sharpshooter. He had merely dabbled in live-fire shooting during his travels abroad. Thus, he could not ensure every shot found its mark. Nevertheless, he managed to drop 3 individuals into a pool of blood. Huang Sheng stowed the empty firearm, now wielding a spear-like weapon that gleamed with a predatory sharpness, exuding an unmistakable threat. "All of you retreat," he commanded. "You dare not face a battle that is yet to commence. What do you pathetic creatures think you are, evolvers? Remaining in the 16th carriage may allow you to live. But if you attempt to cross over now, you shall meet your demise." Having undergone primary physical enhancements in the transformation through purification fluids, Huang Sheng possessed a plethora of cards, granting him the confidence to play this role. Particularly, the Bright Light card, if deployed against these individuals now, would render them instantly blind, leaving them defenseless. Whoever dares to approach shall be killed. The several browless individuals, equally stern in their tone, shouted in unison. Each held a slender metal weapon, approximately 1 to 1.5 meters long, with a 3-pronged, double-edged tip, making them formidable in close combat against the chaotic throng rushing from the other side. Faced with the violent suppression from the 15th carriage, those who had originally fled in cowardice found themselves unable to advance, forced to drag away the injured and the dead, temporarily resolving the conflict between the 2 carriages. Meanwhile, the battle in the 17th carriage escalated to a fever pitch, with blood-soaked figures and those smeared with gray liquid recklessly charging into the 16th carriage. Under the harsh light, they appeared particularly wretched, stirring the hearts of all present that it's here. The 7th monster has arrived. Be cautious over there. Someone suddenly shouted from the 14th carriage. The crowd instinctively scattered from the carriage door, retreating to the sides. While the cat-eared girl tugged at Huang Sheng's sleeve, pulling him to their side, as everyone fell silent in anticipation that in the adjacent 16th carriage, all individuals instinctively shrank toward the direction of the 17th carriage, their nerves taut and ready for battle. The cat-eared individuals generally possessed delicate features, their ears resembling those of cats but more akin to human ears, with varying heights and body types. One girl was a diminutive, petite figure, while her companion was tall and slender. They appeared adept in close-quarters combat, each wielding a variety of melee weapons. There was no time to observe further. A pungent stench began to waft through the air as the monstrous maggot silently drifted down from above. After lingering briefly at the blood-soaked junction between the two carriages, it accelerated its movements, plunging into the 16th carriage and revealing a completely different demeanor than before. At the rear, Liao Xiaolu charged into the 15th carriage with the group, while Yu Xiaoyi and her two companions hurried from the back of the carriage, ready to join the fray. Even those occupying another corner rushed this way, and the cat-eared and browless individuals showed no hesitation. Leading the charge into the 16th carriage, Huang Sheng followed suit, but as he entered the carriage, he was nearly overwhelmed by the suffocating stench of decay. The monstrous maggot floated in the air, attacking everyone in sight. One man, caught off guard, was instantly ensnared by the creature. With a hissing sound, a cloud of black smoke erupted, and the man screamed in agony, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to alleviate his suffering. The maggot's elongated body undulated like waves, colliding with those nearby. The lightly impacted merely fell, while the more severely struck were sent flying, some crashing against tables, their spines shattering, while others met their demise as their heads smashed against the carriage wall. Brain matter spilling forth. Everyone fought back with all their might. Those armed with firearms fired from various angles, and amidst the muffled sounds of gunfire, it became evident, just as Huang Sheng had witnessed before, that the bullets seemed to be swallowed, leaving only the sound of being struck, akin to stepping on mud. As for other weapons, blades, fists, and even some improvised weapons with offensive capabilities, their effectiveness appeared exceedingly limited. "Kaiwa, it's your turn!" Several cat-eared individuals called out to the tall, slender woman at the same time. The black cat that had been perched on a small table, keeping watch, leapt on her shoulder. The woman, Kaiwa, nodded and charged forward, her body rapidly transforming as she moved. As she leapt high into the air, her form morphed into that of the black cat perched on her shoulder, though her body had grown significantly larger. It was also more elongated, agile, and powerful. The cat girl Kaiwa moved with incredible speed, darting past the monstrous maggot in an instant, her claws raised, unleashing a flurry of attacks that numbered over 10 strikes. The sounds of scratching and tearing filled the air, and gray liquid splattered as the maggot emitted a sharp cry of pain, turning its gaze toward her. Simultaneously, several browless individuals produced a metallic apparatus from seemingly nowhere, upon which 3 metal javelins were displayed, adjusting and aiming with precision. My profession is ranger, and my current ability allows me to ignore your opponent's total defensive capabilities while inflicting a lasting weakening effect with my attacks. Liao Xiaolu's voice resonated deeply. Thus, I require your assistance in creating an opportunity for an attack. As long as I can strike it once, its combat capability will significantly diminish. Huang Sheng was taken aback. The potency of this individual's profession was indeed formidable. Did it mean that anyone who faced him in the future would suffer a reduction in combat capability if injured? Isn't ranged attack an option? Huang Sheng inquired. Not currently. I must engage closely to deal a certain degree of effective damage to determine success. Huang Sheng nodded. Let us devise a plan. Bai Mingshue's abilities as a police officer could directly influence targets from a distance without concern for safety, proving to be no less effective than this ranger. The woman with the red mark replied to Huang Sheng, "We can bestow you with blessings." The 2 women each took out a fragment of incense. Lighting it and closing their eyes in silent prayer, the fragrant smoke enveloped them. Huang Sheng felt a surge of exhilaration, the power coursing through him visibly intensifying. At that moment, with 3 resounding booms from the amplification device, the javelins set up by the browless individuals launched their assault, 2 of them piercing into the body of the maggot. One veered off course, embedding itself deep into the carriage wall, with a third of its shaft buried. Demonstrating immense force, these 2 javelins inflicted considerable damage upon the maggot, which frantically twisted its body, abandoning all other targets as it prepared to ensnare several individuals with its tail. Huang Sheng inhaled deeply. His gaze locked on the front, just as Yu Xiaoyi activated the bright emergency lights to illuminate the target in the glaring light. He moved with sudden precision, his arms extended with a long spear. now enhanced to resemble a sword's tip, swung downwards to cleave at the maggot's slender and powerful tail. The maggot's tail was agile and powerful, undoubtedly connected to a multitude of nerves. He speculated that severing its tail would undoubtedly inflict a significant impact upon it. With a sharp cracking sound, the severed tail burst forth, ejecting a great torrent of gray liquid, springing into the air like a coil, producing a cacophony of popping noises. It resembled the reaction of an elastic steel ring snapping. The grotesque larva trembled violently, as if it were enduring unimaginable injuries, opening its mandibles to emit a piercing shriek that nearly rendered the ears of those nearby deaf. Simultaneously, its levitating body seemed to lose its ability to swim, floundering helplessly in midair, on the verge of plummeting to the ground. Liao Xiaolu, who had been poised to launch an attack, was momentarily stunned by the sudden shriek, nearly losing grip of his butterfly knife. After a tense 6 or 7 seconds, as the grotesque larva crashed heavily to the ground, he roared and lunged forward, his butterfly knife leaving fleeting trails across its body. Kaiwa was equally relentless in her assault. The two engaged in remarkably similar attacks, characterized by their rapid, ephemeral physical strikes, splattering gray liquid everywhere as the grotesque larva writhed frantically on the ground. Its thrashing movements were alarmingly intense, and a few individuals, caught off guard, were directly flung away, their bodies colliding with the metal chassis, producing a resounding clamor. Huang Sheng braced his arched shield forward while Liao Xiaolu, nearly drenched in gray liquid, gasped and retreated urgently. In the moment they crossed paths, a loud crack echoed as the struggling creature slammed against the arched shield. Liao Xiaolu narrowly evaded, while Caihua's feline form moved even swifter, escaping without a scratch. A tremendous force surged towards them, causing Huang Sheng to stumble back 5 or 6 steps, losing his balance and nearly collapsing to the ground. 2 arms appeared, one on either side, grasping under his armpits, exerting strength to stabilize his impending fall. It was the duo known as the Red Mole Women. Meanwhile, the grotesque larva, which had violently struck the arched shield, suffered even more distress as it rebounded with several times the force, crashing down amidst a heap of tables and chairs with a resounding thud. Enduring continuous assaults, especially with Liao Xiaolu's professional abilities in effect, the thrashing of the severed larva noticeably lessened. Everyone surged forward, with Huang Sheng delivering a series of shots, and after an unknown assailant's final blow, the grotesque larva finally ceased its struggles. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness, yet was fraught with difficulty, leaving everyone somewhat relieved. 6 luminous orbs materialized beside its carcass, 2 of which were filled with stacked black currency, while the other 4 contained various items. Including Huang Sheng, it was the first time everyone had witnessed such an explosion of luminous orbs. "Don't move, no one is allowed to snatch," the cat-eared girl shrieked, while the browless individuals and those from Carriage 16 exchanged warnings, all eager to avoid a chaotic scramble, fearing both disorder and the possibility of being left empty-handed. "Everyone remain still. I shall retrieve it, and we will distribute according to contributions. At this juncture, Huang Sheng stepped forward. Carriage 15, being the supporting faction for Carriage 16, had demonstrated overwhelming combat power against the opposing carriage. Thus, they were naturally responsible for overseeing the distribution. Moreover, the 3 main teams from Carriage 15 had, on one hand, violently quelled the recent conflict between the 2 carriages, and on the other hand, had 2 main contributors in their ranks, himself and Liao Xiaolu. This did not even account for the assistance Liao Xiaolu had brought from Carriage 14, which, though inconsequential, still qualified him to oversee the reward distribution. There were no objections from Carriage 15. Naturally, Carriage 16, being the rescued party, had little to say, in truth. While these rewards appeared plentiful, when divided among the individuals from both carriages, each would receive little. However, the number of grotesque larvae aboard the train remained uncertain. The hastily formed alliance had proven advantageous, and to maintain this temporary coalition, they must ensure relative fairness. Those who exerted substantial effort should receive the lion's share, while those who merely contributed should receive a smaller portion. They needed to act swiftly, for it wouldn't be long before the next creature arrived. Huang Sheng scanned the surroundings, signaling for silence, and his gaze unexpectedly landed on Wang He, wielding a spade. The 2 orbs of black currency contained a total of 40 units. And among the 4 items, the most recognizable were 6 vitality capsules, designed to restore physical vigor at that moment. Many individuals found themselves stained with the grotesque larva's corrosive gray liquid, which, even after being wiped clean, posed some risk to human health. Thus, the vitality capsules were a precise remedy. The remaining 3 items included a black serpentine longsword, a pair of tattered reading glasses, which appeared on the verge of disintegration, and an exaggerated pair of gloves that extended from the fingertips all the way to the shoulders. Each item came with a description. Chapter 027, Climbing Gloves. The serpentine longsword possesses the ability to shatter illusions, meaning that if faced with a mirage or similar deception, attacking with this sword can dispel an astonishing capability. If utilized appropriately, it could prove to be an invaluable tool. The reading glasses enable visibility in darkness and offer a degree of enhancement for vision in obscured environments such as mists. The long gloves serve the purpose of climbing. Let us allocate the rewards between carriages 15 and 16 at a ratio of 5 to 2. We take 5, you take 2. Huang Sheng stated. I will now name each item, and each of you shall propose a value in black currency, after which we will calculate the average to determine the final price. That we must act swiftly, for within mere minutes, we could face attacks from other monsters. 6 vitality capsules, capable of treating corrosive damage and restoring life force. Each person should propose a total value for all SIX. Huang Sheng's voice faded. The cat-eared girl quickly interjected. 18 black currency. Too much. 12 black currency. 15. 20. 10.3 is the maximum. The crowd chimed in with their proposed values, a cacophony of voices rising and falling within seconds, while those severely injured in the battle remained silent. Huang Sheng, now sharp-minded, with enhanced memory and cognitive abilities, quickly deduced a result. The vast majority of proposed prices ranged between 12 and 18 black currency, averaging at 15. Next, the serpentine longsword he continued to announce the names of the equipment. The crowd provided their estimates, their emotions gradually stabilizing from the earlier fervor of battle. The ongoing equipment distribution required no contest. Every individual had a stake in it, ensuring that each would ultimately receive a share. No one wished for this orderly process to be disrupted. The total value of all rewards, including 40 black currency, amounts to 125 black currency. That we shall take 90, and carriage 16 shall receive 35. Do you prefer black currency or equipment? Huang Sheng inquired of the individuals from carriage 16. That the group exchanged glances, silently agreeing to the suggestion, opting for black currency over equipment. Receiving black currency was the simplest route, and choosing equipment would not only require compensating others with substantial funds, but also risk inciting jealousy. Carriage 16 lacked any formidable individuals. Acquiring equipment in such a public manner posed a threat to their very lives. Huang Sheng turned back to the members of his own carriage. Our 3 teams will receive 30, 25, and 25 black currency respectively, with the remaining 10 black currency allocated to the others. However, we will prioritize selecting equipment. Though the contributions of his 5-person team were greater, they only surpassed those of the browless and cat-eared individuals by 5 black currency. Thus his condition was to select first. With his target being the climbing gloves, a purely functional item, he believed the climbing gloves would offer him greater assistance than the other items. Scaling walls would open up numerous possibilities and significantly increase his chances of survival. The browless and cat-eared individuals expressed no objections. The capsules, climbing gloves, tattered glasses, and illusion-shattering sword each had their merits, ensuring that acquiring any of them would be advantageous. Furthermore, under his arrangement, the process proceeded efficiently without any opposition. No one wished to complicate matters. Huang Sheng smiled. The value of the climbing gloves is 35 black currency. Our team's allocation is 30, so I will give you 3 black currency. The remaining long sword, glasses, and capsules you may distribute among yourselves. At last, the cat-eared individuals and the browless ones acquired a piece of equipment each, alongside 3 vitality capsules, while the other players in the nearly untouched carriage unexpectedly received 10 black bills, resulting in a general atmosphere of satisfaction. Ultimately, Huang Sheng compensated several individuals, particularly Liao Xiaolu, who had not received any equipment. Duan Wei saved Liao Xiaolu, and with the shield's rebound, he sent the monster maggots flying. His contribution was undoubtedly the greatest. Following him in terms of contribution was Liao Xiaolu, succeeded by the 2 women who had bestowed their blessings of strength upon him. Yu Shaoyi had merely been a bystander. receiving 2 black bills, while the 2 women each received 4 black bills and Liao Xiaolu received 8 black bills. This was the compensation Huang Sheng intended to distribute after acquiring the climbing gloves. The woman with the red mole, after collecting 3 black bills from the now gray liquid-covered Liao Xiaolu, proceeded to purify him, ultimately clearing away the disgusting gray substance from his body. After rinsing at the train's wash basin, aside from the lingering stench that could not be entirely eliminated, he was left with little else to affect him. It was a pity, however, that the black bills on the deceased had been lost. Liao Xiaolu felt a twinge of regret. This battle had taken place in the 16th carriage, and it was evident that the wealth of those who had perished or were gravely injured could not be retained, thus benefiting those who scavenged the bodies. Huang Sheng reassured him, "This is just the beginning. I just inquired with the cat-eared girl. The initial journey of the train will last at least 3 days. In 3 days, who knows how many will remain? As long as we survive long enough, all of these things could potentially belong to us." Liao Xiaolu pondered this, while the red mole woman and the necklace-wearing woman became increasingly excited, their eyes darting around as if counting their future possessions in advance. By the way, these individuals are those from the 14th carriage who are willing to assist. Liao Xiaolu pointed towards Wang He and a few others, lamenting, "Unfortunately, we were so preoccupied with dividing the spoils that we missed the opportunity to establish further communication for collaboration with them. It may now be too late." The commotion had already reached the ears of the people in the 14th carriage. But perhaps due to a lack of organization, or perhaps because they were not compelled to approach, or possibly due to the presence of skilled individuals, those in that carriage had not come to initiate contact. Only Wang He and his 5 or 6 companions were willing to stay behind and offer their assistance. "Brother Huang, my name is Wang He. We reside in the same dormitory building," Wang He exclaimed, somewhat excited, upon finally catching Huang Sheng's attention. At the onset of the financial incident, when everyone had huddled together in fear of a lantern-bearing figure, he had noticed Huang Sheng, who stood out with his backpack and long spear, appearing out of place among the crowd. Later, he had been taken to the military for urgent physical and combat training in preparation for the impending journey of Train 1032. He had heard from the soldiers that a formidable individual had emerged from his dormitory, and he had instinctively known it must be this classmate. He never expected that upon their reunion, the combat prowess displayed by Huang Sheng would far exceed his imagination, leaving him both in admiration and envy. Huang Sheng smiled at him. "Wang He, your enthusiasm and sense of loyalty are commendable. I hope that everyone can survive until we disembark." That he refrained from formally inviting Wang He and his companions to join his team, as they were already temporarily organized into a unit from the 14th carriage. Just then, a loud shout erupted from the front carriage. "Another one is coming!" A wave of apprehension swept through the crowd. Here came the 8th creature. This particular monster maggot was also heading towards the 15th carriage. Chapter 028. Yellow paper seals the door. Let us retreat to the 16th carriage and see if we can lure it away, Huang Sheng proposed, recognizing the immense destructive potential of the monster maggots. After all, the carriage still needed to be used, and it would be best to resolve the conflict within the 16th carriage, especially since the other side was nearly obliterated. Naturally, no one opposed this idea. Nobody wished to reside in a place reeking of foul odors thereafter. Everyone began to retreat and prepare for battle in advance. The previous skirmish had been a chaotic and unplanned melee, resulting in significant unnecessary losses, which was entirely avoidable. Given the performance of the Arc Shield exceeded Huang Sheng's expectations, he intended to take on the primary defensive role this time. This was not only to secure a larger share of the rewards, but also to thoroughly test the defensive capabilities of the Arc Shield, which was crucial for his survival. The 2 women could enhance his blessings, while Liao Xiaolu, Kaiwa, and the browless individual spear launcher would serve as the main offensive weapons that as long as they could restrain the monster maggot. The offensive capabilities of the others should not be underestimated. "Wang He, take this gun and use it." Huang Sheng tossed his revolver and ammunition to Wang He, as he had no time to utilize other weapons himself. It was better to provide a benefit to a fellow student than risk having them hinder the effort. After all, an ordinary person wielding an engineer's shovel posed limited threat to the monster maggot. "Thank you," Wang He exclaimed, eagerly catching the weapon that he had recently undergone shooting training in the military, but the instructor had not provided him with a weapon. Now armed, his confidence surged. "That I won't hold us back. I will surely deal a heavy blow to this creature." An excited man with pockmarked skin, one of the few who had occupied a corner after several white and black individuals were taken by the monster maggots, rushed forward, gripping a peculiar pair of large black scissors. Uncertain of their special function, they were likely scavenged from the bodies. Huang Sheng diverted his gaze as a wave of foul odor approached. The monster maggot had burst into the empty 15th carriage. However, the carriage was devoid of any occupants, and after a moment of bewildered wandering, the creature turned its attention towards the 16th carriage where everyone stood. I wonder if shining a bright light in its eyes would be effective, Yu Xiaoyi suddenly suggested, seizing her powerful flashlight and directing its intense beam at the repulsive head of the monster maggot. Though there had been light in the carriage previously, it had merely served for illumination. Even if there was a bright light, it had been directed towards the ceiling to provide broad visibility and avoid conflict with others. Upon being illuminated, the creature, which had charged in anger, let out a piercing shriek and swiftly twisted its form to evade the light. However, it seemed to have been further enraged, barreling towards the awaiting group with astonishing speed. Huang Sheng, having received blessings from the two women that enhanced his physical prowess and strength, braced himself with both hands on his shield to confront the incoming head of the creature. With a resounding crash, Huang Sheng felt a momentary darkness before being violently thrust backward. The force of the impact was overwhelming. He stumbled as his legs struggled to maintain stability, causing several individuals who attempted to catch him to fall as well. He distinctly sensed the arc shield rebound with a terrifying force, suggesting the creature was equally affected. Indeed, the monster maggot staggered backward, as if struck by a heavy hammer. The speed with which it charged was matched by its retreat. Amidst its sharp, ear-piercing wails, the creature crashed against the side of the carriage, its entire body contorting in pain. Simultaneously, the metal spears were launched again. After being stunned by the collision, 3 streams of gray liquid erupted from the creature's abdomen as 3 metal spears plunged into it. All manner of firearms, bows, and crossbows unleashed a relentless barrage upon the monster maggot, causing it to writhe in agony. The creature's piercing shrieks left the crowd dizzy. Coupled with the stench, it incited waves of nausea, causing many to falter in their attacks, doubling over to expel bile, leaving the carriage in utter disarray. The monster, frenzied, lunged forward once more, at which point Kaiwa and Liao Xiaolu, unwilling to be outdone, launched a furious and rapid assault. The pockmarked brawny man, clenching his teeth, charged in as well, forcefully closing the scissors, which audibly snipped the creature's skin, inflicting a significant wound. Previously splattered with the creature's gray blood, Liao Xiaolu donned a raincoat this time. Avoiding direct confrontation, the trio, amidst their fierce struggle against the monster, found themselves nearing their limits within mere seconds. Huang Sheng, having been momentarily dazed from the impact, gradually regained his composure. He circled around the creature, patiently awaiting the opportunity for a decisive strike. Just then, a hoarse voice echoed from the 17th carriage. "A few more monsters are on their way. You all better hurry." Huang Sheng stared in astonishment, catching sight of a middle-aged man in black, around 1.60 meters tall with weathered skin, rushing into the 16th carriage. The man was wielding a gleaming, broad, short sword. Looking past him, Huang Sheng noted a monster maggot barreling forward. Following closely were a second and a third. With foes ahead and pursuers behind, Huang Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, thanks to the cooperation of everyone, they had eliminated the creature in the 16th carriage, allowing them to face the second one with relative composure. Otherwise, if they had allowed it to slaughter individuals in each carriage, the 16th carriage would likely have suffered devastating losses, and the 15th carriage, lacking experience in cooperation, would undoubtedly face severe casualties in their disorganized combat. That is, they dealt with the remaining monsters in the subsequent carriages. All that awaited them was a desperate flight. Where could they escape? A swarm of grotesque maggots incessantly flew into each compartment from the front, while monstrous entities relentlessly closed in from behind, threatening to encircle and ultimately annihilate us. At that point, it seemed there would be no escape. Only the grim certainty of death that I have procured you nearly 3 minutes respite. Otherwise, you would not have had a moment's reprieve just now, the middle-aged man clad in black coldly remarked. Simultaneously, he produced a sheet of yellowed paper from his breast pocket. Deftly using his toes to close the sliding door, with a resounding thud, he pressed the paper into the gap between the 2 doors. This yellow paper might not endure even 10 seconds. After uttering those words, he stepped aside, closing his eyes to rest, as the first of the monsters crashed violently against the door. The paper adhered to the door was suddenly blown taut, fluttering momentarily before sagging again. In no time, the defiant creature launched a second assault. Huang Sheng turned his head. It was evident that the man in black was no ordinary foe, possessing formidable skills. Merely by observing his technique of sealing the door with yellow paper, one could ascertain his capability to hold off several monsters. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. Time was of the essence. The earliest maggots had long since passed, and the final compartments must have already determined their fates. If the monsters emerged victorious, they would surely turn their aggression towards compartment 21, leading to a frenzied assault on compartment 20, with the forward compartments suffering increasingly brutal onslaughts. Given that multiple maggots were now approaching from the rear, was it possible that all the compartments behind had already succumbed? Huang Sheng's pupils constricted. From compartment 17 to 22, that was a total of 6 compartments, comprising 240 souls. Impossible. There must be other survivors. He furrowed his brow, contemplating that anyone capable of obtaining a ticket was surely stronger than the average person. While these monsters were formidable, he refused to believe that others were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. One compartment after another falling to ruin. Panic surged within the hearts of all present. At that moment, Huang Sheng felt a surge of determination, seizing upon an opportunity as the cold gleam of his spear flashed. Once more, he targeted the creature's tail. He harbored a suspicion that this might be its critical weakness. The battle had turned upon the severing of its tail, and now, despite the relentless onslaught, the creature remained extraordinarily aggressive. What if he were to sever its tail again? With a single strike, the maggot's tail was cleanly severed. The wound emitted a sharp crack, without allowing the creature's tail, which flailed like a spring released from tension, to wreak havoc. He swiftly raised his shield to protect the retreating crowd. Amidst the maggot's frenzied, high-pitched wails, akin to a deflated balloon crashing to the ground, Huang Sheng surged forward, spear raised, shield protecting his visage. With a thrust, nearly 1/3 of the spear embedded itself within the creature's body, piercing through to its core. He felt the spear face resistance from the creature's vigorous thrashing within, yet that force quickly waned. By the time others rushed to his aid, the creature had gradually ceased its struggles. The second monster fell. Dead. Chapter 029. The explosion. This time, 6 luminous orbs erupted forth, hovering slightly above the ground, undoubtedly captivating the attention of all present. Some lay sprawled on the ground, others gasped for breath, while some, injured and panicked, attempted to bandage their wounds. Yet without exception, all gazed toward the orbs. However, due to prior experiences, the same group participated in this battle. And thus, no one rushed to claim the rewards. Their emotions were markedly steadier than during the previous encounter with the maggot. Yet, the rewards this time paled in comparison. The cat-eared girl, named Kai Yi, who possessed an outgoing personality, could not help but exclaim, "3 of the orbs are black bills, but they total only 50." Huang Sheng replied nonchalantly, "This is not the time for such discussions. That if anyone has a camera, take a photo. I will collect the items, and everyone must prepare to continue the fight." Upon hearing his words, those with quick reflexes hurriedly retrieved their phones to record the spoils, upon noticing that the others remained inactive. Yu Xiaoyi produced an empty cloth bag, placing the black bills and the other 3 items within before zipping it shut. The maggots attacking compartment 14 should arrive in less than 2 minutes, Huang Sheng stated. However, we need not ponder that. Since these individuals do not propose collaboration, they appear confident in their ability to cope, that we must now prepare to confront whatever lies beyond the door. We do not know how many await us. The eldest among them, a youth devoid of eyebrows with a blemish on his forehead, voiced his concerns. Our abilities allow us to confront only one at a time. If they swarm us, we may all perish. Huang Sheng noticed that the closed door had been reinforced with another sheet of yellow paper, seemingly rendering it significantly more robust. The man in black had likely only intended to afford them a mere 10 seconds of respite. Yet it appeared that their swift resolution of the battle had altered the adversary's intentions. A fortuitous turn of events, for had it not been so, the maggots would have already poured in. Liao Xiaolu remarked solemnly, "The tail is its weakness. If we can swiftly sever it, We should be able to conclude the battle rapidly. Point one individual in the compartment, his expression grim, interjected. I too attempted to strike its tail in secret. But I could not inflict any damage. He raised a steel knife for all to see. This was a sharp weapon with a narrow spine and thick body, heavy in hand, a rarity in the real world. One would expect such a weapon to excel in combat. You simply lack the strength. Kai Yi scoffed at, do you think anyone can sever that creature's tail? Try it yourself and discover just how resilient it is. She lifted the severed tail of the maggot, revealing its girth comparable to a girl's wrist, exhibiting astonishing toughness. Even severed, it retained incredible elasticity, reminiscent of steel reinforcement bars. In reality, that it would likely require a rare weapon and tremendous strength to achieve such a feat. Kai Yi regarded Huang Sheng gravely. We must create opportunities for you. Only in this way can we effectively contend with multiple creatures in a short time. Huang Sheng nodded. He indeed required their assistance. For no one desired a direct confrontation when a swift resolution was possible. Kai Hua, who had remained silent until now, inquired, how shall we coordinate our efforts? The eyebrowless youth suggested. How about this, brother? Lend me your shield. We shall absorb the frontal impact and deal damage while you wait for your chance to strike. With a resounding crash, the yellow paper fell. The door was violently thrust open. Yet the creature that collided with it appeared somewhat disoriented and, having exhausted its strength, could not force its way inside all at once. Both sides caught sight of one another, even with his shield. Huang Sheng felt battered by the impact, and when someone sought to test their mettle, he was more than willing to offer the opportunity. Should he focus solely on stealthy strikes, the battle would become considerably easier. At this juncture, there was no time for further words. He passed the shield to the youth and concealed himself beside the train's body. After a brief pause, the creature that had burst through the door emitted a piercing shriek and charged forward. Causing the crowd's expressions to shift subtly as a new battle commenced, the eyebrowless youth was cautious. He not only braced himself firmly with the shield, but also called upon a companion to assist him. At Huang Sheng's signal, the two women, the one with the red mark and Kai Yi, bestowed blessings of strength upon the youth as the maggot charged headlong. The two men met it head-on, that a violent crash resounded. And to everyone's astonishment, the unexpected transpired. The two men and the creature tumbled in a chaotic heap. The youth who had called for assistance was sent flying backwards several paces, landing heavily on the ground, creating a resounding thud. Meanwhile, the shield-bearing youth was propelled backward, yet the creature's body, having failed to completely absorb the impact, fell heavily to the ground. Both the man and the creature emitted anguished cries under the ferocious collision. How could this be? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. The eyebrowless youth wielded a weapon exceeding 1 meter in length, composed entirely of solid metal, and it was evident that their combined strength was considerable. Yet, how could they possibly fail to withstand the creature's assault? Just moments ago, Huang Sheng had not only withstood the creature's charge alone, but had also successfully sent it flying. It was clear that the combined strength of the two eyebrowless youths paled in comparison to Huang Sheng's, revealing a vast disparity. Those within the train who had managed to regain their composure cast glances at Huang Sheng, their expressions shifting slightly as the comparison became starkly apparent that a golden opportunity. Huang Sheng marveled. Though the eyebrowless youth had fared poorly, he realized that this turn of events had inadvertently crafted a far superior opportunity for him to attack. When he successfully defended, he had sent the creature flying, rendering it difficult to aim amidst its frantic struggles. Yet now, the creature had crashed to the ground, resembling a lifeless dog. Huang Sheng dashed forward, the blade of his spear gleaming as he struck true. This time, he was afforded the luxury of a composed assault, deliberately targeting the base of the tail. With a resounding crack, he was uncertain of what organ he had severed, yet it felt remarkably effortless this time. The creature's tail neither emitted a sound nor flailed about. As the entire tail was severed, the maggot shuddered as though struck by lightning. Its ferocity rapidly diminished when Huang Sheng instinctively thrust a spear into its head after severing the tail. The creature astonishingly offered no resistance. The third maggot met an unexpected demise with astonishing swiftness. What in the world? 5, 6, 7, 8, 11 luminous orbs. What just transpired? How could this be possible? So many items exploded forth. A flurry of orbs materialized in the air, dazzling the spectators and leaving them utterly astonished. Suddenly, Within the luminous sphere, 6 bundles of black banknotes, 5 capsules, and various items materialized densely around and above the corpse, leaving one astonished. Could it be that my method of killing triggered some special reward? Huang Sheng's heart stirred. His shot had directly severed the tail of the monstrous maggot at its root, likely inflicting an almost lethal blow upon it. Just then, 2 more creatures burst in. While the crowd was still reeling from the shock, 2 more monsters had already charged through the vehicle door. The carriage was engulfed in a foul, acrid wind, and several individuals, unable to evade in time, screamed in agony as they were hurled away by the beasts. Without effective means of defense, these monsters unleashed wanton slaughter upon ordinary people. Chapter 030. What does excessive provocation entail? Do not snatch. I have already taken photos for documentation. Yu Shaoyi, unable to assist and reluctant to waste bullets from her Glock that couldn't inflict any damage, had long prepared to capture images and gather items to AT this moment. She swiftly took photographs and, before others could react, stuffed the items into a new cloth bag, prioritizing the more valuable ones, leaving the black banknotes for last. Just as those who could no longer contain their greed aimed to make a move, Yu Shaoyi was nearly finished collecting, having to suppress her inner desires. Huang Sheng approached, wielding his long gun, to check on the situation of the young man without eyebrows. Fortunately, the eyebrowless youth had a robust constitution. Despite how severely they had fallen, especially the young man, he had already regained his breath, and his condition was not overly dire. Should we find someone else to assist? Huang Sheng was pleased with the idea of having someone else use a shield for him and asked. Fearing that the young man might be frightened, the youth stuffed a vitality capsule into his mouth. It's fine. I can endure. We people of the Silver Nation are not so fragile. However, we do need another person. Soon, a burly man stepped forward to volunteer. The 3 of them positioned their shields and assumed a stance of strength, standing even more firmly than before, their expressions gravely serious. There was no need to deliberately attract the monsters. One was already rampaging nearby, and upon seeing the increased number of people, it charged without hesitation. Huang Sheng stood by, waiting for an opportunity with his gun in hand, feeling a sense of urgency as he witnessed several injuries. With each battle that raged within the 2 carriages, people were injured, and if this continued, there would be even more monsters without anyone to divert their attention. With a tremendous crash, the creature let out a pained wail as it was sent flying, crashing to the ground, while the 3 eyebrowless youths barely managed to withstand the impact this time. Several individuals fell to the ground, their shields flung away. Though they had managed to endure, they were still severely battered. This time, under the immense force of the collision, the monstrous maggot happened to tumble in Huang Sheng's preordained direction. Huang Sheng carefully dodged the whip-like tail that flailed through the air, seizing the moment to bring his long gun down with force. Regrettably, he missed the base of the tail, but the outcome was nearly the same. Just as he lamented this miscalculation, he felt the gun's blade slip due to the blood, and although he had not struck precisely, the inherent elasticity and friction of the tail allowed him to still sever it at the root. The tail, which had been thrashing wildly, was suddenly sent flying with a loud crack, creating a cacophony akin to metal hoops being violently struck against the side of the carriage. Infuriated, the monstrous maggot was severely wounded, and the crowd surged forward, swiftly dispatching it. Quickly, lure the next one over, Huang Sheng shouted, as the middle-aged man in black, after the 2 maggots had entered, fought valiantly against the last 2 monsters with his broad, short sword, desperately holding them at bay while narrowly avoiding peril multiple times. It won't come over. At this rate, that man with the scissors will be killed. Kai Yi pointed at the large man, drenched and cornered by the monstrous maggot. Huang Sheng then looked toward Liao Xiaolu, who immediately recalled the attracting tablecloth he had obtained earlier. Now was the perfect time to use it. He whipped out the red tablecloth, and with a mere flick in the air, it had an immediate effect. The head of the maggot twisted during the battle, emitting a shrill howl as its entire body spun and charged toward them. Damn, that's fast. Is this excessive provocation? Although the creature's face was repulsive to the point of rendering its features indistinguishable, Huang Sheng could distinctly sense its anthropomorphic wrath. Holy hell, it's so fast. I feel like this carriage could be crushed by it. The crowd gasped. This maggot's speed far surpassed that of any they had encountered before if it collided with the 3 men, who knew if they could withstand it. Huang Sheng thought to himself, could this creature possibly not be enraged? The rear carriage, though oblivious to the events taking place, had surely been delayed by the middle-aged man in black for several minutes. And now, having been blocked at the door, the large man wielding the scissors, filled with newfound confidence, charged forward to strike, each swing inflicting considerable wounds. Now, having drawn significant ire with the tablecloth, it was no wonder the creature was furious. Do not block it head-on, Huang Sheng shouted urgently. My shield won't break, right? If it does, that would be a significant loss. The faces of the three eyebrowless youths turned pale. This circular shield, with its remarkable defensive and retaliatory capabilities, had finally failed to provide them with any sense of security. However, Liao Xiaolu, standing behind the three and using the tablecloth, realized that in such a short time, his body failed to react quickly enough to escape. Was this thing really that monstrous? The instigator, Liao Xiaolu, also paled, hastily stuffing the tablecloth away. Others could only see the monster charging toward the shield, but its ultimate target was him. He hoped it was not too late to retract the tablecloth. Could it be that the monstrous maggot we faced earlier had not fully unleashed its potential? A terrifying thought flashed through Huang Sheng's mind. Just then, with a loud crash, liquid splattered everywhere. Huang Sheng instinctively raised his arm to shield his face. Feeling his entire body suddenly pelted by a multitude of liquid droplets, an intense odor of decay causing him to retch, spewing bile at the corner of his mouth. The entire carriage erupted in chaos. For reasons unknown, the maggot ultimately failed to collide with the three eyebrowless youths, and instead crashed violently against the wall of the carriage just a short distance away from them. It smashed itself, leaving a gruesome mess, and the entire compartment was splattered with gray blood. A chilling, indescribable atmosphere rushed in, carrying with it the stench of the creature's blood, making the air even more foul. The carriage had been breached by this beast. Observing the half-mangled body wedged outside the carriage, still thrashing violently, everyone was at a loss for words. They were fortunate it hadn't struck the three. Otherwise, at least 2.5 of them would have perished, and the last would have been gravely injured. Huang Sheng stepped forward, aimed carefully, and fired, severing the tail and bringing instant silence to the creature. This monster might have inadvertently met its demise. The rewards were surprisingly meager, yielding only 3 luminous orbs, 2 of which were black banknotes. Upon witnessing the battle's conclusion, the middle-aged man in black ceased restraining the last 2 monsters and quickly retreated. He made his way back to the tranquil 15th carriage, where he halted, a significant wound on his shoulder bleeding profusely, mingling with gray fluid, rendering his complexion increasingly ashen. 3 minutes later, the battle concluded entirely, and everyone returned to the 15th carriage to rest. Hearing the sounds of combat erupting once more from the 14th carriage, they remained oblivious, feeling as though they had survived a catastrophe. The 16th carriage had been utterly devastated, with every inch stained in blood, and the carriage itself was breached, leaving no safe place to stand. The 15th carriage also reeked terribly, with many individuals covered in gray blood, Huang Sheng included, causing him considerable distress. People were either recuperating, tending to wounds, or cleaning the mess, each occupied with their own tasks. And for a moment, the carriage fell into a hushed stillness. Chapter 031. The hope of second reinforcement. Yu Xiaoyi stood guard over several bags, her expression tense. Fortunately, the powerful middle-aged man in black, who had temporarily held off 2 monsters single-handedly, was nearby, alleviating her concerns about the rewards being snatched away. The sounds of battle from the 14th carriage grew increasingly intense, with numerous individuals attempting to escape, only to be met with hostile glares from those in the 15th carriage. They had no choice but to crowd into the narrow passage connecting the 2 carriages, a space now filled with over 10 terrified individuals. Humph. I thought the carriage opposite was formidable, yet it seems to be filled with such cowardly souls, the cat-eared girl Kai Yi scoffed from their vantage point. They could faintly see a few capable fighters on the opposite side, but the overall battle had reached a stalemate. Even if they managed to win, it would likely come at a heavy cost. The young man without eyebrows chuckled. It's truly astonishing that between our 2 carriages, we have managed to slay 7 monsters. Confronted with the remnants of our 2 carriages, the last 5 have all perished, transforming into our rewards. Indeed, cough, cough, cough. Unity is a formidable power. The burly man wielding scissors was thoroughly beaten, his ribs undoubtedly fractured by the monstrous tail of a maggot, with portions of his facial skin corroded, presumably due to close contact with the adversary. Nevertheless, this individual maintained an optimistic disposition, gritting his teeth despite the excruciating pain. "Is your shield all right?" inquired the woman with the red birthmark, concerned. "Thanks to this robust equipment, we managed to withstand the relentless assaults of the creatures. Otherwise, at least half of those present would have perished. Its contribution cannot be overstated. It sustained minor damage, but it should be fine," Huang Sheng remarked. Having already cradled his shield while inspecting it, one cannot help but commend the prowess of modern craftsmanship. Thus far, the defensive capabilities of the shield remain intact, though its elastic structure has encountered some issues. However, if repairs are undertaken or a new equipment enhancement hammer is utilized, I wonder if it could be simultaneously restored during the upgrade process. A thought crossed his mind, suddenly recalling that the conclusion of the financial incident had yielded at least 2 enhancement hammers. Among those present, each person had undergone at least one event, and their scores were not low. It remained to be seen if they possessed any unutilized enhancement hammers. Weapon enhancement hammers, armor enhancement hammers, either would suffice. When Mok had received the enhancement hammer, he had mentioned it was of no immediate use, and as his friend from past and present, Huang Sheng understood him well, that if he claimed it was useless, it was indeed without purpose, as Mok had no intention of crafting something akin to a shield. Equipment forging feels somewhat surreal to modern students. The majority are entirely unaware that this era still harbors blacksmith shops. Hence, even if he were to request one, it would likely be left untouched until the day appropriate equipment materializes. "Brothers, who among you possesses weapon or armor enhancement hammers? I am willing to purchase them at a high price." Huang Sheng immediately inquired while subtly urging the crowd. "The initial train will last 3 days. We have barely completed the first night and already faced such hardships. The next 2 days are unimaginable. Rather than allowing them to gather dust in your possession, why not exchange them for a fair price? My enhanced capabilities indirectly bolster your survival as well." His tone was earnest. He genuinely required enhancement hammers, fearing someone might hoard them. Regardless of whether it was a weapon or a shield, a second round of enhancement would be exhilarating. Leaving aside the shield, this 8-pound spear in his grasp would become extraordinarily formidable post-enhancement, cleaving, thrusting, and slicing with unparalleled efficacy. Under the weight of the spear, combined with his enhanced physical prowess, the damage inflicted upon the monstrous maggots would be beyond anyone's imagination. Enhancement hammers? The crowd buzzed with varying levels of awareness. Some intrigued, others perplexed. "Brother Huang, I possess one. Yu Xiaoyi, a woman in her 30s with fair skin and a voluptuous figure, appeared every bit the quintessential mother of a school-aged child, yet she addressed Huang Sheng as Brother Huang. She rummaged through her bag and produced a small metal hammer, barely the size of a palm. "Indeed, this is it." Huang Sheng's heart raced with excitement as he admired Yu Xiao. To his surprise, she was capable of providing such a delightful surprise. As a member of his 5-person team, her willingness to part with it all, but assured its acquisition, "that I intended to keep this for myself. But I haven't found suitable equipment yet." A cat-eared boy chimed in, scratching his head as he produced a small hammer from his bag. This one, an armor enhancement hammer, was minuscule, so small that it could fit in a pocket rather than just a backpack, that if only it were a weapon enhancement hammer, I would use it immediately. However, our cat-eared kin do not seem to have a penchant for shields or similar equipment, though we do have lightweight protective gear from our local blacksmiths, but their defensive capabilities are generally lacking. I feel it would be a waste to employ it. That I have one too." The man wielding scissors, bloodied and battered, rummaged through his pants pocket and indeed retrieved a small, blood-stained hammer, tossing it over without even inquiring about the price. Huang Sheng caught it deftly. Yet another armor enhancement hammer. His initial conjecture had proven correct. Many individuals had set aside these items due to a lack of appropriate equipment or corresponding strategies, or simply to hoard them. "That you've lost quite a bit of blood. We can discuss the price later. Here, take this stamina potion and wear this blood-replenishing bracelet. It will help restore your vitality," Huang Sheng offered, feeling a surge of camaraderie towards the burly man, gifting him a stamina capsule while lending him a rust-covered bracelet. Once the bracelet adorned the burly man's wrist, effects manifested within mere seconds. His bleeding wounds gradually abated, and in conjunction with the stamina capsule, his strength and body temperature began to recover, improving his complexion considerably. The burly man couldn't help but rejoice, eagerly awaiting further healing. Huangsheng noticed the bracelet's efficacy and smiled faintly. He had no intention of being injured, and it was fortuitous to test the bracelet's effects on another person, which appeared to be quite remarkable. A middle-aged man in black, his voice gravelly, rotated his wrist, and a defense enhancement hammer inexplicably materialized in his palm. The first enhancement of equipment requires one small hammer, whereas the second requires 3. With my addition, you will have enough to upgrade your shield. This shield is quite exceptional. It is an essential tool for our survival and for achieving higher evaluations during our upcoming endeavors. The sudden appearance of the item and the implications of his words astonished the onlookers. Goodness, that item seems to have appeared out of thin air. Do you possess spatial equipment? Are you a bona fide evolver? Perhaps a safety officer on the train? What? The second enhancement requires 3 hammers. How absurd. It feels like something out of a low-quality web game. Chapter 032. The potential individual under special care Huangsheng had always held a keen interest in the middle-aged man in black. Upon hearing his words, he promptly inquired, Senior, is your information accurate? If the individual knew the conditions for the second equipment enhancement, could the gleaming, robust short sword in his possession be a product of 2 enhancements? Huangsheng's understanding deepened. It was no wonder he had immediately noticed the man's weapon upon their first encounter. The tumultuous chaos. A weapon's unremarkable nature would struggle to draw attention. Yet the enhancement hammer significantly elevates an item's appeal. The middle-aged man in black nodded, his short sword now sheathed, resting across his lap. During the enhancement process, the hammer can directly repair minor flaws and damages in the equipment. However, if the damage is severe, using the enhancement hammer may yield unpredictable consequences that he neither confirmed nor denied the inquiry about spatial equipment, but clarified that he had obtained a spatial storage box reserved for formal evolvers. Kaiwa gazed adoringly at the middle-aged man in black, explaining to the group, prior to boarding the initial train, only those who exhibited extraordinary performance in certain events could gain access to the spatial storage box ahead of schedule. Furthermore, there is a prerequisite. One must not obtain any event-related information in advance, nor receive assistance from evolvers, or undergo systematic professional training to handle events, and so forth. That in simpler terms, it is akin to a city in our Baiyuan Star selecting young talents for a cat-flying team. These candidates must be genuine, ordinary individuals, and any prior specialized training is strictly prohibited, because only those who can reach professional standards without formal training possess the greatest potential for the future. Kaiwa added, her voice delicate. In our Qinqing city, the last instance of someone obtaining a spatial storage box ahead of time was 7 years ago. That individual has since evolved into a C-class evolver, having single-handedly saved the fate of a small town, if not an entire city, multiple times, and has likely spared countless ordinary lives. The browless youth supplemented, gaining access to a spatial storage box is not merely a temporary privilege. It signifies the special attention of the evolver system, which is of utmost importance. Once one becomes a focal point, as long as they do not falter in their growth, they will reap numerous benefits and even privileges granted by the evolver system. Of course, the dangers and trials they face are significantly more extreme than in any case. Esteemed one, you are exceptionally formidable. After the crowd's explanations, a profound sense of reverence filled the carriage for the middle-aged man in black. You are all quite remarkable as well. The middle-aged man clad in black uttered little, his face betraying minimal emotion, that he simply tossed the reinforcement hammer to Huangsheng and fell silent, quietly recuperating his strength. At that moment, Huangsheng possessed a weapon hammer and 3 defensive hammers, preparing to enhance his carbon fiber shield. Prior to the enhancement, he meticulously cleaned the shield and had the 2 women burn incense to purify and bless it, achieving a thorough cleanse. With the 3 small hammers, he struck each of the shield's 3 sections, producing a melodious chime that resonated through the AIRS. Everyone watched with bated breath. The shield underwent rapid transformation. First, the grip section of the shield experienced a user-friendly redesign, shifting from a requirement for active holding to a structure that provided elastic support for the left shoulder, and ARM.IT was as if the shield was no longer held by a person, but rather worn by the left arm and shoulder. This alteration not only secured the shield more reliably, but also mitigated the impact force on the body when struck. Next, the material composition of the shield became markedly more formidable. Its color transitioning to a soft, pure silver, and a ring of inner lines emerged along the edges, adorned with peculiar symbol patterns that seemed to serve a decorative purpose. Finally, the shield's mechanical function became astonishingly sophisticated. Previously, the shield had to be manually compressed into a metal form for storage, but now, with a gentle click, it began to retract swiftly, ultimately transforming into a cylindrical shape. This cylinder fit perfectly around Huang Sheng's robust arm, its dimensions precise to the millimeter. What had once required additional carrying could now be donned directly on the arm, offering defense akin to iron bracers even when not deployed. Its weight was negligible. Huang Sheng felt no more burden than that of his own clothing, rendering it practically imperceptible. The three enhancement hammers had proven their worth, particularly with the remarkable mechanical function. Huang Sheng felt invigorated. This enhancement had endowed the shield with a truly sci-fi quality that a shield of such substantial size, akin to an umbrella, could scarcely be imagined to fold into a cylindrical arm guard by even the most brilliant of scientists. It was akin to a car transforming into a transformer. Understandable, but could it morph into a wind turbine? The long blades and exaggerated height of the turbine bore no relation to the automobile. The shield and the retracted arm guard represented two completely conflicting forms. Remarkable indeed. The previously beleaguered strongman's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth murmuring in fervor, his gaze filled with brilliance as he envisioned himself adorned with such an impressive piece of equipment. In the markets of those nefarious planets, this item could likely procure hundreds of our brethren. Meat Sai, too, was filled with envy. As Huang Sheng offered the shield for their admiration, she eagerly began to experiment with it, her mind consumed with thoughts of its unparalleled utility. The middle-aged man in black glanced over and remarked, "I had previously focused solely on weapons, not realizing that enhancements to armor could yield equally impressive capabilities." Huang Sheng smiled, confident that his advancements in equipment would not inspire envy in others. After all, crafting basic gear was straightforward, yet acquiring enhancement hammers required personal effort, either through self-acquisition or the expenditure of hard-earned currency. Moreover, it was crucial to remember that superior equipment necessitated a robust physique and high capabilities. Lacking strength would render even the finest gear ineffective, potentially leading to its theft. In Carriage 14, as the final struggles of the attacking mutant larvae unfolded amid the frenzied shouts and attacks of the group, the battle finally drew to a close. However, the matter was far from settled. How the rewards would be divided could incite further turmoil. At Huang Sheng's signal, the door to Carriage 15 was closed. Now that the emotions of the fighters had stabilized, it was time to deliberate on the distribution of rewards. They had collectively slain 7 mutant larvae. The first, which had attacked Carriage 16, had its rewards fully allocated. The second had assaulted Carriage 15. That the third was the unfortunate creature that had smashed through the sealed door, swiftly dispatched by Huang Sheng, which yielded an impressive 11 rewards. The fourth and fifth were introduced by the middle-aged man, with the fifth being nearly killed in a fit of rage after being taunted by Liao Xiaolu. Currently, Carriage 16 still bore a gaping hole, with the outside wind howling inside. The last 2 larvae had charged in after the departure of the middle-aged man, swiftly dealt with by the group in under 3 minutes, marking the final skirmish. The relentless battles had left everyone utterly exhausted. Chapter 033. Cell reboot liquid as they prepared for the final tally and collection. A wave of anticipation surged through the group. Unlike the initial distribution, where they had only slain a single mutant larva and received meager rewards, this time they were set to divide the total rewards from 6 mutants. Even the most passive participants stood a chance of acquiring double-digit black currency. One individual lamented, "Had I known that this journey would cost lives in exchange for black currency, I would have fought harder to earn more." The others echoed similar sentiments of regret. Huang Sheng smiled faintly. The methods of earning black currency in the grand scheme were indeed simpler and fairer, requiring only courage and a certain level of strength to claim rewards from every lantern person. Unlike their current predicament, where survival was uncertain for typical passengers in a carriage, the Yu Shaoi emptied the contents of 6 bags onto the floor, and a mountain of black currency and various equipment piled up, drawing the gaze of all present. She first retrieved 6 photographs from her phone gallery, taken immediately after each item had dropped, and after a rough count, everyone confirmed the accuracy of the rewards. In total, there were 320 black currency, along with 20 stamina capsules, 12 vitality capsules, 9 energy capsules, and 32 hemostatic capsules. These constituted the black currency and common medications. They proceeded to appraise the capsules. Huang Sheng took it upon himself to evaluate the medicinal capsules. The cat-eared girl meets eye stated, "It seems each type of capsule has its specific focus, but their prices should be relatively similar, and any of them could restore injuries and stamina. How about we set a uniform price of 2 to 3 black currency?" Another suggested, "Earlier, when we divided the rewards, 6 vitality capsules were valued at 15 black currency, right?" Huangsheng decisively declared, "Considering our current dire circumstances and the high demand for these medicines, let us set a lower price of 2 black currency per capsule. This way, everyone in need can at least receive 2 or 3 capsules." "Excellent, I Ma Urbio wholeheartedly agree. I, Valsky, fully support this." Park Warren is moved to tears. As the excitement surged, the injured began to chatter. In total, there were 73 capsules, amounting to 146 black currency. Next came 8 glass vials resembling pen tubes, some equipped with needles. The Soul Energy Reboot liquid had also been contained in such vessels. There were 3 vials of Soul Energy Reboot liquid, 3 adrenaline syringes, and 2 more vials. Huangsheng's gaze fixed on the last 2 glass vials containing a brilliantly beautiful blue liquid, their label reading Cell Reboot liquid, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. It was well known that numerous incurable diseases in this world directly obliterate the human body at the cellular level. Certain cells, rendered non-viable by viruses, lead to a drastic decline in bodily functions. Particularly with radioactive substances, once they violently impact the body, it can leave one in a state of utter ruin, often resulting in a slow, agonizing death. Even those with milder conditions endure lifelong suffering. The function of the Cell Reboot liquid was explicitly stated. It could directly restart bodily cells. While the Soul Energy Reboot liquid ensured that users could revive post-event, the Cell Reboot liquid would find utility in everyday life. Not only was it an invaluable life-saving drug, but it also held immense potential for medical and biochemical research. Selling it directly to the state could yield a substantial return. Let us assess the value of these 8 vials. Huangsheng proposed, while discreetly gauging the group's interest in the Cell Reboot liquid, that a few among them were knowledgeable. He would strive to secure it for himself. If the Soul Energy Reboot liquid proved ineffective on this journey, I doubt it holds much value. After all, it must be ingested to take effect, and if it ultimately fails, it would not only be a waste of money, but could also cost one's life. One person remarked, expressing skepticism about the Soul Energy Reboot liquid. "Nonsense. The initial train was a unique situation. It was our trial to become evolved beings. The Soul Energy Reboot liquid's ineffectiveness is not a major concern." Another countered. "However, every other event, regardless of its nature, can prove useful. In dire situations, one may indeed resort to consuming it for the sake of survival." The others immediately expressed their discontent, and amidst the ensuing argument, they managed to negotiate a price for the Soul Energy Restart liquid, settling on a staggering sum of 80 black notes. The adrenaline syringe is designed to induce a state of exhilaration in a short span, activating the body's latent potential, thereby significantly enhancing various abilities. Ultimately, the agreed price was 45 black notes. Huangsheng felt a sense of relief as the crowd seemed to lack a clear understanding of this cellular restart liquid, even finding its function somewhat perplexing. Surprisingly, the final price was only 20 black notes. Consequently, the total cost for these 8 medications reached an impressive 415 black notes. Now, with 2 vehicles and a few individuals, including Wang He, there were over 30 participants involved in the distribution, and the situation was far more favorable than anticipated. Merely from these 8 medications, everyone would receive at least a double-digit sum of black notes. Of course, this was under the assumption of equal distribution, and it was evident that not everyone would have the opportunity to benefit equally. Nevertheless, the atmosphere within the carriage grew increasingly fervent. The grand finale was upon them, featuring not only the black notes and medications, but also a total of 14 pieces of dropped equipment. While Huangsheng inquired about and recorded the prices, he was also swiftly seeking out the gear he most desired, ultimately selecting 2 items. The timing meter, which allows the user to measure time with unparalleled precision. The longer it is used, the more this effect diminishes, and the life restoration ring, which gradually siphons off excess life energy from the body, storing it as restorative energy to be utilized when needed. Both pieces of equipment did not seem particularly formidable at first glance. However, one could enhance their insight, observational skills, and cognitive abilities while using the timer, effectively improving their grasp of the concept of time. an enhancement that others might struggle to comprehend. Accurately segmenting a second's length evidently requires an acute reinforcement of one's mental faculties. The second item served as a healing tool, akin to the blood-producing bracelet he had previously acquired. Both were life-preserving and therapeutic in nature. As a person adept at both offense and defense, Huang Sheng would never underestimate the immense value of such auxiliary items. Furthermore, this choice allowed him to bypass some of the more sought-after equipment and secure them at a lower cost, while ultimately netting him additional black notes. After all, he currently bore debts, with 3 defensive hammers and a weapon hammer yet to be settled. Chapter 034. A joyous conclusion. Among the 14 pieces of equipment, 3 were particularly coveted, all of which were weapons. One was a metallic hammer, resembling an enhanced small hammer, yet comparable in size to an ordinary hammer. Designed to deliver tremendous shock upon impact, inflicting substantial force on the target. Another was a set of 3 metal-throwing darts, akin to playing cards, exhibiting a spinning function that allowed them to return after being thrown. However, how one was to catch them upon return remained unspecified, leaving those lacking skill and trepidation. A miscalculation could lead to a rather amusing predicament. Liao Xiaolu and several cat-eared individuals expressed intense curiosity toward this weapon. The final item was a pair of knuckle gloves, which appeared more like ordinary gloves. When worn, their true nature as combat gloves was concealed. However, they could enhance striking power while diminishing recoil, making them a prized possession for boxing enthusiasts. Indeed, these 3 pieces of equipment were excessively popular, commanding the highest prices, with the average soaring to an impressive 80 black notes. Acquiring these weapons not only bolstered one's future capabilities, but also increased the likelihood of survival and greater contributions in subsequent battles. The final tally revealed that the total value of the 14 pieces of equipment amounted to 570 black notes. The prices for the timing meter and life restoration ring, which Huang Sheng had his eyes on, were 35 black notes and 50 black notes, respectively. The first price was below the average, while the second was slightly more sought after, but still reasonable. Thus, the total value of the dropped rewards reached an impressive 1,451 black notes. If any of the 30 or so individuals present achieved average contributions during these encounters, they could expect to receive approximately 40 black notes in rewards. An astonishing windfall. Moreover, this initial journey was far from over. As long as they disembarked alive, the rewards obtained would far surpass those experienced by ordinary passengers in previous events. Now, let us determine everyone's contribution based on percentages. The percentage will be directly multiplied by this substantial sum of black notes to ascertain each individual's total reward. Huang Sheng declared, "I, Huang, have made the greatest contribution throughout this series of battles." Do you all acknowledge this? Whether it was due to his role as the primary reaper, frequently ending the lives of the monstrous larvae, or the shields he provided as crucial tools for survival. He rightfully claimed the title of top contributor to No Objections. This is rightfully Huang Ji's due. Without your shield, we cannot fathom how many lives would have been lost. Indeed, did you see how long it took the 14th carriage to deal with a single monster? We have slain 7 in total. Without these leaders, we would have met the same fate as those in the rear carriages. The crowd shook their heads in agreement, signaling their approval. Particularly, those from the former 15th carriage had begun to rally around Huang Sheng, fostering a sense of camaraderie in their shared experiences. Huang Sheng smiled and nodded, suggesting, for the second place, I propose this venerable senior. With his singular efforts, he delayed the monster larvae from the rear carriage for quite some time, managing to divide the incoming horde into 3 batches, allowing us to eliminate them one by one. What do you think? The middle-aged man in black was the only individual, aside from Huang Sheng, who had been granted early access to a spatial storage box before becoming an evolver. Judging by his demeanor, Huang Sheng surmised that he might also be a formidable figure in reality. Therefore, despite not initially being part of the 2-vehicle team, he was more than qualified to share in the spoils. While Huang Sheng considered this, the others had already expressed admiration and respect for the middle-aged man in black from the outset, leading to little dissent. Many even volunteered their identities, hoping for future opportunities to ally with him. The middle-aged man in black revealed a faint smile, first nodding at Huang Sheng before stating, I shall select some ordinary medications. Black notes, and an item of little concern to you all. He gestured toward a piece of equipment resembling a wrist guard, which had been appraised at merely 30 some black notes and granted enhanced dexterity and strength to the wearer. It was certainly not a coveted item. Observing his lack of competition for the desired equipment, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Following the rankings of contributions, the subsequent individuals were Kai Hua, Liao Xiaolu, the unbrowed youth Yin Jiqin, K, and the burly man. Further down the line were the two women known as the Red Spot Girls, along with the unbrowed individual and the cat-eared ones, all of whom would also receive average rewards. The final group would receive the least amount of black notes. Once the rankings were established, discussions ensued to determine the specific values of each share, resulting in Huangsheng claiming a staggering 30% share, equating to 435 black notes. This was inevitable, as not only had he performed exceptionally well, but his shield had undergone a second round of enhancements, rendering him the envy of all and undoubtedly the principal force in the dangers yet to come. Thus, it was only fitting that he receive the lion's share, successfully acquiring the 2 vials of cellular restart liquid, the timing meter, and the life restoration ring. Along with a few capsules, Huangsheng ultimately netted 300 black notes. Of course, the black notes gained from the drops alone were insufficient to cover everyone's desired items, that if the rewards from contributions were inadequate to purchase the desired equipment, individuals would need to dip into their own pockets. With everyone contributing funds, the circulation of black notes increased significantly. After settling debts at 20 black notes each for the 4 small hammers, Huangsheng, in addition to the medications and equipment acquired, profited 220 black notes from the defeat of the 6 monsters. In his backpack, his total black notes now approached 300, an impressive sum given that items could be purchased for around 30 black notes each. After intense competition, the equipment was gradually purchased. Since both Huangsheng and the middle-aged man in black, who contributed the most, had refrained from seizing the more popular items, Kai Hua, Liao Xiaolu, and the others largely obtained their desired equipment. The Red Spot Girls collectively received a little over 100 black notes. One of them exchanged part of her share for a bleeding control capsule, while the other opted for cash. Both unable to contain their joyful expressions. Even the most unassuming bystanders, who had contributed minimally, received at least 10 black notes, prompting an atmosphere of exuberance among all. Not only had they successfully navigated a significant crisis, but each survivor also reaped commendable rewards. Simultaneously, amidst this fierce struggle, the group began to cultivate a nascent trust among one another, coalescing into a team of several dozen individuals. Henceforth, should they encounter an unforeseen blackout or any other peril, they would no longer need to fret incessantly for their lives, that in an instant, the atmosphere within Carriage 15 blossomed with camaraderie. With newfound energy, the group also began tending to the gravely injured. Were it not for the pervasive stench within the carriage and the grotesque gray blood of the monsters that was impossible to clean, they might have even commenced sharing delicacies that the train jolted. It resumed its journey. Huangsheng listened intently. Earlier, everyone had been preoccupied with the matter of rewards and had not noticed that the cacophony of battle cries aboard the train had suddenly ceased. Could it be that all the monstrous larvae on the train had been eradicated, allowing normal operations to resume? Before he could further speculate, the extinguished lights flickered back to life. The 2 lamps at either end of the carriage illuminated the space, casting a bright glow that revealed every detail of the group's disheveled appearances and the peculiar grayish hues that marred their skin. Chapter 35. Yushis Oath Yu Xiaoyi stared in horror at her skin. What has happened to us? What is this? Under the glaring lights, every individual, without exception, exhibited an unsettling pallor. Previously, in the dimness of the carriage, although other lights had illuminated some abnormalities in their skin, they had temporarily disregarded it, preoccupied with the impending battle or other tasks. However, now that the dust had settled and the carriage was fully lit, evading the glaring anomalies was no longer an option. In fact, Huangsheng had noticed, right from the onset, that when the first monstrous larva passed through the carriage, the skin of those in the middle displayed an unusual hue that he had not anticipated. That now everyone, including himself, had fallen victim. The bright light revealed clearly that the skin was not merely stained but had undergone a genuine transformation. Was it a skin disease? How torturous it would be if the entire body were to rot away. Was it connected to the blood of those monsters? Perhaps the gray liquid had triggered this reaction upon contact with their skin. Panic ensued among the group, and the earlier feelings of joy were significantly dampened. The woman with the red birthmark produced a stick of incense, offering purification prayers for her companions, that the incense slowly burned. The grime that marred the clothing and skin of the necklace-wielding woman gradually disappeared. Yet, even after a full minute had passed, the traces of blood from the battle had vanished completely, but the skin had only returned to a slightly more normal state. Not fully restored. The woman with the red birthmark shook her head, indicating that the situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Some ventured to the adjacent 14th carriage to investigate, discovering that the same symptoms were present among those there as well, which provided some solace. It seemed this affliction affected everyone. Shortly thereafter, attendants appeared, pushing a small metal cart resembling a flower sprayer. As they moved, the metallic nozzle emitted a vacuum-like force, sucking up the chaos within the carriage blood. Filth and the foul odor dissipated entirely, leaving no trace behind. This alleviated the anxiety of all present. Although the cause of the skin anomalies remained unclear, the improvement in the carriage's environment was undeniably a positive development. Inquiries regarding the skin condition were met with blank stares from the attendants, who claimed ignorance that if pressed further, they grew impatient. Those serving on this train were not ordinary individuals, and the passengers hesitated to pursue the matter. Ladies and gentlemen, our staff has thoroughly inspected the electrical systems. There will be no more unexpected power outages tonight, and we anticipate a prolonged period of calm ahead. Please take this opportunity to rest well. One of the attendants declared before departing to be why this time, the hour was late. Many were weary and fatigued, unable to resist the pull of exhaustion. With a collective sigh of relief, they succumbed to sleep in various positions. The attendant's words seemed trustworthy, even if Huang Sheng harbored doubts about their so-called electrical checks. After all, this was no simple manual switch. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to sleep, even in the tranquility of the night. The train exuded an unsettling aura. Moreover, his exertions during the earlier battle had not been particularly taxing, prompting him to borrow a book from a fellow passenger to occupy his time, that he was not alone in his insomnia. Liao Xiaolu had successfully acquired a flying knife and was likely off in carriage 16 or another, engrossed in studied ATA table. Two women remained seated opposite each other, while Huang Sheng occupied the outer seat. With Yu Xiaoyi positioned by the window, the toll of her prayers seemed to drain her energy, for the two women across from him had already succumbed to slumber, enveloping the carriage in a serene quietude. Just as Huang Sheng began to feel the strain in his neck from reading, two hands unexpectedly reached out beside him, one resting on his left shoulder, the other gracefully draping across his neck to his right shoulder. Having changed into a clean outfit, Yu Xiaoyi asked softly, "May I give you a shoulder massage?" Her voice, though gentle, carried a hint of a playful lilt, distinct from her usual tone, that I end the solitude of the midnight hour. Her breath brushed against his ear, each syllable tantalizingly enticing. Huang Sheng turned to glance at her. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, yet her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon him. Tentatively, he extended his left arm, pulling her into an embrace. The Yu Xiaoyi offered no resistance. Rather, her form relaxed against him, growing softer as she leaned in. Huang Sheng cast a sidelong glance around, a grin creeping onto his face. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" "Xiaoyi, tomorrow may bring unforeseen events." The Yu Xiaoyi pursed her lips, replying, "Well, with you here, what choice do I have? I'm utterly defenseless and must cling to your leg for safety." Huang Sheng chuckled. Clinging to a leg is not as easy as it sounds. After the tumult of battle, the air was thick with lingering hormones, and with their proximity, Huang Sheng felt a rising restlessness within him. "What do you wish to do?" Yu Xiaoyi inquired, her curiosity piqued. "You say you're helpless? I find that hard to believe. How about I gauge your abilities to see if you're speaking the truth?" After more than half an hour, he took Yu Xiaoyi by the hand and led her toward carriage 16. Several carriages lay empty behind them, with plenty of unused restrooms that had been thoroughly cleaned by the attendants. Carriage 16 still bore a faint, unpleasant odor. A panel had been hastily welded shut by the attendants. This carriage was also brightly lit, where Liao Xiaolu and the youth with no eyebrows, Yin Jiqin, were engaged in hushed conversation. Liao Xiaolu held a flying knife, while Yin Jiqin brandished a hammer, the latter two items among the gear that had been fervently contested. They appeared to be exchanging combat experiences. Upon noticing Huang Sheng and Yu Xiaoyi, both were momentarily taken aback. Liao Xiaolu remained composed, while Yin Jiqin regarded Yu Xiaoyi with an enigmatic smile, causing her to lose her composure. After a subtle nod, They continued on to carriage 17, which was entirely devoid of passengers. "Why are you blushing?" Huang Sheng queried, puzzled that you're a 30-year-old married woman. Surely you can handle such situations? Yu Xiaoyi replied bashfully, "Why shouldn't I blush? I'm not married, nor do I have children." Huang Sheng's heart raced at her words, and he quickened his pace as the clock approached 4 in the morning. Huang Sheng, drenched in sweat, settled Yu Xiaoyi comfortably before taking a moment to wash his face and collect his thoughts. Nearly 2 hours had slipped by unnoticed. Yet he felt invigorated, even more so than before. They were positioned at the juncture of carriages 18 and 19, and as Huang Sheng peered towards the rear, an idea sparked in his mind that he had previously surmised that it was improbable for everyone in the numerous carriages behind carriage 17 to have perished. This was evident not only because there were 240 individuals across 6 carriages. Certainly, even a horde of monsters would struggle to vanquish them all, but also because those in the last few carriages should be more attuned to the patterns of the larval creature's slaughter and thus more inclined to unite and cooperate. Under normal circumstances, such a fierce battle would not have resulted in a solitary figure, a middle-aged man in black, making his way to the front. But if others were still alive, where might they be hiding? Carriages 17, 18, and 19 had all proven empty. To venture further would take him too far from their stronghold in carriage 15, and he worried about unforeseen complications. "First, I'll return her to safety. Then I'll gather Liao Xiaolu and the others to investigate," Huang Sheng resolved, lifting Yu Xiaoyi once more and retracing his steps to his seat, where he gently placed her down amidst the bewildered gazes of the women with the red birthmark and the necklace. "We were just practicing combat skills." Xiaoyi expressed a desire to learn some self-defense techniques. Huang Sheng remarked meaningfully. The 2 women, especially the one with the necklace, would be stunning beauties if her disheveled appearance were to be transformed with proper grooming. Disregarding their thoughts, Huang Sheng called for Liao Xiaolu and Yin Jiqin, who were still lingering in carriage 16, preparing to venture to the rear of the train for a closer look. Chapter 36. What secrets lie in carriage 22? The middle-aged man in black has remained in our carriage number 15, appearing to pose no immediate threat. Liao Xiaolu's voice was low and his brow slightly furrowed. It is entirely possible that there is indeed something amiss in the rear carriages. We must remember, we witnessed each of those bizarre creatures as they passed by us. One by one. Carriage 22 is the end of the train. Should a conflict arise, carriage 21 would certainly be aware of it. Even if carriage 21 does not come to our aid, the occupants of carriage 22 could escape forward, that I refuse to believe that a mere single creature could vanquish the occupants of 2 or 3 carriages. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even if the latter carriages suffered heavy casualties, they should still be able to contend with the incoming creatures. Unfortunately, the man in black has not informed us of the situation behind, and no one has come from there, leading us to assume that everyone has perished. The 3 of them muted their footsteps, hastening through the empty carriages. All the compartments were brightly lit, yet not a soul could be seen. Not even personal belongings. Only tables and chairs lay abandoned, creating an eerie desolation. Soon, they had traversed carriage 20, standing before the tightly shut door of carriage 21. Peering inside, they finally noticed some differences. Approximately 5 or 6 individuals occupied this carriage. Appearing well-groomed, healthy, and seemingly untouched by battle. Some were engaged in conversation, others struggling to stave off sleep, while a few paced the aisle, occasionally glancing towards the front of the train, specifically towards carriage 20 where Huang Sheng and the others resided. Carriage 21, like its predecessor, bore the marks of a fierce encounter. Not in much better condition than carriage 16, but the air still carried a faint stench of decay. Additionally, this compartment was unusually filled with an abundance of tables and chairs, haphazardly clustered together, resembling the seating density of a genuine train, leaving them to wonder where they had been sourced from. Could it be that there are indeed survivors? The 3 of them cautiously concealed themselves, noting that these individuals appeared to be in a state of complete health. Had they not faced the monstrous larvae? Huang Sheng whispered, "Things are not as straightforward as they seem. Look at their demeanor. They remain vigilant, clearly anxious about our presence. It is quite possible that these individuals are merely stationed here to keep watch." Yin Jiqin and Liao Xiaolu's pupils constricted slightly. "Are you suggesting that there may be even more people in the last carriage?" While it is certainly plausible that there are guards on duty during the night, the presence of so many individuals specifically stationed outside is rather peculiar, especially given their apparent overcautiousness. Logically, one would think it wise to avoid unnecessary entanglements when venturing out, particularly within this initial train. Yet oftentimes, opportunities and dangers arise simultaneously. Turning a blind eye could lead to mischances and the failure to recognize lurking threats. Having sensed something amiss, Huang Sheng could not simply disregard the situation. He yearned to discern the true nature of Carriage 22, but it was evident that the individuals outside were tasked with obstructing anyone from entering. "Shall we charge through?" Yin Jiqin inquired. The physically imposing figure, previously battered by the creatures, now bore no visible signs of distress. Liao Xiaolu shook his head. "No, we are but 3. Should a conflict arise, the odds would be stacked against us, and they could easily ambush 1 or 2 of us. I will fetch more allies." Liao Xiaolu turned back towards Carriage 15, while Huang Sheng and Yin Jiqin slowly retreated, seeking refuge in the blind spot of Carriage 19, but they were uncertain whether they had heard Yu Shi's cries from over an hour ago. It was unlikely, given the distance and her desperate attempts to suppress her voice that moment. Huang Sheng noticed 2 figures entering the vacant Carriage 20. Indeed, they were among the 5 or 6 he had seen earlier. Their vigilance over Carriage 21 was not enough. They had come specifically to check on Carriage 20. Fortuitously, the 2 had only glanced around before retreating. The 3 remained in silence, and not long after, they heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps approaching. Liao Xiaolu had returned, accompanied by over 10 individuals. A few cat-eared beings, several without eyebrows, 2 women with red birthmarks, and even a gravely injured man being supported by his comrades. All peered over from a distance, seemingly eager for the unfolding drama. Were there truly that many survivors? How curious. If the creatures had not exterminated them, why had they chosen to attack us? Kai Yi mused. Aware that they possessed more information about the initial train and the evolved beings than Huang Sheng did, yet they remained in the dark concerning the specifics, as if such details were under strict control. Could it be that the man in black lured them to harm us? Kai Hua speculated, yet this too seemed implausible, for he had been fervently defending against the creatures at that moment. Otherwise, they would have all been overwhelmed. Let us not dwell on it. We'll find out by charging through, Huang Sheng declared, confident that this group would not dare obstruct them. The throng did not intentionally lower their voices. With so many present, their footsteps were a cacophony. As they entered Carriage 20, their presence was immediately detected by several individuals in Carriage 21. They sprang into action, some rushing to alert others, while others approached menacingly, far exceeding the typical duties of mere sentinels. "What are you doing? Who permitted your presence here?" Upon the convergence of Huang Sheng's group, he found himself at the threshold between Carriages 20 and 21. As 4 individuals blocked the entrance to Carriage 21, their expressions hostile as they scrutinized them, it was only as Huang Sheng drew nearer that he noticed not only were these individuals neatly attired, but their skin appeared more grievously affected than his own party's. While they bore discolored skin, they showed no immediate signs of distress. Yet their pallor was graver, accompanied by a faint, foul odor reminiscent of the larvae. However, they bore no signs of having fought, rendering the situation contradictory. Had they merely been spectators, their appearances tainted by the stench of decay? What a grotesque irony! Were they not, in fact, walking toxic gas canisters? Drenched in the gray blood of their adversaries, "Step aside. We intend to enter Carriage 22, Huang Sheng commanded. Their tone was not amicable, and he matched their severity, refusing to entertain negotiation. "You ought to remain in your respective carriages and not disturb us. We do not welcome strangers here." A man with a rash atop his left eye hissed, speaking in a dialect that carried the weight of disdain. "Get lost if you wish to avoid death." With so many of them standing firm, their audacity to confront them revealed their true nature. "You all reek. Have you been roasting larvae in the back?" The occupants of Carriage 15, having recently emerged from a fierce battle, were in high spirits and would not tolerate any obstruction, leading to a chorus of shouts and the drawing of various weapons. Faced with their resolute stance, the 4 individuals began to waver. Just then, the door to Carriage 22 swung open, and several blood-soaked figures charged out. These individuals exuded an aura of ferocity, their eyes glinting with malice, brandishing an array of sharp weapons. A foul wind swept through. Everyone was assaulted by the nauseating scent of mingled, rotting blood that clung to them. To the friends in the front car, allow me to extend an opportunity. Turn back now, and refrain from crossing into Carriage 20 before disembarking. Let us pretend you were never here today. The leader, a wiry middle-aged man, fixed his gaze upon them with a twisted smile. The group exchanged incredulous glances. How audacious of them to suggest that they had never arrived. Despite being outnumbered, Huang Sheng furrowed his brow, noting the bizarre demeanor of this individual. This man, or rather, these figures that had approached, exuded a bloodthirsty and frenzied aura, and their blood was undoubtedly not their own. Furthermore, he felt an unsettling sense of lethal threat emanating from them, a sensation both enigmatic and unmistakable. In the next instant, the cause of this feeling became evident, before the eyes of all present. A tail extended from the middle-aged man's back, swaying ominously in the air. Simultaneously, the others began to undergo transformations that defied comprehension. One floated into the air, sprouting a pair of grotesque wings. If one could call such abominations wings, for with every flap, an unbearable stench wafted forth, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Another individual's left hand morphed into a grotesque appendage resembling an insect's mandible, utterly distorting the human hand structure, evoking a visceral revulsion. The wiry middle-aged man continued to smirk at them, while his tail grew, increasingly elongated. Huang Sheng's gaze fixated on that tail, and recognition dawned upon him. It was indeed the very appendage of the creature he had severed multiple times with his spear. The same thickness, the same material and appearance. Even the lengths are strikingly similar. At this moment, his heart was subjected to an unimaginable shock. How could the tail of the monster be connected to those who resemble them? Have you transplanted the monster's tail onto yourselves? Have all of you undergone biological modification? Listening to Huang Sheng's words, everyone was left speechless. Some felt a chill run from their heads to their toes, while others were engulfed by an overwhelming absurdity and the accompanying terror. No wonder these individuals were drenched in blood, having left so many others on alert outside. Were they transforming others while in the car, just now? Huang Sheng felt a wave of dread. Any form of technology related to the human body had always been one of the most sensitive and taboo subjects. He had considered the possibility of such cruel occurrences happening in some unknown corner of the world. But to suddenly learn of it, and even witness it up close, a truth far worse than he had imagined, left him utterly unsettled. Ha 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 ha. The short, thin, middle-aged man seemed to be suppressing laughter. Amidst a wave of heightened emotions, he spoke. I have tried to advise you all, but regrettably, you do not cherish your lives. Well then, it seems this batch of voluntary subjects is not up to par. Since you involuntary subjects have managed to survive unscathed and even organize such a number of people, your strength and potential must be quite impressive. A glint of greed shone in his eyes. Then let me lend you a hand. Is there anything more intriguing than witnessing oneself merge with a powerful life form? Aha! As he spoke, his tail swung fiercely. With a tremendous whoosh, the table beside him was swept up by the tail as if it were a mere twig, poised to smash down upon the crowd. Huang Sheng instinctively raised a shield, bracing to block the impending attack. Just then, a voice suddenly boomed from behind, amplified through a megaphone. What are you ruckusing about at this late hour? Do you enjoy midnight raves? We, the attendants, also work hard, and we do not wish to be interrupted during our rest after serving you all day. Turning around, the crowd saw two attendants at the end of carriage 20. One holding a megaphone, the other rubbing his eyes, both casting unfriendly glances at them. The short, thin, middle-aged man's tail, still coiling in midair, displayed his unwillingness to relent even with the attendant's arrival. As for his companions, they were even more extreme, hardly heeding the attendant's words as they lunged ferociously towards the crowd. With wings flapping at incredible speeds, they closed the distance in an instant, brandishing slender knives stained with fresh and dried blood. Those with mouth parts sprouted from their palms dashed and leaped like beasts, their feet striking the carriage wall as they hurtled directly towards the throng. Their speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of an ordinary human. With a resounding thud, Huang Sheng braced himself against the onslaught with his shield, stepping back only slightly. The upgraded shield's cushioning function worked remarkably well, that he felt the force of their beast-like charge. Akin to being struck head-on by a leopard, yet the shield absorbed the impact so effectively that he barely staggered. As the winged creature dove down, it was intercepted by the unique ability of the woman with the red birthmark, who, in a moment of distraction, was met with a furious swing of Silver's hammer. The hammer, imbued with concussive force, sent the creature reeling, nearly causing its wings to falter as it staggered and crashed to the ground. The sudden conflict, which the attendants could not halt, was ultimately restrained by Huang Sheng and his companions. Very well. I will remember you people. The short, thin, middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he licked his lips. This train does not permit me to act. But once we disembark, you shall learn what despair truly is. What are you babbling about? Return to your compartments and sleep. The attendant with the megaphone said impatiently, showing no intention of intervening in the conflict. Yet both sides ceased their struggle, as the short, thin, middle-aged man and his group retreated to the rear carriage while Huang Sheng and his companions moved forward. The two attendants, seeing the situation resolve, frowned and turned to walk ahead, their slow footsteps vanishing completely from view in mere moments, as if some illusion had occurred. Chapter 038. Why aren't you all robbing? The sun had risen, and it was nearing 9 o'clock in the morning. Huang Sheng had only slept 2 or 3 hours in the latter half of the night, yet he felt quite alert and did not require more rest. Beside him, Yu Shaoyi was even more spirited, her face glowing with health. One could only wonder what nourishing supplement she had indulged in the previous night. The atmosphere in the carriage was particularly tense, with news of the modified individuals at the rear of the train having spread, causing widespread anxiety among the passengers. Logically, such an outrageous event should never occur on this train. Yet it not only happened, but if Huang Sheng had not insisted on investigating last night, they might have remained oblivious until disembarking or some incident occurred. Most troubling was the fact that the two official attendants showed no inclination to intervene against these individuals, that it seemed. If the train authorities did not act against them, how could they brazenly occupy the rear of the carriage to engage in such activities? You appear to know quite a bit about the train's circumstances. Do you have any speculations? Huang Sheng inquired of the several cat-eared individuals now seated across from him. Kai Yi frowned. We are not entirely certain. Although various reports about dangerous events, the initial train, and evolvers are not too strange on our planet. For us ordinary people, they remain distant and unattainable. For instance, the newspapers, news, and television frequently report on evolvers. Yet most ordinary individuals have never encountered one. Similarly, the earliest bizarre incidents occurred at least a decade ago. And even now, the majority of ordinary people have never experienced the most common dangerous events. Listening to Kai Ye's words, Huang Sheng stroked his chin. This was quite understandable, that it is akin to the incessant barrage of celebrity news on television, while the vast majority of people have never met them in reality. Have you heard of any similar enhancements or modifications, perhaps milder than these individuals? Huang Sheng asked again, considering the grotesque nature of having mouth parts sprout from one's palm or insect wings growing from one's back. Such transformations were exceedingly unsettling, bordering on the unnatural. Surely one could consider less extreme modifications, like a tail resembling that of a leopard, which would be far more acceptable. Such occurrences do exist. It seems there are evolvers in our Qinqing city. However, their modifications are more plant-based, focusing on mimicry and camouflage, and even ordinary people can purchase related substances. Huang Sheng nodded. The apocalyptic anomalies on Earth were a recent phenomenon, suggesting that the experiences of the cat-eared individuals' planet preceded Earth's by a considerable margin, leading to a broader dissemination of information on their planet. Even excess supplies of substances were available for ordinary citizens. This indicated that they had undergone numerous significant events that in one could predict the multitude of incidents that might arise in the face of an apocalyptic crisis. From his conversations with others during this period, he learned that the types of events varied greatly, as did their scope, severity, and the number of individuals involved. Naturally, the levels of danger also differed significantly. For instance, Liao Xiaolu experienced a hunting event where the system required them to kill a monster that had infiltrated their midst. This monster excelled at concealment and ambush, leading to many casualties and immense difficulty. Yet merely achieving a D rating would suffice for a ticket. In contrast, some events could envelop entire cities. According to Kai Yi, their Qinqing city had once been shrouded in an event over a decade ago. Fortunately, it was merely a crisis governed by rules. As long as everyone adhered to the regulations, they would ultimately survive. Yet even so, during the 3 days of the city's engulfment, a staggering 500,000 people perished. Kai Yi recounted the sight of countless lifeless bodies strewn throughout the city, and after the event concluded, a large number of ordinary people fell into varying degrees of depression, the trauma from that incident lingering even to this day. This illustrates that any form of dangerous event could potentially occur, making it unsurprising that some would challenge moral boundaries and physiological limits. Perhaps it is such an environment and experience that has given rise to another extreme group within this world, akin to the short, thin, middle-aged man and his ilk. And considering the train authorities' public tolerance towards such individuals, it is likely that they are far from isolated cases. Let us not dwell on it too much. We shall see what unfolds when the time comes. The colorful pages recounted that, just before the lights were extinguished last night, a group of them at the table had been reveling in merriment. It was evident that the cat-eared tribe understood the essence of enjoyment and possessed an optimistic outlook on life. She extended an invitation to Huang Sheng to partake in a popular card game from their locale, to which Huang Sheng declined with a smile. Speaking of cards, since boarding the train, the 11 cards in his spatial storage box had remained untouched. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance, as these cards represented his last line of defense. If he were compelled to use them, it would signify that his situation had become exceedingly dire. That moment, the train's announcement system chimed with a melodious voice, proclaiming that it was breakfast time. A crew member entered, pushing a food cart, wearing a beaming smile. This was the first time the passengers had witnessed such an exuberant expression on the faces of the staff. Was selling them meals truly a cause for such jubilation? Soon enough, they would discover that indeed, it was worthy of delight. Wang He exclaimed, "What? This tiny bowl of porridge costs 3 black notes. Are you certain it's black notes and not some other currency?" Subsequently, they learned the prices of other breakfast items. An egg cost 5 black notes, a small dish 10 black notes, a basket of buns 10 black notes, and a green fruit, roughly the size of an adult's fist, commanded a staggering 20 black notes for just one. Huang Sheng couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Despite his current wealth of nearly 300, he was acutely aware of the origins of these black notes. For an ordinary person, even 30 would be a stretch, especially since their compartment had enjoyed a bountiful harvest the previous night, that a somewhat decent breakfast consisting of a bowl of porridge, an egg, and a small dish would set one back 18 black notes that if one did not fill their belly and opted for a basket of buns afterward, they could find their entire fortune evaporated in an instant. Naturally, it was black notes. The train did not accept whatever indigenous currency they might possess. The crew member remarked with a smile, casting a meaningful glance at the red $100 bill in Wang He's hand. Instantly, a wave of dismay swept through compartment 15 as everyone hurried to reconfirm the prices. The crew member reiterated that only black notes were accepted, and panic began to ensue. They could not forego a meal. With a journey spanning 3 days, even if they had 2 meals a day, they would need at least 5 or 6. That this was no leisurely trip. At any moment, they could be thrust into combat. And the consumption of energy and calories was significant. Even though many had brought provisions, few were capable of carrying enough for such an extended period. Most critically, there was the matter of water. There was no hot water available on the train. Meals could be skipped, but could they really forego hydration? To their astonishment, a cup of plain water was priced at 2 black notes at this juncture. Everyone was agitated, regardless of whether they had enough black notes on hand, that if a meal could satiate their hunger, they might begrudgingly part with 3 or 2 black notes. But given the meager portions, some with heartier appetites would find it insufficient, and yet it demanded such exorbitant sums. It was utterly impossible to dine under these circumstances. They were adamant in their refusal to spend money. With the likes of Yin Jiqin and Kai Yi purchasing around 10 black notes worth of food, mainly out of curiosity to ascertain if the sustenance had any peculiar attributes. However, they soon realized that the food was as mundane as could be, devoid of any anomalies, leaving them feeling as though their money had been squandered. Tio put this into perspective. 30 black notes could purchase a piece of functional equipment. Huang Sheng's very own blood-producing bracelet was valued at 25 black notes. The robust man, who had suffered significant blood loss, felt a swift reduction in bleeding after donning the bracelet, providing timely medical assistance. Its practical value was, needless to say, substantial. Now, to think that a meal, insufficient to satisfy one's hunger, could obliterate the worth of a blood-producing bracelet. Who could afford to engage in such folly? A person cannot survive without food. They would grow weak and fatigued, seeing that no one was willing to purchase breakfast. The crew member patiently urged, "Money is merely a material possession. Do not neglect your health. Look at yourselves, many bear injuries. The crowd clenched their teeth in frustration. After all, it was they who had extinguished the lights, instigated the internal conflicts, and remained sheltered while monsters invaded the compartments. Now that it came time to extract money, they suddenly remembered their presence. No amount of persuasion from the crew member could compel them to part with their funds. It was not that they weren't hungry, but rather that they simply could not afford it. Good advice falls on deaf ears, the crew member said, his smile fading, replaced by a look of disdain and a sharp tone. What shall we do now? Are you certain you have enough food? Yu Shaoyi whispered to a few others, reminding them that Compartment 15 had not been a battlefield last night. Their personal belongings remained intact. Yet food could not be conjured from thin air. Those who boarded with insufficient provisions would inevitably face hunger. The girl with the red mole and the one with the necklace exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. While they might have brought some food, their financial situation was precarious, and it was evident they would not have enough to eat. Just as the crew member pushed the cart past their table, Huangxing suddenly called out to him. What would you like to buy? The crew member's expression softened slightly as he inquired. Huangxing smiled and asked, Is there a dining car on this train? May I inquire about the food offerings there? The group felt a flicker of hope. Indeed, the crew member was attempting to extract exorbitant sums from them, but perhaps the dining car offered reasonably priced meals? The crew member chuckled. The dining car's prices are rather steep. One must spend at least 15 black notes per person to gain entry. The fleeting glimmer of hope extinguished as they cursed silently. Well, buying a bowl of porridge from the small car was manageable, costing just 3 black notes, but venturing to the dining car might strip them of their very last pair of trousers. Huangxing pressed further. If we dine in the dining car, does the commission go to you, dear sir? The crew member replied with a smile, Of course. If you wish to go, I can escort you there directly. He added, however, you will need to demonstrate your financial capability. You know, no one enjoys being ridiculed. Huangxing recalled the 3 messages from the mysterious middle-aged man, one of which was to bribe or win over at least one crew member. Now, it seemed an opportunity had arisen. The crew member's eager smile while selling meals indicated that a transaction would yield mutual benefits. Since he also needed to eat, why not play the role of the generous benefactor, effectively bribing the crew member in the process? Moreover, with a dining car on the train, he could seize the chance to gather some intelligence along the way. Huangxing reached into his bag, retrieving a stack of black notes directly from his spatial storage box, the amount no less than several dozen. Then, I would appreciate it if you could lead me along with these 2 ladies to the dining car, he said, gesturing towards the red mole girl and the necklace girl. These 2 were no ordinary individuals. Their peculiar, seemingly incanatory methods of inflicting harm and their remarkable abilities of blessing made them valuable allies. The incense they frequently produced was not a mere attribute-laden item, indicating that the powers stemmed from within them. The 3 had shared a table since boarding, and their relationships were bound to grow closer. By treating the 2 to a meal today, they would likely exert greater effort when assistance was needed. The crew member beamed genuinely, exclaiming, As you wish, you are a polite and generous gentleman. Huangxing pondered for a moment before extracting an additional 20 black notes to hand to the crew member. But for now, please provide me with 2 eggs and a bowl of porridge. No need for change. After all, the work of crew members is quite arduous. The crew member gladly accepted the black notes, placing a bowl of porridge and 2 eggs on the table. Huangxing tossed 1 egg to Liao Xiaolu beside him, reserving the remainder for Yu Shui. Given her efforts last night, it was only fitting that he express his gratitude. Naturally, as he had mentioned earlier, this was primarily a means to subtly bribe the crew member. With a smile plastered across his face, the crew member guided Huangxing and the bewildered 2 ladies toward the front of the train, where the dining car awaited in the 5th compartment. They had quite a distance to traverse as they watched the trio depart. The passengers in compartment 15 began to murmur amongst themselves. The wealthy are truly capricious. Not only do they indulge themselves, but they also treat their companions. Kai took small bites of the egg in her hand, feeling a pang of envy, her voice tinged with a hint of resentment. Who could blame them? This invitation alone cost 15 black notes. While the food may not be extravagant, who knows if spending it will leave a favorable impression on the crew member, perhaps yielding unseen benefits? How outrageous to flirt in such a place as this initial train, and with not 1, but 2 women. The 2 peculiar ladies, despite their oddities, were indeed strikingly beautiful, especially the one adorned with the necklace. What was even more absurd was that he had the audacity to give a tip. Isn't it so? 2 eggs and a bowl of porridge that totals 13 black notes, and 7 black notes are left as gratuity. And he claims the crew member works hard. What kind of labor do they truly endure? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Some were envious, others filled with jealousy, and still others harbored resentful grumblings or pure animosity towards the affluent. Yu Shaoyi cradled her bowl of congee and egg in her arms, cherishing this moment immensely, despite having consumed such fare countless times before. Although Huang Sheng had not escorted her to the dining car, she felt a profound sense of contentment, having noticed the envious gazes directed at her from all corners of the carriage. Last night had truly not been in vain. The man resembled a ravenous wolf dog after days of starvation. Liao Shaolu peeled his egg, meticulously examining its contents alongside the surrounding group. Ultimately, he discovered that it was, in fact, nothing more than an ordinary egg, akin to those he had purchased from Yin Jichin, prompting him to sigh in resignation. The impending meals on this train would prove to be a challenge. Not eating was simply not an option, and he would undoubtedly have to part with some of his black currency. A joke flitted through his mind. Last year, after leaving the village for the capital with 3,000, he returned home a year later with the same amount. Can you believe it? He had spent not a single penny during his year in the capital. Earnings were spent on the train, and not a cent could be brought back home. Such dark humor. Chapter 040. Earth and the ruins throughout the journey. Huang Sheng engaged in conversation with the steward. In response to this generous passenger, who was eager to assist with their work, the steward exhibited a commendable willingness to converse. The information shared about the initial train exceeded his expectations. The initial train tirelessly traversed its route every year, every month, and even every day. Yet for the passengers, possessing foreknowledge of certain information could often lead to peril out of course. If one simply wished to disembark safely, knowing more could indeed be advantageous. That he smiled and remarked. Our train 1032 is making its way through minor stations. Your Blue Star is a typical small stop, whereas the ruins from which you two ladies hail are merely temporary stops that may not see traffic for a week. Knowing what one ought not to know could inadvertently bring harm, something Huang Sheng had come to understand, as it was a fundamental rule of the Evolver system. Those who sought to lessen the difficulty of events and evaluations through information gaps and additional assistance would ultimately reap no significant rewards. No matter how well one performed, they could never gain access to spatial storage boxes ahead of time. The mysterious figure who had stopped him, babbling about a curse-repelling candle, did not seem to be merely a riddle-maker. It appeared they genuinely did not wish him harm. Otherwise, they could have divulged a wealth of information, ensuring his safety upon boarding, but they would not have granted him a favorable evaluation to AS for the steward's immediate recognition of the trio's origins. It was quite normal. It was the ignorance of others that would have been peculiar. He glanced back at the two women, pondering the oddity of the name Ruins. They were indeed not from Earth. Huang Sheng then inquired, "May I ask what additional effects the bites, corrosive injuries, and blood splatters from those monstrous creatures last night might have on us?" The thought of the grotesque giant insects carrying untold germs and viruses was daunting. Yet he could not simply turn a blind eye. Directly asking why their skin had changed was unlikely to elicit a response, so this served as a subtle inquiry. As for the effects. The steward replied leisurely while pushing the cart forward. All the carriages along the route show no signs of stopping. It seems my responsibility lies solely with carriage 15, that there are indeed concerns. But as long as you maintain proper hygiene, your lives should not be at risk. Huang Sheng mulled over these words, gradually coming to understand their implications. IT suggested that if they were diligent in cleansing with clean water and properly treating their wounds, they would likely face no severe consequences, merely ordinary injuries and contamination. The notion that this would not threaten their lives was intriguing. It would not claim their lives, but surely it was not that simple. In essence, their skin changes were entirely normal, anticipated within the train's framework, or rather, part of the established procedures aboard the initial train. This made things easier. The next consideration would be what consequences these changes might bring. What negative impacts could arise from subsequent situations? He mused that the curse-repelling candle would soon be put to use as they neared the dining car. The steward informed him, "If you consistently dine at the dining car for each meal, you will surely be grateful for this decision before disembarking." With that, he fell silent, arranging for the three to sit at a table before leaving them in the care of the dining car's staff. Along the way, they passed through 9 carriages from carriage 14 to carriage 6, gaining a general understanding of the train's condition. Those monstrous maggots from last night had indeed caused significant casualties. Some carriages still held half or a small portion of their passengers, while others were entirely empty at both ends. Many had huddled together, likely sharing similar harrowing experiences. Overall, it appeared that about 60% of the passengers had perished, with the last few carriages suffering the greatest losses. Upon reaching this conclusion, Huang Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. They had yet to disembark, and already only 40 remained. How many would survive until the next day? The elimination process aboard this initial train was brutally unforgiving. In other realms, elimination merely meant losing the chance for rewards. But here, it equated to death. Being an Evolver was no easy feat, he sighed deeply. The dining car boasted ample seating, with at least one or two unsuspecting souls willing to partake in a meal, resulting in a scattering of patrons. Huangsheng ordered a breakfast set for the three, consisting of 2 eggs, a serving of meat noodles, and a fruit platter. This would typically cost at least 30 black currency outside. Yet here it was merely 25. Ordering 3 sets totaled just 70 black currency. Rather than debating the value, one could argue that if a meal was necessary, dining at the car was certainly more economical. He noticed the 2 women's eyes widen in astonishment at the sight of the food. They eagerly swallowed in anticipation, as if they had never encountered such a meal in their lives. The name Ruins did indeed suggest a place of little merit. Huangsheng pondered whether he might one day visit and witness the local culture and landscape for himself. Take your time eating. I'll bring you here every morning for the next few days, he said with a smile. The food was quite palatable, yet even he could not afford to treat the 2 women to every meal there. Henceforth, he could only guarantee that he would dine alone at the car. The steward had indeed advised him to frequent the dining car for every meal, regardless of the truth of this information. He felt compelled to give it a try. Even if it were false, it would not lead to his ruin, especially as he had a genuine need for sustenance that he would spend the black currency liberally, though that was inconsequential, as he could always earn more if necessary. Surely, there were more surprises awaiting them. The girl with the red birthmark was delighted by his words and immersed herself in the meal, while the necklace-wearing girl offered him a beautiful smile. Huangsheng noticed her one hand deftly picking at the noodles, and he playfully squeezed her other hand. She struggled momentarily, but upon realizing her efforts were futile, she merely scratched his hand with her nails and then allowed him to continue. Huangsheng chuckled inwardly. Having these 2 young women on board lightened the pressure he felt. Chapter 041. The train comes to a halt. The doors open. Time, 6:30 p.m. At this hour, people's spirits were relatively high, as many had chosen to indulge in an afternoon nap earlier. Throughout the day, the train had not stopped even once. Outside the window, the scenery was an utterly blank void, inducing a sensation of unease as one could not discern the nature of their environment. Goodness, there's a sunset. Look, everyone, a sunset. At that moment, a golden light illuminated the surroundings, and someone suddenly screamed. Having seen no scenery during the train's journey, the prospect of witnessing a view sent the entire carriage, and indeed, the entire train, into a frenzy. The sunset appeared outside Huangsheng's window. In the far distance, a massive red sun hovered just above the horizon, surrounded by a tapestry of clouds. Golden rays intertwined with hues of white, black, and red, casting a magnificent glow upon the wispy clouds. Though this splendid sight was fleeting, lasting but a couple of minutes before darkness enveloped the sky, the passengers had at least glimpsed something beautiful. As the darkness descended, someone called out curiously, "Turn on the lights." At this point, roughly 10 minutes had passed since the sunset, and while it was not yet completely dark, visibility had diminished to the point where those with less than perfect eyesight could barely see their hands before them. Yet the train remained stubbornly unlit. Huangsheng wrapped an arm around Yu Shaoyi, enjoying the warmth of her figure while fiddling with the time-reading device in his hand. Then on his left hand, he wore both the awakening ring and the recovery ring. The recovery ring displayed a minuscule, glowing progress bar, which had reached approximately 1/3 of its capacity, indicating the extent to which it had absorbed his surplus life energy. That IT would take about 3 days to fill, but he wondered what effect it would have when returned to him in times of need. The stopwatch had yet to find its purpose, and at that moment, upon hearing a man shout for the lights to be turned on, he was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he tucked the stopwatch away into a storage compartment and steeled his resolve. The train had not abruptly descended into darkness. Although the lights had remained off, Most passengers had not noticed the anomaly amidst the ongoing ambience. However, the moment someone shouted, those with keen senses immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Hurry up and eat." After giving Yushi's waist a firm squeeze, he withdrew his hand and said solemnly to the two women across from him. The three of them were currently nibbling on a sandwich, which he had provided at this point. The train had begun to exhibit slight unrest. Some passengers were searching for the attendants, others were hastily switching on their personal lights, and some were already speculating and panicking. Girls, who generally ate slowly, especially with something as difficult to swallow as bread, could not finish their food in that moment. Thus, they hastily stowed their meals away, readying themselves for whatever was about to transpire. About 10 minutes later, the entire carriage jolted violently, followed by the intense sound of brakes screeching on the tracks. The train was gradually coming to a stop. Huang Sheng glanced out the window, then looked back at the others, only to find that there was not a single light visible outside. "Huang Gu, is this a maintenance fault or an emergency stop?" Yu Shaoyi inquired softly in his ear. Maintenance fault or emergency stop. Huang Sheng recalled the second rule from the passenger guidelines. In the event of a forced stop due to the track's dilapidation, all passengers must refrain from disembarking. Yet, another rule stated something erroneous, and yesterday he had been completely at a loss. Today, he still found himself utterly confused. For instance, regarding whether or not they should disembark, he had no basis for determining right from wrong. Just then, the train's announcement system crackled to life. "Dear passengers, due to long-term disrepair of the tracks, a fault has occurred ahead, resulting in a forced stop. All doors will soon open. However, we urge all passengers not to disembark." Repeat, we urge all passengers not to disembark. The announcement instantly exacerbated the sense of panic and confusion enveloping the passengers. The train had come to a halt. All doors were flung open, and yet they were being told not to leave. What kind of absurdity was this? If they were not to exit, why not turn on the lights? And what did it mean to have the doors open, as if fearing they might rebel and find their own way out? In the pitch blackness, the train had suddenly come to a stop, with all doors wide open. Looking outside revealed an endless void of darkness, leaving them unsure of their location, or whether they were still traversing through emptiness. It was unsettling to remain seated, let alone step outside, the Yu Shaoyi remarked with a hint of relief. "It seems this isn't a dire situation after all. If the tracks are broken, we can just wait for repairs. We're in car 15, and there are plenty of us." Huang Sheng turned to glance at her, puzzled by her sudden display of naivety, as she had appeared quite composed and astute until now. The woman with the necklace scoffed, "Foolish girl." Yu Shaoyi shot an annoyed look at her. The two sisters appeared to be barely in their 20s, if even that, yet here she was being called a foolish girl. "The attendants have left. My goodness. All the attendants have left." The realization that the attendants had all fled sent a wave of panic through the carriage. What does this mean? Are we being abandoned on the tracks? Suddenly, someone from carriage 14 shouted. Simultaneously, a passenger from carriage 16 rushed back, exclaiming, "Carriage 17 has suddenly uncoupled from us, and the rear half is stranded dozens of meters away." Huang Sheng instinctively felt a tightening in his chest. This did not bode well for their prospects of a peaceful journey. Kai Yi trembled as she spoke, from carriage 17 to 22. Only that last carriage is filled with those peculiar, unsavory types. With the uncoupling of those carriages and their own train coming to a stop, something was definitely amiss. The burly man, who had been seriously injured yesterday, showed remarkable resilience today, having borrowed Huang Sheng's blood-gathering bracelet for half the day. He was now protesting loudly, "If they can get off, why can't we? Are those bastards sneaking off to wash their feet? I'm telling you, in the deep mountains and secluded corners, such restricted establishments are the easiest to find." Huang Sheng face-bombed. Was this really the moment for such discussions? However, one thing was certain. The place where the train had halted was definitely not in the void, as there was land on either side of the tracks where they could possibly step down. This realization opened up the possibility of disembarking. Kai Yi seemed increasingly anxious. So should we heed the announcement and stay put on the train? Logically speaking, the train officials would not deliberately endanger their lives. But she feared there might be dangers aboard the train. Another girl with cat ears rolled her eyes. Is it really more dangerous inside the train than out there? Out there, it's pitch black, and we know nothing. I'm terrified. Kai Ye's expression darkened. Come on, we are of the cat-eared race, with a lineage tied to felines, and you fear the dark? The other girl replied helplessly, but we only inherit a minuscule part of the cat lineage. The conditions for transformation are so strict, and our nocturnal abilities are only slightly better than those of other races, yet still limited. Besides, aren't you also using a light? Even at night, we can't see clearly. Chapter 042. Signs of Crisis. While the people on the train continued to discuss, no one dared to step outside. The dual threat of dangers outside coupled with the train's warning kept everyone from risking their lives. Huang Sheng sat at the edge of his seat, his hand resting on the shield adorning his left arm. The metallic texture and icy coolness provided him with a modicum of reassurance. His observational skills were relatively sharp, and with the enhancement of his trait, he was continuously analyzing the information at hand to assess the feasibility of leaving the train. Whether or not they could disembark held great significance for him, as proving one of the passenger guidelines wrong would validate the other two. Everyone look. It seems there are houses outside. One of the burly man's companions cautiously leaned against the open train door, shining a flashlight outside, and suddenly exclaimed in delight. Huang Sheng peered through the window and saw that the flashlight illuminated what appeared to be the faint outline of a wall about several dozen meters away. Judging by the materials, it seemed to be constructed of brick and stone, perhaps not unlike rural homes. But what did it matter if there were houses? What if there were terrifying dangers lurking within? The wilderness was indeed a place of unpredictable threats that a resolute passenger quickly interjected, fearing that others might entertain reckless thoughts and lead them all astray, that I wouldn't dare imagine what kind of houses those might be. Yu Xiaoyi murmured, "This isn't a train traveling on the railways of Huagua, but rather one that seems to have encountered houses in an unknown dimension or void, that in other words, anything they might encounter inside could be a potential threat. I think we should reach a decision soon." At that moment, Kai Hua's clear voice rang out. Her gaze focused on the direction illuminated by the flashlight, her voice trembling slightly. "Look, the light is fading." They observed how the beam, once bright against the wall mere moments ago, was now gradually dimming, as though the light itself was dispersing. It was fogging up. The outside was becoming enveloped in fog. Huang Sheng's instincts kicked in. He recalled the incident during the campus fog event, which only worsened over time, making the outside increasingly dangerous. After approximately another minute, the entire train was completely shrouded in fog. The light directed outward could no longer reveal anything beyond a few meters. Even inside the carriage, from one end to the other, there was a vague mistiness. The fog had infiltrated the train, filling the interior. In the pitch darkness, devoid of light and official reassurance, with the doors wide open and attendants having collectively exited, they were now surrounded by fog. The entire train resembled an isolated island engulfed by a sea of mist. Moreover, the density of the fog inside was increasing by the minute. It wouldn't be long before visibility was reduced to mere meters, with the light's effectiveness severely compromised. "It hurts so much. Why is my skin in such pain?" Yu Xiaoyi suddenly gasped, instinctively gripping her arm. Huang Sheng felt a similar sensation of slight stinging on his skin, akin to the discomfort of extending one's hand from a warm room into the cold winter air. Others also began to notice unusual sensations on their skin, not only on their arms but also on their faces, necks, chests, and thighs, all transmitting a disconcerting signal of impending dread that must be due to the skin discoloration. Huang Sheng mused. "Yesterday we fought against monsters. It must have been then that we came under their influence." The girl with the red mole asked, "Are we encountering monsters again?" Various signs indicated as much. Huang Sheng nodded. Last night, a monstrous creature had been provoked by Liao Xiaolo's enchanted tablecloth, charging at them with terrifying speed and nearly meeting its demise. At that time, given the circumstances, at least 2.5 of Yin Jiqin's group were destined to perish. However, in an inexplicable twist, the monster collided awkwardly. It is highly probable that the middle-aged man in black lent a hand, or perhaps it was due to some peculiar artifact wielded by an individual. In any case, the state of the monstrous maggots at that moment was utterly terrifying. Now, as the train attendants disembarked, their oddly hued skin was frequently racked with pain, issuing some form of warning. The emergence and permeation of mist served as a portent of imminent danger. What danger? Huang Sheng could not be certain, yet it remained highly likely that it was the maggots, and unlike their combat capabilities from yesterday. Should they appear today, the consequences could be drastically different. Reflecting on the terrifying force they exhibited last night, One had even breached the train's chassis, even with the carbon fiber shield having undergone a second reinforcement. He had no inclination to attempt to withstand them. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Undoubtedly, within the narrow confines of the train, the monsters would be able to unleash their lethality to its fullest extent. His previous efficient severing of the maggots' tails and ending their lives may have given some individuals the illusion that they were easy to deal with, but he was acutely aware of their tenacious vitality. Once these creatures went berserk, their speed and agility would be markedly enhanced, and he dared not approach them recklessly, let alone attempt to sever their tails. At that point, it would be a nightmare for all. I can't hold back any longer. I must disembark and take a look. Is there anyone who wishes to join me? Suddenly, a young man from the 14th carriage shouted. This youth wielded a pair of exceptionally sturdy glove-type weapons and was one of the main forces in the 14th carriage. During the battle with the monsters yesterday, he had contributed significantly. Zhang Bai, don't act impulsively. It's completely unclear outside. Going down there is tantamount to seeking death. I believe it's safer inside the train. Whoa, what will I do if you leave, brother? Many voices rose in protest, yet some were swayed by his words. Before long, Zhang Bai had gathered a few individuals and, with their belongings in tow, descended from the train. Under the illumination of the lights, they traversed a few meters on the ground before vanishing into the mist. What shall we do? Should we go down as well? Kai Yi inquired of Huang Sheng. Huang Sheng turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man in black, whose behavior today was notably peculiar. He frequently disappeared for an hour or two at a time, particularly when nearing the carriages, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. The middle-aged man in black picked up his belongings. Due to the existence of a spatial storage box, he had few items, just a small cloth bag that I'm also preparing to take a look. You may do as you wish, he stated, not calling out to anyone, but rather walking to the door of the carriage, entering the mist without turning on a light. It hurts so much. My skin is becoming increasingly painful. I feel as though knives are cutting into me. What should we do? Hurry and think of a solution. Someone suddenly could no longer contain their cries, frantically slapping and touching their skin, as if only the pain could temporarily alleviate the stinging sensation. The two women with the red birthmarks clutched remnants of incense, reluctant to ignite them, while also suffering in agony. Some could endure no longer. One person, biting down on a flashlight, grasped their skin and jumped off the train, subsequently screaming and rushing into the mist. Chapter 043. The courtyard without doors. This chain of events began to shake everyone's resolve to remain on the train. Huang Sheng, no longer hesitating, secured his backpack and retrieved a powerful flashlight. I'm preparing to explore. Do you wish to accompany me? Let us go together. Yin Jichin gritted his teeth. Staying on the train offers no sense of security whatsoever. It would be better to go down and test our luck. I refuse to believe that the attendants have no reason to inexplicably rush outside upon witnessing the most capable individuals preparing to leave. The entire 15th carriage commenced preparations to disembark. In stark contrast, the remaining individuals in the 14th carriage remained unperturbed. They even closed the door connecting the two carriages, effectively sealing themselves in a confined space. Soon, with a soft thud, their feet firmly landed on the ground, choosing to descend in the direction illuminated by their brawny companion's flashlight against the building's wall. Once fully exposed to the air, the stinging sensation on their skin intensified, causing even many men to involuntarily grunt in pain. The group bore no semblance of formation. Multiple beams of light haphazardly pierced the mist, primarily directed ahead. Huang Sheng led the charge, shield in hand, moving swiftly. Time was of the essence. He needed to reach the building promptly, assess the situation, find a means of entry, and ascertain safety. There was no time to wait for those behind him. Over the span of just a few dozen meters, the disparity in physical conditioning among the group became glaringly apparent. Dozens of individuals moved in a line towards the structure, their hearts racing with tension, while those trailing were filled with trepidation, fearing that something might suddenly leap out from the shadows and snatch them away. They successfully drew near the wall, with Huang Sheng and Liao Xiaolu veering left, pursued by the two women with red birthmarks and the necklace girl, who kept pace at As for Yu Xiaoyi. She had completely lost track of her whereabouts. Yin Jichin and the others veered right, with all who followed them scattering in disarray, exploring the building's perimeter from two directions. This place is vast, It must conceal a grand courtyard within. Huang Sheng touched the brick wall, confirming its similarity to rural architecture, and felt a momentary sense of relief. However, the issue was that he had circumnavigated a large area without discovering an entrance. After a short while, sounds echoed from ahead, yet no figures appeared. The voices of Yin Jiqin and the others reached him first. "We haven't found an entrance." Huang Sheng's heart sank. This was bad. He had thought this place to be an ordinary rural courtyard, but it seemed to be anything but. Did the inhabitants here typically scale walls to enter? If so, wouldn't this courtyard resemble a deep well, trapping its occupants in a confined space? From a feng shui perspective, it was a dead zone, a veritable trap. What should we do? We now have two options. One is to probe the mist for other buildings, and the other is to find a way to scale this wall. Yin Jiqin pointed to the approximately 3-meter-high courtyard wall, noting that climbing over it would not be easy. Many would find it impossible without assistance. At that moment, Huang Sheng's mind flickered, instinctively glancing at the two women that he was unsure why, but he subconsciously thought of the term ruins, which was tied to their hometown. Yet ruins and incense were terms associated with feng shui, somehow resonating with the current doorless courtyard, leaving him wondering if the two women had any suggestions. The necklace girl inhaled deeply and said, "This is a place of great misfortune. Even an ordinary person could discern something was amiss here." Huang Sheng nodded in agreement. The necklace girl continued, "However, it may not be impossible to find a way out of a dead indeed. It appeared she intended to consult the situation here, but the group was running out of time." Huang Sheng, too, felt utterly bereft of options. Searching for another building was out of the question, as they had already identified this structure from the train. They had even marked it on the wall beforehand. Even if they found another building, in the thick fog, they would be utterly disoriented. If they became lost, they would miss the train's departure, and that would spell disaster. There was no other choice. They must scale the wall. He steeled himself, disregarding whatever dangers lay within. At the very least, it wouldn't be worse than the outside. He could already faintly hear some howling sounds in the air, and he noticed that his skin was emitting a faint glow in the night. Indeed, after the stinging sensation, their skin was now radiating a subtle luminescence, undoubtedly attracting something in the darkness. Soon, each individual began to showcase their abilities. Kai Hua, with her slender and agile form, lightly sprang off the ground, deftly climbing the wall with her hands, her graceful body leaping higher. She securely reached the top of the 3-meter wall, nervously illuminating the courtyard within. Simultaneously, Huang Sheng collaborated with Liao Xiaolu. Huang Sheng bent down to support his knees, while Liao Xiaolu made a running jump onto his back and grasped the edge of the wall. With a powerful push, he effortlessly swung himself over the top, promptly shining his flashlight downward. After confirming there was no immediate danger, others began to ascend the wall. Some employed tools. A rope-like device, once secured at one end, could automatically hoist individuals upward. Another spring-loaded device could propel a person aloft. These were equipment types that had not been seen before. They evidently had not been utilized until this moment. However, the primary method remained using ropes or pulling individuals up one by one. With over 30 individuals attempting to scale the wall, it was not a task that could be accomplished in a short time. Huang Sheng and his companions, having no other choice, jumped down from the wall, cautiously searching within the courtyard. Did we gamble correctly? At this moment, Liao Xiaolu's tone was tinged with excitement. That it was evident that the fog in the courtyard was quite thin, merely hindering visibility at a distance. Yet it showed no signs of intensifying. That as the mist grew sparser, the stinging sensation on people's skin also rapidly diminished. The only unfortunate aspect was that the luminescence of their skin persisted. And with the absence of the fog's concealment, it seemed to become increasingly conspicuous. This courtyard appeared rather ordinary, yet it was imbued with an eerie quality. Firstly, there was a notable lack of flora. The few plants that could be seen along the roadside were mostly withered and grotesque. Secondly, there was no furniture or clutter to be found within the courtyard, only lifeless patches of soil and a pathway made of gravel. The doors and windows were dilapidated, many having succumbed to rot and decay. Peering inside, one could barely discern some antiquated tables, chairs, and cabinets, most of which were devoid of their contents. Yet, curiously, one could occasionally find an incense burner, seemingly much newer than the surrounding furniture, or a pile of ash. There were even 1 or 2 pieces of yellow paper discovered in the corners or beneath the legs of the furniture, suggesting that someone had been coming here regularly to offer incense and make sacrifices. Huang Sheng felt a twinge of trepidation that if this were prior to an apocalyptic crisis, the act of burning incense would have been innocuous enough, as atheism still held considerable sway. However, given the current circumstances, he pondered whether the two women needed to be more cautious and avoid touching those items. Upon noticing someone clumsily reaching for the ash and incense burner, the two women became alarmed, their voices faltering. The one with the birthmark nearly screamed, startling everyone that don't touch those things. It's best if we stay outside. She took a moment to compose herself before urging the others, her demeanor indicating she was too frightened to even remain indoors. The two women clutched the remnants of incense tightly, one hand gripping a new stick while the other held a match, ready to ignite it at any moment. Clearly, this place filled them with immense unease. Fortunately, the entire team from the 15th carriage was quite united. After ushering everyone inside, they huddled together in a small clearing within the courtyard. This clearing was enclosed by walls, effectively partitioning the courtyard into several independent spaces, of which this was merely one. However, no one exhibited any inclination to explore further. The supernatural elements here instilled a palpable fear, and they were reluctant to entangle themselves any deeper. What if our belongings are lost when we go back outside? Yu Xiaoyi wiped the sweat from her brow, her voice trembling. For an ordinary person like her, traversing the mere few dozen meters away from the carriage felt overwhelmingly perilous. The initial train ride had been daunting enough. Now, stopped in an unknown location, entering a courtyard devoid of doors was an experience too distressing to articulate. Many personal items were strewn about outside, piled together. Huang Sheng glanced at her. Your life is far more precious than those belongings. At that moment, he had already begun contemplating their exit. A sense of urgency gnawed at him, hinting that their escape might be swift and chaotic, that if their speed of departure mirrored their entry, he feared many would be left behind. The optimal strategy would be to search the interior for tables and chairs to stack on the ground, creating a makeshift elevation of over a meter to facilitate climbing the walls. Alas, such a plan was but a fleeting thought. Gazing at the yellow paper and ash scattered on the ground, Huang Sheng found no desire to test the efficacy of atheism in this forsaken place. Gradually, the cacophony of howling sounds from beyond the walls intensified, echoing louder and more frequently. It occasionally felt as if something was traversing the fog outside. What lurks within this mist? Someone voiced their concern. Acutely aware that once immobilized on the tracks, the train had become a conspicuous target. The moving entities within the fog would likely prioritize their focus on it. Every second spent waiting here felt like an eternity. Though this courtyard provided temporary refuge from danger, it might inherently harbor greater threats. Had they genuinely severed their connection to the unknown perils beyond the walls? How long would they be compelled to wait? When would the train resume its journey? All these uncertainties left those present grappling with unease. Suddenly, from the depths of the fog, a familiar, piercing shriek resonated. The frequency was alarmingly high, tinged with an undercurrent of madness. It was unmistakably the grotesque maggots they had encountered the previous night. Returning once more, faint sounds of struggle and shouting drifted through the mist as a gust of wind swept through. A new wave of fog seemed to muffle these sounds, rendering the details inaudible. Then a fluttering noise suddenly emanated from above, causing Huang Sheng to look up in the light. He discerned a small gray bird, roughly the size of a fist, its black eyes fixed intently upon them. It began to preen its unkempt, grimy feathers, which appeared both tough and unappealing. After a moment, it resumed its scrutiny of the group, emitting a rapid series of chirps. Simultaneously, more gray birds alighted upon the walls, all fixated on the individuals in the courtyard, their incessant calls filling the air. Are we being targeted by this flock of birds? Liao Xiaolu squinted, contemplating how to eradicate these creatures. Huang Sheng cast a wary glance toward the house, aware that their voices had remained relatively subdued, even during discussions, out of fear of attracting attention within. Yet the arrival of these birds unleashed a cacophony of noise, aggravating his already frazzled nerves. That it was undoubtedly due to their glowing skin. These birds were likely guiding the monsters to them, and soon, those creatures would find their way to them. The attendants fled in terror. Today's monsters will undoubtedly be far more formidable than yesterday's. Beyond our capacity to confront, One person's voice trembled, tinged with hysteria. Huang Sheng recognized the truth in that statement. These birds were likely leading the grotesque maggots to their location. Their skin exhibited abnormalities, simultaneously stinging and glowing, a warning of sorts, while the luminescence served as a beacon for the creatures lurking in the fog. However, it was too late to act. The walls surrounding them were now teeming with gray birds. Their numbers overwhelming. They chirped in unison, their collective voices forming a dense chorus, the overlapping sound waves potent enough to penetrate the fog and carry far beyond. Prepare for battle. Huang Sheng's ears perked up as he heard the unmistakable noise of wings beating and something moving through the air. Just then, a faint stench assailed his nostrils, prompting him to shout. With a crash, a section of the fog was violently dispersed, revealing a monstrous maggot hovering in midair, its repulsive head fixated upon them. It emitted a frenzied shriek, diving toward them at breakneck speed, its form leaving a blur in the dim light. Scatter, scatter! Huang Sheng shouted. Gesturing for everyone to disperse, he quickly positioned his shield to intercept the creature's assault. It was the most densely populated area, and allowing it to crash down would surely result in casualties. With his arms bent to brace the shield, he did not choose to stand firm, but rather readied himself to roll away at a moment's notice. As an unimaginable force struck, he leveraged his legs to propel himself away, rolling across the ground. That in the split second of his flight, he collapsed the shield, transforming it back into an armed guard to prevent it from entangling him. He soared through the chaos, disoriented, unsure of how far he had been hurled. A metallic taste flooded his throat. Regaining his footing, he quickly assessed his bodily functions, relieved to find no severe injuries. He had managed to fend off the creature's attack. Compared to the grotesque maggots from yesterday, he had correctly surmised that the strength of today's adversary had escalated dramatically. This collision was nearly as rapid as the one that had breached the train's exterior yesterday. Almost immediately, he witnessed the maggot's long tail lash out, as if to strike at Kaiwa, sending Liao Xiaolu and the others flying. They were left writhing in agony, their bones feeling as though they had been shattered. Then, the maggot's head swung toward an unfortunate individual who couldn't escape in time. Its maw agape. With a piercing screech, a wave of gray mist erupted forth, enveloping the hapless soul. The individual screamed in desperation, struggling within the fog, their body crackling ominously as blood splattered, a foul stench permeating the air. They were being corroded at an alarming rate. In mere moments, the maggot showcased an entirely different level of ferocity than before. Akin to a king of decay emerging. Chapter 045. The dazzling light strikes. Attack its tail. Someone, please sever its tail. A browless individual shouted in despair. The hearts of all present were filled with shock and dread. Unable to fathom that the monsters they had so easily vanquished yesterday had transformed into this formidable entity, the only method they could conceive to defeat the creature was the age-old tactic of severing its tail. Any other hope seemed utterly futile. Huang Sheng fixed his gaze upon the creature, perplexed by the source of its formidable combat prowess. It was evident that its biological structure would not easily yield to change. Severing its tail once more would undoubtedly prove to be a decisive maneuver. Yet the question remained. Who would provide him the opportunity? This monstrous larva demonstrated an overwhelming dominance, instilling terror in all, rendering them unsure of how long they could endure its onslaught, let alone approach it. Its tail, reminiscent of a steel whip, lashed out with the ferocity of a tempest, sending anything that dared come close hurtling away. The creature allowed no time for contemplation. Its movements were swift, and within mere seconds, the ground was littered with bodies. Two unfortunate souls were brutally struck down by the tail. Their remains a gruesome sight. Although the others still displayed signs of life, they bore varying degrees of injury. In the blink of an eye, only 2/3 of the group remained standing. There was no alternative. They needed a swift resolution. Huang Sheng swiftly flicked his wrist and retrieved a card. A bright light card. Yesterday, Yu Shaoyi had used this very light to shine upon a similar creature, which seemed to exhibit a degree of fear towards it. However, in the ensuing chaos of battle, it had gone unused, as the team was forced into close combat, and illuminating the monster would also affect their comrades. But now, a beam of light measuring an astonishing 10,000 lumens for 1 minute could very well alter the course of this encounter. With a thought, he activated the bright light card. In the dark, chaotic courtyard. Several flashlights lay scattered about, their beams flickering, while the remaining survivors used various sources of light to illuminate the monster, although there was light everywhere. The brightness was insufficient and chaotic, leaving the courtyard still shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, the people felt as though dawn had arrived. 10,000 lumens was not enough to turn the wilderness into daylight. But within this enclosed courtyard, the effect was extraordinary. The ground, walls, and even the air became illuminated. Everyone felt as though they were basking in broad daylight, while the larva, directly exposed to the card's light, glowed incandescently. The creature emitted a hissing sound as smoke billowed from its body. Simultaneously, it let out a frenzied scream, writhing in agony as it struggled in place. Its body convulsed, and its grotesque, translucent wings could no longer bear its weight, leading it to crash to the ground. Although its long tail continued to thrash about, its strikes were considerably weaker compared to its previous ferocity in battle. Hold it steady. Keep the light focused on the creature's head. Wherever it turns, follow it with the light. Huangsheng quickly scanned the surroundings before handing the card to Kaiwa. Among all present, Kaiwa possessed the highest agility. Only she could wield the bright light card effectively. Maintaining control over the creature and granting him the chance he needed, Kaiwa, initially taken aback by the card, quickly regained her composure, nervously accepting it and adjusting her position to ensure the card's beam was firmly trained on the monster. Huangsheng braced himself with his shield and approached the creature, which continued to lash its tail, occasionally striking his shield. However, the force had diminished significantly. Yet if he were to withstand it with his body, it would not take long before he found himself bleeding. Huangsheng felt a sense of urgency. He possessed only 3 bright light cards, and he was uncertain if the creature was singular. Thus, he needed to conclude the battle swiftly to preserve the card's energy. That to save time, he endured at least a dozen strikes from the tail, most of which were blocked by his shield. But he still bore the brunt of several blows, causing blood to trickle from his lips. Were he an ordinary person, he would likely have already succumbed to severe injuries. Just as the larva began to adapt to the bright light, Huangsheng successfully maneuvered to its side. Seizing the moment, he poured all his strength into his spear and delivered a fierce strike. With a resounding crash, he struck at the base of the tail. And unlike the silent severing of the other creature's tails yesterday, this one produced a violent noise. The severed tail, akin to a steel cable breaking free, unleashed an astonishing elasticity and power. It thrashed wildly in the air and against the ground, creating a cacophony of sound. The destruction wrought by this tail was 10-fold greater than that caused by the previous 2 creatures. It lashed out at Huangsheng and the creature itself, striking down those who had not managed to escape, as well as the nearby walls and structures. Huangsheng's vision blurred, and a metallic taste filled his throat. Even behind the shield, he was sent flying by the force of the severed tail. Crashing against the wall, the ground was awash with blood, and those who had not managed to flee during the bright light's illumination were immediately slain. Their bodies, subjected to repeated brutal strikes, were beyond recognition. Even the larva was not spared, as it was mercilessly battered by its own severed appendage, collapsing in a grotesque, bloodied heap. Huangsheng struggled to rise, yet his gaze remained fixed on the source of the bright light, his mind racing to retract the card. This bright light card had truly proven its worth, delivering a decisive blow. It was imperative not to squander it. The brilliant illumination that had enveloped the courtyard abruptly vanished. The momentary dawn felt like a fleeting dream, plunging the area back into darkness, with only a few scattered lights emitting a feeble glow in comparison. The 3 women and Liao Xiaolu fled in different directions. Yu Xiaoyi and Liao Xiaolu rushed to the lifeless body of the monster, where 3 luminous orbs now hovered. Unlike the typical white orbs, 2 of these emanated a pale green light. The red mole woman and the necklace woman hurried over to assist Huangsheng, with the former cradling him gently, while the latter lit an incense stick and closed her eyes in prayer. Waves of energy and warmth surged into his body, soothing his internal organs and limbs, alleviating his discomfort. But he stood up, and simultaneously, the other 2 retrieved the scattered items that end this battle. It could be said that 95 to 99% of the credit belonged to him alone. Not only did he swiftly resolve the conflict, but he also saved everyone, that he was entirely justified in claiming all the rewards for himself. Among the 3 luminous orbs, The white orb contained approximately 10 vitality capsules. The usual restorative items. The two pale green orbs held a total of 6 $10 bills in one, and in the other, 3 bundles of black cash from yesterday. The final orb contained a pair of exquisite white gloves, intricately designed with protective metal plates at the joints. From the events in Keita to this moment, Huang Sheng had amassed 3 pairs of gloves. The first pair, the black fingerless gloves he currently wore, lacked any attribute description but provided decent protection for his hands, greatly aiding his use of the spear with hidden bonuses. The second pair, the climbing gloves, had gone unused. He had no need for them when scaling a mere 3-meter wall. The third pair were the Iron Fist Power Gloves. Chapter 046. The Monster Waiting for Companions. The Iron Fist Power Gloves. Effect. When wielding weapons and tools, they reduce the body's loss of strength and enhance the effectiveness of the weapon or tool used. When fists are clenched, they significantly amplify the power of punches. Additionally, they offer formidable protection for the hands. These gloves were remarkably versatile. Huang Sheng was taken aback. They could serve as boxing gloves without any weapon, enhance weapons and tools when held, and provide substantial hand protection. In essence, a single pair of gloves offered at least 3 functions. Consequently, he could now remove his current black fingerless gloves that he donned the new gloves and tested them. The spear felt markedly lighter in his grip, making it significantly easier to wield than before. That if this improvement translated to combat effectiveness, the enhancement would be far from negligible. You all take the vitality capsules, Huang Sheng declared, distributing the capsules among the group. The quantity was considerable, around 10, sufficient for survival, and those with serious injuries stabilize their conditions. That as for the gloves, they are a gift to you. Just be cautious not to injure yourself while throwing darts. Subsequently, he tossed the black fingerless gloves to Liao Xiaolu. Although he no longer had any use for them, he certainly wouldn't resort to exchanging them for counterfeit money for this group of individuals. Surviving this crisis was paramount. Liao Xiaolu, being adept with blades, spun the butterfly knife in his hand, creating an aura of danger. Not to mention, the darts he had acquired also possessed a spinning function. A moment's inattention could lead to injury. During the earlier skirmish, Liao Xiaolu had hesitated to employ the darts, likely due to the fear of retrieving a weapon that might return with a deadly spin. Though he had not discerned the gloves' properties, he was aware that Huang Sheng had been utilizing them continuously. Now, upon donning them, his keen intellect immediately recognized their function, filling him with a sense of joy. The gray birds perched on the wall had either perished or fled. After being exposed to the blinding light, they too emitted anguished cries, smoke rising from their bodies. Furthermore, under the sweeping assault of the beast's severed tail, those who failed to escape were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Yet in the brief interval that followed, more monstrous birds continued to descend upon the wall, fixating their gaze upon them while incessantly screeching. The cacophony grew louder and more frenzied, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of anxiety in the mysterious night. What to do? These loathsome creatures were returning. Was this an unending ordeal? Was a second monster about to arrive? The group felt a mixture of irritation and unease. The combat prowess of the grotesque larvae was alarmingly formidable. Despite their well-coordinated team, they had sustained grievous losses that if the first monstrosity proved so challenging. What of the next? With over 30 individuals, they had forged a rudimentary bond and sense of identity through yesterday's battle and today's coexistence. Yet now, the corpses littering the ground had multiplied to 6. Nearly 1/5 of their number lost, filling their hearts with profound sorrow. Do you have any more such items? Kaiwa inquired softly as she returned the card to him. Did I ask the most strikingly beautiful among the cat-eared individuals? Kaiwa stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, comparable to Bai Mingxue, her features exquisitely defined and her skin fair. Her speech carried a refreshing lilt. Huang Sheng focused intently on the card, closing his eyes to sense its remaining energy reserves. Since he had crafted the card himself, he could perceive how much energy remained within. Do you recall how long it illuminated? He asked Kaiwa. During the previous battle, he had been far too rushed, unable to keep track of time, let alone consult the timer. Perhaps around 10 seconds, maybe 8 or 9, Kaiwa replied, her sense of time remarkably precise. The card could illuminate for a full minute, 60 seconds. Thus, the illumination this time had lasted less than 1/6 of that duration, theoretically leaving over 5/6 of its energy intact. However, the energy remaining was only 55, indicating that nearly half of it had been expended in less than 1/6 of the time. This must be the cost of interrupting the card's use, as there was significant energy lost during the process. Huang Sheng pondered for a moment. The card still possessed a little over 30 seconds of powerful illumination left. If he were to utilize it in 2 instances, the first would not exceed 5 seconds, while the second might last a bit longer. 0.5 seconds should suffice against the second grotesque larva, especially with the prior experience he had gained. Here it comes, the second one indeed. At the sound of a piercing scream, Huang Sheng looked up, locking eyes with a grotesque larva that had appeared just beyond the wall. To his astonishment, this creature merely lingered outside, anxiously glancing toward them, its demeanor rife with bloodlust, yet it did not charge in immediately. Kay stammered, "Why isn't this beast entering? Is it perhaps waiting for its companion?" Huang Sheng was reminded of the initial encounters with the lantern-bearing figures during the financial debacle. Initially, they had been easily dealt with, but as time progressed, matters had become increasingly complicated. He was reluctant to dwell on those memories. If this grotesque larva were indeed waiting for reinforcements, the combat experience just gained would undoubtedly be rendered useless. Kay's words struck a chord, and the group was immediately engulfed in panic. They all turned to Huang Sheng. "Kay, may I ask if you are aware of the survival and passage rates of the initial train?" Huang Sheng's heart stirred as he recalled a critical thought. When they had disembarked, the survival rate on the train had been around 40. Coupled with their combat experiences and the recent losses of 1/5 to 1/6 of their number, if the train were currently besieged by grotesque larvae, those who had fled outside would find themselves unable to avoid combat as well. At this moment, the survival rate of the train's passengers would be considered fortunate if it reached 30, that if this turmoil continued, even if they managed to endure the present crisis, what about tomorrow or the day after? Would there be even 10 survivors among those who disembarked? It generally ranges from 30 to 40%, with an overall average of about 1/3, Kay replied, momentarily taken aback as she realized the implications of that figure. Their train appeared to be suffering particularly severe losses. However, it's not always the case that everyone perishes, nor that everyone remains unscathed. Such extremes do occur, but they are rather rare and typically involve external interventions. I've heard that when there is a particular individual of interest aboard the train, such as someone akin to a dark-clad overlord who activates spatial storage ahead of time, the dangers faced by the train escalate significantly. 7 years ago, in our Qinxing city, a prominent figure on a train experienced a survival rate of merely 1/5. Does that mean many more will perish? The group exchanged worried glances. The 15th carriage had a large number of occupants, existing under various circumstances. Yet the losses in other carriages were substantial that if they continued to face danger, they had no way of knowing how many would ultimately remain. Chapter 047, The Nurturing Father. In that instant, the group's attitude towards the middle-aged man in black underwent a subtle transformation. From initial respect and admiration, they now felt genuine resentment and anger. Clearly, it was due to this individual that their train had encountered dangers far beyond the ordinary. What was most infuriating was that this black-clad figure had not led them into battle, but had instead fled, leaving them to shoulder the blame. Huang Sheng's perspective, however, diverged significantly from that of the others. There were likely more than just one so-called individual of special interest aboard this train. He himself was one as well. It was even uncertain whether they were the only two that after all. There were still those strange individuals at the rear of the train, whose true nature remained ambiguous. That it was entirely possible that among them lay someone with exceptional abilities, allowing them to occupy the train's rear without harm. He suddenly realized why the middle-aged man in black, who should have been easy to get along with, given his multiple assists during the previous night's battle and his modest selection of the most mundane spoils, had seemed so out of sync with the others. It was likely that he was aware of the impact of his identity on the train, thus seeking to prevent danger from befalling the group. According to Kay's prior statements, individuals of special interest received unique attention from the Evolver system. And what did that attention entail? It surely meant the most severe consequences for those who drew attention. Damn, does that mean I'm one of the accomplices responsible for endangering everyone? Huang Sheng felt a wave of dismay wash over him. It wasn't that he had attracted these grotesque larvae, as under certain established protocols on the train, the abnormality of their skin would naturally draw the larvae to them. However, the current situation, where the creatures lingered outside, awaiting reinforcements for a coordinated assault, was likely tied to him. Without his presence, The larvae would have approached individually, as they had the night before done, of course. That was only if this group could handle them. Now that he was involved, these monsters had begun to exhibit a semblance of teamwork. Who could withstand such a dilemma? What should he do now? He paced restlessly, feeling a sense of gloom as he contemplated the misfortune that had befallen this unfortunate group, knowing he could not absolve himself of responsibility. Thus, the next course of action was to secure victory in battle while minimizing casualties. However, achieving that was no simple feat. The combined might of two grotesque larvae was a prospect he dared not imagine. Even if he employed the strong light card, a single card could not simultaneously target two monsters. Given that continuous exposure was necessary to incapacitate the creatures, and with their current awareness of the need to wait for their companion, the other would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. The remaining energy in the strong light card could sustain illumination for half a minute if used all at once. Yet if the exposure lasted too long, these monsters would rapidly acclimate, and if it was too brief, he would not have enough time. After all, with two monsters flanking the group, he could not approach them as calmly as before. A cry pierced the air. The second monster had arrived. After wandering for a considerable time, the grotesque creature had evidently become agitated. It no longer flitted about aimlessly, but hovered ominously at the edge of the wall, fixating its gaze upon the individuals in the courtyard, seemingly contemplating how to execute these feeble beings. Damn it. Put them in a desperate situation and see what emerges. It was at this moment that Huang Sheng suddenly had an epiphany, directing his eyes toward the direction of the room. The courtyard devoid of any entrance, concealed unknown dangers. Yet the others had likely not felt compelled to act until now, having not been pushed to the brink, that in light of the current predicament, who cared about what lurked within? They would charge in with the grotesque creature in tow. If there was indeed danger, it might provoke a confrontation between both parties that if there was none, the intricate environment of the room could be advantageous for their combat. Perhaps continuing the battle here with the strong light card was a viable option, but that would leave him to shoulder the burden alone. Just moments ago, he had been severely battered against the wall by a severed tail, and facing two monsters was simply not worth it. He preferred to explore an alternative. "Let us proceed into the house," he proclaimed. Upon reflection, the others agreed. In such dire times, who would concern themselves with the contents of the house? They would take shelter inside first. Huang Sheng and a few others guarded the exterior while the rest rushed in, carrying the injured, and pushed deeper into the abode. This time, the leaders were the Necklace Woman and the Red Dot Woman. Both were exceedingly cautious, signaling everyone to remain together. Whenever they entered a room, they would all surge in as one, the significance of which remained unclear. The house was situated at the center of the courtyard, a cluster of buildings interconnected with various small yards that they traversed. They passed through several rooms, each one dilapidated and vacant, and no valuable furnishings were in sight, save for some tables, chairs, and cabinets, all coated in dust. With their intrusion, the air became thick with a musty aroma. That moment, the two women, approaching the core room, discovered a black, four-cornered wooden table at its center, upon which stood a wooden plaque inscribed with the words, "Nurturing Life." "Compassionate Father." The Necklace Woman pronounced each word slowly, yet hesitated to utter the final word aloud, allowing it to resonate solely in her mind. Simultaneously, the Red Dot Woman quickly cautioned everyone. No one should speak the names inscribed above. It may spell our doom. Instinctively, the group covered their mouths, a chill racing up their spines. The plaque bore the words "Nurturing Life, Compassionate Father," which was not a name but rather a title, given the context. Nurturing life here did not imply any notion of physical nourishment. In this scenario, it literally referred to the act of nurturing life, embodying the essence of parenthood. From the quality of the mahogany and the meticulously framed characters, it was evident that this was a spirit tablet. The two women instantly recognized its true identity. It was a spirit tablet. A spirit tablet serves as a temporary sanctuary for the soul of the deceased. The sight of the spirit tablet sent a shiver down their spines, indicating that the owner had passed only recently, for the exact duration since death. It was difficult to determine, as the time frames for honoring spirit tablets vary by locale. Some remain for a year, while others are burned after just 3 days. In other words, the individual known as Nurturing Life, Compassionate Father, had likely died not long ago, perhaps within 10 or 11 months. However, disregarding the dilapidated state of the house, The abundance of incense, ash, and yellow paper appeared quite aged, leading them to believe the deceased had been gone for some time. Yet, the more they pondered, the more dread enveloped them. Not only the two women, but even the ordinary bystanders understood that a recently deceased individual might still retain a fragment of wisdom within their being, even if their spirit had departed. And as for those who had been dead for a while, though such notions stemmed from superstitions and folklore, no one dared to dismiss them in that moment. Outside, the second grotesque creature had arrived, and both monsters charged towards the few individuals left outside with unbridled ferocity. The group turned and fled, desperately seeking refuge in the previously explored rooms, amidst the cacophony. The two creatures smashed through the wooden windows, crashing into the house, their bodies writhing as they continued their relentless pursuit. Have you discovered any clues? The monsters are closing in at an alarming pace. Kay screamed, her voice laced with panic. Behind her, a wall crumbled as one of the creatures barreled through it. The walls of a train car were undoubtedly sturdier than this decrepit structure, as the grotesque creature shook off the debris. Its head rising from the rubble, dazed yet unharmed, continuing its advance into the depths of the house. Sister, what are we waiting for? We should be calling upon the restless spirits within the house for salvation, rather than being so cautious. Observing the two women still trembling at the sight of the spirit tablet, a woman from carriage 16 could no longer contain her exasperation. She forcefully flung open a closed wooden door. The moment the door creaked open, the sight within startled the first onlooker to the core. "What the hell? There is a light on inside," exclaimed one, horrified that a bed who would reside in such a cursed place. The group's hearts raced with trepidation, and one timid soul even fainted on the spot. The room was exceedingly barren, save for a single bed-like structure at the far end and a heap of indistinguishable objects piled nearby. The rest of the space was utterly vacant. Two thick candles stood on high candlesticks, one on each side of the bed, burning brightly. They emitted a white-green glow, surprisingly illuminating much of the room. This was the very reason the group initially assumed someone was residing within. However, upon closer inspection, their dread deepened. This world was engulfed in darkness, lost in an unknown time and dimension, within a structure that exuded a strikingly favorable aura. The presence of inhabitants was indeed terrifying, but the absence of them was even more chilling. If there were no living souls, then for whom did the candles burn? The woman from carriage 16 nearly panicked, trembling as she questioned the two women. "What do we do now?" The red woman thought to herself. "What can we do? You've already opened the door, and the commotion from the two monsters grows ever louder behind us. We not only need to charge inside, but perhaps we might need to awaken something, or else we will inevitably face a confrontation with both monsters." The two women exchanged determined glances, swiftly assessing the room's layout. What they beheld was not merely a wooden bed. It was a coffin, and a red one at that. Are you city folks blind? You don't recognize this? The pile of objects beside the coffin consisted of numerous flower wreaths. Perhaps due to their prolonged display, the wreaths hadn't been cleaned or maintained and appeared dusty and disheveled, causing those unaccustomed to such sights to momentarily fail to recognize them. Good grief. There's no mourning hall, no wreaths, and no proper arrangements for burial. Just plunk the coffin down in this empty room. Even the incense and offerings are in another room. Who would arrange such a farewell for a loved one? Compassionate father, I see you are quite the filial child. Liao Xiaolu let out a long, anguished cry, hurtling into the crowd like a cannonball, blood streaming down her face, toppling several people in her wake. The two monsters, relentless in their pursuit, swiftly caught up with the group. The red woman and necklace woman, now fraught with tension, had no choice but to plunge into this strange room without hesitation. Making a beeline for the coffin, the rest of the group dragged the incapacitated Liao Xiaolu along, racing into the room after them. Compared to the grotesque creatures from the previous day, today's monsters were utterly ferocious. They were like relentless predators, leaving ruin in their wake. The previous day's monsters seemed tame by comparison, as today's grotesques inflicted grievous harm upon the slightest contact. The disparity in combat prowess was stark and undeniable. And now, they faced the onslaught of two beasts. As the two women reached the coffin, they exchanged a glance, and the necklace woman placed her hand upon the coffin lid. The red woman cautiously retrieved a fragment of incense from her backpack. A stick as thick as a finger, red as blood. She struck a match, igniting the incense, and then held it aloft, murmuring silently toward the coffin. To A.T. that moment, her brows furrowed with intensity, an aura of ferocity emanating from her. If anyone stood before her at that moment, they might not know the words she spoke, but through her expression, it was unmistakable that her utterances were far from benign. The incense emitted a pungent, nauseating aroma, with wisps of smoke rising as if drawn by an unseen force, swirling towards the coffin. They coiled around the coffin for a moment, then, as if compelled, surged through the gaps of the coffin lid. The effect was immediate. The necklace woman felt the coffin tremble beneath her palm. A few seconds later, it quaked again, this time with greater intensity. "We must hurry." Startled, she withdrew her hand and hurriedly called out to her companion. The two women, in a state of panic, abandoned the others and sprinted in a different direction, heading towards another courtyard. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their payers. Here, indeed, lies an existence still in slumber. Yet they have resorted to a rather unscrupulous method to rouse it. Upon turning back, the first thing the awakened entity sought out was them. Was there any time left to hesitate, as Huang Sheng hastily raised his shield? He was caught off guard, sent flying by a monstrous claw, crashing into the room just as the coffin lid sprang up. It trembled 7 times in total. The first 2 movements were imperceptible, but with each subsequent jolt, it bounced slightly higher, as if something beneath was trying to force it open with brute strength. By the 7th tremor, the lid finally failed to settle, landing askew beside the coffin with a resounding thud. The light in the room quickly faded, and simultaneously, all illumination devices in everyone's hands began to malfunction one after another. Ordinary lights could only illuminate a meter or 2 ahead, and even the strongest flashlights barely provided dim illumination. Moreover, this suppression of light was gradually intensifying. It wouldn't be long before their devices would utterly fail. The candles on the candelabra flickered as if buffeted by a fierce wind, almost extinguished at times. Whenever this occurred, the entire room was plunged into darkness. "What on earth is this? Why aren't you running?" Huang Sheng shouted, blood pooling in his mouth, disregarding the metallic taste rising in his throat, and staggered toward another door. Nearly collapsing, the 2 women had just exited through this door, and it was one of the only 2 in the room. Without needing his urging, everyone surged after the 2 women, fleeing in a frenzy. Thankfully, those uninjured among them were gallant enough to assist Huang Sheng, pulling him along. Just moments ago, in a desperate bid to buy everyone a sliver of time, Huang Sheng, Liao Xiaolu, the Kaiwa sisters, and Yin Jiqin had exhausted every means at their disposal, with Huang Sheng having used 2 combat cards in rapid succession. Despite their efforts, they were utterly overwhelmed, each sustaining significant injuries. That must be said, these cards were indeed effective. The combat cards activated instantaneously, granting Huang Sheng precious moments and saving his life twice. Now, it all hinged upon the entity that was about to rise from the coffin and whether it would prove advantageous. Huang Sheng felt his spirit nearly shattered by the alternating assaults of the 2 grotesque creatures. Clearly intent on him, the special attention from the Evolver system was ferociously overwhelming. He was truly grateful to their entire lineage. At this moment, he could muster no strength to withstand their lethal onslaught any longer. If he continued, he would have to rely on his cards. He still had 4 combat cards left, one of which was a fist card, along with 2 block cards and 2.5 bright light cards. The crucial point was that if the adversary unleashed its breath of the dragon, well, that would be an overstatement. It was at most a breath of a worm. The issue, however, was that such a corrosive spittle could not be countered by any of his cards. Even his shield would be inadequate to protect him entirely. A moment's inattention could result in being scorched by acidic liquid. Chapter 049. Ghost Wall. Before the coffin, an unknown figure had quietly taken stance. This figure was short, standing upright, with arms and legs naturally hanging down. Yet, there was an eerie distortion in its proportions. Its shoulders were unnaturally high, clad in an oversized, cheap suit. The neck and torso melded seamlessly, rendering the neck invisible. Additionally, its arms appeared excessively long, nearly grazing its knees as they hung by its sides. In a panic, Huang Sheng shone his strong flashlight upon it, only to immediately divert his gaze. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the figure emerging from the coffin, merely a blurred silhouette, exuded an unsettling aura. Run. For heaven's sake, run. Fortunately, this entity had just awakened, seemingly in a state of confusion, and thus posed no immediate danger. However, lingering any longer could lead to unforeseen peril. Thankfully, before being struck by a monster and thrust into the room, he had successfully repelled another creature, allowing for a brief temporal gap between their entrances. The lights in the room gradually dimmed, and an ominous darkness enveloped the space. This darkness was not merely the absence of light. It bore a peculiar quality that rendered the occupants nearly blind, muffling the sounds of their movements, as if their voices were emanating from 5 or even 10 meters away. Both humans and monsters were affected alike. Indeed, as Huang Shen glanced back, he noticed that the two monstrous creatures had also fallen into a momentary disarray. Of course, the light had not yet fully extinguished, and the encroaching darkness was still incomplete, failing to entirely strip the creatures of their visual perception. They remained fixated on their pursuit. Humans could be frightened by talismans and coffins, but monsters were oblivious to such things. Otherwise, they would not have charged in so recklessly. They continued their rampage, their bodies slightly thicker than a barrel, careening about with their long tails. A chilling breeze swept through the once spacious room. The candelabra toppled, the coffin was sent flying, and even the stacked wreaths were scattered in disarray. The moment the candelabra fell, the remaining light dimmed sharply. The darkness, which had been deepening gradually, now surged forward with alarming speed. In an instant, visibility was reduced to mere inches. The following second, the room was utterly shrouded in impenetrable darkness. All sounds seemed to echo from afar, and the voices of the crowd were almost entirely muted. What the hell? We haven't escaped yet. Huang Shen couldn't help but curse. Just moments ago, when the light had not yet completely vanished, they had ample time to leave. Whatever happened afterward in the room was of no concern to him. Yet, the monster had carelessly knocked over the candelabra, extinguishing the light and hastening the advance of darkness to its fullest. Those surrounding him, whether slow to begin with or hindered by assisting him, found themselves unable to escape the room, unleashing a torrent of curses upon the monstrous ancestors. However, at this moment, the group could hardly hear one another's voices. Terrified and disoriented, they huddled together, desperately sprinting forward into the murky night. They understood that the room's dimensions were limited and had previously identified the exit direction. Though they could scarcely hear each other and could see nothing, they could still touch one another, meaning they had not entirely lost their senses. Thus, despite the overwhelming fear, their mental state remained intact. They ran headlong for approximately 10 seconds, only to realize that the darkness stretched on infinitely, causing panic to set in. A ghost wall? Huang Shen's heart raced, instinctively reaching for the bright light card. Although the area appeared engulfed in darkness, the spatial dynamics might have shifted, or they might have entered a sort of illusion. It was probable that merely running would not suffice. He wondered whether this 10,000 lumen bright light card would prove useful, that at the very least, it should illuminate their surroundings to understand the predicament they were in. Without further contemplation, he activated the card. Yes, a faint glow emanated from the card. A small portion of the boundless darkness was finally dispelled. Good heavens! With a brightness of 10,000 lumens, it could illuminate an entire courtyard as if it were daytime. Yet here it barely lit the space 2 or 3 meters ahead. Moreover, the light was so dim it resembled a flashlight on the verge of dying. The group, already in a state of panic, found a glimmer of hope in the illumination. Huang Shen quickly surveyed his surroundings, but he could not spot Yin Jiqin or anyone else familiar. The only person beside him was Kaiwa. She had also suffered greatly from the monster's assault. Though she had only received a couple of hits from the long tail, she was already on the brink of collapse, clutching her abdomen in agony. Her trousers had been shredded by a tail strike, leaving her once slender, fair legs smeared with blood. In such a state, she could not match the speed of others fleeing, so she only managed to join a few people. Huang Shen directed the card's light behind him, but regrettably, the range was too limited to reveal anything. However, for the moment, they had not encountered any immediate danger, which was a welcome piece of news. This indicated that the benevolent figure had either yet to make a move or that the monsters were as disoriented as they were. Alternatively, the benevolent figure could be clashing with the monsters. Regardless, in this moment, they were safe, though such tranquility would not last long. At most a few seconds, but certainly not exceeding a handful of tens. Before the 30-second illumination duration of this card elapsed, they stood a significant chance of being attacked. As the crowd pressed forward under the illumination, they charged ahead for several seconds, yet the surrounding conditions remained unchanged. It seemed they were ensnared. Huang Sheng's mind raced as he recalled the drive-away candle and the spoils they had initially obtained. The serpentine sword, if memory served correctly, the sword had been secured by a group of cat-eared youths, with Kai Yi and Kai Hua at their core. Kai Yi being the more vivacious, while Kai Hua bore the mantle of their combat prowess, that it was highly probable that the serpentine sword was in Kai Hua's possession. A weapon capable of dispelling illusions. He wondered if it could be of service now that he called out to Kai Hua, urging her to retrieve the sword. It was time to utilize their equipment. However, despite the light, the muffling of sound remained unchanged. Moreover, Kai Hua, possibly due to excessive blood loss, was somewhat sluggish and failed to comprehend his shouts, gazing at him in confusion. Left with no choice, Huang Sheng, in a fit of urgency, reached into Kai Hua's pocket for the sword. Strangely, Kai Hua did not shy away. Instead, she turned towards him, seemingly dazed, as a wave of anxiety surged through Huang Sheng, momentarily distracting him from her bewilderment. Impatiently, he maneuvered her body forward and began rummaging through her backpack. Fortunately, the serpentine sword was of considerable size, and as he reached into the pack, he felt the thick fabric wrapping around the sword. He swiftly pulled it out, tore away the layers of cloth, and with the sword in hand, he slashed it forward. A sudden jolt of pain shot through his lower back. It seemed wielding this weapon required a drain on his energy. Then, a brilliant light flashed before him. The once dim illumination could barely light a small area, but with this swing, the space ahead was suddenly aglow. The blinding radiance assaulted the eyes of those present, compelling them to squint instinctively. In that instant, Huang Sheng discerned the true layout of their surroundings. The exit they had desperately sought was astonishingly close, no more than 3 meters away. Chapter 050. The first taste of the great replenishment pill. What was there left to say? The group surged forward with renewed vigor. Curiously, though the exit lay before them, moments prior they had struggled to advance, but now, in an instant, the first among them had already crossed the threshold. That a few individuals hastily traversed the doorway, entering a new chamber. However, the circumstances within this room were equally grim. The previously dispelled shadows had once again been suppressed, reducing the illumination to a mere 2 or 3 meters. Clearly, the encroaching darkness extended beyond the previous room, its reach unknown. That if it encompassed the entire courtyard, it would indeed be a source of great concern, and one could only wonder how many would be trapped here today. Huang Sheng, sword in hand, tapped a relatively unscathed man, gesturing for him to come forth. After all, wielding the serpentine sword drained energy with each strike, and Huang Sheng was willing to relinquish this moment of grandeur to another. The man took the sword and mimicked Huang Sheng's earlier motion, slicing through the darkness once more. The brilliance of the card surged into effect, illuminating the room and allowing the group to rush toward the next exit. Having passed through several rooms upon entering, they now faced the same number to escape. Fortunately, 30 seconds had not elapsed, and under the guidance of the serpentine sword, they successfully entered another courtyard just before the card extinguished, reuniting with the anxious members who had escaped earlier. Indeed, darkness had enveloped the entire courtyard, but fortunately, the perimeter remained relatively unscathed. They could still see the walls, and ordinary light retained some effectiveness. Shouts echoed, enabling them to hear one another. However, how long they could endure such conditions was uncertain. Seizing the opportunity, the group hastened their escape. Otherwise, once the darkness fully enveloped them, the courtyard walls might cease to exist. The brilliance of the card was on the verge of extinguishing. In the final 2 seconds, Huang Sheng directed it toward the courtyard wall, spotting the 2 women, Hongji Nu and Xiang Lian Nu, who had already scaled the barrier. Upon seeing them arrive, the 2 women wasted no time and leapt down. Clearly, they too were gripped by fear. Had they not been concerned for those still trapped, they likely would have fled long ago. However, in that fleeting moment, Huang Sheng noticed a dark cloud hovering above their foreheads. This ominous cloud, as black as ink, cast a shadow over their faces, dulling the light above them. With their foreheads darkened to such an extent, one could only speculate how unfortunate they had become. apparently pursued relentlessly by the entity from the coffin. And no wonder, they had been running in a frenzy. Huangsheng couldn't help but exclaim, but there was no time to waste. He swiftly retrieved a pair of gloves from his storage box. Climbing gloves. Now was their moment of necessity. These gloves were not easy to don, as they extended from the fingertips all the way to the shoulders. Fortunately, others were nearby to assist, and he soon had them on, lifting the already injured Kai Hua onto his back. Kai Hua felt as if her once light body had transformed into a mountain. Yet she still clung tightly to Huangsheng's shoulder, watching as he climbed the wall with his gloved hands. Truth be told, Huangsheng found the experience quite extraordinary. The sensation of the two soft, conical forms pressing against him was not unpleasant, and the act of climbing the wall felt akin to the high-tech feats depicted in films. Despite the gloves' remarkable gripping ability, Huangsheng struggled to exert force against the wall, causing the gloves to be pulled painfully with each movement. That it was no wonder they were so long. Had they been shorter, they might have slipped off entirely upon reaching the top of the wall. He spotted the two women waiting anxiously below and gently set Kai Hua down before flipping back. To that moment, the others were also busy finding their own ways over the wall. Huangsheng, with the advantage of the gloves, took it upon himself to assist the injured. The energy gauge of his replenishing ring rapidly depleted. A warm current surged from the direction of the ring, coursing through his body and alleviating his various ailments. The replenishing ring filled its energy roughly every 3 days, but its effects were remarkably potent. At that moment, the surge of energy felt akin to a great restorative. Revitalizing Huangsheng, who had been severely wounded with renewed vigor, he hastened his movements, having previously contemplated how to escape swiftly under Huangsheng's organization. All had scaled the wall within 2 to 3 minutes. This time was markedly different from their earlier entrance. Most were now injured, with several severely wounded, yet they moved considerably faster. The group navigated back to the direction from which they had entered, where personal belongings left behind still lay scattered, and this route faced the tracks directly. The fog outside was gradually dissipating, although visibility remained low. However, they could faintly discern the outline of a train ahead. Resembling a slumbering dragon, dim lights flickered on the train, indicating that it still harbored life within, reassuring everyone. With only 16 carriages remaining, their destination was clear. They needed only to head toward the rear of the train. Simultaneously, the unusual hues on everyone's skin began to normalize. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered in the air. The closer they approached the train, the more pronounced the stench of blood became, raising questions about the dangers they had just faced. Had it not been for the sounds of voices echoing from the train, suggesting safety, the group hesitated to draw near. Meanwhile, they were not the only ones approaching the train. Many who had fled into the fog earlier, escaping from the train, were likely returning with greater speed than their own. The clamor they heard was presumably from those individuals. "Over there, brothers! Lend a hand!" A cry for help rang out nearby, prompting Huangsheng and his companions to shine their light toward the source. They beheld 3 figures. More accurately, 2.5 injured men were struggling to carry a young man, whose legs were missing. His lower half, despite being wrapped in layers of clothing, continued to bleed onto the ground. This was from the 14th carriage, and the man in the middle was named Zhang Bai, who had also ventured into the fog earlier. It has been said that several individuals from the original group of 14 in Car 4 have hastened to lend their assistance. Among the 3, 2 are grievously injured, each bearing wounds deep enough to expose bone, and both appear to be nearing their limits, prompting them to cry out for help. As the group approached the train, they located the position of Car 15, where the door remained ajar, allowing everyone to return safely. The immediate danger, it seems, has temporarily subsided. Chapter 051, A Glimpse of the Maggot Hero. The source of the sanguine stench, or one of its origins, has now been identified as Car 4. Huangsheng recalled that prior to disembarking, the occupants of Car 4 had secured the door, with only Zhang Bai and a few others stepping out, while the rest prepared to close the door for defense. However, the door now lay shattered on the ground, drenched in blood, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies mingling with various fluids, forming a grotesque tableau throughout the carriage. Approximately 20 individuals had perished within that car. The streaks of blood smeared across the interior, combined with the noxious odor of decay, suggested that the assailants were a formidable breed of maggot. Although Car 4 had demonstrated a certain level of combat prowess, Having slain a monster the previous night, today they undoubtedly faced a massacre of overwhelming force, resulting in total annihilation that AS static targets amidst the fog. They were hunted down by the maggots, leaving them utterly defenseless. Upon returning to Car 15, everyone collapsed, overwhelmed by waves of dread and relief, particularly after witnessing the horrific scene in Car 4, that they all recognized the fate that awaited those who remained entrenched within the carriage. Had the influential figures inside not resolved to take drastic action and led the charge into the unknown fog, the outcome for the rest would have been grim indeed. In Car 15. Chaos ensued as everyone rushed to assist one another with wounds or to replenish food and water supplies, while sporadic exchanges of conversation filled the air. Yin Jichin and the others had sustained significant injuries. Huangsheng's wrist bore a blood-producing bracelet, which, as expected, had been removed and was now on Saihua's wrist. In truth, Zhang Bai was in greater need of the bracelet, having lost both legs and suffering from severe blood loss. Regrettably, there was only one bracelet available. Kaiwa had utilized it, leaving other blood-depleted individuals in Car 15 without assistance. Alas, nearly everyone in Car 4 had met their demise, and no one knew how many more would perish before disembarking. And Huangsheng found himself at the brink of despair. Though they had survived the ordeal, the group's morale was exceedingly low, plagued by anxiety and fear regarding the journey ahead. Huangsheng silently sighed, pondering the age-old adage, a blessing in disguise. The treacherous circumstances they had faced since the onset of the journey could very well lead to a greater reward, should they manage to survive. The only question remained, how many of them would endure? At that moment, a series of knocks resonated, and several individuals entered Car 15, but the last among them was the blood-soaked middle-aged man in black. His face haggard, with his left arm ravaged by severe corrosion, bloodied and mangled, evidently having endured a fierce battle. The three individuals at the front were, surprisingly, train attendants, who bore traces of blood upon their uniforms. Upon entering, they made no delay. Hastening toward Car 16. One of the attendants was the same individual who had escorted Huangsheng to the dining car in recent days, identified by their work ID number 8841. Instinctively, Huangsheng rose to follow the attendants, curious about their intentions. Given the current state of the train, it was imperative for him to uncover the secrets at play. Previous inquiries had proven fruitful. The trio illuminated their path as they traversed Car 16, ultimately stopping at the rear, where Car 17 had uncoupled from the train and now stood several meters away. Huangsheng, unreserved, approached the attendants. Observing their actions, knowing that if the attendants wished to keep secrets, they would naturally send him away. However, as long as they did not, he felt no apprehension. The train shuddered, as if preparing to depart after a prolonged halt. This transition did not last long, and soon the carriage began to move, though Huangsheng immediately sensed that it was moving backward rather than forward. Car 17 loomed closer, and the fog had thinned considerably, allowing ordinary light to illuminate the surrounding area. Yet as they neared Car 17, an overpowering stench emanated from within. This peculiar odor was a chaotic mixture of human blood, the foulness of monsters, and other indescribable scents. Strangely, the amalgamation of such repugnant odors somehow rendered them less unbearable. As they awaited the two cars to converge, one of the attendants glanced back at Huangsheng and remarked, "Those cars were just besieged by a dozen maggots. It's uncertain how many survived." Huangsheng comprehended. These grotesque entities had a name, maggots. However, it seemed absurd that a dozen maggots had attacked the rear cars. Huangsheng finally grasped why the train had abruptly abandoned those carriages. It became evident that the maggots, taking advantage of the fog, had primarily targeted the unfortunate souls at the back, leaving Huangsheng and the middle-aged man in black to receive unexpected assistance. While the actions of these individuals appeared perplexing, upon reflection, their rationale became clearer. Why attempting to affix the grotesque parts of the maggots to themselves, they had invited retribution. From the attendants' words, it was apparent that the occupants of the rear cars had not been entirely wiped out, suggesting that some had managed to survive the onslaught of the maggots. It must be acknowledged that while these individuals were indeed grotesque, their combat capabilities and survival skills likely surpassed the comprehension of ordinary folk. After all, a single maggot had compelled Huangsheng to reveal his trump card, while two had driven them to awaken the Kind Father. Although the Kind Father had aided them, the eerie phenomena they had encountered were experiences Huangsheng wished to avoid repeating. However, Huang Sheng felt no envy. None whatsoever. To be bitten by a spider and become Spider-Man would be an extraordinary boon, but to be parasitized by a maggot and transform into a maggot hero, while undoubtedly powerful, would instill dread in any sane individual. Soon, the two carriages collided with a resounding thud, and the train continued its journey, pushing the remaining cars along. The three attendants surged forward to reconnect the two carriages. One attendant produced a package seemingly from thin air and tossed it toward the entrance of car 17, simultaneously issuing a warning. Stay back. No one is allowed to cross this line. A tentacle swiftly emerged from within car 17, grasping the package before retreating, leaving no further signs of movement. Huang Sheng understood that the train's personnel had confined the monsters to the rear, preventing them from disturbing the remaining passengers, a small mercy in their dire circumstances. The attendants advanced, calling out to Huang Sheng, "Lend a hand. We are short-staffed for the cleanup in car 4. The Huang Sheng nodded in agreement. And the group returned to car 15. At that moment, two more attendants entered, preparing to retrieve equipment for the cleanup of car 4. But the train ceased its retreat and began to move forward, resuming its normal course. Chapter 052. The kind father is reluctant to part with us. Unlike the previous night as car 16, the aftermath of the battle in car 4 was less violent, resulting in minimal structural damage. However, the sheer number of corpses left behind was staggering. Clearly, the maggots encountered today were not only far superior in strength compared to those of yesterday, but their brutality was beyond compare. Blood and remains were splattered throughout every nook and cranny, from the crevices of the seats and windows to the ceiling and lights, depicting the helpless fate that befell those who could not resist the monsters. This time, the attendants did not bring forth the metal-wheeled carts, as they were ill-equipped to handle the current situation and would first need to clear the area. Huang Sheng received specific instructions, as one attendant unfolded an unremarkable bag that resembled a common urea sack found in rural areas. Donning a pair of protective gloves he had prepared in advance, Huang Sheng attempted to drag a corpse, now reduced to a mere third of its original form, and stuff it into the body bag. As the body tumbled into the bag, it vanished without a trace, and the soft, pliable bag showed no signs of reaction, appearing as empty as before. It was indeed a spatial item. Huang Sheng, noticing the impressive capacity of the bag, decided not to waste any more time and swiftly bent down to commence the cleanup. Although he had endured a rather brutal beating that evening, with two monstrous beings set upon him, he was fortunate to have the assistance of Yin Jiqin and others, who helped disperse the onslaught. Furthermore, with two women providing him with healing support and, crucially, replenishing the life energy within his recovery ring. His outward appearance may have seemed dire, yet his physical condition was not as bleak as it appeared. Otherwise, he would have been resting by now, lacking the energy to concern himself with such trivial matters. Thus, his movements were efficient, starkly contrasting with the other attendants who were evidently half-hearted in their efforts, as he single-handedly cleared away a substantial portion of the dismembered remains within the compartment. Disgust, nausea, and physiological discomfort. Certainly, he experienced all of that. Hence, Huang Sheng insisted on keeping the lights off, donning gloves as he scrambled about, tossing the remains into the body bag without embarrassing himself. Once he completed this task, he had little else to do, and the other attendants nodded in acknowledgement. Discarding the gloves casually, he washed his hands and returned to carriage 15. Brother Huang, you're finally back. You must quickly see over there. As soon as he returned, he sensed an unusual tension among the passengers. All those capable of movement were huddled by the left window, anxiously peering outside, while various lights flickered in the darkness. Following Yu Shui's pointed finger, he gazed down to behold a vast expanse of dark clouds enveloping the side of the train. The sky was entirely black, and it was perfectly ordinary for the area surrounding the train to be shrouded in darkness. However, the troubling aspect was that no ordinary beam of light could penetrate this darkness. It resembled a black hole, swallowing every ray of light directed towards it, which was decidedly abnormal. What sent a chill down his spine was the presence of other entities within that darkness. Producing his esteemed device, the Real Flash Speed Edition, he directed the camera towards the shadowy void and zoomed in. Focusing intently, he signaled to the others to concentrate all their lights into a single beam. Finally, he discerned a figure within the abyss. The silhouette was limp, rigid, with no discernible neck, shoulders raised ominously to, "Oh my, is that a paternal figure reluctant to part with us?" Has it emerged from the courtyard? Accompanying this figure, specifically above it, were two other entities that floated like guardians. Unlike typical insects, these two monstrosities were eerily silent, their elongated tails dangling like discarded ropes, their wings barely fluttering to maintain their levitation, otherwise exhibiting no movement. Their stiff, desiccated bodies faced the train, resembling marionettes manipulated by unseen strings. Huangsheng recognized them instantly, gasping in horror that I relished the thought of mowing the grass. It seems these two vile monsters have fallen prey to paternal control. How exactly could the being within that corpse exert such influence over them? What state are these two creatures in now? One thing is certain. Paternal figures are indeed reluctant to let them go. Despite the train's acceleration, the pursuers were not lagging behind. In fact, they were gaining speed, even dragging the ominous dark realm along with them. If it enveloped the train, extinguishing the lights and rendering all illumination futile, the passengers would be blinded and deafened, potentially altering the very structure of the train's space. At that point, even attempting to jump from the train would be futile, for the doors would be within reach, yet remain inaccessible. Look at the mess you two have created. Huangsheng glared at the two women, whose foreheads were increasingly darkened, a sight most unsettling. The woman adorned with a necklace was on the verge of tears, while the one with a red birthmark appeared to be in a panic. Clearly, as insiders, even Huangsheng could sense that they were in grave danger. The two women had unwittingly awakened the paternal figure, making them the primary targets. The ominous clouds hovering above their foreheads were unmistakably a sign of being cursed or marked for misfortune, indicating they were being stalked by the undead. Huangsheng urgently inquired of Yu Shaoyi, while scrutinizing her and the others for any signs of affliction. Quick, check if there's anything on my forehead. Alas, aside from Zhang Bai and a few others, it appears almost everyone in this carriage bears dark clouds upon their foreheads, albeit to a lesser extent. Yu Shaoyi remarked, pointing to a woman from carriage 16 that woman, now evidently aware of her predicament, was sobbing uncontrollably, her forehead shrouded in ominous clouds. She recalled how, during the earlier incident, the red birthmark and necklace girls had hesitated to enter the room, while she had swaggered in, saying, "Sisters, what time is it? We should be calling upon the spirits within to rescue us, so let us not be overly cautious." Even in death, the paternal figure retains some dignity. Calling him a ghost is hardly subtle, is it? Is the train going to solve this predicament for us? Huangsheng pondered, recognizing that the initial purpose of the train was to fulfill its mission, which entailed putting the passengers through their initial trial. Would the train officials not intervene in the face of such overwhelming peril? Otherwise, they would simply be waiting for their bodies to be collected. As the dark entity pursued the train, its speed accelerating, Huangsheng was increasingly alarmed. Damn it, this thing moves faster than the train. The dark mass was closing in on carriage 15, causing the passengers to nearly lose control of their bladders. Chapter 053. The carriage in turmoil. Huangsheng was equally startled, hastily retrieving the purging candle. Relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. Not knowing whether the train will intervene, I better not sit idly by and await my demise. As an ordinary person, he was genuinely terrified of such supernatural phenomena, especially given the terrifying power displayed by the entities. It was evident that the two creatures bore no signs of combat, indicating their utter helplessness against the malevolent force. This undead being seemed to pursue them based on the ominous curse enveloping them. Surely, the purging candle would prove useful. Theoretically, if the curse were thoroughly dispelled, the pursuers would cease their chase. With a flick of the lighter, the purging candle ignited, flames leaping to an impressive height of over a meter. Instantly, it blazed at its peak intensity. Huangsheng felt a sharp pain in his forehead, instinctively gasping, before quickly turning to the two women beside him. The two women, already pulled close by him, were now standing near the candle. Suddenly, flames erupted from their foreheads, accompanied by a crackling sound akin to hot water poured into a pan of oil. Huangsheng's mild discomfort was nothing compared to the agony the two women experienced as they clutched their foreheads, shrieking in terror as they felt the curse being dissolved. In stark contrast to the woman from carriage 16, who bore a greater burden of the curse, the two women maintained a semblance of dignity. The other woman, however, was engulfed in flames, her entire head seemingly ignited, thrashing about in a frenzy, overwhelmed by despair. As the others, including Huangsheng, experienced intense pain in their foreheads. He rallied everyone to gather around. Since the purging candle was effective, it was imperative to resolve this issue once and for all. This candle had a burning limitation. For every minute it burned, it must extinguish for half a minute. If it were to extinguish before the curse was eradicated, they would remain vulnerable to the paternal figure's wrath. The train was rumbling along, and within carriage 15, a bonfire had been ignited that a wrist-thick red candle blazed brilliantly, illuminating the entire compartment and scorching the ceiling. The curse was dissolved by the candlelight. The passengers writhed in pain, each feeling the searing heat from the flames, while the three women bore the brunt of the torment, their faces aflame as if subjected to the cruelest of tortures, creating a scene of utter chaos. Although it was evident that the two women were indeed experts in their field, they quickly regained their composure after an initially chaotic start, withstanding the burning sensation. As the ominous clouds on their foreheads began to dissipate, the woman with the red birthmark produced a small porcelain vial. After opening it, she dipped her finger into the liquid within. She first flicked it 3 times onto the face of the woman adorned with a necklace, followed by 3 flicks onto her own visage. After a moment's hesitation, she flicked it once towards the woman writhing on the ground in a heart-wrenching scream, then reluctantly did so again. Finally, she casually flicked it towards Huang Sheng, carefully stowing the porcelain bottle away. Huang Sheng felt a refreshing coolness envelop his face, immediately alleviating the fiery pain at the center of his brow, accompanied by the last 2 faint hissing sounds. The curse that had cloaked him seemed to be utterly dispelled, and all pain vanished completely within a matter of seconds. The faces of the 2 women appeared to be bathed in a luminous glow. The agony inflicted by the burning candle significantly subdued, while the process of dispelling the curse accelerated tremendously. In less than half a minute, the dark clouds on their foreheads had completely cleared away. Approximately 20 seconds later, the cries and wails of everyone in the vehicle had nearly ceased, as the curse-dispelling candle had effectively banished the shadows from their brows. The woman in the 16th carriage had long since lost consciousness, half of her face nearly disfigured by burns. Yet fortunately, her life was spared. Although the woman with the red birthmark had flicked 2 drops of an unknown life-saving liquid onto her, she was merely an ordinary person. And her physical resilience, or rather her resistance to such mysterious reactions, was far inferior to that of the 2 women. Resulting in this unfortunate outcome, everyone turned their gazes outside. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Unbeknownst to them, the dark mass had begun to recede from the train. That moment, under the watchful eyes of the passengers, the distance between the 2 parties grew ever wider until they completely vanished beyond the reach of the illumination devices. A wave of cheers erupted within the carriage. Huang Sheng paid no heed to the clamor around him, his unwavering focus remaining on the 2 women. His characteristic tendency to observe without interference seemed to manifest at this moment. As he sensed something unusual, above the heads of the 2 women, black objects resembling inverted cones spun rapidly, disappearing in less than a second, their destination unknown. That moment, the curse-dispelling candle extinguished itself, plunging the train into dimness. These 2 cones, not much larger than a pinky finger, blended almost perfectly into the shadows, making them invisible to all but Huang Sheng. Could it be that the vengeful spirit had not yet released them? A sense of foreboding gripped Huang Sheng. These black cones were clearly not a result of the 2 women's actions, leaving only one explanation. They were the handiwork of the very zombie. He had utilized the curse-dispelling candle to save all aboard the train in a moment of crisis, erasing the curse imposed by the undead upon the passengers, under certain instincts or rules. The zombie was compelled to retreat, yet it had no intention of sparing the 2 culprits who had awakened it. Poor children. Huang Sheng gazed at the 2 girls who had narrowly escaped death, now joyfully embracing one another, and could not help but shake his head in quiet disapproval. Regrettably, their relationship had not yet reached such a level of intimacy. Otherwise, he would have comforted them in his embrace. They were blissfully unaware that they had just been ensnared by a new curse. Truth be told, among all the new acquaintances Huang Sheng had made on this journey, the abilities possessed by these 2 women complemented his own the most. Healing, purification, blessings, curses. These were their talents, making them exceptional allies. If he had them by his side in every battle, his combat prowess would undoubtedly increase by at least 50%. Not to mention, once their deliberately fierce brows were smoothed out and replaced with delicate feminine arches. Both would undoubtedly become striking beauties that he glanced at the curse-dispelling candle, recalling how that fiery entity had surged towards the ceiling with incredible intensity. However, the candle seemed remarkably resilient, currently standing at a height of approximately 10 centimeters. Having only diminished by about 1 centimeter, indicating a consumption of roughly 10%. This was indeed splendid news. This candle would become his treasured safeguard against future mysterious events, if it were to extinguish at random. It would be catastrophic. The DOU-2 recognized this candle. He inquired of the women. They shook their heads, their beautiful eyes fixated intently on the candle, their eager expressions almost pleading for understanding. Huangsheng thought to himself that it was best to let it go. He could spare them a small portion of the candle, that he feared that if these two girls were to disembark and one day encounter the vengeful spirit, they could be swiftly dealt with due to their lack of means to defend themselves, especially since he intended to collaborate with them in the future. However, you must offer me something in return, he stated, producing a dagger to measure the candle's length before slicing off approximately 1 centimeter. This segment included the melted wax that had accumulated during the previous burning, leaving the candle looking as pristine as before. Holding this small piece of candle, he regarded the two women with significance. Soon he observed them exchanging glances, their expressions resigned, as if preparing to deal with a seasoned negotiator. Come on, I'm not asking for that kind of benefit. Is there truly no material compensation? He quipped. And for the record, I am certainly not a seasoned negotiator. Please reassess your evaluation of me. Thinking this, he quickly preempted any further discussion. Chapter 54, Private Transaction. Enough of this nonsense, Huangsheng declared, shaking his knee impatiently. The two women had no choice but to abandon their schemes, sitting down properly once more. When it came time to enjoy themselves, they would not hold back. However, they could not let allure cloud their judgment when it came to serious transactions. By the way, what are your names, and what kind of place is the Desolate Shrine? He began, intending to delve deeper into their backgrounds. That I am Ling Tian, and she is Ling Zhen, replied the woman with the red birthmark. Adding, the Desolate Shrine is quite impoverished. That I can see that, Huangsheng nodded. Ling Tian and Ling Zhen were indeed pleasant names, and the poverty of the Desolate Shrine was evident. Without a doubt, the textile industry there was virtually non-existent. If you were to take the two of them to any first or second-tier city mall, especially in the women's clothing section, he could only imagine what their expressions would be. In our place, Ling Zhen, the woman with the necklace, remarked, there is a pervasive atmosphere of malevolence, and the mountain folk live very poorly. Huangsheng fell silent. Ling Tian and Ling Zhen were undoubtedly the cream of the crop from the Desolate Shrine. As evidenced by their presence on the initial train and their impressive abilities that in their daily lives, they must have held a relatively high status. Yet, despite this, they donned ill-fitting coarse clothing, with hemp ropes serving as their belts. And their provisions consisted of hard, unpalatable steamed buns and dry flatbreads, that if these two women lived in such conditions, one could only imagine the plight of the ordinary folk. Do you have much incense on hand? He inquired. The two women needed incense to fully display their many abilities, and while it could be considered their lifeblood, its importance was indisputable. This incense could be understood as a medium for casting spells and a means of amplification, akin to a wizard's staff. Ling Tian shook her head, then hesitated before nodding. Huangsheng understood. They meant to say that while their supply of incense was not abundant, it was sufficient, and they used it sparingly. Ling Zhen produced a fragment of incense and explained, this is called red incense, just as Huangsheng was about to ask if he could barter for a piece to experiment with. A sudden realization struck him that no, wait. One of the 3 pieces of information the mysterious individual had imparted to him was that he could not exchange any items with anyone, though he was unsure why. He resolved to adhere to this guideline, that he quickly recalled his actions since boarding the train. Purchasing equipment with black money could hardly be considered an exchange, as he certainly could not have done that otherwise. However, any other barter-like exchanges were certainly out of the question. That it was clear that he could not trade the candle for the red incense or any other item. Never mind, I'll gift it to you, Huangsheng said, feeling rather vexed. Trading was not an option, and given the two women's dire poverty, selling was equally implausible. They had been so focused on acquiring black money since boarding the train, and it seemed that black money circulated in the Desolate Shrine as well. Perhaps the two even relied on it for their daily sustenance. Earning such money seemed pointless in that urgent moment. He had been nearly overwhelmed by two vengeful spirits. These two girls, in their haste to awaken the being within the coffin, had surely incurred its wrath, given that the two creatures had originally set their sights on him. He felt a significant portion of the responsibility rested on his shoulders. Since the candle had the power to preserve their lives, it must be given to them. The two women brightened at this, quickly stowing away the small segment of candle. Ling Tian, the woman with the red birthmark, flashed a beautiful smile in gratitude, while Ling Jun playfully dabbed her right hand on her lips and blew a kiss in his direction. Subsequently, Ling Tian retrieved a whole stick of red incense, contemplated for a moment, then snapped it in half, presenting him with one of the segments. Consider this a gesture of goodwill. It's nice to see you appreciate the value of reciprocity. Huang Sheng acknowledged. However, he hesitated to accept it immediately, confirming, "Is this truly a gift for me? It must be stated as such for it to be considered a mutual exchange. Otherwise, it may be deemed an exchange." Ling Jun replied that he scratched his head, wondering if such a loophole would pose any issues. Ultimately, he decided not to overthink it. The mysterious person's warning had not been particularly detailed. Ling Tian nodded, affirming yes. Only then did Huang Sheng accept the incense, curiosity piquing his interest. "How does one use this? Can an ordinary person like me utilize it?" "Not at all," Ling Tian replied. "Only those of relevant professions may do so. I am a curse master, while Ling Jun is a blessing master, both of us belonging to similar professions." Originally, the two women had also secured permanent positions, becoming professionals in their own right. However, the name of their profession was quite extraordinary. Likely a local specialty from the ruins, which would be rather improbable to find on Earth. That if these two professions were to exist on Earth, they might bear some resemblance to the attributes of Taoist priests or monks. Though this was merely a wild guess, as he was uncertain whether such professions existed at all. "Please save a small portion of the incense for me. The rest can be used to assist others," he said. Huang Sheng remarked that since he could not utilize the item himself, it would suffice to keep a small collection of it, as the others in the vehicle were in greater need. The two women had indeed been striving to help others, but due to the precious nature of the red incense, they could only selectively choose whom to assist. Individuals like Kaiwa had already received treatment. The two women nodded eagerly, swiftly gathering the red incense, with their first priority being Zhang Bai. Around 11 o'clock at night, the overhead lights in the carriage illuminated, casting a bright glow around them. The sense of security among the group slightly increased, and the atmosphere in the compartment became a tad more lively. Leaning against the car window, Huang Sheng furrowed his brow, after hastily escaping the carriage. Some passengers had lost their backpacks, and given that many had not brought much food, the collective hunger was palpable. Thirst was manageable. They could make do with water from the sink, but hunger was a dire predicament. With another day ahead and no clear arrival time for the next day, they had narrowly escaped the train, preserving their lives. Yet no one but him had profited from the black cash, leaving them without means to purchase the exorbitantly priced train meals. At that moment, the train door swung open, revealing the figure of attendant 8841, who immediately cast a glance in his direction. Huang Sheng rose and approached, curious about what the attendant wanted. After shutting the door to the connecting passage, the attendant spoke in hushed tones. "I have some inexpensive food and clean water." Huang Sheng's heart raced. Was the attendant secretly conducting business for profit? How much and at what price? He inquired hastily. 100 bottles of water at £1 each and 100 boxes of canned pork, totaling 200 black cash, the attendant replied. Huang Sheng was astonished. That meant a bottle of water and a box of canned pork would cost only 2 black cash. This food combination could barely sustain a person for a day, compared to the prices on the train. This was significantly cheaper. A bowl of porridge costs 3 black cash, you know? A single egg costs 5 black cash. Just to give you an idea, the attendant continued, producing a bottle of water and a can of food from their hands. Huang Sheng was not one to hesitate. He uncapped the water, inspected it, and found it to be impeccably clean. After tasting it, he confirmed it was indeed pure water. He then pried open the unlabeled tin can, instantly recognizing the familiar aroma of luncheon meat, with a generous portion, approximately 1.5 pounds. "I'll buy it," Huang Sheng declared without further ado, eager to make the purchase. This batch of food not only resolved the hunger of those in the carriage, but also promised him substantial profit. The attendant nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of their hand, a stack of a dozen boxes appeared before them, seemingly out of thin air. The boxes contained primarily water, with 12 bottles per box, while the 100 boxes of canned pork were packed into 4 boxes. After inspecting the contents to ensure accuracy, Huang Sheng handed over the black cash. Once the transaction was complete, the attendant vanished into the front carriage. Huang Sheng promptly filled the remaining space in his storage box. He then opened the door to the 15-carriage section and called out loudly, "A few of you, come out and help carry the supplies." Upon opening the carriage door, the sight of the many boxes of provisions instantly captivated those nearby, that a few individuals rushed over, their spirits visibly lifted with joy. The entire carriage erupted into excitement. Is the water from the sink palatable? What do you think? Is the feeling of an empty stomach pleasant? What do you think? Can you afford the meals on the train? You tell me. Huang Sheng was unconcerned about anyone rushing to seize the supplies. While signaling for everyone to keep the noise down, he directed them to move the provisions to the center of the carriage and shut the front and rear doors. "Huangge, what are the prices?" "Hurry up, I'm starving," Kay exclaimed eagerly, fully aware that the food and water could not possibly be given away for free. Huang Sheng was no philanthropist. Others chimed in, clamoring for the opportunity. They certainly could not afford the attendant escort or meal service. So why not seize the chance to purchase these evidently discounted provisions? Let us buy it all. The taste of the northwestern wind is quite unpleasant. Huang Sheng chuckled. 1 bottle of water, paired with 1 can of pork, provides sufficient energy to last through tomorrow, totaling 4 black cash. The water and canned goods will not be sold separately, that he was effectively doubling his profit, and this price was still quite reasonable, considering the substantial amount of meat contained in the cans. Weighing nearly a pound, enough to fill one's stomach. "That I'll take 4 servings," Kay exclaimed joyfully, eager to avoid spending 5 black cash on those abominable eggs. "That I'll have 2 servings. 1 for me." The crowd eagerly produced their cash, and as the black cash exchanged hands, the supplies in Huang Sheng's numerous boxes rapidly diminished. The atmosphere within the carriage grew lively as everyone relished their respective meals, with many finally bringing out the last remnants of snacks or bread they had been hoarding to accompany their feast. Even the middle-aged man in black purchased a few servings. After Huang Sheng generously provided the 3 women with a buy-one-get-one offer. All 100 bottles of water and 100 boxes of canned goods were sold out without a single surplus remaining. The profits were exhilarating. This was the reward for cultivating a good relationship with the attendant. Glancing at the densely packed black cash in his storage box, Huang Sheng felt a wave of relief as he inadvertently cast a glance at the lovely and voluptuous Yu Shaoyi beside him. In moments of joy, spirits are lifted, but regrettably, the rear carriage was fully occupied, and he was not one to indulge in public gossip. Well then, let us rest well tonight, he thought. As time swiftly passed. The next day arrived. In the morning, Huang Sheng accompanied the 2 women to the dining car, meticulously counting the remaining passengers in the other carriages along the way, letting out a silent sigh. Those who had remained in the carriages since the thick fog had rolled in were surely all deceased. Even those who had sought refuge in the restrooms had not escaped. He observed several restroom doors had been replaced. Those who had fled the train were either unfortunate enough to perish outside, or like Zhang Bai, suffered severe injuries, while the fortunate few who returned were few and far between. Currently, the estimated number of surviving passengers on the entire train was merely in the 20s. The dining car was considerably quieter than the previous day, nearly devoid of people. Consequently, the attendants were no longer avoiding the passengers. They sat at several tables, having breakfast and engaging in conversation, the content of which immediately captured the attention of Huang Sheng and the 2 women. "There are quite a number of fisher monsters, and we're not sure if we can withstand them tonight. Alas, this journey has incurred significant losses. Although nothing catastrophic occurred, the number of people has dwindled drastically, and we want to be able to make much profit. Isn't that the truth? On a full train, I often earn nearly 100 from a single meal service, but this time, let us not even mention it. This route primarily serves small stations and temporary stops. At each station, there are various indigenous currencies, and the locals have likely never even seen black cash. Even if there are many passengers, the profit is negligible. How fortunate would it be to run routes to larger stations daily?" As the attendants continued their discussions, they gradually shifted topics, lowering their voices as if they did not want the other passengers to overhear. After finishing their meal, the 3 hurried back to their carriage. Ling Tian and Ling Zhen went off to play cards, seemingly oblivious to the conversation in the dining car, as if they had not heard a word of what the attendants had discussed. Huang Sheng sat back, reflecting on the attendants' conversation. It was evident that this information had not been inadvertently leaked to them. As they had mentioned, the losses incurred during this journey had been substantial, which did not align with the interests of the train and its attendants. This was clearly a warning to the passengers. Tonight, after midnight, the train would be assailed by creatures known as Fisher Monsters. The number of these creatures was considerable, and the attendants seemed uncertain whether the passengers could withstand the impending attack. In other words, the individual strength of these monsters was not to be underestimated, and they were about to face a fierce battle. Moreover, after tonight, tomorrow would be their final day, and they would likely disembark during daylight, a time when incidents were typically rare. In other words, tonight could very well be the last crisis aboard the train. Regarding the information about large and small stations, it seemed that, similar to Earth, Baiyuan Star, inhabited by the Cat Ear clan, was a small station, leaving Huang Sheng curious about what constituted a large station. From the attendant's tone, it seemed that those places might be where black cash was a common currency, a legitimate hard currency. After returning from this trip, he must find a way to collect more black cash. Huang Sheng finally comprehended why. Following the conclusion of the financial turmoil, the military personnel sought to redeem black market currency with such generous rewards that a mere 10,000 yuan could be exchanged for a single black note. And at that time, many individuals had made a modest fortune. This currency held little utility in the hands of ordinary folk, as the prerequisites to board the initial train were not easily met. Acquiring a ticket proved to be quite the challenge. As for whether to inform the others aboard about the rumors of the Fisher Monster, there was no need. It sufficed to disseminate the information to a select few core companions, including the middle-aged man in black. After all, the majority were merely bystanders, and it was better not to let them indulge in wild imaginings, but rather to ensure they rested well. Huang Sheng approached the middle-aged man in black, who remained in his usual position in the corner of the carriage, aloof from the others. Unlike before, the crowd no longer expressed the same enthusiasm towards him, as they felt he had become a burden. "Young man, your abilities are quite formidable," the middle-aged man in black remarked, lifting his head to reveal a smile, offering his praise without reservation. Huang Sheng returned the smile, sharing the news of the Fisher Monster and inviting him to join in the battle alongside him and the others. This man in black was truly impressive. If Huang Sheng recalled correctly, he had single-handedly leaped off the train, returning with injuries but still alive. Remarkably, within a single night and half a day, his wounds had nearly healed. Huang Sheng was unsure if the man had encountered 2 flying insects as well, but even if he had single-handedly defeated one, that was no small feat. Similarly, Zhang Bai and his companions were no ordinary individuals. Indeed, there were many capable people aboard the train, and one must show the respect due to the strong. The Fisher Monster, it appeared, was a type of social creature. The middle-aged man in black pondered for a moment before stating, "I wonder if they will attack us proactively, or if we will have to disembark to confront them." Huang Sheng shrugged. He too was uncertain. "I intend to head to the 16th carriage to hasten the preparation of some talismans. They may prove remarkably effective against such creatures." The man in black then requested Huang Sheng's assistance. "Please ask those 2 young ladies to bestow blessings upon me. I will share some talismans with you in return." Upon hearing that the other was going to craft talismans on site, Huang Sheng felt a genuine desire to observe the process. However, since the man had specifically mentioned the 16th carriage, it was clear he wished to avoid disturbances. And Huang Sheng understood this. The yellow paper affixed to the train door must have been a type of talisman, and it was truly remarkable that such a fragile sheet of paper could withstand the flying insects. He called over the 2 young ladies. Upon learning of the talismans, they readily agreed and immediately began to incense and bless the man in black. The blessings he requested were enhancements to physical stamina and mental acuity. Representing the most conventional type of augmentation, it seemed that the crafting of talismans was indeed a physically demanding task, somewhat akin to his own card creation. Huang Sheng stroked his chin. The hour was still early, and he had fully regained his energy. Since the Fisher Monsters would only appear after midnight, he resolved not to remain idle during this interim and planned to create several cards, with the 2 ladies present. He was unconcerned about excessive energy expenditure. The bright light card was out of the question, as the train lacked the necessary conditions for its creation. However, the combat card held significant potential. Kaiwa, K, Inji Qin, and Liao Xiaolu each possessed considerable strength. augmented by their respective equipment, that if he could record their abilities into a combat card and deploy it at the right moment, it would surely serve as a powerful offensive maneuver. Kaiwa had acquired a serpentine longsword and a wooden dagger. Yin Jiqin wielded a shock hammer, while Liao Xiaolu possessed a set of throwing darts. The dual fist wraps that increased attack power were in Kei's possession. With their individual prowess combined with equipment enhancements, Huangsheng eagerly anticipated the final outcome. Without further ado, he summoned the group to the 13th carriage, also calling upon Ling Tianlingjin. Due to the significant reduction in passengers, everyone had congregated within just a few carriages, leaving many others empty. The 14th carriage still saw occasional visitors, but the 13th was largely devoid of outsiders. Upon hearing they could assist Huangsheng in crafting cards, the group readily accepted. The first to step forward was Kaiwa, that a black cat perched on her shoulder, and with a wooden dagger gripped in her right hand, she awaited Huangsheng's command. Huangsheng seated himself at a small table, diligently sketching the card, his pen swiftly delineating Caihua's tall and alluring figure. Once completed, he felt a flush of embarrassment. He would never admit to having embellished certain sensitive lines. Suddenly, the black cat on Caihua's shoulder leaped forward. In tandem, she dashed ahead, her form rapidly transforming into that of a black cat, while the wooden dagger vanished, becoming an ethereal weapon in her forepaws. The air was swiftly sliced apart, and within mere seconds, despite her still recovering injuries, she unleashed dozens of strikes. The wooden dagger's function was to enhance the user's attack techniques to a certain extent. However, its inherent damage was minimal, leading many to envy its capabilities while simultaneously realizing it was ineffective as a weapon in actual combat. It was primarily useful during training sessions. This was also why the weapon had not initially stood out, yet it was perfectly suited for Kaiwa. Upon transforming into a black cat, she could not wield traditional weapons but could benefit from the effects of the weapon she bore. Hence her acquisition of it. Don't stop, keep going, Huangsheng urged, noticing that while the card had yet to undergo a visible transformation, it was subtly shifting. He was anxious not to let Caihua's momentum falter. Finally, after a full 10 seconds had elapsed, the card radiated a brilliant pale green light, its attributes rapidly transforming. The card was complete. The green hue, as opposed to white, signified an enhancement in both quality and capability. Huangsheng held the card in his hand for a moment, then cheerfully handed it to Kaiwa for the others to examine. Brother Huang, once this card is used, will a shadowy version of me appear to replicate my attacks? Kaiwa inquired eagerly, having observed Huangsheng's use of cards during their previous battle. Huangsheng nodded. Indeed, and the shadow's attack power will be even greater, with a wider array of offensive techniques. Next was Kei, adorned with her fist wraps. Although she had sustained lighter injuries, her condition was now quite satisfactory. The TO provided the group with a clearer understanding of the card's effects. Huangsheng intended to create an additional one using her as a template, allowing everyone to witness its potential. That he found his profession quite gratifying. Any surplus cards could easily be sold for a handsome profit, and these individuals would be his first potential customers. Kei, the cat-eared young woman, was petite yet remarkably agile. Huangsheng's signal. She let out a spirited shout and began to unleash rapid strikes into the air, her punches moving so swiftly they were nearly indistinguishable. Huangsheng had instructed her to use only 80% of her strength, as this card was merely experimental. After a few seconds, the card took shape, and Huangsheng gestured for Kei to position herself opposite him before selecting to use the card, with her being the target of the combat simulation. After all, employing the card against the air was too wasteful. Only a real confrontation could truly showcase its effectiveness. In an instant, a shadowy figure materialized. Its outline unmistakably that of Kei. It lunged ferociously toward the real Kei, its fists clad in the very same wraps, launching a relentless barrage. I certainly was not hitting that quickly or that hard just now, Kei exclaimed, desperately attempting to defend herself, only to soon cry out in distress as she was swiftly overpowered. The shadow, a manifestation of the false Kei, not only boasted greater ferocity, but also enhanced striking techniques. Straight punches, hooks, and hammer fists rained down, the shadow's aggressive nature forcing Kei to retreat, leaving her unable to effectively mount a defense. With a resounding thud, Kei clutched her nose and cried out, having been knocked to the ground. Huangsheng attempted to control the shadow, bringing it to a halt as it stood still for a few moments before gradually dissipating. How was that? Huangsheng inquired, watching as Kei teary-eyed, was helped up by Kaiwa. Rather than being upset, Kay, while wiping her nose, stared wide-eyed with excitement. "Brother Huang, are you selling this card?" It seemed rather unjust that despite having to exert considerable effort in crafting the card herself, she would still have to plead with others to purchase it. Yet refusing to buy was not an option. After experiencing firsthand the power of the combat card modeled after herself, she would feel utterly bereft without such a valuable item. The other members of the group shared similar expressions of fervent anticipation. Friends, who understands? To directly replicate an attack more powerful than one's true self, and to have it at the ready when needed, this trump card is simply unparalleled. Not only is the intensity formidable, but it also allows one to rectify any shortcomings in their own attacks through the card's effects. If Kay could unleash such ferocious and potent strikes, her combat prowess would increase dramatically. The creation of this item requires energy, so once we confirm that all dangers have passed tomorrow, I will craft a card for each of you. If future opportunities arise, we can engage in further exchanges, so make sure to find ways to earn more black market currency in the meantime. Huang Sheng, with a profound expression, rubbed his thumb and index finger together, making a gesture understood by all. The crowd naturally indicated their agreement. Even without Huang's guidance, they would be compelled to earn black money with all their might. It was evident to everyone that this was the true hard currency. The subsequent card-making proceeded smoothly. Yin Jichin shouted as he wielded the impact hammer, knowing that when this card was activated, all enemies before him would be repelled or even sent flying by the hammer, a highly practical control-type attack. On Liao Xiaolu's side, there were no unexpected occurrences. In this non-combat situation, free from external interference, he had already mastered the technique of catching returning shurikens. The lethality of these shurikens was formidable, capable of piercing even the walls of the train, making their practical combat damage undeniable. Though Liao Xiaolu was not yet bold enough to engage in close combat, the light and shadow recorded on the card could certainly serve him well. The card recorded approximately 20 instances of Liao Xiaolu drawing his weapon, and when employed, it could potentially rival the ferocity of a machine gun, even igniting Huang Sheng's anticipation for the card's effectiveness. Before long, all the cards were completed, and Huang Sheng felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, accompanied by a dull ache in his lower back. The two women hurried over to assist, igniting the incense. After a few more hours of deep slumber, he hoped to restore his energy sufficiently by dawn. Chapter 057. Wada's sister opened the door laughing. Around 11:30 at night, two attendants suddenly arrived in carriage 15. Their unexpected presence causing a stir among the passengers. Considering that everyone had spent the entire day resting, the ordinary passengers in carriage 15, though unaware of the news regarding the fisher monsters, understood that if trouble were to arise again, it would likely be tonight. The Yu Xiaoyi anxiously observed Huang Sheng, who lay sprawled across his seat, still fast asleep. Uncertain whether to wake him. One attendant produced a large square box, seemingly from thin air, and placed it heavily on the ground. The other attendant held a blue plastic barrel, which, judging by its shape, likely contained some kind of liquid. Following this, they dumped a long tangle of cables, light bulbs, sockets, and similar items onto the floor. After hastily discarding these items, the two attendants said nothing and proceeded to the rear of carriage 15. Seemingly in search of others in the following carriages, the attendants disappeared from view. The passengers began to murmur among themselves. Gathering to examine the three items on the floor, it was clear these items were left for them, and several speculated that they were likely intended for dealing with the fisher monsters. The barrel contained oil, likely diesel, amounting to about 10 liters. Yin Jichin opened the plastic barrel and quickly identified the liquid within. The lid of the square box was removed, revealing a hand-started diesel generator inside. This generator weighed nearly 400 pounds, a massive hunk of iron. Moreover, it lacked wheels, necessitating human effort for movement, making it incredibly cumbersome despite its ability to generate electricity. These were all cables, wires, and numerous light bulbs, along with switches, circuit breakers, and wiring devices. The situation had become quite clear. They would likely need to leave the train soon. Liao Xiaolu stated gravely, based on the items provided by the attendants, we should prepare to head to a certain location after disembarking, relying on the generator for nighttime illumination. Yin Jichin added, these cables are quite long. The location we are headed to might be complex or have many rooms. Look, they've provided us with over a dozen light bulbs. At this point, There was no longer any need to conceal the news about the Fisher monsters that as several began to speak. It quickly became common knowledge throughout the carriage. What should we do now? Do we need to prepare anything in advance? Kaiwa inquired that let's wake Huang Sheng and see what he suggests. Yin Jiqin replied to shout. He then attempted to lift the generator, only to find it was manageable with 2 hands, but nearly strained his back. This thing would require at least 3 or 4 people to move it effectively. Otherwise, they wouldn't get far. Stretching his sore back, Yin Jiqin grumbled, Isn't this just adding to their difficulties? Fortunately, we still have a decent number of people. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to mobilize enough manpower to carry this thing. It would have been much better to confront those Fisher monsters directly on the train instead of going through all this hassle. Huang Sheng was awakened and immediately pressed his hand against his lower back. Not too bad. My energy is barely recovered, but I'm unsure if it will suffice for an entire night. Thankfully, he had refrained from engaging in any wild escapades with Yu Shaoyi the previous night. Otherwise, his mental and physical stamina would certainly be lacking now that as time passed. Nearing midnight, the train seemed to be traversing a bumpy track. The clattering of the wheels was incessant, and the carriage began to sway up and down. Simultaneously, a cold wind seeped through the gaps in the windows and the junctions of the carriage, slowly lowering the temperature inside. The candidates for lifting the generator had been chosen. 3 faceless individuals, a burly man wielding scissors, and a companion, along with Wang He. The 6 of them would take turns carrying the generator, ensuring its transport. While the diesel wasn't particularly heavy, it couldn't withstand the bumps, so a few individuals were tasked with carefully carrying it. The wires were also distributed among the group, with half of the fragile light bulbs being secured in a storage box by a middle-aged man in black to prevent any mishaps. Additionally, the cables were set aside. Although their purpose was unclear, it was wise to have them ready. Everyone shouldered their respective belongings for a lighter load, leaving behind unnecessary supplies based on Huang Sheng's suggestions to avoid hindering their movement. The group did not intend to scatter when disembarking, but rather gathered at the junction between carriage 14 and 15. But the wind pouring in grew increasingly fierce, and the floor beneath their feet became more unstable, tightening everyone's nerves. Huang Sheng steadied himself against the carriage wall. From the moment they boarded, every incident had occurred at night, necessitating frequent use of various lighting devices. Although they all endeavored to conserve electricity, many were unable to provide any substantial illumination at this point. Tonight, light was crucial. Before the diesel generator could operate steadily, he worried that the group would suffer from insufficient brightness. Fortunately, he had always been aware of this issue. Not only did he have a substantial reserve, but he also used little of it. Currently, one of his 2 powerful flashlights was still fully charged that if he turned off the high beam and operated it at normal power, it could last a considerable amount of time. The portable emergency lights powered by batteries also retained a significant charge that I must evolve quickly. That way, my storage space will expand, he thought quietly to himself. For resources and supplies were always paramount. Thus, the current space, merely the size of a suitcase, was evidently insufficient to accommodate his aspirations that if space was inadequate, there would be no way to manage electricity, as no civilization on Earth had yet developed true high-capacity battery technology. Therefore, to ensure an uninterrupted power supply in the wild, one must prepare ample space in advance for various batteries and generating equipment. The train began to decelerate. Someone exclaimed, and just as everyone focused their attention on the door, a sudden loud thud echoed from a nearby window. Then another window produced a second sound. Soon, the entire train was filled with a continuous series of crashing noises, emanating from various carriages on both sides. At that moment, a loud bang accompanied by a sharp sound of glass grinding against a hard object made Huang Sheng glance towards the window before him, where he saw something pressing against the glass. This creature was pitch black, but its open mouth revealed long, sharp teeth. Simultaneously, its webbed claws slapped against the window, its massive head twitching and swaying as if it were detecting the scent of food. Due to the pronounced reflection of the glass, although the carriage was illuminated, the details of the creature were obscured, leaving only a few of its features visible. That it appears this thing has no eyes. A woman's voice trembled, but as she spoke, her tone shifted to one of excitement, and she couldn't help but laugh. Huang Sheng instinctively glanced over to, oh no, isn't this the door lady whose face was ruined by candlelight when those dead ghosts were chasing them? Chapter 058. The tracks hidden in the deep mountains, the fisher monsters pressed against the bright train window, sniffing around. Though their grotesque heads lacked visible eyes, this did not signify good news. The train continued to slow down, and as it neared a complete stop, the sounds of crashing grew even more frequent. At this moment, countless fisher monsters surrounded the train, making a safe exit seem an insurmountable challenge. In this situation, can we not just stay on the train and avoid going outside? A voice whispered, "Isn't this obvious? The interior of the vehicle is both familiar and secure, as long as we extinguish the lights and guard the front and rear doors of the compartment. The threat from these light-sensitive creatures should be minimal." However, Huang Sheng and his companions held a different perspective. The attendant had clearly stated that everyone must disembark, so lingering in the vehicle was not an option. The consequences of such defiance remained unknown, but they would bear the responsibility. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently, coming to a complete halt at that moment. An attendant rushed over, swiftly opening the left and right doors between the 14th and 15th compartments in succession. A gust of icy wind rushed in, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. "Turn off the lights. Do not illuminate anything. These creatures cannot see without light, making it harder for them to find us," Huang Sheng cautioned quietly. And the others promptly extinguished their lights. The pressing issue now was the direction in which they should proceed. There were 2 doors on either side, but due to the reflective surfaces inside the vehicle, they had been unable to discern the surrounding terrain or strategize in advance. With the reflections gone and the absence of light rendering their surroundings indistinguishable, a particular item began to reveal its utility. This was an old pair of spectacles, previously shared among the group alongside climbing gloves and a serpentine sword as rewards. While the glasses had been of little use in the misty surroundings, their primary function was to aid vision in the dark. Yin Jiqin had already retrieved the glasses. After glancing at both doors, he shook his head at the group. There is no difference on either side. Both lead to steep, treacherous mountains, and distinguishing between them is impossible. The biting cold wind had already penetrated deeply, leaving everyone shivering, some individuals clad in insufficient clothing even chattering their teeth. Time was of the essence. Huang Sheng listened intently and noticed that the remaining survivors had seemingly exited the vehicle and chosen the right side. Therefore, they would follow suit. The group hastily disembarked, struggling to lower the generator. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted on both sides, as shadows rushed towards them from the ground and vehicle windows. A wave of dread washed over them, although the fisher creatures lacked sight. Their hearing was far from impaired, and they could not make a soundless escape. Huang Sheng, with a shield at the ready, swiftly blocked an incoming force, resulting in a resounding thud as a heavy object collided with him, sending him stumbling to the side. Yet the creature quickly regained its footing and lunged ferociously at the nearest individual. Huang Sheng, however, had already readied his spear, and although the compartment remained brightly lit, allowing them to see their immediate surroundings, the creature failed to evade, being pierced through by the long spear. A spray of warm, viscous, foul-smelling blood erupted, staining Huang Sheng. What a stench! He grimaced as he attempted to withdraw his weapon, only to feel a sudden realization. Despite having been impaled, this creature exhibited an astonishing resilience. Not only was it still alive, but the weapon lodged within its body was ensnared by its bones and muscles, rendering it impossible to extract. This was utterly preposterous. Thus, this fisher creature, armed with a weapon, lunged at the nearest person, its sharp teeth glinting ominously in the light as it sank its fangs into flesh with a sickening crunch. Amidst the victim's agonizing screams, the creature was met with a furious counterattack, and in mere moments, it had been stabbed numerous times with daggers, blood saturating the ground. Yet it still clung tenaciously to its prey. Even as its struggles began to wane, the attacked individual could not free himself from the creature's grip, the pain from the gnashing teeth forcing him into a chorus of cries. Liao Xiaolu swung his dagger, severing the creature's teeth, causing its lifeless body to crash heavily to the ground. This fisher creature was proving to be a nuisance. Huang Sheng frowned and stepped forward, forcefully yanking his spear from its corpse, causing a couple of black bills to flutter away. Liao Xiaolu bent to pick up a glowing orb and called to Huang Sheng, who was already engaged in battle with another fisher creature. In a short span, the group had been besieged by at least 7 or 8 fisher creatures, with 4 or 5 already in direct contact. The remaining ones were closing in rapidly, and further away. Countless others awaited. Huang Sheng transitioned from thrusting to slashing, his spear slicing through the creature's body, immediately bringing it down. The creature's bones and flesh could not react in time to the swift weapon, allowing Huang Sheng to extract it with ease. Yet, even so, he felt a peculiar sluggishness in the weapon's tip after the strike. This was truly eerie. Kai Yi and Yin Jiqin, on the other hand, were thriving in the fray, their weapons well suited for the current battle. The boxing gloves were indispensable. Despite Kai Yi being merely a girl, her punches, augmented by the weapons, could send a fisher creature flying. Although her strength was limited, she effectively isolated these troublesome creatures from the group. Yin Jiqin wielded a shock hammer, and with his night vision, he became an efficient killer of the fisher creatures. Even surpassing Huang Sheng. One strike would send a creature reeling, and with a few additional blows, he would crush one on the spot. However, with nearly 30 individuals in their ranks, they became increasingly vulnerable. And soon 2 more members were bitten before they could defend themselves. The fisher creatures boasted formidable pouncing abilities, leaping several meters towards their targets. This was unlike straightforward assaults, making defense particularly challenging under the limited illumination. Witnessing their comrades falling victim, panic spread among them. "Turn the lights back on. We must leave this place," Huang Sheng declared. Since sound could attract the creatures, whether to illuminate or not became inconsequential. If they did not turn the lights back on, they would risk becoming blind. As he spoke, he handed an emergency lamp to Yu Shaoyi for illumination while donning climbing gloves himself. Under the light, the terrain revealed itself as steep and rugged. Within the illuminated area, the mountains loomed endlessly, and the railway seemed to traverse deep into the wilderness. Advancing under such conditions would be arduous, without the climbing gloves to assist in identifying a suitable route. They might struggle to cover a few hundred meters in an hour. After Huang Sheng donned the climbing gloves, the middle-aged man in black, who had remained inactive until now, suddenly pinched a talisman between his hands. The talisman ignited spontaneously, and upon his gesture, it flew and adhered to Huang Sheng's back. Instantly, Huang Sheng felt his weight diminish rapidly, as if his legs and arms were infused with boundless strength. He surged forward, moving with a grace reminiscent of a skilled acrobat, aided by the climbing gloves. "This talisman is fantastic." Huang Sheng laughed heartily. Not long ago, the man in black had gifted him and the 2 women 3 talismans. Described as defensive tools meant for critical moments, the effectiveness of the defensive talisman was still uncertain. But he was now witnessing another of the man's capabilities, and it did not disappoint, with a flashlight clenched between his teeth. He climbed and surveyed the rocky surroundings, soon discovering a barely passable path. Chapter 059. What is a fully automatic machine gun? Under his guidance, the group promptly advanced forward. Originally, 6 individuals were to take turns lifting the generator, but the challenging terrain necessitated the inclusion of 2 more participants. Thus, 6 lifted the generator, while 2 rested in rotation. Yin Jiqin took charge from the center, while the man in black, Liao Xiaolu, and Kai Hua and Kai Yi flanked the edges, engaging in combat. Due to the lack of combat personnel, a burly man wielding scissors also joined in, swapping out one of the bearers of the generator. "It's freezing, brrr." The climate here was uncertain. The biting cold wind posed a significant challenge, growing stronger as they moved away from the train, causing individuals to sway precariously. Most importantly, their body heat was dissipating rapidly. "Huang Ge, we must find a sheltered spot to rest. Many can hardly move." As Huang Sheng returned from scouting, he swung his spear, sending a fisher creature flying, allowing it to scream and tumble dozens of meters down into the valley. Yu Shaoyi urged him. Huang Sheng felt his body temperature plummeting, and just as he was about to respond, a collective scream erupted from the group. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet cracked open, caught off guard. Some individuals fell into the chasm, but fortunately, they reacted quickly and clung tightly to the edges. However, their expressions changed dramatically as they began to struggle and scream. This fissure split the crowd in 2, with 4 individuals falling in. One, unable to react in time, plunged into the unknown depths, his body crashing against the unseen abyss like a sack of potatoes. Among the remaining 3, only one managed to crawl back out, while the other 2 were subjected to attacks and pulls from the creatures lurking below. Even with others holding onto their arms, they could not rise immediately in the frantic glow of their lights. A veritable horde of fisher creatures surged forth, spreading chaos as the group found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle. Huang Sheng was momentarily taken aback, involuntarily inhaling a sharp breath of cold air. The fisher creature, he mused, realizing that the term fisher was indeed appropriate in this context, but he pondered why this monster bore such a name. The generator crashed heavily to the ground, due to the considerable slope in this area. Its weighty form was slowly sliding downwards. A creature was forcefully propelled and collided with the generator, causing its descent to accelerate dramatically, had it not been for two unbrowed individuals who, despite enduring attacks, desperately clung to the generator's lever. It would have surely rolled down the hill by now. In an instant, the situation had deteriorated to such an extent that everyone was filled with both astonishment and fury. A wave of concern surged within Huang Sheng as he removed his climbing gloves, finally feeling the immense inconvenience of the cumbersome arm sleeves designed for secure climbing, which now posed a significant hassle for him. More fisher creatures emerged from the depths, and in the blink of an eye, their numbers had swelled to over 20, nearing 30. Huang Sheng donned the iron fist power gloves, clenching his fists as a tremendous force surged within him. Empowered by the talisman, he felt as if a prehistoric beast lay dormant within his chest as he wielded a spear. The middle-aged man in black activated two defensive talismans, summoning a shimmering yellow paper-like shield that manifested in the night sky. Resembling two enlarged door panels, one placed in front of the other to protect the group. When the monster charged, its body seemed to collide with a solid object, while the two talismans could not shield everyone from all directions. Their defense in two directions improved the situation somewhat. For a moment, Yin Jiqin and the others managed to free their hands, desperately rushing toward the generator that continued to slide downwards. That a group of them exerted immense effort in an attempt to halt its descent. Huang Sheng, brandishing his spear, lunged forward with great force, the spear's shadow darting like an arrow, thrusting in all directions. In his fury, his strike was powerful enough that, even as before, the spear pierced through the fisher creature. This time he yanked it back with raw strength. For those he could not retrieve, he would hoist the creature and smash it down with ferocity. The monster shrieked in agony as its muscles and bones slackened, allowing him to reclaim his weapon effortlessly at that moment. As Yin Jiqin and the other combatants rushed to save the generator, Yu Xiaoyi and several others without close combat capabilities were suddenly exposed to 7 or 8 newly emerged fisher creatures, her face paling as she raised her pistol. Huang Sheng witnessed this scene and swiftly produced a combat card, casting it forth with precision. It was the dark card inscribed with Liao Xiaolu's design. A flash of light appeared rapidly, and in the instant it took form, 4 or 5 darts shot forth toward the horde of monsters like a string of pearls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One dart after another flew in the light, and in the blink of an eye, over 10 were released, the first dart returning to the shadowy figure's hand. The practical effect of this card starkly contrasted with Liao Xiaolu's actual capabilities. It was known that Liao Xiaolu had only 3 darts. Once fired, they required retrieval before being launched again. Yet this shadowy figure, without regard for martial ethics, unleashed over 10 darts at once, now only beginning to retrieve the first. Moreover, the skillful retrieval was executed with astonishing finesse, successfully collecting all the darts, which were then discharged once more like a barrage, mercilessly striking the creatures that had just emerged in a flurry of blood mist. The dense flashes of blades pierced and stabbed at the monsters, eliciting sharp cries of pain from each one. In merely 4 or 5 seconds, the group of creatures was either dead or fleeing, scattering in mere moments. Following this, the shadowy figure proceeded to eliminate the remaining monsters in the vicinity. Darts flew in all directions, not only swiftly and accurately, but also capable of being retrieved. As the shadow gradually faded, every fisher creature lay defeated around them, either slain or injured. Huang Sheng stood in bewilderment, as did Liao Xiaolu, and the others shared the same expression of astonishment, including Yin Jiqin and his comrades, who were desperately controlling the generator's descent, all turning to gaze in disbelief. Huang Sheng felt like a fool for having gone through such effort to remove his climbing gloves, contemplating how absurdly powerful this card was in combat. If only I had known earlier, I would have made more. Liao Xiaolu rushed over, his usually composed demeanor replaced by excitement as he grasped Huang Sheng's hand vigorously, shaking it fervently. His eyes gleamed with an intensity that seemed to demand a trade. Huang Sheng reciprocated the grip with equal fervor. The potential of their collaboration with this card was simply unbeatable. He had anticipated the card's effectiveness during its creation, sensing it might rival a machine gun. And now it had proven him right. This crisis had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, yet within that brief span, it had inflicted varying degrees of injury on over a dozen individuals, significantly diminishing the team's combat capability. That it was imperative to find a sheltered location to regroup, ideally one that could be fortified for defense. As he donned his climbing gloves once more, Huang Sheng felt a surge of urgency. He was eager to find a refuge while replaying the scene of the dark card's overwhelming output in his mind. Chapter 060. Temporary refuge. Although Huang Sheng had become a card maker, he candidly admitted his limited understanding of the profession. His opportunities to create cards had been scarce, having focused on enhancing his own abilities following the events at the financial institution, with various training, special exercises, and studies consuming his energy. He lacked the stamina to craft cards. After all, he had undergone several enhancements to his body and needed to solidify his physical foundation without delay to avoid future complications. Liao Xiaolu's inscribed Dark Combat card was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. Despite the excitement shared in their handshake, Huang Sheng, as the card maker, held the ultimate authority. What Liao Xiaolu could achieve, others could as well. But he was the sole card maker at present. The difficulty of this seemingly final crisis was exceedingly high, and he sensed that greater dangers and challenges awaited them. The urgent task was to find shelter, and he would need to collaborate with Liao Xiaolu to create additional cards at the first opportunity. Liao Xiaolu was the first to inscribe a ranged output card for him. He was unsure whether all ranged combat cards would exhibit such enhanced power, or if this spinning dart was an exception. Nevertheless, that was not a concern for now. He would have ample time to ponder upon returning to Earth. Looking back, as the fissure divided the group, those behind were struggling to hoist the generator over the gap on a steep slope. The biting cold wind surged in waves, causing even Yin Jiqin and his companions to shiver incessantly. Ordinary individuals could hardly endure for long. The middle-aged man in black produced another talisman, igniting it to summon a swirling flame that illuminated the surrounding area. Judging by the reactions of the group, it appeared that the temperature had temporarily risen. Huang Sheng turned and swiftly vanished into the distance. Inside the train, in the 12th carriage, with a crack, the final light in the carriage was extinguished by a gunshot, plunging the entire compartment into relative darkness. Save for the light streaming from the adjoining carriages that on one side of the carriage, the obstructive tables and chairs had been moved aside, revealing a tent that had appeared abruptly in the cleared space. 4 individuals of various ethnicities huddled within the tent, communicating in hushed tones in English, filled with tension. Mike, gripping his firearm, withdrew slightly from the tent's entrance, checking the remaining bullets in the dim light of his phone. The police-issued USP handgun he had brought on board had proven invaluable during this initial train journey. However, unease gnawed at him as he noted the dwindling number of 9mm bullets, although he had originally prepared 70 rounds. Only 20 remained. What could 20 bullets accomplish? To be frank, Mike felt a profound sense of pessimism, even despair. Yet, his 3 companions remained filled with hope, compelling him to mask his emotions. The 4 of them were the sole survivors from the 13th carriage. Everyone else had perished in various crises before and after. Mike recalled the first night aboard, when the initial blackout had ignited a fierce gunfight over illicit cash and supplies, resulting in over 10 deaths or serious injuries and a significant reduction in their combat strength. What infuriated him further was that during the second blackout, while no conflicts erupted throughout the train, their carriage had again resorted to violence. Although no shots were fired this time, knives were drawn. And while the commotion was minimal, several individuals still fell victim. By the time the repulsive creatures had appeared, nearly half of their carriage's passengers had already lost their combat capabilities. He was reluctant to dwell on the subsequent events. In essence, the train's survivors had banded together into a few final teams, and they were no exception. However, despite their numbers, comprising over 20 individuals among the 13th, 12th, 11th, and 10th carriages, internal strife was rampant, and conflicts had erupted even during the day. Those who were severely and lightly injured found themselves under relentless ambush from their own comrades during the night. This left Mike and his companions feeling utterly devoid of a sense of belonging to the team. Consequently, they made a decisive choice not to disembark with the group, opting instead to conceal themselves within the confines of the train car. The tent in which they were now hiding was no ordinary item. It possessed the remarkable ability to obscure the life signs within it from the outside world to a certain extent that as long as they remained undetected, they had a fair chance of evading the monstrous beings that continued to assault the windows and body of the train. "Mike, once we safely exit the train, shall we head to your farm?" A slender young black woman implored, tightly clutching Mike's arm, pressing her chest against him while gently swaying to offer comfort, her voice barely above a whisper. Mike responded affirmatively, "Bring your weapons. I'll arrange for a friend of mine from the Marine Corps to personally teach you shooting and combat techniques. Listen closely, this is crucial if we wish to maintain close cooperation in the future." At that moment, a palpable sense of unease washed over them, prompting everyone to fall silent and listen intently. Thud, thud, thud. Patter, patter, patter. Amidst a cacophony of sounds, a sudden, chaotic tapping resonated from somewhere within the car, as if something had boarded. Who could it be? Could it be the people from outside returning? A white youth trembled, clutching a short-barreled shotgun, but with only 3 bullets left. He swore he wouldn't fire unless it was a matter of life and death. The thumping and faint tapping grew, increasingly intense. They could feel the floor of the car vibrating beneath them, and they heard the indistinct chatter of some unknown creature echoing nearby, initially sporadic. The sounds multiplied, merging into a tumultuous cacophony akin to crashing waves. Unable to contain her curiosity, the black woman cautiously peered out from the tent, through the bright light from the front car. She was met with a horrifying sight. Countless fisher monsters surged onto the train like a relentless tide that in an instant, dozens of these creatures flooded into Car 12, rapidly advancing toward the far end. "Ah!" she shrieked, covering her ears as her composure shattered. The others inside the tent erupted in curses, while Mike dashed out, wielding a window-breaking hammer he had prepared, furiously targeting a pre-selected window. The remaining 2 companions followed suit, abandoning their weapons and fleeing in a panic towards Car 13, where 2 exits awaited them. Their only hope of survival lay in disembarking the train. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the repeated impacts and gunfire, the already cracked tempered glass finally shattered under Mike's frenzied assault, creating a sizable opening. With shards of glass cascading around him, he leaped through the window, landing heavily on the ground. The black woman, wailing and sobbing, crawled toward the tent's exit. She attempted to rise, but her legs felt weak. And in the blink of an eye, her body was engulfed, the mist of blood swirling around her as her screams faded into the frenzied movements of the fisher monsters. "Look, Huang, look down there." They found themselves in a rather low, yet spacious, half-mountain cave. The group busied themselves tending to the wounded, resting, installing generators, or replenishing energy and clean water, while only a few stood at the cave's edge. Where the wind howled, following the direction of Kay's finger, Huangsheng spotted their train in the valley below. What on earth is happening? Have these monsters gone mad? Huangsheng gasped, peering through a zoom lens at the train overrun by countless fisher monsters, his mind swirling with confusion. Chapter 61. The fate of the conductors in the darkness. The train resembled an oversized light bulb. Previously, whenever danger arose, the first instinct was to cut the power, disregarding everything else. Today, however, the lights blazed brightly, as if inviting the monsters to descend upon them. The issue was that the passengers had already disembarked and distanced themselves from the train. Now, it seemed there were hardly any souls left aboard. Save for a few stubborn individuals, the horde of fisher monsters was drawn to the light, and the train was destined for destruction, an utterly senseless outcome that if there were no secrets or explanations behind this. Such actions bordered on sheer folly. Look now. The fisher monsters had completely swarmed the train, frantically pouring in through every door, and those trapped inside were surely doomed. When they eventually returned, it was uncertain what horrors awaited them. At that moment, the lights on the train began to flicker and dim. This was not a voluntary shutdown. It was evident that the monsters had extinguished the lights. Soon, the entire train was engulfed in darkness. Even the lights at the front and rear, shielded by railings, were extinguished, leaving no trace of illumination that as the roar of the diesel engine filled the air. Bright lights flared up behind them, flooding the cave with an overwhelming brightness. The cave, with an average height of less than 2 meters and an area of 2 to 300 square meters, proved to be a rare refuge. However, it was not entirely solid. Numerous fissures and cracks marred the mountainside. And even in the deepest recesses of the cave, they could feel the chilling wind blowing through multiple openings. With a flick of a switch, 3 light bulbs illuminated, suspended from the rocky ceiling above. Casting a brilliant glow throughout the cave. These bulbs emit quite a bit of heat. Standing near them feels pleasantly warm. One remarked, "Brother, make some room. My little bird is frozen solid," drawing from years of experience as an unlicensed home chef. One declared, "These bulbs should be functioning normally. There is no need to worry about them exploding. Everyone, gather around to warm yourselves." The illumination quickly enveloped the area, providing a much-needed warmth that delighted the group. All, including Huang Sheng, huddled close to bask in the heat. The biting mountain wind was relentless, and after only a short distance from the train, many felt as though they had turned to ice, unwilling to leave the warmth of the bulbs. "Huang, so we're staying here tonight?" Kay inquired, "But there are over a dozen bulbs. Wouldn't it be wasteful to use them all in one cave? Or is there some other reasoning behind it?" Huang Sheng shook his head. "This place is still too close to the train. There are at least a few hundred, if not more, fissure monsters aboard. Having lights on here poses a significant danger that I don't believe this is the location we seek. Otherwise, the quantity and purpose of the bulbs and connectors provided by the conductors wouldn't align. Let us first explore the vicinity, familiarize ourselves with the terrain, and spread out to maintain vigilance, lest the fissure monsters converge on the generator. The generator and bulbs are vital to our survival tonight. We must protect them." Everyone nodded in agreement, some venturing outside the cave, while others inspected the various edges and crevices within. "Old Liao, hurry up. I'll make 3 cards, 2 for you and 1 for myself. Move quickly," Huang Sheng instructed Liao Xiaolu. The cave provided ample space, with some walls being relatively soft, making it easy for darts to penetrate. Thus, the conditions for Liao Xiaolu to showcase his skills were favorable. Without hesitation, Liao Xiaolu agreed, eager to obtain a combat card modeled after himself, which was incredibly powerful. Now, he could work for Huang without spending a dime. What could be better? Huang Sheng settled on the ground to begin crafting cards, while Liao Xiaolu sought a suitable spot for target practice. Upon learning that the formidable figure who had just saved them was a card created by Huang Sheng, the onlookers were filled with awe, gazing at him as if he were a being from a higher dimension. Why is it that he possesses such incredible abilities? He can fight, endure, and even create such extraordinary cards. Compared to him, we feel like mere NPCs. Even the middle-aged man in black, who appeared to possess various talismans, watched with keen interest. Although he had a plethora of talismans, they paled in comparison to the violent darts that Huang Sheng had conjured. "Young man, since your profession allows you to inscribe others into cards, would it be possible to record abilities akin to cards if the other party were to utilize them?" The middle-aged man inquired. Huang Sheng paused, intrigued by the question. What if he were to utilize the combat recording card of the middle-aged man while the latter activated a talisman, such as a defensive charm? Could that information be recorded as well? Huang Sheng turned to him. "How about we test it tomorrow? Today is certainly not feasible. Expending energy to produce 3 combat cards is already at the limit of his capabilities. Should the intentions of the middle-aged man in black fail, he would lose a talisman and waste a portion of his energy, a risk he cannot afford to take." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, at which point Huang Sheng signaled Liao Xiaolu to commence. Instantly, 3 darts shot forth, embedding themselves into the rock with a series of dull thuds. Once the 3 cards were completed, the middle-aged man in black and Yin Jiqin, who were stationed outside on alert, were suddenly stormed by a horde of over 10 fissure monsters. The period had not been tranquil. They had repeatedly faced attacks, sometimes from 1 or 2, other times from a sudden influx of 10 or more from the cave's entrance. This area was densely populated with fissure monsters, which thrived in the darkness, lurking in the mountains and beneath the ground, making their presence felt everywhere. Fortunately, the group remained vigilant, managing to handle the threats with relative efficacy. As the horde of fissure monsters ferociously charged into the illuminated area, they clashed with the incoming group that a sharp crack echoed from the back of the cave. A slab of rock, approximately 3 to 4 square meters, plummeted downwards, its edge barely 3 meters away from the generator. Before the slab fully descended, Over 10 fissure monsters surged forth from below, their powerful hind limbs propelling them upward with a resounding thud that reverberated throughout the cave. Those, like Yu Xiaoyi, who were hiding in the rear, scrambled to defend themselves, and in an instant, several were knocked down, blood splattering onto the ground as chaos ensued once more. Huang Sheng dashed to the generator, brandishing his spear with swift, diagonal strikes, brutally cleaving a fissure monster in half, its bloodied carcass convulsing on the ground. Did I ask this rock solid beneath us? Has anyone checked down there? He inquired loudly, but a burly companion quickly replied. Rest assured, Huangge, we secured a rope and went down to investigate earlier. This section of rock is definitely solid, unlike the collapse section, so there is no need to worry about a cave-in. Which is why we chose to move the generator here. Nodding, Huang Sheng addressed the group, guard the generator well. Just hold on a little longer while I venture out to find a route. Before departing, he swiftly dealt with a few monsters. With the group's access to light, heat sources, and defensible terrain, they were not entirely under siege, making the apparent abundance of fissure monsters less perilous than it seemed. Just moments ago, they had been caught in a pincer attack from the monsters, but as more combatants rushed in to assist, the situation began to stabilize. The middle-aged man in black affixed another talisman to Huang Sheng's back and placed one on himself. As the two strongest fighters planned to disperse and scout the surrounding terrain, as they exited the cave, Huang Sheng asked the middle-aged man, Elder, do you believe there are still people aboard the train? I mean the crew members or any other train staff. The middle-aged man analyzed. Based on last night's experience, they should not be on the train. In my view, the train's presence here serves multiple purposes. First, it tests us, which is apparent. Second, it attracts a large number of fissure monsters, at least temporarily drawing them to the train's vicinity, which explains why the lights inside the car have not extinguished. Thirdly, once these individuals disembark, they must have their own agendas, allowing the monsters to be lured by the train for their convenience. What exactly they intend to do remains unknown. Huang Sheng pondered this as they parted ways, maintaining vigilance while observing the surroundings, analyzing the movements of the crew members. Indeed, as he had previously surmised, it was abnormal to let the train be inundated by countless monsters like a great beacon without any particular reason or explanation. What were these crew members truly up to? They had also disembarked near the Wum Inn courtyard yesterday. What had they been doing then? Chapter 062, Mysterious Rays and Silver, or the crew members. 2. Possess emotions and desires. And Huang Sheng felt that these individuals had boarded the train merely to earn illicit gains. While he contemplated this, he was suddenly startled by a cacophony of rustling sounds not far ahead. He quickly crouched down, extinguishing his flashlight and peering in the direction of the noise. Due to the profound darkness of the night, Huang Sheng could not discern what lay ahead, but he sensed that at least 100 fissure monsters were moving through. The direction of their advance was peculiar. They were neither heading toward the train nor toward the rocky shelter where he and his companions were concealed. Suddenly, he glimpsed a flash of light ahead. As a powerful beam from a flashlight struck the group of monsters, that appeared to be another team's patrolling personnel. Upon illuminating the horde of at least 100 fissure monsters, the patrol immediately cried out in alarm, their flashlight beams wavering as they hurriedly turned to flee. Just then, he observed a slender beam of light ignite amidst the mass of monsters. This silvery ray struck one of the fleeing patrol members, who let out a harrowing scream as his body erupted into silvery flames, the inferno soaring 3 to 4 meters high. The individual thrashed desperately amidst the flames, slowly disintegrating into a heap of shattered debris, consumed by the silvery fire. The horde of fissure monsters ignored the commotion and the sporadic lights nearby, continuing along their previous path. This group of monsters was heading toward the crew members. Huang Sheng immediately concluded this with at least a 90% certainty. Simultaneously, the emergence of such formidable high-level monsters among the fissure creatures caused him great unease that if this entity were to fixate upon him. He questioned whether his defensive talisman and shield could withstand its assault. Should he be struck by this beam of light, a grim fate would be inevitable. He turned and continued to move swiftly, soon discovering a pit. Illuminating the interior with his flashlight, he found that the pit connected to a winding tunnel, forming a labyrinthine cavern. Cautiously navigating through, he realized that the tunnel seemed endless, punctuated by numerous varying-sized cavernous chambers. Upon crouching down to examine the rocks within these chambers, he discovered a multitude of gnawing marks and traces from various tools that it appeared to be a mine, unlike the porous caves surrounding it. The structure here was a remarkably stable mountain. Indeed, the location hinted at where the crew members had suggested they go. It made sense why they provided such extensive lengths of rope and electrical wires. Along with numerous light bulbs, it was designed for this interconnected network of tunnels and chambers. Huang Sheng felt a surge of realization. Rather than hurrying deeper into exploration, he noted the location and swiftly returned to the cave to regroup with the others. Upon reuniting, the group immediately began to pack their belongings and lift the generator, hastily following the path Huang Sheng had indicated. While the group trudged along the rugged path, the middle-aged man in black returned from another direction. His expression grave, he informed Huang Sheng, "I just saw that group of mutated larvae people. They're on the other side of this mountain, attacking what appears to be a nest of fisher monsters." Huang Sheng was taken aback. "You mean those individuals at the rear of the train? How many remain?" This did not add up. Why would the middle-aged man use the term group? Hadn't over 20 larvae monsters besieged the last few cars last night? He did not doubt that those with implanted larval organs could survive, but a group surviving was absurd. Indeed, there were about 6 or 7 of them. The middle-aged man replied gravely, "They are highly modified. Some have even transformed partially into larval forms, sporting human heads atop bodies resembling insects, an unsettling sight indeed. These individuals are tenacious, employing bizarre and cruel methods. After slaughtering some juvenile fisher monsters, some even consumed their flesh and blood raw. I observed large numbers of fisher monsters rushing back for reinforcements, but there were also other groups of monsters rushing off to unknown destinations, gathering in significant numbers, seemingly indifferent to the rampaging foes. This area is engulfed in chaos. The dangers faced by us normal passengers are comparatively minimal. As long as we can find a suitable location to hold our ground, the risk should not be too substantial. However, the greatest trouble may arise when we attempt to return to the train. At that point, those crew members and mutated individuals will also be returning, and we are left uncertain of what we will face then." Huang Sheng gazed into the dark night sky, contemplating whether these crew members and mutated individuals were, in fact, in collusion. No, it would be more accurate to say the crew members were manipulating the mutated beings. Given the vast disparity in their identities and strengths, it was worth noting that the massive generator was casually produced by an ordinary crew member. How extensive could their spatial storage capabilities be? Previously, the crew member of 8841 had effortlessly produced several boxes for water and canned goods. In contrast, Huang Sheng's spatial storage was barely the size of a small suitcase. Due to its insufficient height, he could not even fit a single box inside. According to Kay and the others, what level of evolution must these crew members possess? Evidently, the attendants assisted that group of modified individuals last night. Otherwise, they would have faced the dire fate of being annihilated by the creatures, with perhaps only 1 or 2 surviving. There is no need to dwell on such matters. Let us first venture into the mine. Huang Sheng understood that regardless of the secrets held by the attendants and the modified beings, their focus should be solely on the task at hand, as the affairs of the other party were beyond their purview. Similarly, despite the inherent dangers of this place, the threats they would encounter were likely limited. Trusting that the attendants were well aware of the situation, a rope was secured to the generator, with a group above straining to pull it upwards, while Huang Sheng, positioned below, exerted his strength to lift it. The heavy machinery swayed precariously as it ascended, and after traversing several steep inclines, it was finally brought to the entrance of the mine. As they navigated through the winding passages, the complexity of the mine's interior diminished the chilling winds that had previously invaded the largest chamber of the mine. The generator was set up, and as the bright lights flickered to life once more, warmth radiated from the bulbs into the air, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. The long electric wires were gradually unfurled, illuminating several nearby mine halls. These surrounding chambers stood guard like sentinels, protecting the one housing the generator, as a total of 28 individuals dispersed among the various shafts. Within one of the smaller chambers, heavily marked by gnawing and chisel scars, a large number of stones tumbled down before a rock face. Amidst these stones, a silvery rock, roughly the size of a quail's egg, was being brushed clean of dust and picked up by a hand. Holding this stone, Huang Sheng immediately recalled the silvery beam that had incinerated individuals to ash. Could this be silver powder? Silver Jichin exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the stone. Powder. Huangsheng turned towards him. Perplexed, isn't this merely a stone? Silver Jichin took the stone, bringing it closer to the glowing bulb, allowing it to bask in the warmth. In less than half a minute, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The stone began to emit a faint glow. When the switch was turned off, plunging the mine into darkness, only this stone radiated a silver luminescence, bright enough to illuminate its immediate vicinity. Silver Jichin turned on the switch again, his gaze fervent as he watched the silver stone continue to warm under the bulb's heat. He explained, this type of stone glows when heated. If subjected to sustained warmth, it becomes soft and can be scraped to obtain powder from its surface. The powder possesses excellent properties for enhancing light and combustion. A small amount added to a flame can cause it to leap dramatically, and mixing this powder into light will significantly increase its brightness, due to its astonishing effects in powdered form. This stone, originally known as silver mist stone, had acquired the more resounding moniker of silver powder. The advent of silver powder subsequently transformed the state of our nation, ushering in significant advancements in electricity, energy, and technology. This stone has become an exceedingly valuable mineral in our territory, commanding a high price. Even a casual collection of it could yield substantial wealth. Silver Jichin, brimming with excitement, patiently scraped the stone with a small knife. Perhaps due to insufficient heating, little powder fell, but he gradually amassed a small pile that he then ignited a match, holding his other hand above the flame, allowing a few scattered grains of powder to fall onto the fire. With a whoosh, the small flame instantly surged to a height of several decimeters. Beyond its properties for enhancing light and combustion, it possessed incredible penetrative qualities, augmenting the speed and power of ranged weapons. Silver Jichin gestured for Liao Xiaolu to produce a dart, then applied the small amount of powder to the dart's blade. Liao Xiaolu hurled the dart towards the nearby rock wall, and with a swift whoosh, it shot out, embedding itself in the rock with a speed that far exceeded the norm. Liao Xiaolu's eyes widened, and he gazed at the stone with a newfound desire. He had found yet another coveted item. Could this area be an expansive silver powder mine? Huangsheng mused aloud. The value of silver powder was indeed substantial. For individuals, it represented immense wealth, while on a national scale, it bore strategic significance. Quickly, everyone mobilize. Let us see if we can uncover more of this stone. Upon regaining his focus, Huangsheng rushed to the rock face, raising his long spear and striking it forcefully against the mountain rock. The combination of the spear's weight and its hammer-like base resulted in tremendous destructive power. With a single strike, a small fragment of rock shattered into a web-like pattern. The others, invigorated by his actions, eagerly began sifting through the stones on the ground or wielding various tools to dismantle the rock wall, the cave resonating with the sounds of their fervent labor. Soon, the news spread among all, and no one could remain idle. They began to hammer and excavate in their respective chambers. Huangsheng continued to strike with his spear, each blow causing the entire rock face to tremble. In mere seconds, fragments of stone cascaded down, and he soon discovered another piece of silver powder. This new specimen was similarly the size of a quail's egg, though it appeared to be slightly less pure than the previous one. Yet its value remained considerable. This truly is a remarkable find. Not only does it enhance light and combustion, but its penetrative properties are simply extraordinary that if applied to arrows, their power would surely be greatly amplified. While I may not be adept with darts, I am skilled with bows and crossbows. Though standard bows and crossbows have limited power, once augmented by this silver powder, their effectiveness will undoubtedly soar. Akin to Liao Xiaolu's earlier dart, A.S. Huangsheng mind, his enthusiasm surged. Everything began to make sense. Why the attendants chose to abandon their vehicles here to draw the attention of the fisher monsters. Why those modified beings attacked the lairs of the fisher monsters. These were all tactics to divert the nearby fisher creatures, granting the attendants more operational space to extract the ore. The fisher monsters' frenzied assaults on the train were not devoid of intelligence. Their instinct to seek light made them the indigenous inhabitants of this mining area, relentlessly opposing those who sought to plunder their resources. The unknown creature that emitted the silvery beam must have utilized the properties of silver powder, its light enhancement, combustion assistance, and penetrative qualities contributed to the rapid speed, high brightness, and formidable heat of the beam, posing a significant threat. Even the bulbs and generators provided to them by the attendants were likely a part of their mining strategy. With such extensive wiring and numerous bulbs, it was evident that preparations had been made for the mine. Perhaps some teams failed to grasp the underlying meaning and, like those before them, merely sought refuge in the rocky caverns. This was undoubtedly something the attendants wished to avoid. Now, as their team found themselves within the mine, illuminated by multiple bulbs, they radiated considerable warmth. Over time, perhaps reactions would occur within the surrounding rock walls, potentially revealing the ore within. When the attendants returned to harvest, their extraction methods and efficiency would undoubtedly surpass the imaginations of these ordinary individuals, yielding a bountiful collection of ore. How else could one explain their seemingly generous offerings? Based on their past behavior, it was clear that these individuals were not motivated by altruism. They would sell even a mere egg for a high price. One could only imagine the cost of a generator. Even though the chilling winds swept through this area, it was conceivable that without the generator and heated bulbs, they could still find shelter in the caves, enduring until it was time to board the train. The attendants were almost begging for assistance with mining. Yet, Huangsheng felt reassured that the attendants would not turn against them. After all, they were official personnel, which made such an outcome somewhat acceptable. It is essential to remember that the primary goal of their passengers is to survive until they disembark. Any fortune from mining would merely be an unexpected delight. Countless trains had traversed this route, and it was certain that they were neither the first nor the last to discover the ore. Though silver powder holds immense value, it is undoubtedly not a closely guarded secret. The mountainside trembled incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, over an hour had elapsed as one block of silver powder after another was excavated. The hearts of the onlookers swelled with increasing ecstasy. Huangsheng ventured over to the generator, noting that the dozen or so high-powered incandescent bulbs consumed electricity at an alarming rate, with the generator operating at near full capacity. Calculating the consumption, the 15 liters of diesel would likely last no more than 5 or 6 hours. To avert any unforeseen incidents, the crew would undoubtedly inspect the various teams well in advance. It was entirely possible that visitors would arrive shortly. For the passengers aboard the train, the initial journey represented everything. They had to rely on the train to escape this place, and given the formidable strength of the crew, any intentions they harbored were beyond the capacity of the others to resist or refuse. Thus, it was best to wait in tranquil anticipation. Huangsheng pondered for a moment, discreetly transferring the food and water that occupied space in his storage box into his backpack, prioritizing the concealment of the mined ores. Surely, word of the silver powder had reached Earth as well? Once they emerged, he was certain they would find wealth. Chapter 064. Departure at 5 o'clock. Merely half an hour later, a figure suddenly materialized within the silent confines of the mine. Crew member 8841 stood with hands clasped behind his back, surveying the bustling crowd within the cavern with satisfaction. Unlike his demeanor aboard the train, here he exhibited a more animated expression, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Huangsheng turned to face the newcomer. Initially, he had assumed the bulbs were ordinary. However, it was becoming apparent that they were anything but over the course of the last 2 hours. Despite the occasional chill from the meandering corridors, the temperature within the mine had noticeably increased at a commendable rate, where once the warmth was only felt in proximity to the bulbs. Now, even at 7 or 8 meters away, the air felt somewhat stifling. Coupled with the exertion of labor, many had shed their jackets. Outside, the ambient temperature was at least 10 degrees below zero. Yet within, it had risen to a balmy 27 or 28 degrees. Moreover, the trend showed no sign of abating. If the bulbs continued to illuminate, the temperature could very well soar above 35 degrees. Were it not for the sporadic gusts of cold air seeping in, the final temperature might even reach 40 degrees. Truly a furnace. These electric lights, sourced from Twin Cities, employed high-strength materials infused with ample silver powder, enabling them to continuously warm a medium to large enclosed space. Under prolonged exposure to heat, the disparity in specific heat capacity between ordinary rock and silver powder, along with the variance in material properties, would gradually become apparent. The crew member spoke. He donned a pair of special glasses, and a uniquely designed white firearm materialized in his hand. The weapon emitted a beam of light directed at a section of rock, and where the beam passed, the stone shattered and crumbled, falling away. Ultimately, a fist-sized, crystal-clear piece of silver powder emerged into view. despite its location at the cave's edge, where it was minimally affected by temperature. It radiated a brilliant light that was almost blinding. A rare B-grade ore, this solitary piece was worth at least 1,500 black notes that on your planet, it could procure the lives of 1,000 ordinary individuals. If one could locate such a heartless buyer, he examined the stone appreciatively before casually tossing it to Huang Sheng. Startled, Huang Sheng instinctively caught it, immediately feeling its icy touch. This stone, distant from any heat source, radiated such intense light. Unlike ordinary ores that could not illuminate their surroundings, this one lit up his body, and even the space within several dozen square meters around him. The crew member continued to employ the light beam on the rock face, this time penetrating over a meter deep before halting, then using a long pair of tweezers to extract a piece of silver powder from the depths. This piece was even larger than the one in Huang Sheng's hand, though its quality appeared slightly inferior, suggesting a lower overall value. The ore was tossed to a man in black, who subsequently sheathed his weapon and brushed the dust from his hands. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, the train prepared for departure. You all should try to hold on for at least another hour and a half here, the crew member advised before departing, leaving behind a few critical pieces of information. First, Huang Sheng's conjecture was entirely correct. Indeed, the crew's purpose in remaining here was to extract the ore. The electric bulbs they provided were specifically for use within the mine, and they would certainly return at the opportune moment to reap the rewards. Precisely gathering from the thoroughly heated cavern, during extraction, they not only knew the location of every ore, but could also pinpoint their specific quality and characteristics, which served as an invisible deterrent. Second, they were indifferent to the efforts of Huang Sheng and his companions. It was clear that they occupied 6 or 7 mining sites, each equipped with at least 2 bulbs, spanning several hundred square meters. As a group of ordinary individuals, no matter how diligently they worked, the lion's share of the benefits would ultimately belong to others, so they could mine with peace of mind. Third, they were informed of their precise boarding time, alleviating concerns that the train might depart unexpectedly at any moment. They had also received the crew's directive, or, to put it more euphemistically, the task assigned to them, to endure here for another hour and a half to allow the light to heat the area more thoroughly. The crew had already compensated them by presenting Huang Sheng and the man in black with 2 high-quality ores, each worth at least over 1,000 black notes, while the crew's actions appeared contradictory, such as their potential earnings from the mines they would later extract from. Contrasted with their penny-pinching behavior towards these destitute passengers aboard the train, Huang Sheng perceived no conflict. The crew likely held dual identities, exploiting them aboard while ensuring minimum returns as a safety measure. Who could say that the teams disembarking would grasp their intentions, conducting heating operations at various mines like Huang Sheng and his group? Should all teams encounter difficulties today, they might not earn a single coin. The atmosphere within the mine was now filled with a relaxed ambience, with the boarding time confirmed and the assurance of earning here. Could there be anything more delightful? Just yesterday, they had been so impoverished they could not afford a meal on the train. Yet from today onward, while they remained broke, one could only wonder if they could barter the ores for food. Many had not enjoyed a steaming bowl of soup or warm meal in days, and their stomachs were genuinely craving sustenance. A bowl of porridge, a steamer of buns, a plate of fragrant stir-fried dishes. Only those who had endured these last few days aboard the train could truly appreciate how delectable it all was. Continue your work. I'll step outside for a patrol. Huang Sheng smiled at the group. Having received such a precious ore, he was no longer anxious about minor losses. The safety of the group took precedence. Strangely, since their entry into the mine, the fisher creatures had not mounted a single large-scale, purposeful attack. The occasional monster that ventured inside likely stumbled upon the place by chance. While this was good news, Huang Sheng remained somewhat apprehensive about their current situation, that he would not forget that they were experiencing the train's final and potentially most perilous trial, since they had navigated thus far without significant trouble. Where might the impending danger lie? As the leader of this cooperative and trusting team, and one of the key figures in ensuring the train's survival rate, he needed to think more deeply than the others. Donning climbing gloves and braving the fierce, biting wind, he nimbly ascended to a rocky outcrop several dozen meters above the cave entrance, focusing intently on his surroundings. The distance from the mine had significantly diminished the cacophony of mining sounds emanating from within, allowing him to attentively observe the vicinity through keen listening. Chapter 065. Petri dishes and parasitic viruses, Huang Sheng sensed an unsettling stillness in the air. After calming his thoughts and discerning the environment, a sudden impulse urged him to swiftly move diagonally downward. That in a short while, amidst a crevice in the rocks, he encountered a man in a dire state. Utilizing the natural concealment provided by the fissures, Huang Sheng directed his flashlight towards the individual, his expression shifting with concern. Before him stood a tall, middle-aged Caucasian man, grievously injured. His back, thigh, and hands bore multiple wounds inflicted by the creature known as the Rift Beast. However, what troubled Huang Sheng most was the man's skin, which appeared to be ruptured, oozing a thick, foul-smelling liquid. This viscous substance intertwined with fuzz-like formations that proliferated upon illumination, presenting a horrifying sight. Huang Sheng could not recall any lingering effects from the Rift Beast's attacks, as the injured members of his own team had shown no such symptoms after a considerable period. Observing the man's face, Huang Sheng noted that the whites of his eyes were rolled back, while his eyelids were ensnared by a tangled mass of fuzzy structures that, if left unattended, these eyes would soon be suffocated by the very fibers that now enveloped them. The same grotesque growths adorned the rest of his facial features, rendering his visage a veritable mask of fur. The man clutched a few bullets in his left hand, while his right hand grasped a police-issued USP handgun, though he appeared to be in a dazed state, responding sluggishly even to the brightness of the flashlight. What in the world is this? Huang Sheng mused silently as he donned 2 medical masks for precaution, taking care to avoid any potential mishaps. Through his gloved hands, he retrieved a tissue to wipe away the furry detritus and the mysterious liquid from the man's face. He attempted to offer him a sip of water, followed by inserting a vitality capsule into the man's mouth. The salvation of this individual was secondary. What truly mattered was uncovering the mystery of what had transpired to him. Perhaps the vitality capsule infused him with energy, for after a brief period of light-induced stimulation, the man gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Huang Sheng, he immediately sought help, asserting that only the crew could save him. But my name is Mike. That my companions and I were hiding in the vehicle, but then those monsters boarded. We were forced to flee outside. That I end my panic. I ran aimlessly up the hillside, not knowing where I ended up until I was captured by several strange beings. Mike desperately recounted his harrowing experience. These beings seemed to have been passengers on the train, and they were feasting on numerous animal eggs the size of apples. When I was captured, they were relishing their meal. Someone injected something into my body, and then they let me go. Terrified, I hid aimlessly until I collapsed here. What kind of animal eggs are you referring to? Are they akin to tadpole or fish eggs? Huang Sheng inquired. Mike nodded vigorously, his appearance increasingly alarming. What did those beings look like? Were they a grotesque blend of human and insect, much like the monsters we've encountered these past few days? Once again, Mike affirmed with a nod, his mouth opening several times in an attempt to articulate further, yet ultimately falling silent, overwhelmed by the shock of his transformation. Just as Huang Sheng was poised to ask another question, Mike let out a blood-curdling scream that he observed with horror as Mike's skin writhed violently, releasing a viscous slime and fuzzy structures that grew at a visible rate. Reminiscent of mushrooms sprouting after rain, that in barely a minute and a half, Mike fell silent. The fuzz had reached a length of at least 5 to 6 centimeters, tearing through his clothing, rendering him a veritable plush toy. Huang Sheng instinctively stepped back, contemplating before wrapping a small stone in a tissue, igniting it, and casting it onto the man's body. No, his corpse, regrettably, there was no reaction. The flames extinguished almost immediately, proving these creatures were impervious to fire. Huang Sheng continued to observe for several more minutes as the corpse underwent further transformations, the fur thickening and intertwining in an increasingly dense mass. Fortunately, the growth rate eventually slowed to a halt. Ceasing any further changes, it seemed the vitality capsule had stimulated the growth of whatever resided within him, but judging by his condition, even without Huang Sheng's intervention, he would not have survived. Perhaps the crew indeed held the power to save him. Yet it was unlikely they would act without incentive, and he was unable to locate them in the immediate future. Shaking his head, Huang Sheng returned to the mine, burdened by the weight of his thoughts. The parasitic eggs consumed by those transformed beings were likely the Rift Beast larvae, a normal consequence of their assault on a creature's nest, coupled with the observations of the man in black feasting on the Rift Beasts. It was evident that these beings could no longer be considered human. As for the mysterious substance injected into Mike, Its purpose eluded him, but it was likely related to genetics or biological viruses. Reflecting on his interactions with Mike, he recalled exercising extreme caution throughout. Given that such a virus would require injection to take effect, airborne transmission seemed improbable. For safety's sake, he resolved to inquire with the crew upon their reunion. Preserving his life was paramount. With those thoughts set aside, he immersed himself back into the work of mining. Meanwhile, the man in black and his companions took turns resting and patrolling outside, with no incidents occurring. As the clock approached 4:30, Huang Sheng had unearthed approximately 60 pieces of ore, each roughly the size of quail eggs, all safely stowed away in his spatial storage box, with a few promising specimens among them. Crew member 8841 returned, accompanied by 3 companions that in just a few minutes. Powerful beams of light will illuminate this area from various directions, drawing certain monsters trapped inside the train away in batches. Take this opportunity to board early, clear the carriages, and await the train's departure, 8841 instructed Huang Sheng, signaling everyone to prepare for their departure. Huang Sheng nodded, calling for the others to relay the message while inquiring about Mike's condition. That was a parasitic virus. The individual you mentioned was likely injected twice. First with some form of biological larva, followed by the parasitic virus. This virus transforms the host into a breeding ground for the larva. It is one of the biological incubators. Only those injected with the virus without timely intervention are at risk. There is no risk of airborne transmission or unsafe contact. You need not worry, they assured him. Huang Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Such harrowing revelations warranted caution, and being informed was advantageous for future encounters. That at this juncture, the temperature within the mine had surged to over 30 degrees Celsius. And the fuel in the diesel generator was dwindling. That in certain shadowy crevices where light failed to penetrate, he could faintly discern something glowing within. After several hours of heating the air, the crew prepared to harvest the ore. Freed from the burden of the cumbersome generator, the group was now able to proceed with ease. Spirits were high as they gathered at the cave entrance, excitement palpable among the gathered individuals. "How much did you two manage to excavate?" Huang Sheng inquired cheerfully, awaiting the arrival of the powerful spotlight while playfully pulling Ling Tian and Ling Zhen into an embrace. Ling Zhen shot him an annoyed glare, pinching his waist, while Ling Tian squirmed momentarily before ultimately yielding without much resistance. The two ladies gleefully reported their combined haul to be around 30 to 40 pieces of ore, evidently having exerted themselves to earn a profit, likely bolstered by vitality blessings throughout the endeavor. Others had similarly varied yields, with some gathering 7 to 10 pieces, while others amassed dozens. According to Silver's estimates, even if each piece only fetched a meager 10 black coins, it would still constitute a windfall for each individual. It seemed a cadre of newly minted tycoons was on the verge of emerging. Chapter 066, Forged in Blood in the Vast Blackness of Night. Punctuated only by distant flickers of light, the howling wind echoed, rendering visibility near impossible. Suddenly, an exceptionally bright light flared to life, casting a brilliant white beam that illuminated the ground in an instant. The second, third, and fourth lights followed suit, totaling 8 powerful spotlights dispersed in every direction to that moment. They resembled swords of light slicing through the darkness, converging upon a small shared area, the very location of the train. Approximately 2 or 3 train cars were illuminated, and the densely packed fisher monsters, clinging to the insides and outsides of the train, erupted into a tumultuous frenzy. They fell from the train as if shedding their shells. And in the radiance that illuminated the surroundings, the area had already transformed into an ocean of fisher monsters, the exact number of which was unknown. Perhaps hundreds or even thousands gathered here. They writhed restlessly, moving and roaring, their every action reminiscent of the surging tides of the sea, a stunning spectacle unfolding before everyone's eyes. How could there be so many? Huang Sheng felt his heart sink. But this was not the time for contemplation, that he had already noticed that lights of various sizes were igniting in the other 3 directions, signaling the presence of the remaining 3 teams. At this moment, Huang Sheng was imbued with multiple buffs. The middle-aged man in black had affixed a swift-moving talisman to his back, the same talisman used during their ascent. The steel body talisman significantly enhanced his physical defenses, albeit with considerable side effects, leaving him in a state of physical weakness for several hours after its effects wore off. The blessing from the cursed master Ling Zhen, had augmented his attack power, consuming half of a red incense stick in the process. The cursed blessing from the cursed master Ling Tian was even more potent, burning nearly 3/4 of an entire incense stick. Additionally, he received standard blessings for stamina and energy. At this moment, Huang Sheng felt invigorated, his physical capabilities expansive, and his blood surged through his veins, leaving him in an astonishingly good condition. He donned iron fist gloves, wielding a shield in his left hand and a gun in his right. With the shield hand gripping a timer, he was at his peak state, and now was the perfect moment to utilize this item. The middle-aged man in black swiftly tore apart two talismans. The first slightly increased everyone's speed and agility, while the second enhanced their observational skills. Following this, the two of them dashed down the mountain, initiating the first wave of strikes to create an opportunity for their companions. The faceless individuals brandished their elongated, three-pronged weapons, adept at attacks, positioning themselves at the forefront. The cat-eared individuals followed closely behind, while the likes of Wang He, the scissor-wielding giant, and others provided support on the flanks. With Yu Xiaoyi and Ling Zhun positioned centrally or towards the rear, forming a conical formation, an unassuming man lent a quaint ring to Ling Tian, which enhanced her cursing abilities, making it particularly suitable for the current situation. Sister Kai held a triangle bell, and upon ringing it, it had a slight calming effect on the surrounding crowd, while also enhancing their focus at this moment. Every usable item was brought forth, as the safety of all was at stake. Endure through this night, and they could enjoy freedom come dawn. Fail to survive, and they could only wonder how many lives would be lost tonight. During their earlier mining endeavors, Huang Sheng and the others had already roughly mapped a path down the mountain, and now they swiftly made their way down. Near the train, countless fisher monsters were subjected to the intense light, and after a brief period of agitation, swarms of them surged toward the various light sources. This throng of creatures, akin to a tidal wave, diminished in numbers as if being meticulously unraveled. Under the illumination, they gathered in groups of dozens or even hundreds, frantically advancing uphill. Meanwhile, a tremendous rumbling echoed from the mine behind the group. Yu Xiaoyi turned back to see the entire cavern filled with an expanding crimson glow, the red light streaming through the fissures of the caves and piercing the night sky, causing the ground to tremble slightly, accompanied by the distant sound of numerous rocks falling. It was unclear what methods the crew members were employing to gather the minerals that as the timer was activated, Huang Sheng fired a shot. The sword-like spear slicing through the air as if it were a hot knife through butter, cleaving the fisher monster's bizarre and sturdy forms effortlessly in half. Blood splattered onto the ground as 5 or 6 monsters' bodies were severed, their remains littering the area. Under the influence of the timer, Huang Sheng felt as though he were traversing a corridor of time, able to perceive the passage and flow of time with remarkable precision. After one shot, he transitioned smoothly into his next move, twisting his body as he raised the spear to sweep across, making full use of his stamina and the opportunity at hand. Several fisher monsters nearby followed in the wake of their fallen companions, collapsing in a shower of blood, sending the bodies of their comrades crashing aside. In merely 3 or 4 seconds, Huang Sheng felt as if he had experienced an eternity. During this interval, he had executed 6 strikes, each thrust of the spear seamlessly connecting with the next. The fluidity of his movements resembled that of a practiced performance, the spear dancing through the air like silk, creating a flurry of spear blossoms. Surrounded by the shadows of his weapon, the ground was strewn with the corpses of dozens of fisher monsters. As the timer concluded, Huang Sheng opted for a mere 5 seconds of countdown. He did not rush to continue attacking, but instead closed his eyes momentarily, standing still to recall the ineffable, wondrous sensation he had just experienced. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in black wielded a broad short sword radiating a brilliant light, charging into the horde of monsters with unparalleled ferocity, cleaving and slashing. With each swing of the sword, a fan-shaped glow emanated from its blade, and the monsters struck by his attacks not only suffered physical wounds, but also seemed as if they had been struck by a heavy object, collapsing to the ground. Clearly, the middle-aged man was a martial arts master in reality. His swordsmanship was fluid and substantial, with a diverse array of techniques. Though his strikes appeared slow, he adeptly countered attacks from all directions. Wherever he moved, the clash of his blade against the monsters resonated with a metallic clang, while the damage he caused was not as extensive as Huang Sheng's, the radiant glow of the broad short sword, continuously spinning and slashing, created a breathtaking spectacle. After the 5 seconds of usage, the cooldown for the timer was 30 seconds, during which it could not be employed again. Huang Sheng snapped back to reality, raising his shield to face a fissure monster that leapt high to strike him. Anticipating the collision, he had already prepared to retreat. Harnessing the force of the monster's heavy impact, he spun his body to face backward, sweeping his spear forcefully, piercing through flesh and severing bone. He drenched his weapon in blood. The spear did not linger. As this attack concluded, Huang Sheng listened intently, and with a sudden thrust, he slammed the butt of the spear back against a monster charging from the side, causing it to vomit blood and crash to the ground like a broken sack. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch the moment the two sides clashed. Chapter 067. Storming the train. As Yin Jiqin and others arrived, the three other teams gradually surged into the throng of monsters. However, the situation for these three teams was far from favorable. The team composed of the first few cars of the 15th train had a small number of members, lacked cohesion, and possessed average strength. After being attacked by the horde, they not only failed to approach the train, but were also driven back. Now, these dozen or so individuals were desperately holding their ground against a rocky cliff, fear palpable in their hearts. Most critically, their primary weapons were firearms, and the deafening noise generated when firing drew the nearby monster's attention, gradually causing them to converge. Fortunately, the other two teams from the first 10 cars recognized the peril and hastily joined forces. With about 40 to 50 people combining their strength, they finally managed to stabilize their footing amid the oncoming tide of monsters, struggling to inch closer to the train. The lengthy train was filled to the brim with fissure monsters, each car, both inside and out, packed with them. Though they continuously dispersed like a tidal wave towards the 8 light sources, it was not to be forgotten that the passenger teams encountered would attack at will. And the numerous monsters that had amassed inside the cars over the previous hours showed no signs of abating. Do you see that? At that time, there were still fools who wanted to stay on the train? Huang Sheng, shooting like a dragon, thrusting and stabbing, sarcastically addressed everyone. How foolish is it to listen to you? We ought to be sprouting grass on our graves by now. The others silently agreed, realizing that even if they had managed to stay safe on the train, they would have forfeited the opportunity to mine for fortune, and their regrets would be insurmountable. Who was it that said that? Hurry up and help the brothers in front. One faceless individual struggled to wield a 3-pronged dagger, loudly exclaiming, and in a moment of distraction, received a gash on his shoulder, blood gushing forth, causing him to gasp in pain. The scissor-wielding giant laughed heartily. I sent this a stroke of luck. Remember that guy who fell into the fissure when we ascended? That's him. Amidst the fierce battle, laughter erupted among the group, a darkly humorous moment. Ling Tian, adorned with the curse ring, clasped her hands together, her eyes wide with fury as she stared ahead, her lips moving silently in rapid incantation. One by one, the monsters before her writhed in agony, some toppling over onto their backs, others rolling on the ground, while some frantically bit at themselves, tearing their own flesh in a frenzy. Ling Jun, cradling the precious red incense, was bestowing blessings upon the faceless individuals ahead. Previously, her sisters had regarded the red incense as invaluable, and without the means of black currency to pave the way, they would not willingly assist in saving lives. Perhaps they had stumbled upon a windfall, or perhaps it was now a critical moment where they could no longer afford to be miserly. In a matter of moments, Ling Jun had already burned through 3 sticks of red incense. The few faceless individuals who had been caught in a fierce battle and were nearly exhausted in such a short time felt their stamina and energy surging. They could not help but call out, Sister Ling Jun and Sister Ling Tian, with a fluidity and warmth that resonated deeply. Liao Xiaolu had already stowed away his darts. In this kind of battle, his weapon proved to be utterly useless. A mere 3 darts were hardly suitable for a chaotic melee. Moreover, the complex lighting in this area posed a risk of accidentally striking himself with a ricochet. It was far more prudent to rely on a dagger for combat. Once he returned, he would have to devise a plan and seek out a few cards from Lao Huang, as it had become evident that cards were significantly more effective than his own capabilities. The burly man charged forward like a beast unleashed, wielding scissors with deadly intent, coordinating seamlessly with Liao Xiaolu and several cat-eared individuals. Each time, they amassed their strength for a fierce assault, only to retreat to regroup and strategize after sustaining injuries. Amidst their desperate struggle, the group of over 20 pressed forward, slowly yet resolutely, at this moment. Huang Sheng had approached the edge of the train, where the compartments 12 and 13 were intensely illuminated, and nearly all the monsters within had fled. Gripping the door of the 12th carriage, he leaped inside, quickly scanning the surroundings. What is that on the ground? Huang Sheng's attention was drawn to a large pool of dried blood on the floor of the 12th carriage. Remnants of a previous killing. Sporadic bloodstains marred the entire compartment. In the middle of the carriage lay something resembling a tent. As he approached, words appeared above the object. Was this a prop? The item was named camping tent, and its effect was to partially shield the life perception from the outside within the tent. What a splendid find. This meant that using this item for camping or concealment would significantly reduce the likelihood of being targeted by various creatures, insects, or even enemies. Huang Sheng marveled at the discovery, carefully rolling up the intact tent, which was merely stained with a bit of blood, and stowing it away in his backpack. There are still good people in this world. Look, they fled and carelessly left behind this item, clearly indicating that they were not in need of black currency. Upon returning to the train door, he held off the monsters surging from other compartments, ensuring his companions could board safely. Fighting inside the train was undoubtedly more advantageous than outside. The train itself served as the best shield. With so many of them, they only needed to secure the front and back entrances, which was far easier than facing attacks from all directions on the ground. Huang Sheng and the middle-aged man in black fought valiantly, drawing a significant amount of ire from the monsters, while the middle-aged man remained outside, leading a throng of creatures in circles. In this scenario, the two successfully created conditions for their team to approach and board the train. The non-combatants, including Yu Shaoyi, boarded first. By the time Huang Sheng and several teammates had dispatched the fisher monsters from the 11th carriage, the lightly injured were carrying the severely wounded, and everyone had boarded the train. Among the total of 28 team members, nearly 10 were severely injured. Several faceless individuals, including Yin Jiqin, had sustained considerable injuries while holding the line. The situation for the others was equally dire. The stench of blood mingled with the heavy odors of alcohol and medicinal herbs pervaded the 12th carriage. The severely injured were immediately attended to, while others urgently bandaged and treated wounds. The relentless battles over the past few days had left many with compounded injuries. Without the aid of capsules, blessings, and various healing items, many would not have endured. For instance, Huang Sheng's blood-boosting bracelet had scarcely left his wrist in recent days. Once they disembarked, most would require an extended period of recuperation to restore their health. Huang Sheng bore numerous claw and bite marks, a testament to his reckless charge. Fortunately, the steel body talisman proved remarkably resilient, as the attacks from the fisher monsters had failed to inflict significant harm upon him, allowing him to emerge relatively unscathed from his fierce assaults. However, it was foreseeable that once the talisman wore off, he would experience a backlash from his exertions. Soon, commotion erupted from the 13th carriage, where two allied teams had managed to board the train with great difficulty. Huang Sheng rushed over to assist, eager to enhance the train's evaluation. The situation for this allied team was grim. Approximately 40 to 50 members had fought fiercely, resulting in nearly 10 casualties. Those desperately climbing aboard were drenched in blood. Huang Sheng observed their belongings and felt a pang of sympathy. These individuals had not secured any ore and likely resembled their initial plight, merely seeking refuge in a cave. Transporting a generator along such a treacherous path, enduring the biting cold, and facing constant attacks from fisher monsters, any moment could spell death. Given such circumstances, he understood their urgency to find a safe haven, as they too had once shared the same sentiment. Regrettably, this group had ultimately missed the opportunity for wealth or, for them, on the verge of becoming true evolvers. This loss represented at least 100 or even several hundred black currency, an unfathomable blow. Chapter 068. Farewell to the Silver Beam. That group is doomed. The burly man, burdened by fresh and old wounds, leaned against the chair. Nearly gasping for breath, he gazed out at the lights beyond the window and spoke. That weakest team is backed against a cliff. Now, fewer than 10 individuals remain alive, and half of them are severely injured. Someone is crying out to the train, seemingly pleading for help, that if no one comes to their aid, they will be utterly torn apart within a minute, annihilated. Should we save them? The middle-aged man in black appeared beside Huang Sheng, suggesting, if those two are willing to intervene, while the severely injured may be beyond help. A few of the remaining individuals could be rescued. Huang Sheng pondered for a moment, contemplating that perhaps aiding them now could enhance his initial train journey's evaluation. However, they were strangers, and the outside world was fraught with danger. These individuals lacked combat prowess. Why should he take such a risk? Noticing his head shake, the middle-aged man did not press further. Suddenly, the train floor shook violently. After a multitude of monsters departed to destroy the floodlights, the remaining fisher monsters surged toward the two illuminated carriages. Huang Sheng and his companions cautiously retreated from the 12th carriage into the 13th, both teams firmly holding the ends of the carriage. A sudden, intense explosion reverberated from outside. The last survivor at the cliff detonated a high-explosive grenade, and amidst the blinding light and heat, dozens of fisher monsters were obliterated alongside their remains. Sensing the train's imminent departure, the fisher monsters became frenzied, crashing in relentless waves that a small train door was insufficient to fully barricade them, as figures occasionally leaped through the gaps above the door into the carriage. The once calm interior erupted into chaos, forcing many injured passengers to struggle once more for their weapons. Huang Sheng refrained from joining the fray. Instead, he observed the surroundings through the windows, searching for those monsters capable of unleashing beams of light. If any uncontrollable factors remained before the train's departure, it was likely these advanced creatures. Empowered by silver gunpowder, the beams they emitted were formidable. It remained uncertain whether the train could withstand such firepower. Another minute passed, and in the 13th carriage, the Allied team began to falter under mounting casualties. From an initial steadfast defense at the door, they unwittingly retreated 2 or 3 meters, as monsters breached one entrance and began to penetrate the carriage's interior. Huang Sheng hurried over, calling for everyone to remain steadfast and not look back. As he flipped a card in his hand, a bright light card illuminated the monsters charging forward, as the monstrous beings leaped over the heads of the crowd. They emitted frantic, anguished cries under the blinding light of the illumination card, crashing down to the ground in a cacophony of sounds. Simultaneously, the monsters near the door stirred and shrieked, desperately trying to push back. Creating a scene of chaos at the entrance, the fisher creatures, drawn to light, would devise ways to approach and attack the source, yet they possessed an intense aversion, even fear, of bright illumination. This seemingly paradoxical behavior is, in fact, not contradictory. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain their existence in this realm of perpetual darkness. The bright card illuminated for approximately 5 seconds, during which Huang Sheng managed to eliminate most of the creatures that had jumped towards them. This provided the group a brief respite, allowing them to rally their strength and surge forward once more, blocking the monsters at the doorway. Huang Sheng, wielding a carbon fiber shield, positioned himself behind the crowd, keenly observing the epicenter of the monstrous tide. Should a higher-level creature emerge, he would be ready to react. His apprehensions soon proved justified that on the opposite side of the carriage, a middle-aged man clad in black suddenly bellowed in fury. He deployed 2 defensive talismans in quick succession, followed by a deafening crash that resonated in everyone's minds. Huang Sheng turned to see a silver beam of light piercing through from the adjacent carriage. Effortlessly shredding the first talisman and igniting the second talisman's shield in a furious blaze. Without hesitation, Huang Sheng aimed his powerful flashlight forward, intently monitoring the movements of the creatures on their side. Although this was not the direction his team was defending, if a beam of light penetrated the carriage here, anyone behind could be struck down. In less than 3 seconds, a creature with a markedly smaller and sunken head appeared in his line of sight. Its mouth adorned with an oval bulge, from which a writhing orifice pulsated. As it positioned itself, the orifice began to undulate rapidly before unleashing a torrent of light towards them. The first 3 individuals were caught off guard, each struck in succession by the beam, their bodies igniting in a conflagration that elicited blood-curdling screams as they found themselves engulfed in flames. The 3 struggled desperately amidst the silver inferno, their wretched cries reverberating throughout the train. Huang Sheng braced a shield against the dying beam, feeling a tremendous force pushing him backward, compelling him to take a step back. Once he regained his footing, he swiftly inspected his shield, noticing a shallow, charred dent had formed at the front. Fortunately, The shield had successfully absorbed the impact without sustaining any significant damage. "Now it's my turn. Die," he declared, advancing swiftly that he hurled his spear, which struck the creature just as it attempted to retreat behind its comrades. Plunging into the oval bulge. The bulge ruptured like a burst water sack, spewing scalding, foul liquid in all directions, causing the surrounding fisher creatures to instinctively retreat. Huangsheng dodged past the three, still writhing in agony amidst the flames. Charging forward as he dispatched several more monsters with his shield, he seized his weapon, planted his foot on the creature's body to extract the spear, and then delivered two more decisive shots. Yet the creature's vitality was astonishingly robust, for it continued to thrash violently despite its injuries. Not daring to waste time, Huangsheng activated a combat card, which shattered into motes of light, allowing a shadow to materialize. He lunged forward with his spear, striking mercilessly at the creature's head in rapid succession, landing several blows in quick succession. Only after delivering a barrage of over 10 shots did the creature finally fall. Its body stiffening as it succumbed to death. 7 luminous orbs erupted from the creature, 3 of which were white, 3 green, and 1 blue. Huangsheng reached out to retrieve the blue orb, which contained a rope-like item. Following that, he collected 3 green orbs, 2 of which contained 60 units of green currency, while the last was a small, box-sized container adorned with a red cross symbol. After hastily stowing these items into his storage space, he had previously cleared out space for ore, intentionally making room that he couldn't afford to retrieve the remaining 3 white orbs, suddenly spinning around. He witnessed blood spraying from the spear's blade as 2 armed men approached him from behind. One collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his chest, while the other's eyes bulged in shock and malice as life rapidly ebbed away. Huangsheng smirked coldly and quickly retreated, allowing others to rush forward. Frantically seizing the remaining items from the luminous orbs, Chapter 069. The meddling rope those nearby cast fearful glances at him, hesitating before joining the fray in a desperate scramble for the remaining items. It was a hopeless sight. Shaking his head, Huangsheng observed the chaos as the items were contested, only for the monstrous tide to surge once more, claiming 2 more lives amidst the cacophony of screams. The allure of wealth was undeniable. Even a mere white item was enough to incite deadly conflict among ordinary passengers. The meddling rope had the ability to bind targets from a distance. The more they struggled, the more animated the rope became, and it could even fly. The minor injury steward was a small medical box marked with a red cross, and Huangsheng found it somewhat disheartening. What did it mean that the more severe the injury, the less effective the treatment? In essence, it could only address minor injuries, but even so, it was still quite valuable. After all, even minor injuries could become problematic if left unattended in dire circumstances. Meanwhile, the situation with the middle-aged man in black had also concluded. As the crowd surged forward, ruthlessly dispatching the light-infused creature, dragging its remains back. Although it did not yield any blue-quality items, the 11 green and white orbs that emerged were a substantial reward, bringing joy to the crowd. This underscored the significance of having a strong team. When Huangsheng was engaged in battle earlier, none of those nearby had even offered assistance. They merely watched him fight alone. In contrast, his own team, despite suffering injuries and losing combat capability, had swiftly dealt with the formidable high-level creature alongside the black-clad man. "Hey, young man, I think you'll find this interesting," the middle-aged man said, retreating momentarily to rest, tossing Huangsheng an item. Upon inspection, Huangsheng discovered it was a wallet, storage wallet. This item boasts a generous storage capacity and a degree of defensive capability, capable of resisting elements such as water and fire, and automatically organizing any paper currency, tickets, and various documents placed within. "Wow, this is indeed a remarkable item. Thank you," Huangsheng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. As his collection of black currency grew, he indeed required a wallet for proper organization. If it functioned as an item itself, that would be even better. He casually stuffed a handful of black currency into the wallet, to his amazement. The black currency seemed to come alive, shifting and rearranging itself automatically. After a few moments, he checked again and found the currency had been neatly organized by denomination. Testing it with a lighter, he found it unresponsive to fire. Even after soaking it, the interior remained dry, as the wallet effectively repelled moisture. With its automatic organization, defensive capabilities, and resistance to water and fire, Huang Sheng was thoroughly pleased that it would be remiss not to reciprocate. Once the battle concluded, he would test the minor injury stewardess efficacy on the fallen comrade. "Attention, the attendants are boarding," someone called out. Huang Sheng turned to the window and spotted a group of agile attendants sprinting across the ground, swiftly reaching the train from several dozen meters away. During this time, 8 powerful floodlights had been destroyed, plunging the area surrounding the train back into darkness. However, the night was once again pierced by intense light as dozens of silver beams converged like intertwining strings on a harp. Slicing through the darkness from behind, a massive twin-axe light shield materialized in midair, successfully intercepting many of the beams amidst a cacophony akin to clashing metal. Yet, several beams still struck the train, causing the entire structure to tremble, a testament to the ferocity of the assault. "Where are the attendants of train 8841? They seem to have yet to return," Huang Sheng mused, glancing in the direction from which they had descended, where red lights flickered ominously, leaving him uncertain of their whereabouts.